Open your eyes. Feng found himself back in 2015 in the body of a young player from Freiburg's youth academy who was about to be eliminated. Even though life in Europe was poor and difficult, he refused a return contract from Evergrande and did not want to be associated with the national team's corruption. Fortunately, the timely activation of the proficiency panel gave him hope, from shooting Lv1 to the ferocious war axe heavy cannon Lv5, from Speed Lv1 to the absolute crushing lightning Speed Lv5, from physicality Lv1 to the all-overturning muscle dominator Lv5. In this era of dazzling stars in world football, a young player from Huagua gradually made a name for himself in European football. His playing style was elegant, and his goals were like. Chapter 1, June 20th, 2015. Freiburg U17 training base. Beep, beep. Two long whistles sounded, signaling the end of a day's training. Feng did not rush to eat, but sat on the ground stretching his muscles. After all, many youth players wouldn't go to the club cafeteria for meals, so he wasn't worried that his discounted meal would be snatched away. Watching his peers head to a restaurant outside the youth training base, Feng felt a bit envious. Coming from a poor family, it was difficult to support his dream of pursuing football. His real name wasn't Feng, nor was he a native of 2015. He was originally Feng, a football-loving wage slave from Huagua in 2024, but a few days ago, the national team suffered a humiliating 0-7 loss to Japan, and a night of heavy drinking led to the disgraceful end of his life. When he woke up again, he found himself here. Feng, have you signed a guaranteed contract with Evergrande Club? A voice beside him interrupted his thoughts. It was Yang Hao, who had also gone to Germany with him. He shook his head. No, I don't want to go back to play football. Half a year ago, the Freiburg Club in Germany collaborated with the Huagua Football Association to select talented young players from the country. Chapter 2, System. Feng immediately stopped his actions, frozen in place. In his past life, during his free time, besides watching football, he had read many online novels and was somewhat familiar with the trope of crossing over and activating a golden finger. An O1 was bothering him. He suppressed his excitement and began to study the system's functions. Simply put, it was all about grinding. As long as he continuously practiced his specialized skills, his proficiency would keep increasing. In other words, as long as he kept grinding, he could keep improving. Effort wouldn't be wasted. Maxing out proficiency would allow breakthroughs. Let's give it a try. If that's the case, then I have a chance to stay in Europe and become a top player, right? Feng's heart was suddenly filled with hope as he began to collect and set the balls. This time, his determination was stronger. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, the sound of striking and shooting echoed as Feng energetically repeated his shooting practice, waiting for the proficiency panel to change. This was his opportunity, his turning point, and it could very well change his football career. He had to cherish it and give his all to keep working hard. After several minutes, Feng brought up the panel again. Skill, shooting Lv1 proficiency, 37 out of 100. Chapter 3, the next day. At 8 in the morning, Feng got up and felt a soreness all over his body, likely due to the overexertion from yesterday's training. However, there is nothing to be done about it. Skill level and muscle memory are honed through repetitive mechanical training. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, he borrowed 10 footballs from the equipment room and went to the training ground to start shooting practice. Today was Sunday, the only rest day for the team each week. This suited Feng well, as he was eager to focus entirely on shooting training. After a simple warm-up, he placed all the footballs just outside the penalty area and began to advance with the ball for shooting practice. His first shot was quite good, hitting the target steadily. It seemed that the improvement in skill from yesterday was beginning to show results. This made him even more excited about the effects of his upgraded shooting practice today. Bang, bang, bang. One football after another was shot toward the goal by Feng. The net trembled violently, and his skill level rose rapidly. This motivated him greatly, and he didn't dare to slack off at all. It wasn't until 11:30 that he finally stopped due to exhaustion. His fatigue left him with no appetite for food. But he knew that the more he felt this way, the more he needed to replenish his energy. Chapter 4, after washing up, Feng returned to the cafeteria at the training base for a meal. This time, the cheapest set meal unexpectedly included a large piece of steak. Without needing to think much, he knew this was arranged by assistant coach Michel. He could only repay this kindness by training even harder and striving for good results to repay Freiburg. The next day, at 9 in the morning, at the Freiburg Youth Training Base training ground, all members of the Freiburg U17 team were lined up neatly in a training field for speed training. Regardless of position, Speed and explosiveness are crucial. Freiburg U17 head coach Kartelek stood on the sidelines, speaking sternly. Therefore, weekly speed training is essential, and no one is allowed to slack off. I don't want the players developed from the Freiburg Youth Academy to be unable to find a place in the team because they are too slow. Listening to the coach's words, many players gritted their teeth and engaged in shuttle runs. They all hope to stand on the pitch one day and become real professional players. No matter the level of a league, speed is indeed one of their core competitive advantages. Chapter 5. In the following days, Feng's life gradually became more regular. Every day was a straight line, either training or eating, and he returned to the dormitory to sleep soundly after extra practice until 10 at night. The overexertion from training made his body gradually struggle to cope, and if it weren't for the steak at dinner providing nutrition, he might not have been able to continue. However, he himself had no negative emotions. Instead, he was enjoying the process. Perhaps this is the reason why effort comes with a progress bar. With a progress bar, Noah would easily give up before reaching the target. On June 27th, the early training for the Freiburg U17 team was shooting practice. Previously, Hall and others had been quite dissatisfied with Feng during regular training. But today, the chance to show off had finally come, and Feng was already in line, eagerly waiting. The goalkeeper warmed up separately, while the others warmed up with assistant coach Michel. With a command from head coach Kartelek, the players began to jog for warm-up with assistant coach Michel. During the run, many people also started whispering. They heard that someone had been practicing shooting all day recently and wondered what performance he would show in today's training. Chapter 6. Under everyone's gaze. The football once again left the ground and flew towards a goal. The U17 goalkeeper had wanted to use this opportunity to redeem himself, but when Feng shot, he realized that this sharp shot was taken at an unusual angle, leaving him no time to react. Whack! The crisp sound of the football hitting the net followed, and the goalkeeper's late dive was just a hair's breadth away. What? He scored again? What's going on? This kid's shooting is so accurate today. The quality of this shot was exceptionally high. Other players couldn't help but exclaim, losing their initial doubts. In fact, most of them looked at Feng with confusion, as if they were meeting him for the first time. A fast breakaway shot in the penalty area indeed tests a player's overall quality. Unlike a penalty kick, where players often have a heavier psychological burden when facing the goalkeeper, they may not be able to unleash their full shooting ability. But Feng's consecutive high-quality shots that hit the corners left Hall and his group stunned. They had wanted to say something, but they couldn't find any excuses at all. Chapter 7. As night fell, the Freiburg U17 training ground appeared somewhat dim under the streetlights. Feng lay on the grass in the penalty area, peacefully closing his eyes, with an excited smile on his face. Even because of the late hour with no one around, he occasionally shouted loudly to release his emotions. Skill, Sprint Lv2, Proficiency, 1300, Effect. After long-term training, your starting reaction has become faster, allowing you to often outpace others during sprints. Speed upgraded to Lv2, which is why Feng was so happy. After a week of effort, he finally upgraded the speed skill. This sense of accomplishment is hard to describe. Before him seemed to be a bright path. As long as he continued to work hard and upgrade, achievements would come closer. It is worth mentioning that Feng originally planned to upgrade shooting and speed to Lv3 and Lv2 respectively tonight. However, due to possibly being overly exhausted from training, the speed upgrade was a step slower than planned. It wasn't until he finished extra practice at 10:30 that his speed finally upgraded to Lv2. No worries, anyway. He was just 5 points of proficiency away from upgrading shooting to Lv3, so he should be able to upgrade in tomorrow morning's training. Chapter 8. At 2 in the afternoon, at the Freiburg training base. In the U17 training ground, many Freiburg fans holding popcorn and beer were already seated in the stands. The Bundesliga season wouldn't start until late July, so watching a youth training match for free at this time was a great choice. Come on, boys. Beat Hamburg. You must win. They heard that head coach Streich would also be watching the match live today, so these young players had to perform well. The Freiburg fans were loudly cheering, and most of those who came to watch a youth team match were diehard supporters of the team. They are the ones willing to invest everything to follow the future of the team. However, unlike usual, there were particularly many people at the stadium today, with as many as 300 to 400 attendees. It's likely that many came because they heard that the first team coach, Mr. Streich, would be watching the match in person, eager to catch a glimpse of the first team head coach up close. Oh, Mr. Streich really came, just as the players for both teams were lined up on the field, ready to start the match. The elderly man with white hair appeared at the entrance of the stadium. Chapter 9. The substitutions for Freiburg U17 quickly came to an end. The second half began, and the players on both sides opened up the game once again. Feng stood on the left side of Freiburg's formation, playing as a winger. Coach Kaderli set up a basic 4-3-3 formation today to counter Hamburg U17's traditional 4-2-3-1. In this match, Hamburg was very aggressive, applying high pressing in the front, forcing Freiburg's defense to struggle to pass the ball out smoothly. There would likely be many long passes, and he just needed to wait for Philipp to pass the ball to him. Feng made a judgment in his mind. He was waiting to receive the ball and then burst down the wing to give the Hamburg goalkeeper a shot. He glanced at the opposing goalkeeper, smiled faintly, and felt a bit excited about his upcoming performance. However, the situation on the field did not go as smoothly as Feng imagined. Hamburg continued their high pressing from the first half, leaving Freiburg with no choice but to engage in close encounters in midfield. Bang! In the 55th minute of the match, Philipp intercepted the ball in the backfield and turned to organize a counterattack. But at the very moment he intercepted the ball, a Hamburg defender was already closing in. Unable to find a passing option, he could only pass the ball to the left side of the middle to his teammate Yang Hao. Chapter 10. Bang! A crisp sound suddenly rang out as the soccer ball took off the ground, arcing through the air straight toward the Hamburg U17 goal. Following closely, Philipp, who had made a high-speed run, stopped in his tracks upon seeing this scene, covering his head in regret. Is this really a shot? To him, even though Feng had entered the penalty area, all the shooting angles were completely blocked, and forcing a shot would only lead to one outcome: surrendering possession. The optimal solution in this situation would naturally be to pass the ball back in a triangle and reorganize the attack. Just as Philipp was sighing in frustration, a sudden dull sound echoed. Following that, excited cheers erupted from the stands. Yeah, beautiful. The ball went in. Hearing the commotion, Philipp quickly turned his gaze toward the Hamburg goal and saw the soccer ball had indeed crashed into the net, extinguishing the Hamburg U17 goalkeeper's spirit. Philipp was a bit distracted and didn't see the shot clearly, but the Freiburg fans on the sidelines saw it exceptionally well. Feng's shot from a tight angle arced through the air, and, at its peak, it even had a strange bend. Chapter 11. Hearing the noise, Philipp, who was advancing while being defended, glanced up, seeing Feng drop back to support, while also keeping an eye on the defenders behind him. He understood what Feng was about to do. Wall pass. The next moment, just as the Hamburg defenders were about to stretch out their feet to contest, Philipp lifted his foot and poked the ball towards Feng. At the same time, he quickly took off, bypassing the Hamburg defenders and making a run from the side. Bang! Receiving the ball, Feng didn't overdo it, but instead seamlessly coordinated with Philipp. He turned his body and sent the ball along Philipp's advancing path. After receiving the ball, Philipp quickly cut inside, evading the Hamburg defender in front of him, and delivered a precise diagonal pass to the advancing Feng. The ball arced beautifully across the grass, perfectly slowing down in front of Feng after bypassing Hamburg's center back. What followed was exceptionally simple. Feng's explosive power was fully displayed at that moment. He charged forward, shaking off the defender beside him, with the ball at his feet. As he reached the penalty area, he planted his supporting foot, swung his left arm back in line with his extended body, and then, with his right thigh driving the calf, he unleashed a powerful shot. Chapter 12. Southeast Asian players are active in their movements, fast, capable of breaking through on the wing, have high football intelligence, and even possess shooting skills that far exceed their peers. In the stands, a scout from Bochum was quickly jotting down notes in his notebook, noting obvious shortcomings, poor physical confrontation ability, and so far, he hadn't seen any ability to deliver threatening passes, but the fundamentals were solid enough. With potential on par with Philipp, he was worth cultivating and had a high chance of establishing himself in the Bundesliga in the future. After writing this, the Bochum fan paused, raised his head, and began to focus his attention on Feng, seemingly wanting to continue evaluating this player in the time to come. It should be noted that his scouting report did not include information on this Southeast Asian player. This meant that it was very likely this player was merely a trial player for Freiburg U17. If that were the case, compared to signing star player Philipp from Freiburg U17, the difficulty level would be worlds apart. Interested? A scout from RB Leipzig leaned over, shaking his head in mockery, saying, "This Southeast Asian player is indeed decent, but how many times have you Bochum failed to promote to the Bundesliga?" Chapter 13. A group of Freiburg players returned to the locker room to rest for a moment before heading to the sidelines to stretch their muscles, which is a necessary relaxation after the match to reduce muscle fatigue. As for the first-team coach, Mr. Strike seemed to have hurriedly left right after the match ended. Coach Kaderli was also nowhere to be seen. This friendly match was crucial for many trial players to determine whether they would stay, and Kaderli didn't want to announce this harsh result publicly. He planned to notify them one by one later in the evening. Just as Feng was stretching, the assistant coach, Michel, approached him with an excited expression and patted him on the shoulder. "Lin, you performed really well in this match. There's definitely no problem with you staying in Freiburg's youth training team. Moreover, I have to quietly tell you some good news." Michel's eyes sparkled with admiration. During the match, first-team coach Mr. Strike showed great interest in you. "Keep it up, kid. Who knows, you might be promoted to the first team soon." "Thank you, Mr. Michel." Feng sincerely expressed his gratitude, feeling very fond of the assistant coach who had helped him in such a crucial moment. After chatting with Feng for a bit, Michel left to talk to other players. Chapter 14. Winger or Asian? Immediately, an astonished voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ronald, you're not joking with me, are you? Our team needs a midfielder. We already have Trode on the front line." Ronald shook his head and calmly replied, "Head, I think you misunderstood me. The number 27 from Freiburg is someone we all overlooked. He only played for 45 minutes in the second half today and scored 2 goals. I believe his potential is even higher than Philip's. If trained properly, even if he doesn't make it to our first team, we can sell him for a high price." Right? There was silence on the other end for a moment, until the sound of a lighter broke the quiet. "I understand. I assume you have the footage? Send me the tape to have a look. I'll send you the tape later. Trust me, Head, he is definitely an excellent winger." A deep breath was heard from the other end of the line, and after more than 10 seconds, it seemed like a decision was finally made. "All right, Ronald. I trust your judgment as an experienced scout. I'll contact Freiburg, and you don't need to worry about the rest." Chapter 15. Feng exchanged a few pleasantries with his mother before returning to the training ground to continue practicing his shooting. Meanwhile, inside the administrative building of the Freiburg training base, the first-team head coach, Strike, was standing by the window, holding the phone, and gazing at the youth team's training field. "How are you considering it, Mr. Strike? Our offer from Bochum should be quite sincere, right?" The voice on the other end interrupted Strike's thoughts. He calmly lit a cigarette, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and replied, "The offer is indeed high. But you should know that Philip is a core player we are developing for Freiburg's future, and it is impossible for us to sell him to you at this time, even with a high bid." There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice spoke again. "All right then. How about Bochum borrowing Philip for a season? I assure you that the team will give him enough playing time. This is good for both your club and Philip, isn't it?" "Of course. On the condition that we also need to borrow another Freiburg U17 player with an added option to buy." "Oh, who?" Chapter 16. After signing the contract, Feng's excited heart calmed down considerably. Earning €500 a week at Freiburg and €2,000 at Bochum made a significant difference in skill proficiency. Feng did not have the expectation of playing in the Bundesliga immediately after joining Bochum. One should not be too ambitious, or it could lead to painful setbacks. He understood that Bochum chose to loan him mainly because he scored 2 goals in a friendly match. However, to actually play in the Bundesliga, where the rhythm and intensity are higher than the youth matches, he might not be able to handle it. He decided to first adapt to the team gradually and focus on improving his skill proficiency in private. Feng was planning his future at Bochum, with the first goal being to make it onto the team's roster and experience the professional field up close. He was not in a hurry to play. Compared to being a player, his proficiency panel was his greatest confidence. As long as he ensured that effort would yield rewards, he would continue to be disciplined, knowing that opportunities would eventually come. "All right." Cadlick nodded with satisfaction, his kind gaze sweeping over the 2 youth players he trained. Chapter 17. That evening, at 8 o'clock, Ronald drove his old car for 5 bumpy hours until he arrived in Bochum, located in the Ruhr area. The journey made Feng a bit carsick. If it weren't for the beautiful scenery outside, he might have thrown up. After parking outside a hotel, Ronald turned to the 2 in the back seat and awkwardly smiled. "It's already a bit late. I've booked a hotel for both of you. It's been a tiring journey, so make sure to rest well tonight. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning at 9 to take you to Bochum's training base." Philip nodded politely, responding, "Okay, Mr. Ronald, you should also rest early." After saying this, Feng and Philip said goodbye to Ronald and got out of the car to check into the hotel. That night, Although Lin Feng and Philip were a bit exhausted from the trip, they still sat together in the hotel lobby to discuss their future plans. Both were players loaned from Freiburg, naturally bonded together. Furthermore, since their personalities were quite compatible, they decided to rent a house together. A night passed without conversation. The next day, Ronald arrived at the hotel promptly at 9, bringing Lin Feng and Philip to Bochum's training base. Chapter 18 at the Bochum training base. On the training field. After warming up, Philip stood next to Lin Feng, tapping the ball, and asked, "Lin, how do we practice?" "I'll follow your lead." Lin Feng thought for a moment, and an idea struck him. He looked at Philip and said, "All right, I'll take the ball down the wing and cross it. And you shoot from the middle." Philip nodded, asking confidently, "Should we rotate after a few sets?" "No need." Lin Feng shook his head, "No rotation. We'll practice like this all afternoon." Philip frowned slightly, seriously considering Lin Feng's words. After a few seconds, he looked enlightened and said, "I get it now. It's because focusing on training one skill for a long time leads to faster improvement, right? I understand now. No wonder your shooting has improved so quickly." Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more, starting to dribble the ball on the field. Thud thud soon. The sound of passing the ball echoed on the training field as Lin Feng and Philip passed and cooperated on the opponent's half, with Lin Feng eventually bursting down the wing to complete the cross. However, although it was a cross, Philip found it quite challenging to receive the ball and shoot. Chapter 19, with some time left before the first team training camp at Bochum, Lin Feng and Philip did not wander around Bochum City during these days. After getting somewhat familiar with the surrounding area, they began their long training. Since Philip had an epiphany in judging the landing point, he became fully supportive of Lin Feng's training and turned into his free practice partner. Scout Ronald had only visited the two once during this time before heading off to other places to scout new youth players for Bochum. Mechanical training could indeed be very tedious, but sometimes when one has a goal, the training days do not seem boring. On July 7th, the night before meeting the head coach, at the Bochum training base on the first team's training field, as Lin Feng delivered another cross, he felt a unique sensation in his right ankle, causing him to stop and reflect. Skill: accurate cross LV2, proficiency, 1300, effect: after long periods of practice, you have gradually mastered the tips for crossing. With ample space, your crossing accuracy is very high. Finally, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. His face filled with joy, and then picked up the football again, adjusting to take another shot. Chapter 20. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback at first, his face flashing a hint of embarrassment, but it quickly passed. "Sir, my name is Lin Feng. You can call me Lin. I believe you will remember me soon." Freiburg nodded slightly, embraced him, and then let go, seemingly not taking Lin Feng's words to heart. Ronald hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "That's right, Mr. Freiburg. Lin's skills are very promising. It won't be long before he becomes an indispensable part of the front line at Bochum. The club warmly welcomes both of you. Please take a seat." Freiburg waved his hand, directing the two to sit at the front table of the press conference room. Lin Feng didn't feel much about this. Compared to Philip, he indeed had little fame. Philip had already made a name for himself in the Freiburg youth training camp, and many Bundesliga teams were interested in him. As for himself, he had only managed to stay at Freiburg through hard work and seize the opportunity of a friendly match to catch the eye of Scout Ronald, leading to his recruitment to Bochum. It was only natural for head coach Freiburg not to pay much attention to him. But as they say, a change in 3 days should be viewed with new eyes. Chapter 21. Lin Feng put on a yellow vest and, along with his yellow team teammates, came to their half of the field to engage in simple passing drills. Since many players in the yellow team were new signings for Bochum this season, too many of them did not know each other, and the whole process lacked private communication, consisting entirely of training jargon on the field. It felt more like a trial match than a preseason training match for a professional team. During training, Lin Feng kept observing his teammates, and most of them matched his stereotypical impression of the two. Bundesliga. Most were physically strong, and their technical skills were rather rough. This indeed aligned with the style of German football, which favored physical confrontation and direct attacks. If a problem could be solved with one pass, usually no one would want to take second. Lin Feng took a deep breath, trying to adjust his physical condition before warming up. He knew that he wasn't strong enough to compete against top teams yet, so he could only hope for good opportunities to leverage his strengths and achieve an outstanding performance. Beep. Soon, the warm-up ended, and head coach Freiburg blew the whistle to signal readiness. Everyone arranged their formations in their respective halves, waiting for the match to begin. Chapter 22. The yellow team player, actively participating in the attack, immediately saw the football hit the net and opened his arms to cheer, rushing towards Lv5. Beautiful. The yellow team midfielder Barut, who had just completed the assist, was the first to rush over and celebrate with Lv5. The receiving, breaking through, and shooting were all spectacular. Unexpectedly, this summer, the team had gained such a fast winger. You can call me Beirut, buddy. Your arrival has added more options to the team's attacking plays. Lv5 had a good impression of this player, who was the first to show him goodwill. A smile appeared on his face as he warmly replied, "Hello, I'm Lin. I look forward to your guidance this season." In a team, aside from mutual competition among players in the same position, in most cases, no one holds inherent malice toward strangers. At this moment, Lv5 showcased his abilities, and more people began to show him goodwill. Soon, other yellow team players also rushed over to celebrate with Lv5, and he thanked each one with a smile. He didn't act modest or say anything polite. In a new team, socializing and competition would start anew, and generously showcasing his strengths and weaknesses would earn him fair treatment from others. Chapter 23. While actively running, Lv5 was slightly stunned for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He had awakened a new skill, vision, which undoubtedly improved his ability to read the game and would significantly enhance his performance. In football matches, regardless of the position, one needs to have a very high level of vision. Those superstar players who resonate in the football world not only reach peak levels in certain abilities, but also possess unique visions that allow them to grasp the game. The key point is that, as it stands, vision can improve in proficiency simply by playing in fast-paced matches. This means that he can enhance it through continuous play without the need for arduous training. Moreover, if he wants to improve his vision ability in a short time, he should watch match footage regularly and analyze it carefully to enhance his understanding. So, during the day, after tiring training sessions, he could come home at night and watch more match footage to learn from other football masters' interpretations of the game. Soon, Lv5 pulled back his thoughts, temporarily setting aside the matter of his vision ability and focusing all his attention on the field. Bang! Chapter 24. Trode excitedly hugged Lv5 to celebrate the goal. "I remember in the first half, you also scored a beautiful goal. I didn't expect your crossing to be so accurate. Looking forward to fighting for Bochum with you." Facing such a friendly player, Lv5 was also very enthusiastic. "Haha, your header was very precise too." After the celebration, the game quickly resumed. Because of Lv5's good performance, he had many opportunities to receive the ball. However, his frequent breakthroughs and sprints soon left him feeling physically exhausted within just a few minutes. This situation was quickly noticed by the coaching staff on the sidelines, leading to Lv5 being substituted. After leaving the field, Lv5 immediately began stretching his leg muscles to prevent soreness the next day. Head coach Freiburg, who had approached at some point, patted him on the shoulder with a smile, saying, "Sorry, kid, I apologize for underestimating you when we first met. Scout Ronald really has a good eye. He's brought me a great surprise. 1 goal and 1 assist, that's a great stat. If you can perform like this in the Bundesliga, that would be even better." Lv5's face showed joy as he joked slightly. "If I perform like this in the Bundesliga, wouldn't my market value skyrocket by hundreds of thousands?" Chapter 25. After the training match ended, the Bochum players got to know each other and then left the training base to return to their homes. After a high-intensity training match today, Lv5 felt a bit sore all over, so he didn't plan to stay at the training ground for extra practice. Anyway, when he got home at night, he would also try to watch match footage to see if he could improve his vision ability. Regarding Lv5's plan, Philip naturally had no objections. He had been competing longer than Lv5 and was somewhat mentally and physically exhausted. That evening, Lv5 finished his wash early and lay on his bed analyzing classic match footage. After analyzing seriously for over an hour, he opened the proficiency panel and clearly saw that his vision proficiency had increased slightly. Although it wasn't much, this improvement at least allowed his body to rest, which was simply wonderful. The next day, before the Bochum preseason training session started, Lv5 began to train intensively with Philip at Bochum's training base. The head coach, Freiburg, had also issued the preseason training schedule, which included only 8 training sessions per week, each lasting 2 hours. Based on this arrangement, Lv5 decided to do extra training every day, with 4 hours of extra training on double training days and 6 hours on single training days. Chapter 26. Skill. Precision curved ball Lv3. Proficiency 11,000. Effect: repeated training has allowed you to grasp the secrets of crossing. With slight adjustments on the flanks, you can deliver precise, curved balls, creating aerial threats. Up to now, he had upgraded his second skill to Lv3, significantly enhancing his overall ability. As a winger, both his shooting and crossing were impressive, and he was strong enough to compete for a starting position. Since head coach Freiburg hadn't chosen him for this round of the league, there was no need for him to be upset about something that couldn't be changed. Affecting his mood. With his abilities improving, he believed it wouldn't be long before he became an indispensable member of Bochum's first team. After the Bochum first team's bus left the training base, Feng had to practice shuttle runs alone on the training field, without Philip to train with. This was the only independent exercise that was convenient for him. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Feng had already finished training, cleaned up, and sat on the sofa of his rented apartment, watching the match between Bochum and Paderborn. He remembered that Paderborn had a rather miserable season. Chapter 27 on August 1st. The second round of the two. Bundesliga, the home match against Duisburg, would kick off at 7 o'clock tonight. At 9 in the morning, Feng arrived early at the first team's training ground at the training base. After finishing breakfast, he began today's dribbling training. Philip didn't practice dribbling with him, as his dribbling and ball control skills were also among the best in Bochum's first team. So he went to the gym to work on his physical abilities. Lin. Not long into training, Feng heard an urgent voice rushing onto the field. He looked up and saw Philip hurrying towards him, filled with excitement. "What's wrong, Philip?" Seeing Philip's expression, Feng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Could it be that we've been selected for the roster? After Bochum's previous match ended in a draw, head coach Freiburg had expressed the idea of changing the formation for the next match. Therefore, the 18-man roster that was supposed to be announced yesterday was delayed until this morning. Once the roster was announced today, the players would need to head to the home stadium, Ruhrstadion, for pre-match training in the afternoon. Chapter 28. Their eyes were all focused on the TV screen, and they quickly saw a close-up of Feng's face. He looked calm, not overly tense or excited. Currently, no media in the country had purchased the broadcasting rights for the two. Bundesliga, so this match was being watched through pirated resources found online by Lin, who asked the young guy next door. Since it wasn't a domestic broadcast, the commentators were still using German, which the two couldn't understand. However, Lin used to love watching football, so he started to explain the situation on the field to his partner. Lin is a young player from Huawei, only 17 years old, just loaned to Bochum from Freiburg's youth academy this season. Today is destined to be a memorable day for him. In the previous match of Bochum's club opener, they failed to defeat a Paderborn team with an incomplete lineup. Coach Freiburg also introduced some new faces in this match, hoping for a good performance. At the Freiburg training base, in the U-17 dormitory, everyone get up, hurry up, with a cheer. All the youth players who heard it almost immediately got out of bed. Chapter 29. Seeing the opponent's long pass, Feng immediately turned and retreated, moving with his teammates to maintain formation. After so many years of playing football, his basic tactical understanding was no worse than that of the two Bundesliga players. He just lacked confidence. You must be that 17-year-old new player from Bochum, right? The right back from Duisburg moved forward alongside Feng and sneered, starting a psychological battle. "So young, your foot skills should be good, right? If you have the guts, come and try to take me on." This kind of psychological warfare is quite common in matches. Everyone feels a lot of pressure, and it's normal to throw out a few taunts. "All right, I'll give it a try." Feng turned and smiled in reply, already eager to give it a shot. There were over 20,000 fans in attendance, their eyes glued to the players on the field. If he could pull off a spectacular dribble, a brilliant pass, or even score, it would undoubtedly boost his confidence as a young player. Watch the formation. Retreat. Be careful of the second ball. On the sidelines, Bochum's head coach Freiburg was gesturing and shouting at the players. Chapter 30. In the stands, tens of thousands of Bochum fans in blue and white jerseys stood up excitedly from their seats, erupting in deafening cheers. "Oh my God, that curved cross was incredible. Trode has scored the first goal of the new season. Who is that kid?" Someone raised their hands in celebration, their eyes shining with hope. "Is it the number 33 player who assisted? Didn't you see the pre-match player introduction? He's a Huaxiao player loaned from Freiburg, only 17. He's so talented." The dribble and cross were seamless, completely different from his earlier performance. What was his name again? I think it was Lin. This is his first professional league debut. As most Bochum fans were curious about the assisting player, Feng's name echoed wildly in the stands, and the elements of his debut were well known among Bochum fans. Those who initially doubted Coach Freiburg's selection standards turned back at this moment and began to shout Feng's name, hoping to make him remember this wonderful moment. Chapter 31. Meanwhile, in Eastern Huagua, Lin's father and mother sat together in front of the sofa, watching the match intently. Little Lin has the ball. Go past him, good. Father Lin's eyes were filled with excitement, just like when he watched Feng play football in the park back then. He was gesticulating animatedly. Good opportunity. Pass the ball quickly, the ball's in. It's an assist from Lin. He excitedly stood up, grabbed a beer from the table, and drank it down in one go. That's great. Can Lin stay in this team to play forever? Upon hearing this, Father Lin smiled and shook his head, not in a hurry to explain. His gaze lingered on Feng, celebrating in the footage for a moment before he said, "No, Lin won't stay in this team forever. There's a bigger stage waiting for him." For Mother Lin, who didn't pay much attention to the matches, being able to play for a European team and establish himself might be good enough. However, Father Lin's vision extended beyond that. He clearly understood that with Feng's current performance, he would definitely reach the top 5 leagues in the future. At the Ruhr Stadium, all the Bochum fans stood up, raising their hands and singing the team anthem, passionately cheering for their team. In the second half, Duisburg fought fiercely, with most players having been reprimanded by the head coach during halftime, becoming more engaged in the match. This led to their overall combat effectiveness gradually showing, no longer being completely suppressed by Bochum. In the 51st minute, Philipp had a shooting opportunity near the penalty area. Bang! He shot hard, but the ball went off target and flew into the stands. Philipp slapped his head in frustration, apologizing to his teammates with an embarrassed expression. It was a great opportunity, but he still lacked Feng's shooting skills. Seeing Philipp, Feng felt a bit itchy inside. From that position, if he took a few steps forward to adjust, he could still make a decent shot. In the first half, he had a good chance at the edge of the penalty area, but unfortunately, his mindset wasn't stable enough at that moment, coupled with the opponent's fierce defensive interference, which made him rush his shot, and it was easily collected by the opposing goalkeeper. If he were given another chance, he might truly be able to take a spectacular shot to test Duisburg's goalkeeper. However, in such a high-level match, opportunities don't come by often and need to be created by teammates. Score reversal. Bochum regained the lead. A goal from Philipp. Once again, it was Lin's assist, achieving a rare assist double in his debut. Such a sharp breakthrough and cross. It seems the Bochum coach, Freiburg, had good reason to let him start directly. Let's get to know these two lone players from Freiburg again. From now on, there will be 2 new stars in the 2. Bundesliga. The commentator from German Sports Channel 1 gave both of them high praise, appreciating and optimistic about the young players. This is not only a commentary of commentators, but also a widespread sentiment among fans. No one dislikes young stars. The excitement of discovering a talented young player is incomparable to anything else. People love to be loyal fans of young talents, growing alongside them and experiencing the joy of their development. Unexpectedly, U2 directly secured this goal. One of the Bochum players praised openly while celebrating. Trode high-fived the two and excitedly joked, "Yeah, Bochum has more attacking options now." At the same time, we old guys need to step up, or else all the spotlight will be stolen by these 2 young ones. Freiburg chuckled lightly, not directly answering Feng's question. Perhaps in his heart, he thought Feng was joking. After all, very few players can be all-rounders. Most have their own skill sets and can only perform optimally in the teams they fit best. But Feng is very young and highly adaptable. As long as he loves to learn and practice, Freiburg is willing to mold him into the strongest winger suited for Bochum's lineup. After ending the conversation, Feng sat on the bench with a towel, wiping off sweat while hydrating and observing the situation on the field. Head coach Freiburg returned to the coaching area, directing the situation on the field. Not long after sitting down, the spectators erupted in intense cheers again. The team's right winger, Barut, shot a low ball into Duisburg's goal from within the penalty area. Bochum scores again, 3-1, sealing the victory. The Bochum players in blue and white jerseys crazily rushed to the corner area, celebrating the goal and the victory. By this time, the match had already reached the 83rd minute, and Duisburg was inherently at a disadvantage compared to Bochum. The next day, at the Freiburg training base, the head coach, Streich, who had achieved 2 consecutive victories, was in a good mood. He arrived at the office early, not in a hurry to work, but instead leisurely brewed himself a cup of coffee. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door, and an urgent voice came through. It seemed the visitor was a bit anxious. Strike put down his coffee, quickly walked to the door, and opened it to find U17 team head coach Kadlec standing at the entrance, beaming with joy. "Come in, Kadlec." He gestured for him to sit first. And once they were both seated on the sofa, he asked, "Is something happening? You look very anxious." "Absolutely, it's fantastic news." Kadlec's smile seemed to overflow as he pulled out his phone and displayed a news article in front of Strike. "Do you remember Lin and Philip, who were loaned to Bochum?" "Of course I do." Strike nodded, then picked up Kadlec's phone to scroll through the news, only to be stunned in place, his pupils constricting in disbelief at what he saw. After a moment, he shook his head, turned his head back, and his voice was filled with shock. "Of course not." Strike waved his hand, his expression vacant, the earlier enthusiasm completely drained. "I think we should be a bit more optimistic, shouldn't we? Lin has only started one match at Bochum, and it's not impossible to get 2 assists by chance. Perhaps we should observe him in a few more matches before drawing conclusions. What if his ultimate level is indeed limited? Wouldn't we be wasting time regretting it here?" Although Strike said this, it was apparent from his pale complexion that this time he likely misjudged him. But what he said was indeed correct. No young player can have their future achievements decided by just one match. It requires observing their performance over an entire season to determine whether they can compete in higher-level leagues. Seeing Kadlec with his head down, silent, Strike immediately stood up, putting an end to the matter. "All right, let's handle this for now. Ahiri, you go arrange for the club's data analyst to pay special attention to Lin's matches. As long as he plays, you should send me the detailed data analysis and match footage." Chapter 37 in the following days. Feng followed a structured training regimen to prepare himself for establishing a foothold in the two Bundesliga. Philip also kept his promise, inviting Feng to the most famous German pork knuckle restaurant in Bochum after their training sessions. While eating the pork knuckle, Feng felt a strong sense of Northeast Chinese flavor, as if he were enjoying a dish very similar to those back home in a foreign land. August 9th. The first round of the DFB Pokal arrived as scheduled, with Bochum playing away against Samroer. Faced with this amateur team, head coach Freiburg indeed chose to field an all-reserve team. Philip was given the chance to start, while Feng sat on the bench, as Freiburg did not let him start. The match proceeded without any surprises. At halftime, Bochum was already leading 3-0, with Philip earning an assist. It was a complete slaughter with almost no suspense. When the second half began, Feng walked over to Freiburg. "Mr. Freiburg, I want to play to warm up and keep my form." Freiburg turned his head in slight surprise. "Are you sure?" "The DFB Pokal isn't part of my plans for this season. We'll see how far we can go. It's not particularly important." Chapter 38, the DFB Pokal adopts a knockout system. And in the early rounds, too, Bundesliga teams cannot face Bundesliga teams. Therefore, most Bundesliga teams can achieve victories in the early rounds. And how far they can go later depends on luck. Bochum is not considered a weak team in the two Bundesliga. This season, their focus is definitely on the league, aiming to secure promotion. As for the DFB Pokal, even head coach Freiburg does not hold much hope. After the match, Bochum's players boarded the team bus heading back to the city. Feng played for less than 40 minutes in this match. He wasn't too fatigued, but during the boring bus ride, he pondered a bit about his future development before falling into a deep sleep. There's no way to grind proficiency, so occasionally slacking off to relax is also a good choice. Meanwhile, far away in the east in Huaxia, the last round of the Chinese Super League had just concluded, and Evergrande surprisingly lost 1-2 at home to Greenland Shenhua, causing many fans to feel uneasy about the team's current situation. At this moment, in the office of the sports director of Evergrande Football Club, the then head coach, Scolari, with a head full of gray hair, a white beard, and a beer belly, sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression, showing a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Chapter 39 in the following days, Feng's physical fatigue gradually subsided, and he slowly increased the intensity of his training, spending all day training in the club's gym. The new skills he had recently acquired would yield greater short-term improvements the sooner he grinded them, and he couldn't wait. August 12th, 3 days remained before the two Bundesliga third-round match away against Nuremberg. In the afternoon, at the gym, after finishing his running training, Feng sat directly on the ground, panting, feeling his legs tremble slightly. This pain spread throughout his body, causing his muscles to spasm, but soon this feeling gradually disappeared. Feng knew this was the sensation of breaking through to Lv2 in endurance. Skill, endurance Lv2, proficiency, 1300, effect, after repeated long-distance running training. You begin to master breathing techniques. Your physical energy consumption while running decreases, and your endurance becomes more lasting. Looking at this text, Feng felt something was off, but it didn't affect his mood. His physical and psychological qualities had both improved a notch. Chapter 40. Feng nodded gently, affirming what head coach Freiburg had said. In fact, even if Freiburg hadn't said these things to him, he wouldn't have cared about what the fans said. He had more important matters at hand. This was his first away starting match in his professional career, and he hoped to score his first goal in professional league today. Beep. At 7:55, with only 5 minutes left before the match officially started, the 3 referees led both teams down the player tunnel towards the field. Feng held the hand of a young ball boy, following the team's pace, stepping into this predominantly red tunnel leading out onto the pitch. Looking ahead, 14 glaring floodlights appeared, surrounded by numerous smaller spotlights. Anfels in wilder Brandung, der alles bestand. The Nuremberg fans were singing their team anthem loudly, with over 30,000 fans' voices converging into a deafening roar. This was Nuremberg's home ground, the Grundig Stadium. Goosebumps rose on Feng's skin. Although he had already experienced a starting appearance once, this was his first time in an away match. Chapter 41. Beep. The referee immediately blew the whistle, pointing to the center circle, indicating the goal was valid. The goal was scored, 1-0. Feng's powerful shot in the penalty area secured his first goal in the 2. Bundesliga. A surge of fire erupted from his chest, making him excitedly raise his arms and sprint towards the corner flag, performing a sliding celebration towards the Bochum fans. Oh! At that moment, the Bochum fans who had traveled to the Grundig Stadium stood up, raising their arms and cheering. They followed their team to the away match, spending time and money, even facing provocations at the away ground. But at this moment, all their emotions were released. They just needed to cheer and wave their arms passionately. How does it feel to score? The player closest to Feng, Tyrant, was the first to run over and hugged him tightly from behind. Awesome. Feng beamed, using just those 2 short words to describe the feeling of scoring. This goal released all the fatigue he had felt over the past few months, immersing him in joy. If given a chance, he wished to score in every match. Chapter 42. In Huagua, in a southern mountain city. Late at night, as the football hit the net, Lin's father, Lin Daocheng, was the first to stand up from the sofa, excitedly raising his arms. He scored. Little Lin scored. At this moment, Lin's mother slowly realized what was happening. Not understanding the game, she sometimes couldn't even find Feng on the television. Is it little Lin? Lin's mother squinted her eyes and furrowed her brows slightly, becoming a bit nervous. When the broadcast camera focused on Feng again, she immediately clapped her hands. It really is little Lin. This is his first goal in the league. She actually didn't understand what this goal represented, but she knew that being able to score on the field meant being impressive. In her view, this truly signified that Feng had established himself at Bochum in Europe. Is that brother? A childish voice suddenly rang out from behind the sofa, startling Lin's father and mother. Turning around, they saw Lin Qingran, who had sneaked out in her pajamas to watch the game, and they were both angry and amused. Tomorrow was supposed to be a weekend, but since watching Feng's match would last until after 4 in the morning, they decided against letting Lin Qingran stay up late. But who knew she hadn't fallen asleep and had quietly come out to watch the match? Chapter 43. The match time passed quickly, and before long, it was already in the first half stoppage time. There were 4 minutes of stoppage time in the first half, and Bochum had created several good opportunities, with both the number of corner kicks and set pieces significantly higher than Nuremberg. This young player from Freiburg, Lin, was performing remarkably well, even when facing seasoned defensive players from the 2. Bundesliga. He dared to take on challenges, which made the Nuremberg players quite uncomfortable. You could see that Nuremberg's head coach Reginald had been looking rather grim. In the last German Cup match, he led Nuremberg to a 0-0 draw against an amateur team, and I think he wanted a victory more than anyone else. Let's take a look at this attack. A beautiful 1-2 in the middle. Rossi's precise through ball found Lin, who received the ball and broke into the penalty area. How would he handle this shot? On the field, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Feng had already dribbled into the penalty area. Behind him were 2 defenders who had just reacted and were chasing him relentlessly. Ahead, Nuremberg's goalkeeper took the initiative to charge out, standing at the edge of the small penalty area, lowering his center of gravity, ready to pounce. Feng glanced at the center of the penalty area and noticed that his opponents had focused all their attention on him. with even the Nuremberg center back on his right moving closer. Chapter 44, just as Trode was building a relationship with Feng, assistant coach Humphrey came over. He first shook Feng's hand tightly and excitedly encouraged him, saying, 2 league matches, 1 goal, and 3 assists. I feel like you can compete for the 2. Bundesliga Player of the Month. It was truly an honor for Bochum this season to have a player like you on loan. Feng scratched his head and humbly replied, Best player is still early for me. I should thank the coaching staff. If it weren't for Bochum giving me this opportunity, I might still be playing in some unknown youth league this season. Although he modestly deflected with his words, Feng felt a surge of interest in his heart. For a young player like him, any award would become a milestone in his career. And the significance of the Player of the Month award goes without saying. At least from the performance data, he would likely become this month's best player in the 2. Bundesliga, setting a goal in his heart. He decided to strive in that direction. Then, Humphrey turned his gaze to Philip beside him. Oh, I almost forgot something. Hurry up and warm up. You'll be going in for the second half. Chapter 45 on the field. All the Nuremberg fans witnessed the scene they least wanted to see. Feng used his chest to control the ball. Then with his right foot, he deftly nudged the ball forward, and his whole body quickly followed. Bang! He adjusted the ball, swung his body, drew back his leg, and unleashed a powerful shot towards the Nuremberg goal. From this position, the ball was very close to the goal, and it immediately lifted off the ground, the powerful shot breaking through the crowd and smashing into the back of the net. Thud! A dull sound echoed, and the ball was in again. 3-1. Bochum had once again widened the gap against Nuremberg to 2 goals. Oh! The Bochum fans, who had traveled from afar, instantly emerged from the silence of the previous goal and fell into ecstatic cheers once more. On the sidelines, head coach Freiburg, who had been looking somewhat down in the coach's seat, suddenly brightened up, stood up, and rushed into the coaching area. Well done. This time, he not only waved his arms, but even began to shout excitedly on the sidelines. Philip's cross was cleared by the Nuremberg center back, but the danger was not yet resolved, and the ball landed at the edge of the penalty area. Chapter 46. The match had entered stoppage time. Nuremberg, trailing behind, still had no opportunities to equalize the score, while Bochum frequently gained chances, nearly extending their lead again. On the field, Feng was breathing heavily, moving with the team's formation. He still had some energy left to continue running in the attack, but wasn't eager to push forward aggressively for challenges. However, with Bochum in a favorable position and him being a key player in the front line, no Bochum player felt pressured by his lack of active defense. This led Feng to smoothly continue playing the entire match in the 2. Bundesliga. For him, this was certainly an opportunity for improvement. Humphrey, you must have noticed, right? With only a few minutes left in the match, Bochum's head coach Freiburg stopped observing the situation on the field and casually chatted with assistant coach Humphrey beside him. What? Humphrey was momentarily taken aback, but as his gaze followed Freiburg's towards Feng, he quickly understood. Oh, you mean Lin's stamina, right? I'm also quite amazed. He's brought us so many surprises. In less than half a month, he's improved in so many aspects. Chapter 47. What? As soon as Feng finished speaking, many media reporters present showed signs of surprise. Scoring and assisting over 10? That claim seemed a bit grand, not to mention young players. Even many who have made a name for themselves in the 2. Bundesliga have never achieved those stats in their careers. A reporter's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm, clearly not satisfied with the lack of explosive news, and continued to press on. That's a brave goal. But have you considered that your impressive stats at the start of the season might be because opponents are not familiar with you? Once other teams thoroughly study your playing style, it will be nearly impossible for you to score and assist easily in the 2. Bundesliga. Feng smiled and nodded, not denying it. I know, but I can't stay stagnant forever. I'm still young, and I will definitely improve. At this point, Feng's face was filled with confidence, and he added, trust me, you will definitely see it. After saying that, he thanked the media reporters and then turned to leave the interview area. The media reporters watched his back, feeling a wave of shock again. That figure indeed had a bit of youthful exuberance and a hint of youthful arrogance. Chapter 48. Yeah. In the highlights, Feng, who scored a brace, shouted excitedly as he slid on his knees to celebrate in the corner area, and the broadcast camera immediately shifted to the ecstatic Bochum fans in the stands. Seeing this scene, head coach Streich sat in place, his brow furrowed, silently lighting another cigarette. His gaze somewhat dejected. In fact, he had sensed something was wrong the moment he saw the report about Feng, a young winger gaining attention in the 2. Bundesliga would undoubtedly attract bids from other teams after the season ends, as long as Bochum is not foolish. They wouldn't care about the so-called club relationships and would opt to exercise their priority buyout clause for Lv5. This not only meant that his misjudgment could lead Freiburg to lose several million euros, but it would also be publicly exposed by the media, becoming a laughingstock in European football. He might even be more outstanding than Philip. Why didn't I notice this back then? Strike shook his head, throwing a soul-searching question at himself. Perhaps it was because he had labeled Lv5 as talented yet hard-working the first time he saw him. Chapter 49. Feng shook his head, clearly not minding Mr. Felbeck's oversight due to his busy schedule. Instead, he was more curious about what Felbeck and Strike discussed during their call. Perhaps sensing the confusion in Feng's eyes, Felbeck chuckled lightly and asked, "What's up?" "Curious about what I talked about with Freiburg's first-team head coach, Mr. Strike?" "Yes," Feng nodded, not hiding anything. Speaking candidly with a coach he trusted could sometimes avoid many communication misunderstandings. "It was Mr. Strike who contacted me. He wants to pay Bochum a breach of contract fee to recall you to Freiburg early." Felbeck shrugged, a smirk of sarcasm appearing on his face. "You should know what he means, right? He thinks you performed well in these 2 matches with Bochum, and after this season, your market value will skyrocket. He doesn't want to lose millions of euros due to the priority buyout clause." The priority buyout clause in the loan contract was essentially a gamble between both clubs, a bet on the coaching staff's assessment of a player's future. Since it had a gambling nature, who wins or loses depended entirely on ability. Chapter 50. Indeed, when Philip heard Feng's weekly salary, he completely shut down. How could it be almost double his own? Philip found it hard to accept, but when he thought about how Feng was already the team's starting left winger and had started in the last few matches, he felt he could accept it. Higher wages meant greater ability. Feng already had many responsibilities on the field, but Philip felt he was not inferior and could take on more responsibilities. Becoming a player like Feng. Soon, arriving at the training ground, Feng and Philip entered training mode again. During training, Feng was very excited, putting a lot of effort into every action. Why? Because he was earning 10,000 euros a week at just 17. Do you know how exhilarating that is? Who wouldn't be thrilled? On August 23rd, Bochum faced 1860 Munich at home in the 4th round of the 2. Bundesliga. 1860 Munich is a historically significant team, but since their relegation to the 2. Bundesliga in 2005, they have struggled for years. Last year, to repay loans, they even ceded the rights to use Allianz Arena to Bayern Munich. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. The first endorsement on September 1st in the 5th round of the 2. Bundesliga. Bochum hosted Sandhausen at the Ruhr Stadium. Before the match, some media predicted that although Bochum had achieved 3 consecutive wins, their attacking tactics were singular and heavily relied on a young player, indicating their strength was not robust. After the last match against 1860 Munich, anyone could figure out how to stop their attack. This prediction was not without reason. A team that can go far usually does not rely entirely on one player, but blossoms in multiple areas. A team like Bochum, depending on a fresh 17-year-old debuting in the professional league, was not favored by many. The match began with Sandhausen kicking off, and they quickly established their momentum, stunning Bochum with a series of effective plays. Kosicki and Kratz executed a wall pass. Beautiful. It's through. Kosicki's through ball broke Bochum's defense. Can Watten get to this ball? He squeezed through one-on-one. Shot. The ball is in. 1-0. Watten has given Sandhausen the lead away from home. In familiar territory, Watten once again dribbled into the penalty area. Chapter 52. My name is Gabriel. I have been running this bar for 22 years since taking over from my father. Gabriel smiled and pointed to the glasses of liquor in front of the 2, then added, "This is a drink I mix myself. It tastes pretty good. Give it a try. This bar is called Lamek Bar because my grandfather was Lamek's brother. I think you should know Lamek, right? He is one of the players with the most appearances in Bundesliga history and has played 518 matches for Bochum. However, now many fans don't even know who Lamek is. After all, he is only known for his appearances with Bochum, not as the most famous player in Bochum's history. Nowadays, many people prefer young players. Indeed, your few matches with Bochum have been spectacular and have already won over many fans. Of course, there is also this guy next to you, Philip, who suddenly felt a bit awkward and reminded Philip. He felt insulted. After all, he had played a few games for Bochum and even scored. Why didn't the fans remember him? Could it be that he had an ordinary face? Gabriel also nodded awkwardly, then continued, fans are starting to like young players. I certainly have to keep up with the trend and find some young players to promote the bar. Chapter 53 at 7 in the evening, the Esprit Arena in Dusseldorf. Dusseldorf. This stadium, which can accommodate over 50,000 fans, was packed to capacity, with more than 40,000 fans from Dusseldorf chanting the home team's name, creating an incredible atmosphere. Feng stood with the other players in the center of the field for the pre-match ceremony, his gaze sweeping over the fans before finally landing on the goal. Playing away inherently has its disadvantages, but he was never afraid of these. He was clear that he needed to fight for the Bochum fans supporting him. Moreover, at this moment, Gabriel's bar on Chemnader Street was probably filled with Bochum fans eagerly waiting for the match to start. This was his first endorsement, and this was the first match. He didn't want to ruin his reputation right away, as he was counting on Gabriel to seek him out for more endorsement deals in the future. So, in this match, he must give his all to score goals or provide assists, helping Gabriel's bar gain some business. With a spectacular moment, he continues to deepen his impression in the minds of the fans. At this moment, both his goal and desire to win reached their peak. Chapter 54 After Feng collided with a defensive midfielder from Dusseldorf, his body did not directly stumble or lose possession. Instead, he felt little physical impact and saw the opponent bounce off after suffering a heavy blow. The defensive midfielder from Dusseldorf was agile and quick, with decent passing ability, but his physical confrontation skills were not much better than Feng's. Although Feng staggered a few steps forward from the collision, he quickly regained his balance and kept the ball under his control. Intense physical clashes? Feng immediately felt his adrenaline surge, his whole body boiling with excitement. Such pure strength confrontations easily excite the victor. Oh, the Bochum fan section erupted in a shocked cheer, as they had just wanted to curse and blame the Dusseldorf midfielder for being too rough. But unexpectedly, Feng emerged victorious from this confrontation. On the field, as he reached the edge of the penalty area, Feng first glanced at the situation on the field, then continued to push forward against the opposing fullback. As Hoagland prepared to make a run along the sideline, Feng made a motion to pull the ball back, intending to pass it to his teammate making the run. Chapter 55 This penalty was created by Feng's individual skill, and the other Bochum players were very excited, as the stalemate score was likely to change because of it. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded. Feng stood 12 yards from a goal, his gaze fixed on the opposing goalkeeper, his eyes revealing determination. Dusseldorf's goalkeeper, Lenzing, also stood ready in front of the goal. This 31-year-old goalkeeper was very experienced. He came from Bayern Munich's youth training and played in the Bundesliga early in his career, even winning the Bundesliga title with the team. Before the match, the head coach mentioned that Feng's shooting was exquisite. Here we go. He lowered his center of gravity, getting ready for a defensive powerhouse, while constantly trying to read Feng's movements to judge the direction of the penalty kick. Taking a deep breath, Feng stepped back a few paces to the left, then jogged forward, making it seem like he was going to kick the ball to the right. Bang! Hearing the sound of Feng making contact with the ball, Dusseldorf's goalkeeper, Lenzing, immediately dove in the direction Feng appeared to be kicking. He anticipated Feng's shot direction. If he just stood still and waited for the ball to come out before making a judgment, he would undoubtedly look like a novice goalkeeper. Chapter 56 The focus returned to the Sigil Arena. Feng's penalty ignited the passion of the fans on site, giving Bochum players even more desire to win. However, shortly after the match resumed, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Bochum entered halftime with a 1-0 lead. In the home locker room of Dusseldorf, head coach Claude angrily scolded the players. The assistant coach beside him pulled at his sleeve and advised, "There's no need to be so harsh. We still have a chance in the second half." "Shouldn't I be scolding?" Claude spread his hands in exasperation, questioning the players. The entire defensive line isn't just out of form. It's like their brains are full of water. When I told you to mark Bochum's number 33, if you can't do it, just commit a tactical foul. You wait until they're in the penalty area before you stretch your legs? Can you please put out that damn foot earlier? Is it that precious? Coach Claude's hysterical reprimands left some players feeling dissatisfied. Among them was the defensive midfielder who frequently clashed with Feng in the first half, who couldn't help but voice his complaints. "It's all our fault? Isn't the coaching staff at fault? That guy's physical quality is not lacking at all. We can't push him at all." Chapter 57 New Skills Acquired. The skill of ball control is absolutely a crucial auxiliary skill. When improved, it greatly helps both dribbling and ball stopping. It can be said that Lin Feng previously relied mostly on speed to break through and shake off defenders on the flanks. But with improved ball control, combined with dribbling, he can showcase more skills using his excellent footwork among the crowd. However, right now, his dribbling and ball control levels are still relatively low. Once his proficiency increases, the results will surely be different. After observing the improvement, Lin Feng continued to run actively, waiting for an opportunity. His stamina was still quite sufficient, and in this match, he intended to make Dusseldorf pay. Finally, in the 71st minute of the match, bang! With Lin Feng's active attempt, he ran into the gap behind the opposing right center back, and Philip's pass came again. It was a nearly ground-level pass, and the quality was decent. Lin Feng found it not very difficult to control the ball and charged into the penalty area. In the stands, many Bochum fans had already stood up from their seats. "Don't foul!" The panicked shouts of Dusseldorf players rang out as their right center back and other teammates quickly chased back, preparing to surround him. Chapter 58, send him off. Otherwise, I will definitely appeal to the German Football Association. On the sidelines, Bochum's head coach Freiburg was furious and rushed to the fourth official, pointing and waving his hands, while exerting pressure on the fourth official. However, this was Dusseldorf's home ground, and after separating both teams, the referee appeared to be filled with pressure and hesitation. The Bochum fans on site seemed to sense something was off. If the referee was going to issue a card, he would have done so already. Boo! 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 There were boos all around, with many voices cursing the referee. But he simply walked over to Francis, warned him a few times, and signaled for the game to continue. He resolved the conflict in this silent manner. Black referee. The dissatisfaction of Bochum fans was quickly drowned out by the shouts of Dusseldorf fans, and even Freiburg's complaints on the sidelines could not be heard. Fans could only see him standing in the Bochum coaching area, constantly waving his arms and spitting as he spoke. The match quickly resumed, and this conflict seemed to end just like that. But Lin Feng continued to run actively on the flank, his gaze wandering between Francis and the Dusseldorf goal. Chapter 59. Not long after, the intense cheers erupted again in the stadium, and the two people in the locker room could feel the vibrations coming from above. Lin Feng focused intently, listening carefully to what the fans were chanting. "We scored again. I hear the fans cheering for Bochum." Philip nodded happily in agreement. The sound indeed did not come from the home team's fans. If Dusseldorf had scored more goals, the cheers from the more than 30,000 home fans would have been even more intense. Yeah, about 10 minutes later, accompanied by the referee's whistle, the stadium erupted into another wave of excited shouts. Without thinking much, it was definitely the screams of the Bochum fans. Bochum defeated Dusseldorf 4-0 away. Lin Feng and Philip celebrated excitedly in the locker room. After a short while, the other Bochum players pushed the door and returned to the locker room. They did not give Lin Feng and Philip, who had caused a stir today, any chance to speak and directly pulled them into the team, swaying casually to Bochum's team song. Chapter 60. On September 12th, in the 7th round of the Bundesliga, Bochum was set to face Kaiserslautern at home. Kaiserslautern, a team that once created miracles, was not considered a weak team in this season's Bundesliga. The punishment announcement regarding Philip was also released the day before the match day. This investigation took a week, and Philip was ultimately only suspended for 2 matches and fined €3,000. This punishment was very lenient, almost at the minimum line, likely due to head coach Freiburg leveraging connections with the club for a lighter penalty. As for the referee from the last match, he was also punished by the German Football Association. Referees have the discretion to judge the severity of fouls, but treating everyone equally is a basic requirement. The German Football Association believed that he failed to make the correct call when the Dusseldorf player committed a foul for the first time, leading to retaliatory actions from both sides. Thus, the incident from the 6th round of the Bundesliga finally came to an end. To thank his brother Philip for standing up for him, and considering Philip would be suspended for 2 matches, Lin Feng decided that in those 2 matches where Philip could not play, he would celebrate by showing Philip's number 17 jersey whenever he scored. Chapter 61. On September 22nd, the 8th round of the Bundesliga officially kicked off. Today, Bochum was to challenge Bielefeld away. In the last match, Bochum had just been defeated at home by Kaiserslautern, and the players knew they must secure a big win tonight to boost their morale. Bielefeld was not a traditional strong team, having only achieved 1 win, 3 draws, and 3 losses in the first 7 rounds of the Bundesliga. They were currently positioned in the lower middle of the table. However, due to the suspension from the German Football Association, Lin Feng's good brother Philip was still unable to participate. Before the match began, Lin Feng specifically put on Philip's number 17 jersey under his own. Lin Feng had promised Philip that whenever he scored in a match, he would show off his jersey to celebrate. With a strong belief in victory, Lin Feng, like in the previous match, sat alone in the back row of the bus, quietly listening to music through his headphones during the long journey. The match was set to begin at 6:30 p.m. Fellbeck continued to use the same starting lineup as the previous match against Kaiserslautern, and despite the loss, he made no adjustments. Chapter 62. In the away stands, hundreds of Bochum fans were celebrating almost frantically at that moment. In the commentary booth, the German commentator screamed hysterically into the microphone, "Beautiful! Lin Feng! A powerful shot has torn through Bielefeld's goal. 2-1. The away Bochum team has snatched victory at the last moment with Lin Feng's decisive goal. It seemed the 3 points belonged to Bochum. Lin Feng, the 17-year-old Chinese prodigy winger, had already scored 5 goals this season. In addition, he had 5 assists. Perhaps the sky was his limit. After scoring, Lin Feng was extremely excited. Although his teammates Ronald, Rossi, and others rushed towards him, he easily dodged them. Lin Feng dashed to the advertising board behind the goal and directly took off his jersey. He revealed Philip's number 17 jersey. Then Lin Feng took off Felipe's jersey, firmly holding the collar of the shirt with both hands, showing Philip's jersey to the Bochum fans in front of him. At that moment, the emotions of the Bochum traveling fans reached a peak. Some were shouting Lin Feng's name, while others were shouting Philip's name. Chapter 63. The next day, at the Bochum training ground, after the afternoon's recovery training, the players greeted each other and left. Just as Lin Feng and Philip reached the entrance of the training ground, they bumped into assistant coach Humphrey, who was holding a large box. "Where did you go this afternoon? I didn't see you at the training ground. You didn't sneak off to drink again, did you?" Philip teased Humphrey. "No way," Humphrey said firmly. "I want to prepare gifts for you too. The transfer market values have been updated. Do you know? It seems to have been updated today, but we were training all day and didn't have time to check." Philip replied. Lin Feng then focused on the large box in Humphrey's hands. He curiously guessed, what is inside this box? Could it be our transfer values? Humphrey gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. "Correct. Inside are the value cards I specially made for you too at the printing shop this afternoon. This is a club tradition. Every time there is an update on a new player's value, we make a card to give to the player as a keepsake." Chapter 64. Time continued to move forward. On October 18th, Bochum continued to host St. Pauli at the Ruhr Stadium. Currently, St. Pauli was just 1 point behind Bochum, temporarily placing them in 5th place in the 2. Bundesliga, so this match would be a closely contested battle. German Sports Channel, after a break of more than 10 days, resumed the 11th round of the 2. Bundesliga, after the national team match day, many teams had more injured players. Could Bochum achieve a 4th consecutive victory? Could St. Pauli surpass Bochum in the standings? Let us wait and see. St. Pauli's front line executed a series of passes. Wow. They successfully tore through Bochum's defense with their passing. And forward Laziak struck a low shot near the penalty area, successfully breaking through the goal guarded by Lut. St. Pauli took the lead. After conceding, Bochum's attack was exceptionally fierce, but forward Trode seemed to be in terrible form tonight, as if he had forgotten to wear his shooting boots. By the 34th minute of the match, Trode had already wasted 3 shooting opportunities. The Bochum fans in the stands looked completely demoralized. Perhaps Bochum needed to make some adjustments. Chapter 65. An hour later, the sky over Germany had turned dark, and Lin Feng arrived at the club entrance, drenched in sweat. After catching his breath, he headed to the gym to engage in physical training on the treadmill. 2 hours later, taking advantage of the night, Lin Feng went to the outdoor court for running laps. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Every time his physical limits were reached, Lin Feng would grit his teeth and choose to keep going. By mid-October, the weather in Germany had become quite cool, but after finishing his training, Lin Feng's entire body was soaked with sweat. This high-intensity training had been ongoing for 3 days, but he still had 1/3 of the proficiency needed to upgrade to level 3. Lin Feng had to keep working hard. The next day, after the team's joint training, Lin Feng dragged Philip to the gym for physical training. However, just as Lin Feng set the time on the treadmill, he received a call from an unknown number. The caller claimed to be Raiola's assistant and wanted to meet Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not refuse and arranged to meet him at the cafe next to the Bochum training ground. In fact, Lin Feng had long wanted to find an agent to manage off-field affairs since his time was limited, and he had no time to learn various contract terms and negotiation skills. Chapter 66 Trode, try to make a run for the near post, and I will pass to you. Lin Feng proactively moved closer to Trode and said, "Okay, Lin, I'm looking forward to your pass." In the first 20 minutes, although Lin Feng did not have many opportunities to perform, he remained observant of the positions of the Karlsruher defenders. He noticed that when Ronald made a run toward the back post, left midfielder Pets would always provide support, but when Ronald moved to the front post, right midfielder Krebus often did not show awareness of providing support. This might be the key to scoring. After the restart, the Bochum players immediately launched a counterattack. Bochum's defensive midfielder Losilia, upon receiving the ball, quickly spotted Lin Feng on the left flank. In the next second, Losilia accurately passed the ball to Lin Feng's feet. At this moment, the first to rush towards Lin Feng was the right back Kemp. Meanwhile, midfielder Nazalov also provided support, and unsurprisingly, Lin Feng faced a double team. Lin Feng used his right foot to nudge the ball inward, attempting to create the illusion that he was going to break through. Sure enough, both Kemp and Nazalov shifted their weight, trying to prevent Lin Feng from cutting inside. Chapter 67 The match entered stoppage time, with only 3 minutes left. The score between the two teams remained 2-2, and these last 3 minutes would be the decisive moment for both teams. As the German commentator's voice faded, the 13th round of the two Bundesliga had entered its final moments. The home team, Karlsruher, continued to adopt a defensive strategy. From their posture, it seemed they only wanted to hold on to the 2-2 score. On the sidelines, Bochum's head coach Freiburg was already preparing to make substitutions. Standing next to him was Philipp. The starting right winger was exhausted, and recently, Bochum's attacks on the right flank had been stifled, putting almost all the pressure on Lin Feng's left side. Freiburg needed to find Lin Feng a helper. "Philipp, play well. Although time is short, I hope you can show your attacking talent." Freiburg patted Philipp on the shoulder, encouraging him. "Coach, leave it to me." Philipp's face was filled with determination. At that moment, a Karlsruher player cleared the ball out of bounds, and the referee immediately signaled for a substitution. After a brief hug with the player being substituted, Philipp rushed to the right flank. Chapter 68 After scoring the winning goal, Philipp immediately rushed to Lin Feng, and they embraced tightly. "Lin, thank you for the assist. By the way, and for teaching me your shooting technique." Philipp understood that the reason he was able to have a clear shot was mainly because Lin Feng attracted the attention of two Karlsruher defenders and provided a crucial through ball. It could be said that 80 of Philipp's goal was due to Lin Feng's contribution. "Just treat me to a meal. No need for thanks. And hurry up and let go of me. I don't like hugging a man for so long," Lin Feng said, while pushing Philipp away. Soon, more Bochum players joined in the celebration. In the stands, over 1,000 Bochum fans were wildly waving their fists. In the last minute of the match, Bochum fans experienced a roller coaster of emotions, swinging between despair and elation. However, now Bochum fans could finally celebrate, as the referee had blown the final whistle. Bochum defeated Karlsruher 3-2, securing the victory. Chapter 69 After Paderborn took the lead, Bochum's head coach Freiburg visibly panicked, even regretting his decision to rotate players in this match. Now, Freiburg could not bring Lin Feng onto the field, as less than 10 minutes had passed in the game. To get Lin Feng on the pitch, he would have to wait until at least the second half. During the first half, Freiburg could only pray that his team would not concede any goals. In the 30th minute of the match, Paderborn's midfielder intercepted the ball, presenting a great opportunity for a counterattack. Paderborn's number 10 player sent a powerful through ball, and the ball was back at forward Rakic's feet. Shot. Oh no. Bochum's goalkeeper Lutt used one hand to block Rakic's shot. It was a world-class save. At halftime, the away team Paderborn returned to the locker room with a 1-0 lead. When Bochum's head coach Freiburg returned to the locker room, he immediately called Lin Feng to get ready to enter the game in the second half. Freiburg understood that to win the match, Lin Feng had to play. Chapter 70 this time, Bochum's main goalkeeper did not react at all. "Wow, Lin, how did you do that? Hurry up and teach me that technique," Philipp exclaimed, his eyes sparkling after witnessing Lin Feng's shot. "It's simple. If you train as hard as I do, maybe you can too." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, goalkeeper Lutt walked up to Lin Feng and gave him a thumbs up. "Lin, you are definitely the strongest shooter I've seen in the two Bundesliga." On November 20th, the day before Bochum's match against Union Berlin, after watching 2 weeks of match footage, Lin Feng's vision ability had successfully upgraded. Skill: Insight Lv3, proficiency 11,000. Effect: by repeatedly watching a large number of match videos, your accuracy in timing passes and shots during matches has greatly improved, often allowing you to spot defensive vulnerabilities of opponents at first glance. Finally, Lin Feng no longer had to stay up late, especially after seeing the effect of Insight Lv3. Not to mention the two. Bundesliga. Even in the Bundesliga matches, Lin Feng could still find the opponent's weaknesses. Chapter 71. Lin Feng quickly raised his thigh, swinging it vigorously to maximize the power from his calf. At the same time, he tensed the top of his foot, concentrating all his body's strength on his right foot at that moment. Bang! With a crisp sound of the strike, the football shot towards the Union Berlin goal like a cannonball. The ball, spinning rapidly, whizzed over the heads of the Union Berlin defenders. Whoosh! A second later, the football headed straight for the top right corner of the goal, and Union Berlin's goalkeeper Haas stood frozen on the goal line, completely unresponsive. He didn't even know what had just happened. It was only when he heard the ball hit the ground that he realized Lin Feng had scored against his goal. This was an almost perfect long-range shot, both in power and angle. It was deemed unsolvable. Oh! Finally, in the stands of the Ruhr Stadium, over 30,000 Bochum fans erupted with deafening cheers and shouts. Although this goal only equalized the score, the Bochum fans firmly believed that as long as Lin Feng maintained such an excellent condition, scoring his second goal was merely a matter of time. Chapter 72. In the stands of the Ruhr Stadium, over 30,000 Bochum fans could not help but lift their necks, their eyes firmly fixed on Lin Feng. Every Bochum fan knew that as long as Lin Feng could get the football into the net, Bochum would surely defeat Union Berlin tonight. Bang! Near the penalty area, Lin Feng did not stop the ball, but chose to shoot on the run. As the football had not yet landed in front of Lin Feng, he had already lifted his right leg. At that moment, the top of his foot was tense, and his calf struck the middle area of the football with lightning speed. With a crisp sound of the strike, the next second, the football flew straight into the goal. The Union Berlin goalkeeper didn't even have time to react. The ball went in. The score was changed to 2-1. The massive stands of the Ruhr Stadium erupted with hysterical shouts. Oh! Bochum fans excitedly waved their fists, and some fans held their heads in disbelief. The German commentator in the commentary box shouted with a roar, "Goal! Again! It's Lin!" Another powerful shot, and this time Union Berlin's goalkeeper Haas surrendered without a fight. He didn't even respond. Chapter 73. Skill: Through pass. Proficiency: 183,300. Effect: your through pass skills have reached an average level, occasionally delivering surgical passes in matches. However, there is still a considerable distance to reach top-tier standards. Lin Feng was a bit dazed. After watching several times, he confirmed that this was real. Lv2. It starts with Lv2? Could it be due to having a foundation? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng basically understood the principle. After all, a through pass is simply a forward pass, which is a basic passing skill. Without any proficiency, one could basically bid farewell to football. In short, reaching Lv2 in through passes is definitely good news for Lin Feng, as it shortens the time for upgrades. In the following time, Lin Feng chose to continue practicing through passes intensively, striving to elevate it to Lv3 before December. On November 28th, Bochum hosted the 16th round of the Bundesliga, facing mid-table team Heidenheim. Currently, Heidenheim is ranked 10th in the standings, with a relatively ordinary state, having only garnered 2 draws throughout November. Chapter 74. Entering December. Germany had noticeably become much colder, and people on the streets were donning down jackets. At the Bochum training ground, players also switched from short-sleeved training outfits to long sleeves. After the regular training session, Lin Feng pulled Philip for additional training. This time, Lin Feng continued to focus on through passes. In addition, he also practiced ball control. Previously, Lin Feng thought ball control wasn't too important, but when he saw the weather in Germany gradually getting colder, he suddenly realized that it could snow in the German winter. Currently, his ball control was only Lv1, although it was barely sufficient if there was snow on the field during a match. It would greatly affect Lin Feng's efficiency in dribbling and the accuracy of his stops. Furthermore, enhancing his ball control level would also help Lin Feng with shooting and breakthroughs. Therefore, it was necessary for Lin Feng to improve his ball control level as much as possible before it snowed. It is worth mentioning that during this period, Lin Feng did not have much training time, as Coach Fellbeck extended the sessions in preparation for the next match against RB Leipzig. Feldbeck placed great importance on the match against RB Leipzig largely because of their strong strength. RB Leipzig was currently ranked second in the two Bundesliga standings. Chapter 75 RB Leipzig head coach Rangnick immediately made personnel adjustments when he saw his team trailing. Danish striker Poulsen replaced the starting forward Zelka. This was an obviously effective substitution. 5 minutes later, winger Sabitzer broke through two Bochum defenders on the flank and delivered a deft cross, which bypassed Bochum's center back at the near post and precisely landed in front of the newly introduced Poulsen. The tall striker, standing at 1.9 meters, leaped into the air, successfully scoring with a powerful header that broke through Lutz's fingers. RB Leipzig quickly equalized the score. As expected of the team, currently ranked second in the two Bundesliga, Coach Rangnick's tactics immediately took effect. Perhaps Leipzig's counterattack was about to begin at this moment. Just as the German commentator said, after the restart, the away team RB Leipzig, having equalized, boosted their morale and began frequently attacking Bochum's defense. The pressure was once again on the Bochum players. For nearly 10 minutes, it was the RB Leipzig players who controlled possession, while the Bochum players were primarily focused on desperate defense. Chapter 76 The moment Trode's push shot broke through the Leipzig Red Bulls goal, the large stands of the Ruhr Stadium erupted with deafening shouts and cheers. Over 30,000 Bochum fans wildly waved their fists and embraced fellow fans around them. Nothing excites people more than a last-minute goal. Lin Feng's name echoed in the air above the Ruhr Stadium. In the commentary booth, the German commentator excitedly shouted, "Last-minute goal." Lin Feng's pass fooled all the Leipzig defenders. His through ball penetrated the opponent's defense. Trode did not waste Lin Feng's brilliant pass. His push shot successfully breached the Leipzig goal. 3-2. Victory belongs to Bochum. This was Lin Feng's 12th assist of the season, and in addition, the young man from the East had scored 13 goals. On the field, Trode, after scoring, excitedly took off his jersey and celebrated near the advertising boards, while Lin Feng threw his arms around Philip's shoulders and gently tossed him towards Trode. The three embraced tightly. Chapter 77 The next day. Morning. The entire Bochum team took a bus to Freiburg's home ground, the Black Forest Stadium. Due to Leipzig, currently ranked second, being unexpectedly defeated at home by Heidenheim last night, they did not earn any points. This instead gave Bochum the chance to climb to the top. If Bochum could defeat the first-placed Freiburg away, they would rise to the top of the league table based on goal difference. On the bus, all Bochum players were very excited, and even Trode had begun to imagine winning the championship. Freiburg saw this scene and looked extremely serious. He understood that overconfidence leads to defeat. Popping champagne before the match is not a good omen. Freiburg needed to give his players a dose of calm. I want to emphasize again, Freiburg is currently at the top of the Bundesliga 2 and playing at home. Tonight's match is bound to be extremely difficult. I know you all desire victory, but the opponent will absolutely defend their home honor. Focus on defense in the first half, and only attempt to attack if we can ensure we don't concede. Remember, Freiburg is the top team. Defeating them is by no means easy. Chapter 78 A long pass from Rosilia. The pass accurately found Lin on the left flank. It was Lin Feng's moment to shine. Lin successfully faked out Freiburg's fullback and cut inside. Lin Feng had a shooting opportunity. In the commentary booth, the German commentator couldn't help but stand up, straining to observe everything happening on the field. Freiburg's center backs began to move, and Lin needed to shoot quickly. However, for Lin, he also had the ability to break through, but the space to maneuver near the edge of the penalty area was very small, making mistakes easy. Just as the commentator finished speaking, Lin Feng dashed into the top of the penalty area. Lin Feng did not choose to fire a powerful shot, but instead made a breakthrough. Two Freiburg center backs, John and Horn, rushed in front of Lin Feng, completely blocking his path forward. But he still did not stop moving forward. In an instant, Lin Feng charged towards the two center backs, and just as they were about to collide, Lin Feng quickly pushed the ball away with the back of his foot. He then mustered all his strength and collided with one of the center backs, John. Chapter 79 Inside the penalty area. Lin Feng's flick pass landed perfectly on Trode's head as if it had a remote control. At that moment, Trode only needed to make a header to score. Bang! With a powerful motion from his waist, Trode completed the header. The ball flew rapidly into the goal, although Freiburg's goalkeeper made a save attempt. Trode's header was too close and too powerful. The Freiburg goalkeeper once again watched the ball fly into his net. 2-0. Bochum led by 2 goals away from home. Oh, In the away stands, over 1,000 Bochum fans erupted in cheers, their loud voices reaching the skies. In contrast, the expressions on the faces of Freiburg fans in the home stands were as if they had eaten a bitter herb. Strike, go away. Handing over the team's rising star to a championship rival. Only someone like Strike could do such a foolish thing. If Lin were a Freiburg player, then victory tonight would surely belong to Freiburg. Lin had already scored 14 goals and provided 13 assists in the Bundesliga 2, contributing to 27 goals. But this player does not belong to Freiburg. Chapter 80. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of fans, Feng completed a shot. He stretched his body to the limit, quickly raising his arms and swinging his thigh to generate power in his calf. Following that, Feng almost used all his strength to strike the bottom of the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball shot out like an arrow from a bow, instantly propelled. At that moment, the 5 Freiburg players forming the wall did not dare to be complacent. They jumped with all their might, trying to block Feng's powerful shot with their bodies. Meanwhile, on the goal line, Freiburg's goalkeeper Schwulo also lowered his center of gravity, ready to jump at any moment. When he saw the ball about to hit the top of the wall, Schwulo's tense emotions relaxed slightly. Based on his judgment, Feng's shot would be blocked by the wall. But the next second, Schwulo's pupil shook. For some reason, the wall suddenly collapsed as another Freiburg player, overly cautious of Feng's shot power, ducked. The ball whizzed right over this player's head. By the time Schwulo tried to react, it was evidently too late. The ball sped into the goal's dead corner like a cannonball. Chapter 81. After the start of the second half, Freiburg, playing at home, did not increase their offensive efforts. In fact, their attacking style became extremely simplistic. For most of the time, they relied on long balls from the back to pass the ball to their forwards. To be honest, this attacking efficiency was very low. In the 50th minute of the match, Bochum's center-back Bastions headed the ball clear before Freiburg's forward could get to it. The ball landed at the feet of defensive midfielder Hagelin, and in that moment, Bochum's attacking trident sprang into action. On the left was Feng, in the middle Trode, and on the right Onur Bluth. All three launched their attack simultaneously. The 3 players rushed towards Freiburg's half. Bang! Facing these 3 passing routes, Hagelin ultimately chose to pass the football to Feng on the left. The latter stopped the ball with the inside of his foot, and as Freiburg's fullback Musa charged in, he quickly flicked the ball with his right foot, sending it swiftly through Musa's legs. Feng then took a stride, perfectly bypassing the Freiburg defender. After that, Feng looked up to check Trode's position, just as he was about to send across. Freiburg's defensive midfielder Abrashi suddenly made a sliding tackle from Feng's side. Chapter 82. Bochum wins 6-0 against Freiburg. 17-year-old Feng achieves goal and assist hat-trick. Helps team climb to the top of the 2. Bundesliga. Kicker reported. Bochum defeats RB Leipzig and Freiburg. After 18 rounds, Bochum emerges as the 2. Bundesliga leader. Freiburg's coach Strike fired by management after the match. Bochum Sports newspaper reported. 16 goals and 15 assists, Feng tops the 2. Bundesliga scoring and assist charts. The 17-year-old Chinese prodigy conquers the 2. Bundesliga. Munich newspaper reported. After the match between Bochum and Freiburg, all of Germany's sports media rushed to report on this talked-about game, with Feng, who contributed to 6 goals, becoming the headline of major sports newspapers. Following this match, even more Bundesliga fans began to discuss Feng. At this moment, far away in the east, in China, at the office building of Dongxiao Network, in the data statistics room, a staff member, yawning and drowsy, was updating the 2. Bundesliga standings. Dongxiao Network previously only recorded rankings and information for the 5 major leagues, showing little interest in lower-tier leagues. However, as Dongxiao Network grew stronger, the board decided to include information about European lower-tier leagues on the website. Chapter 83. At Evergrande Club, in the management office, a middle-aged man in a suit was angrily shouting at the club's general manager. Why? Why didn't we sign Feng at that time and instead sign Yang Hao? Look, now the entire domestic media is scrambling to report on Feng's performance in the 2. Bundesliga. His market value has already reached 6 million euros. And what about Yang Hao? What can this guy do besides drinking? 15 appearances in the Super League with 0 goals and 0 assists, plus 2 red cards? You guys are really something, managing to eliminate the correct answer in a choice between 2. This middle-aged man in a suit was the head of Evergrande. When he learned that the club's recruitment team had previously contacted Feng but failed to sign him, he was furious. What made him even more upset was that the signed Yang was practically a waste in football, achieving nothing in the Super League, and was a completely different person from his time at Bochum. Boss, please calm down. At that time, we did contact Feng, but he didn't want to return home. He wanted to stay in Europe to prove himself. The sports director, Chen Xiangyang, explained to his boss with a stiff upper lip. He doesn't want to come back. Can't you find a way? Raise his salary. Just give him a huge signing bonus. Can't you handle these things? Chen Xiangyang should have kept quiet. But after mentioning that they had contacted Feng, he was met with another round of scolding from the boss. Chapter 84. It was evident that as Feng's personal abilities improved, Bochum's performance also became increasingly outstanding, almost presenting a crushing state against most Bundesliga teams. After the match, Feng received the December Player of the Month award from the Bundesliga staff. Merry Christmas, Lin. Congratulations on winning the December Player of the Month again. At this rate, you'll be winning monthly awards until the end of the season. The staff member said with a smile. Thank you for your kind words. In December, Bochum, led by Feng, achieved 3 consecutive victories, with Feng scoring 5 goals and providing 7 assists in those 3 matches, contributing to 12 goals in total. It can be said that Bochum's rise to the top of the league is closely linked to Feng's outstanding performance. In China, at the Dongxiu Network office building, the board meeting was underway. Feng had just scored another goal in the recently concluded Bundesliga match, along with 2 assists, and any report about Feng on the website would gain a lot of traction. We need to capitalize on this wave of traffic. The Dongxiu Network CEO said firmly to everyone. Immediately send someone to contact the German Football Association and buy the broadcasting rights for the Bundesliga as quickly as possible. Oh, and also the broadcasting rights for the German Cup. Chapter 85. As January arrived, the winter transfer window officially opened, and clubs were eager to sign new players for the second half of the season. After the winter transfer window opened, Bochum's sports director had discussed recruitment with Freiburg but was rejected. In his view, the current team chemistry of Bochum was nearly perfect, and there was no need for new signings. However, although Bochum rejected new signings, it didn't stop other teams from inquiring about Bochum players, especially Feng, who was dominating the Bundesliga. Teams from the Bundesliga, Ligue 1, Premier League, and even domestic Super League clubs actively inquired about Bochum players. After Bochum made it clear they were not interested in selling, some clubs even contacted Feng privately. This directly led to Feng receiving numerous missed calls daily, which even began to affect his daily training. Perhaps it was time to find an agent. After training one day, Feng sighed upon seeing over 50 missed calls on his phone screen. He then opened his phone's notes and began searching for the contact number of Raiola's assistant. Chapter 86. After signing with Raiola, Feng returned to the Bochum training ground, pulling his friend Philip to practice curling shots. They trained from day until night. After having dinner, Feng went to the gym for physical training. After all, with no matches for a month, he needed to maintain his form this way. That night, Raiola also announced on his social media that he had officially become Feng's agent. Additionally, Raiola used his influence to issue a statement through numerous German media outlets that Feng would remain with Bochum until the end of the season. Thanks to Raiola's efforts, Feng noticed a significant decrease in harassment calls on his phone. This allowed Feng to fully focus on training. 2 weeks later, after finishing training, Feng's long-awaited curling shot finally upgraded to curl shot Lv3. Skill, curl shot Lv3. Proficiency, 23,000. Effect, after extensive practice of curling shots. You can use the inside of your foot to execute curved shots in matches. Occasionally, you can even produce tricky angled shots. Chapter 87. Awesome. Scoring in the first broadcast match. This is not a Chinese player at all. This is simply Robin. Wow, that shot was truly beautiful. The curve was pulled off perfectly. I can't believe that a Chinese player has such skills. Finally, I've seen a Chinese player dominating in European leagues. On the live screen of Dongxiu. Countless comments are scrolling rapidly. Chinese fans are completely conquered by Feng's shot, and all the fans watching the match are deeply excited, wildly praising Feng. At this moment, Chinese fans see hope for the rise of football in Feng. This night will undoubtedly be a memorable night for countless Chinese fans. At the scene, the 2 commentators, Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu, were also internally overwhelmed with adrenaline as they watched the comments scroll across the screen. However, as commentators, they had to exercise restraint and not overly reveal their emotions. At this moment on the field, after Lv5 scored, the match continued. The home team, Nuremberg, clearly had no retreat. They could only press on and continue attacking, trying to equalize the score before the end of the first half. Chapter 88. After finishing the away match against Nuremberg, the first-team players of VfL Bochum took a flight back to the club that same day. As February approached, Bochum needed to compete on two fronts. Besides the two, Bundesliga, the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal also officially kicked off. Bochum's opponent was the Bundesliga team Stuttgart. This was the first Bundesliga team that Bochum encountered in the DFB Pokal, and both Bochum players and fans looked forward to competing against a Bundesliga team. Although Stuttgart's performance in the Bundesliga this season has been extremely poor, currently sitting second to last in the standings with relegation looming, the largest football newspaper in Germany, Kicker, predicted an 80% chance of Stuttgart being relegated this season. Nevertheless, Bochum's head coach, Felix, knew that it would not be easy for Bochum to eliminate Stuttgart at home. To prepare for this, Felix conducted extensive tactical drills and defensive arrangements during the 3 days of preparation. Chapter 89. Bang! Feng did not hesitate. He quickly struck the bottom of the ball with the outside of his foot, and with a crisp sound of contact, the ball arced beautifully over the Stuttgart defenders' heads, landing perfectly in front of Trode. At that moment, all Trode needed to do was to head the ball into the net. A second later, the ball found the back of the net. Bochum took the lead, and immediately, over 30,000 Bochum fans in the stands raised their hands, excitedly waving their fists. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Bochum fans, knowing their opponent was from the Bundesliga. However, the home team Bochum took the lead shortly after the start of the match, leading many fans to hold their heads in disbelief, unable to believe what was happening. Trode rushed to Feng and performed a kneeling, shoe-shining celebration. The other Bochum players, filled with excitement, quickly rushed to Feng and Ronald to celebrate. Chapter 90. After the second half began, Stuttgart, who was playing away and trailing by 2 goals, clearly intensified their attack. In the 53rd minute, on the wing, Henneck, who just came on in the second half, received the ball and immediately used his dribbling skills to get past 2 Bochum defenders. Currently, Henneck's market value has reached 10 million euros, making him the highest valued player in the Stuttgart squad and the core of the team's attack. After he came on, Stuttgart's attack became noticeably smoother. Bang! At the top of the penalty arc, after Henneck found space, he decisively shot, but the ball was blocked by a defender. A few minutes later, Henneck attempted another shot cutting in from the wing, but this time the ball went just over the crossbar. On the Bochum bench, Felix clearly felt the threat brought by Henneck's appearance and immediately made adjustments, substituting defensive midfielder Esfadel for Philipp. By taking off an attacking player and bringing on a defensive one, Felix's intentions were clear. Once Esfadel came on, his task was to mark Henneck. Chapter 91. This is a Bundesliga team, and Feng has contributed to 4 goals? Oh my, Bochum is going to reach the semi-finals of the DFB Pokal. No wonder he is the talented young star from China. Feng is really strong. Hurry up, Feng is playing against a Bundesliga team and still dominating. My hands are trembling nonstop. In the Dongxio, Com live chat, domestic fans, after witnessing Feng score Bochum's 4th goal, could no longer contain their excitement and furiously typed on their keyboards to express their emotions. Meanwhile, in the Ruhr Stadium stands, Feng ran to the corner flag for the second time, leaving behind 3 sliding knee marks. When the score changed to 4-0, it marked the end of the suspense in the match. In the last few minutes, Stuttgart's players on the field failed to create a miracle. When the stoppage time was up, the referee blew the whistle. The score was fixed at 4-0. The match is over. Let's congratulate Bochum on their 4-0 victory over Stuttgart at home. Bochum has reached the DFB Pokal semi-finals after many years. Moreover, they're the only 2 Bundesliga team among the last 4. Chapter 92. The next day, Bochum players learned that their opponent in the DFB Pokal semi-finals was Bundesliga giant Borussia Dortmund. Dortmund had just beaten Frankfurt 3-0, becoming the last team to reach the DFB Pokal semi-finals. Currently, the DFB Pokal semi-finals consist of Bochum and Dortmund, while the other 2 teams are Bayern Munich and Werder Bremen. Undoubtedly, this is not good news for Bochum, as given their current form, defeating Dortmund, which has many star players, will not be easy at all. In fact, the chances are almost 0. Names of well-known stars like Reyes, Mkhitaryan, Hummels, and Sahin are abundant in Dortmund's lineup. Of course, anything can happen in a football match. Before the match between Bochum and Stuttgart, many fans believed that Stuttgart would win. Currently, Freiburg is not affected by the fact that the semi-final opponent is Dortmund. After all, there is still about 2 months until the next German Cup semi-final. Chapter 93. During the halftime break in the away team's locker room, head coach Freiburg did not blame the players for their performance in the first half. Instead, he excitedly clapped his hands and encouraged them. "Boys, don't panic. We still have a full 45 minutes to change the situation. I know you're all tired. But for the team and for the Bochum fans who traveled a long way, hang in there. In the second half, try to pass the ball to Lin as much as possible and let him have some 1v1 opportunities." After saying this, Freiburg suddenly walked up to Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Lin, it's up to you. Let's strive to help the team win this match." "No problem, Mr. Freiburg. Just watch my performance. I'll help the team secure the 3 points," Feng replied confidently. After the first half of the intense battle, Feng gradually discovered the defensive flaws of Munich 1860, particularly the large gap between the fullbacks and centerbacks. As long as Feng could make good use of this gap, he would definitely help the team equalize the score or even take the lead. Seeing Feng so confident, the stone that had been weighing on Freiburg's heart finally fell. Chapter 94. Bochum secures 9 consecutive victories, leading second-placed Freiburg by 6 points. 17-year-old Chinese prodigy scores his 20th goal of the season. Kicker newspaper. Unstoppable Bochum. Feng single-handedly helps the team achieve a stunning comeback, extending Bochum's winning streak to 9 games. Bochum sports newspaper. After 21 rounds, the relegation team of the season firmly sits at the top of the 2. Bundesliga. The young Bochum team has become the biggest favorite to win the 2. Bundesliga. Berlin sports newspaper. The next day, just as dawn broke, Feng took his roommate Philip to the Bochum training ground to start his specialized training. As the season was about to enter the final sprint phase, Feng knew very well that he needed to accelerate his training pace. To win the 2. Bundesliga championship and even the German Cup, Feng had to work harder. However, after a lot of training, his speed and shooting skills had not yet reached level 5, while his weaker foot skill had been upgraded directly to level 2. Skill: weaker foot Lv2. Proficiency 21,000. Effect: after a long period of extensive training, your weaker foot, which is your left foot, has improved to a certain degree, allowing you to occasionally make accurate passes or shots in matches. Chapter 95. On March 4th, Bochum faced Düsseldorf. However, Feng did not make the starting lineup for this match. The reason was simple. Freiburg believed that Feng had played too many matches recently and needed to be protected as much as possible. After all, Feng was only 17 years old, and his body was still growing. Prolonged high-intensity matches could easily lead to injuries. Despite not starting, Feng received the award for the best player in the 2. Bundesliga for February before the match. In the recently concluded February, Feng had been in excellent form, scoring 3 goals and providing 3 assists in 3 matches, helping Bochum maintain a perfect record in February. Welcome to the focus match of the 23rd round of the 2. Bundesliga, Bochum versus Düsseldorf. Feng was not in the starting lineup, but was on the bench, ready to come on. In the 21st minute, Düsseldorf broke through Bochum's goal. It was a simple cross from the wing, but the ball landed perfectly on the head of striker Jurdic, who scored with a close-range header, leaving Bochum's goalkeeper Lut helpless. Chapter 96. The next day, Feng did not go to the training ground, but headed to Berlin. Since Raiola had finalized 3 endorsement contracts, Feng needed to find time to complete the signing quickly. The first stop for Feng and Raiola was a sports ball manufacturer in Berlin. This was a company that had been established for less than a year, and the owner was a crazy German football fan. "I want to get it done in one day," Feng said to Raiola in the car. "I don't want to delay my training too much for signing contracts. You know, the next 2 Bundesliga match is coming up in a few days." Raiola patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Lin. A day is more than enough. By the way, what kind of balls does this Berlin manufacturer mainly produce?" "Footballs?" As an endorser, Feng had a strong sense of professionalism and needed to understand what products he was endorsing. Badminton, basketball, tennis, and football, and it seems they also have rugby. It's very diverse. You'll find out once you get there. A few hours later, Raiola and Feng's car arrived in front of factory. At the entrance, a middle-aged man, who was just as imposing as Raiola, welcomed Feng and Raiola as they got out of the car. Chapter 97. The 3 of them then went to the office. Iris took a contract from the drawer and placed it in front of Feng, saying, "This is the prepared contract. A 1-year short contract for 350,000 euros. If there are no issues, you can sign." Feng took a quick glance at the contract before handing it to Raiola. "No problem, Lin, you can sign." Raiola nodded at Feng, indicating that the terms of the contract were the same as previously discussed. At this moment, Iris took a pen from her bag and handed it to Feng. Just as Feng was about to sign with the pen, Iris spoke again. "Lin, if possible, I would like to sign a supplementary agreement with you." Hearing this, Raiola quickly interjected, "Miss Iris, you should have discussed this with us in advance." However, Iris did not respond to Raiola, keeping her gaze fixed on Feng. "I believe you will agree." Feng smiled and said, "Go ahead. What is the supplementary agreement?" Iris took out another contract from the drawer and handed it to Feng, saying, "This supplementary agreement grants our company the right of first refusal for renewal after 1 year." Chapter 98. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. March in Germany was gradually warming up. After resting for a night, Feng arrived at the training ground early, full of energy to begin his specialized practice. After a whole day of hard training, a new skill panel popped up. Skill, Short Pass Lv1. Proficiency 45100. Utility, none. To be honest, as a winger, Feng rarely uses the short pass skill during matches. Most of the time, he opts for long passes or cuts inside to shoot. However, since the short pass skill panel has appeared, Feng naturally won't refuse. In fact, he actively practiced short passes, as most of his attributes have already been upgraded to Lv3. To become more versatile, Feng needs to make up for his shortcomings as much as possible. On March 6th, Bochum hosted Bielefeld in a match. This was a key match in the 24th round of the Bundesliga. After winter signings, Bielefeld's strength has greatly increased, and since the start of the second half of the season, the team has achieved 3 consecutive victories. The momentum is quite strong. Chapter 99. Bochum crushes Bielefeld. Winning 12 consecutive matches, continues to sit at the top of the Bundesliga. German kicker Yu Storm sweeps the entire Bundesliga. Bochum has become the biggest title contender. Bochum Sports News after this match, Bochum has expanded their lead to 11 points. However, head coach Freiburg remains cautious, knowing that the season is long and only the 24th round has been played, with 10 rounds left until the season ends. To win the Bundesliga title, Bochum must take it step by step. After training that day, Feng received a call from an unknown number, claiming to be a physiotherapist arranged by Raiola. After learning this, Feng asked the person to meet him at the training ground. About half an hour later, Feng met the physiotherapist that Raiola found for him. The physiotherapist, dressed in a white tracksuit and appearing to be in his 30s, enthusiastically greeted Feng. "Hello, Lin. Nice to meet you. My name is Wright. I majored in sports and rehabilitation at Freiburg University." Chapter 100. Time flew to mid-March, and today, Bochum will challenge Kaiserslautern away. In their first encounter this season, Bochum unfortunately lost to Kaiserslautern at home with a score of 1-2. Therefore, today's match will be a revenge battle for the entire Bochum team. It is worth mentioning that in a pre-match interview, Kaiserslautern's coach Konrad showed extreme confidence when faced with questions from sports reporter Chu Shui, completely underestimating Bochum. He even claimed that since Kaiserslautern could defeat Bochum once, they could do it again. This caused quite a bit of dissatisfaction among Bochum fans before the match. At 8 o'clock in the evening, inside the Walter Stadium, under the cheers of over 30,000 Kaiserslautern fans, the battle of the 25th round of the Bundesliga began. As soon as the match started, Kaiserslautern, relying on the momentum brought by their home fans, initiated an attack. In the 13th minute on the wing, Kaiserslautern's winger Ruben Jensen cut inside several times and suddenly sent a powerful through ball. The ball quickly slid through the gap between Bochum's 2 defensive midfielders, Isfeld and Roselia, ultimately landing at the feet of striker Jorik, number 10. Chapter 101. Bochum has earned a penalty. This is a great opportunity to extend the lead. Let's see which player will step up to the penalty spot. Trode. Bochum's center forward Trode took the ball from the referee. He gave up this penalty opportunity and handed the ball to Feng. The commentator from Sports Network, Jean Jun, remarked, "It seems that 17-year-old Feng has completely earned the trust of his teammates. Trode has given the penalty to Feng." On the field, after Trode tossed the ball to Feng, he patted Feng's shoulder and said calmly, "Lin, it's your turn. I believe you're more capable of scoring than I am." Feng did not refuse. He nodded at Trode and slowly placed the ball on the penalty spot. Then, Feng took 2 steps back, placed his hands on his hips, and fixed his gaze on the Kaiserslautern goalkeeper in front of him. The referee approached Kaiserslautern's goalkeeper Marius and explained some points about the save before slowly stepping aside. Beep! At the moment the whistle blew, hundreds of die-hard Kaiserslautern fans in the stands behind the goal were booing loudly, and some even made mocking gestures towards Asian players. Chapter 102, if you don't want to play, get lost. For an Asian player to score 2 goals is simply a disgrace. I'll say it again, attack. Attack. After the second half began, the Kaiserslautern coach kept emphasizing the attack, not mentioning defense at all. After the second half started, Kaiserslautern players indeed followed Conrad's tactical intentions and started pushing forward aggressively. However, the results were quite poor. Facing Bochum's solid defense, Kaiserslautern's attack found no opportunities at all. Especially when Kaiserslautern's defenders pushed up significantly, it actually gave Bochum numerous counterattack chances. In the 56th minute, a passing error by Kaiserslautern player allowed a Bochum defender to immediately clear the ball to Philipp on the right. Philipp, who had just come on in the second half, was full of energy as he charged down the right flank with the ball. Since most of Kaiserslautern's defenders focused on Feng, this instead provided Philipp with an opportunity. Chapter 103 time quickly moved to March 20th. Bochum hosted the 26th round of the league at their home Ruhr Stadium, facing Fürth. This was a match without suspense. By the end of the first half, the home team Bochum had successfully assisted Trode in the box with 2 precise long passes from Feng on the wing. The tall forward Trode scored with consecutive headed attempts inside the small box, helping Bochum establish a 2-goal lead. After the second half began, Philipp cut inside from the wing and struck a shot that broke through the goalkeeper's fingers. 90 minutes later, Bochum won 3-0 at home against Fürth. Additionally, they extended their winning streak to 14 matches. 4 days later, Bochum's players hurriedly boarded a bus to Leipzig. The 27th round battle of the 2 Bundesliga officially kicked off. As the end of March approaches, the season has entered its final sprint phase, with double matches becoming the norm during this period. However, the difficulty of this match, compared to the last one, is on a completely different level. Currently, RB Leipzig is temporarily ranked 3rd in the Bundesliga 2, just 10 points behind the first-place team, Bochum. Chapter 104. In the penalty area, Trode has already leaped into the air. Although Willi Orban and Campbell also jumped at the moment Feng crossed the ball, Trode has a certain height advantage over these 2 Leipzig defenders. Most importantly, Feng's pass curved inside the RB Leipzig penalty area, perfectly bypassing the defending players in front of him and landing right in front of Trode. The latter headed the ball towards the goal, and the football zipped past Leipzig goalkeeper Galaxy like a cannonball, crashing into the net. 2-1. The away team, Bochum, finally scored, with Trode's goal assisted by Feng. However, if Bochum wants to leave the Red Bull Arena unscathed, they need at least 2 more goals. In the commentary booth, Jean Jun expressed his concerns into the microphone. Based on his experience, it is quite difficult for Bochum to secure all 3 points away from home. On the sidelines, RB Leipzig's coach Rangnick immediately made tactical adjustments, substituting defender Ilsanker for winger Kaiser. Chapter 105. After the restart, the Bochum players were clearly boosted in morale, especially after scoring 2 consecutive goals to equalize, which gave them hope for securing 3 points. On the sidelines, Coach Fairbeck continuously clapped his hands and shouted slogans for offense. High pressure. Score again. Pass the ball to Lin. So far, both of Bochum's goals have been created by Feng, 1 assist and 1 goal. So now the Bochum coach is relying entirely on Feng for scoring. Under the continued high pressure from Bochum's midfield players, finally, in the 88th minute of the match, an RB Leipzig player made a passing error, and the football was once again controlled by a Bochum player. On the left side, Feng used the outside of his right foot to stop the ball, quickly feinted, successfully shaking off Ilsanker. But then, 2 RB Leipzig defensive midfielders, Ronnie Khedira and Dem, came rushing towards Feng. Once again, it's a double team. Can Feng break through the layers of defense this time? In the commentary booth, Jean Jun couldn't help but feel anxious for Feng, knowing that not only were 2 RB Leipzig midfielders rushing towards him, but also the right-back Klosterman was desperately chasing from behind Feng. Chapter 106. In the away fan section, Bochum fans imitated Feng, excitedly taking off their jerseys and waving their fists in exhilaration. Some fans even started singing songs about Feng. It seemed that at this moment, the Red Bull Arena had transformed into the Ruhr Stadium, the home ground of Bochum. Before long, the referee blew the final whistle of the match. Bochum, relying on Lin Feng's contributions to create 3 goals, completed a remarkable comeback and extended their winning streak to 15 matches. Although Freiburg, ranked second, also won their match this round, the point difference between Bochum and Freiburg remains 9, but the gap with third-ranked RB Leipzig has widened to 13 points. Essentially, RB Leipzig has fallen behind in the championship race. After the match, Lin Feng was undoubtedly named the best player, and during the interview, Chu Shui, a reporter from Dongxiu Network station in Germany, excitedly asked, "Congratulations, Lin Feng, you saved the team again. The league has entered the sprint stage. Do you think Bochum has locked in the Bundesliga 2 championship?" No, there are still 7 rounds left in the league, and Bochum is only 9 points ahead of Freiburg. We need to fight for every match. Chapter 107. Lin, have you taken medicine? Your speed is incredible. After training, Philip immediately approached Lin Feng to ask, "Yes, Lin, your speed is astonishing, comparable to Gareth Bale. Do you want to have a race?" Other Bochum teammates gathered around, and the one who extended the invitation was Bochum's main right winger Onur Bulut. This player has always been recognized as the fastest in the team in the 100-meter sprint. No problem. Lin Feng gladly accepted Onur Bulut's invitation. Lin Feng also wanted to test how fast his 100-meter sprint could be after upgrading his speed attribute to level 4. I'm in 2. Philip also joined the race, running from one baseline to the other. How about that? That's almost a distance of 100 meters. After Philip spoke, Lin Feng and Onur Bulut nodded in agreement. Thus, the speed showdown within Bochum officially began. The speed competition between Lin Feng, Onur Bulut, and Philip quickly attracted the attention of many teammates. Even the assistant coach of the coaching staff, Humphrey, specially walked over to everyone, pointing to the whistle around his neck and said, "I'll be the referee." Chapter 108. Lin, I need you closer to Trode. Trode, after you in the first ball, you need to quickly pass the football to Lin, relying on Lin's absolute speed to find opportunities. In the away dressing room, Freiburg excitedly explained tactics to Lin Feng and Trode. After watching the first half of the match, Freiburg's worst fears came true. The home team, St. Pauli, set up a defensive formation to secure points. Despite Lin Feng's outstanding performance, Bochum still struggled to break through the opponent's goal. Freiburg needed to change Bochum's tactical system. 15 minutes later, the second half officially began. Like the first half, the St. Pauli players were still fully positioned for defense in their half. In the 46th minute of the match, Bochum pushed forward aggressively, but the midfield players had no passing gaps at all, whether it was Lin Feng or Trode. They were surrounded by defenders. Seeing this, Losilla could only pass the football to the right to Onur Bulut. "Pass the ball. Quickly pass the ball. Find Trode." On the sidelines, Freiburg shouted hysterically, loudly calling out Onur Bulut's name. Chapter 109. On April 23rd, Bochum welcomed Karlsruhe's challenge at home. This was the 30th round of the Bundesliga 2. After this match, Bochum would face Borussia Dortmund in the semi-finals of the German Cup. Karlsruhe's current strength places them in the mid-table of the 2. Bundesliga, having secured their survival early and lacking any hopes of promotion to the Bundesliga. In Freiburg's view, Karlsruhe would certainly not engage in a deadlock with Bochum in today's match. Therefore, Bochum's head coach Freiburg made some personnel adjustment for the game tonight. Main players Lin Feng and Tyrant were on the bench, ready to come in. The battle of the 30th round of the 2. Bundesliga had already begun, with Bochum facing Karlsruhe at home. To the disappointment of Chinese fans, Lin Feng did not start in this match. Perhaps coach Freiburg wanted to conserve energy for the German Cup match 3 days later. In the commentary booth, the commentator from Dongxiu Network, Zhang Jun, also mentioned Freiburg's plans. However, at this moment, guest commentator Zhang Lu suddenly spoke up. Bochum has not yet secured the 2. Bundesliga championship, and Karlsruhe still has some strength. So this rotation might be a bit hasty. Chapter 110. The next day, Lin Feng arrived early at the Bochum training ground for extra practice. This time, Lin Feng chose to improve his passing attributes. However, after nearly 2 hours of intense training with Philip, the progress bar showed no response. Thus, Lin Feng had to change his training focus, emphasizing more on physical confrontation and ball control exercises. In the afternoon, physiotherapist Leite met with Lin Feng, accompanied by his sister. To be honest, Lin Feng was a bit looking forward to seeing Leite's sister. As a man, this was a completely normal thing. Lina appeared to be in her 20s, wearing a white top and a white long skirt. dressed entirely in white, along with her golden hair. She looked more like a movie star than a physiotherapist. "Hello, Lina, Lete, you really do look like siblings, haha." Lin Feng's attempt at humor did not amuse the Lete siblings. Indeed, Germans are not particularly known for their sense of humor. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly at Lina and simply shook her hand. "I've heard about you from Lete. You are an outstanding football player," Lina said, trying to break the awkwardness. Chapter 1:11 the next day was match day. Before the clash between Bochum and Dortmund began, a large number of Bochum fans had already gathered on the streets, singing team songs as they slowly made their way to the Ruhr Stadium. Of course, alongside Bochum fans, there were also many Dortmund fans gathering around the Ruhr Stadium in groups. Perhaps because Bochum and Dortmund have not had many encounters in history, the relationship between the fans of the two teams was relatively good, with no instances of insults or brawls. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the team buses of both clubs arrived at the Ruhr Stadium one after another. Half an hour later, Bochum's players, led by their captain, entered the field for warm-up training. In the stands, Bochum fans gave the players deafening cheers. Bochum was the only Bundesliga team to reach the semi-finals of the German Cup this season, and every fan was hoping for the team to make history. Another half an hour later, Dortmund's players also stepped on a Bochum's pitch to start their pre-match warm-up. Looking around, Dortmund's lineup was filled with stars: Reus, Hummels, Gundogan, Pulisic. Chapter 1:12 in an instant, Lin Feng faced the charging Mkhitaryan and gently pushed the ball with his right foot. The ball passed right through the legs of the Dortmund number 10 player. At the same time he touched the ball, Lin Feng immediately propelled himself forward, using his explosive power to break through Mkhitaryan's defense. This player was primarily offensive and had a mediocre defensive performance. Lin Feng completed the breakthrough with ease. However, soon Dortmund's defensive midfielder Gundogan rushed toward Lin Feng. As a genuine defensive midfielder, Gundogan's defensive and interception abilities were far superior to Mkhitaryan's. Lin Feng stopped, glancing at the goal. It was time. Just as Lin Feng was about to prepare for a powerful shot, Gundogan arrived. He successfully closed off the shooting space for Lin Feng, and at the same time, Dortmund center-back Hummels also rushed in front of Lin Feng from the penalty area. At the top of the penalty arc, Lin Feng faced the tight defense of these two top Dortmund players. Lin Feng immediately halted his shooting motion. At this point, there was no shooting space in front of him. If he shot recklessly, the two Dortmund players could easily block it with their bodies. Chapter 1:13 quickly, the match resumed. The away team Dortmund adjusted their state immediately. For them, there was still plenty of time to change the current score. Therefore, the Dortmund players played extremely calmly on the field. After all, in terms of strength, Dortmund was far stronger than the current Bochum. The value difference between the two teams was as much as 20 times. Although Lin Feng had just scored a brilliant goal for most Dortmund players, this was merely a small episode and would not affect their mentality. To the flanks, pass the ball to the wings, make more individual breakthroughs. On the sidelines, Dortmund head coach Tuchel was energetically directing his players' movements. Now he had regained his composure, fully investing all his attention into the match. In Tuchel's view, Bochum's defensive weaknesses on the flanks were significant, as both fullbacks were not particularly strong defensively. Meanwhile, Dortmund's two wing attacks were top-notch in Europe: left winger Reus and right winger Pulisic. As long as Dortmund's attacking players could perform at their normal level during the match, Tuchel was confident that the team could turn things around. Chapter 1:14 on the bench, Freiburg watched as Lin Feng broke through Hummels, and a look of joy appeared on his face as he fixed his gaze on the situation in the penalty area. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Ruhr Stadium, over 30,000 Bochum fans erupted in intense cheers and shouts. Although fans had seen Lin Feng perform nutmegs in the Bundesliga before, today his nutmeg breakthrough against Dortmund's main center-back Hummels still shocked the fans. On the other side, in the away fan section of the Ruhr Stadium, over 1,000 Dortmund traveling supporters fell silent, anxiously waiting for goalkeeper Weidenfeller to pull off a spectacular save. Nutmeg. Lin Feng broke through the defense of German international Hummels head-on. As soon as Jean Jun's voice fell, Lin Feng charged into Borussia Dortmund's penalty area with the speed of a gust of wind. One-on-one, on the goal line, Dortmund's goalkeeper Weidenfeller was completely flustered. Without thinking, he rushed out of the goal in an attempt to get in front of Lin Feng as fast as possible, trying to block Lin Feng's shooting angle. Chapter 1:15, when the Dortmund players returned to the locker room, they were immediately met with Tuchel's furious scolding. Bang! He slammed the locker room door shut and pointed at the Dortmund defenders, scolding them. A bunch of useless trash. It's one thing to lose to Bayern in the Bundesliga, but you can't even beat a Bundesliga team. How many times did I tell you before the match? Concentrate. Don't underestimate the opponent. Don't underestimate the opponent. As Tuchel said this, he spread his hands, his tone filled with helplessness. Seriously, being 2 goals down in the first half to a Bundesliga team. Don't you feel embarrassed? The most crucial thing is that both goals could have been avoided. In Tuchel's view, Dortmund's 2 goals conceded in the first half, apart from Feng's own ability, were mostly due to the players on the field being too relaxed. On the bench, all the Dortmund players lowered their heads, not daring to meet Tuchel's eyes. We still need to attack in the second half. After a while, Tuchel spoke again. Just defending won't work to win tonight's match. We need to attack. Chapter 116. Seeing that his teammate was about to be surrounded, Feng quickly shouted. Onur Blut rushed to the side before the defenders were in position and immediately passed the ball. Bang! The football quickly fell at Feng's feet. At this moment, there are no Dortmund players interfering around Feng. However, at the moment Feng received the ball, fullback Piszczek, center-back Dum, and even defensive midfielder Mkhitaryan all sprinted towards Feng. According to the speed of the Dortmund defenders' coordinated defense, in less than 3 seconds, Feng would be surrounded by 3 players. He needed to make a decision quickly. Feng looked up at the goal and noticed that Weidenfeller was positioned closer to the left side of the goal, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Feng's mouth. Just then, Feng flicked the ball with his left foot, pushing it in front of his right foot, and then quickly lifted his right foot. A shot? But the distance to the goal is nearly 30 meters. In a commentary booth, Jean Jun immediately raised his voice upon seeing Feng's movement. Bang! Feng's instep struck the bottom of the football heavily, and in an instant, dirt flew up while the football zipped past before the Dortmund defenders arrived. Chapter 117 for Dortmund. This was an excellent opportunity. In that moment, Aubameyang chose not to stop the ball, but directly swung his right foot for a shot. Bang! Although Bochum's defenders Hong with Fabi and Bastian made interfering movements, they were just a bit slow. The football flew into the goal like a cannonball. After scoring, Aubameyang did not celebrate, but quickly ran into the goal to snatch the ball from Bochum's goalkeeper. For Aubameyang, this goal was not enough to secure victory for the team. He needed at least one more goal. The goal was scored. Coach Tuchel's substitutions had an effect. The score was now 3-2. In the final moments of the match, Aubameyang's goal seemed to bring Dortmund a glimmer of hope for victory. With about 15 minutes left in the match, the suspense was reignited. In a commentary booth, Jean Jun excitedly shouted, although deep down he didn't want to see Dortmund score, but after all, he was a commentator. Chapter 118. At that moment, Hummels was undoubtedly desperate. He instinctively grabbed Feng's jersey with both hands, trying to stop him from breaking through. But it was already too late. The next second, Feng flashed past Hummels like a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, Feng charged into Dortmund's penalty area. Goalkeeper Weidenfeller had no way out. He could only launch another attack. However, this time Feng did not choose to chip the ball, but instead took a powerful shot. Bang! The football flew rapidly into the net. Once again, Dortmund's goalkeeper was helpless. 4-2. At that moment, the stands at the Ruhrstadion erupted into madness, with tens of thousands of fans standing up excitedly, loudly cheering Feng's name. Completing a quadruple, Feng sprinted to the corner flag area, even taking off his jersey to slide on his knees in celebration. Soon, other Bochum teammates rushed to Feng, and even the substitute players excitedly ran to the corner flag area. Philip took a leap and jumped onto Feng's shoulders. Chapter 119. First of all, congratulations on leading Bochum to the DFB Pokal final. You achieved an incredible quadruple against Dortmund. How do you feel now? The journalist who had previously asked Tuchel turned his focus to Feng. I'm very happy that the team has reached the final. As for the quadruple, to be honest, I don't feel much. I just want to advance. Feng honestly replied to the questioning reporter. Next month, Bochum will enter the final sprint phase of the league and face Bayern Munich in the DFB Pokal final. Lin, do you think the team has a chance to win the double crown? Upon hearing this question, Feng almost instinctively replied, of course, I've answered this question countless times. From the beginning to the end, I always believed Bochum can win the double crown. Feng's tone was filled with confidence. Clearly, after the team defeated Dortmund 4-2, Feng was even more confident. He believed his team could create miracles. We will make history, not only creating history for Bochum, but also for the league. In the following time, reporters continued to ask questions, as Bochum's victory over Dortmund was bound to spark a lot of discussions. Chapter 120. The next day, at the training ground, Feng began specialized training again. This time, he chose shooting, but not a powerful shot. Instead, he practiced curving shots. On the goal line, Philip pretended to wear goalkeeper gloves, play acting as the goalkeeper. At first, Philip found it quite interesting, but as Feng kept scoring into the corners of the goal with every shot, Philip gradually lost his patience. Bang! This shot once again headed straight for the corner of the goal, and Philip angrily took off his gloves, saying, "It's boring, I'm done." Feng didn't make things difficult for Philip. Instead, he nodded at him. Just then, the skill panel for the lob shot successfully popped up, which meant that Feng's lob shot level had successfully upgraded to LV3. Skill lob shot LV4. Proficiency 13,000. Effect: after extensive training, your lob shot ability has reached the level of top players, allowing you to shoot with the inside or outside of your foot, making the ball curve in the air to bypass defenders and score from more tricky angles. At this moment, in England, Manchester City, at the Carrington training base. Chapter 121. As May approached, the Bochum team faced their most crucial battle of the season so far, a home match against Freiburg. With only 4 rounds left in the Bundesliga, Bochum currently had a 4-point lead over Freiburg, meaning that a victory at home would extend their lead to 9 points. Due to the implications of the results, even if Freiburg won all their last 3 matches and Bochum lost all, Bochum would still clinch the Bundesliga title. Therefore, in a sense, this match would be the final battle. On May 1st, at 5 p.m., 2.5 hours before the match began. A large number of Bochum fans were already seen wearing jerseys and scarves with the team logo, making their way to the Ruhr Stadium. Meanwhile, in the city, a taxi was slowly driving down the street, and it was clear that the driver was quite displeased. It seemed that the slow pace was not the driver's intention. Inside the taxi were Feng and his family, his father, mother, and younger sister Lin Qingran. They were all dressed in brand new clothes, excitedly gazing out the window. Chapter 122. At this moment, the Bochum team bus had arrived at the parking lot of the Ruhr Stadium. Once in the locker room, Bochum's head coach, Freiburg, coughed a couple of times and suddenly clapped his hands, shouting excitedly to everyone, "Boys, today is going to be a tough battle. Our goal is simple, to achieve victory. As long as we defeat Freiburg, we can claim this damn Bundesliga championship. A large number of fans are here to watch us tonight. We must fight for them. Fight, Bochum! Fight, Bochum!" Under Coach Freiburg's rallying cry, all the Bochum players shouted the slogan together. After Freiburg mentioned some match precautions, the Bochum players began changing into their jerseys to warm up. Just then, Feng suddenly heard his phone vibrate. "Brother, we are in Germany, but we couldn't buy tickets for the match." Upon hearing Lin Qingran's words, Feng's eyes instantly widened in shock. "What? You guys are in Germany? When did you come? Why didn't you tell me?" Feng's tone was filled with tension and excitement. Chapter 123. Beep. The referee decisively blew the whistle upon seeing this. At the same time, the referee pointed to the penalty spot with one hand. In the stands at the Ruhr Stadium, over 30,000 Bochum fans immediately erupted into cheers. Oh, no one expected that just after the match began, Bochum would be awarded a penalty. This was a great opportunity to score. In the commentary booth, Jean Jun raised his voice after seeing the referee award the penalty, almost shouting into the microphone, "Penalty! Bochum has been awarded a penalty." Feng's breakthrough caused the Freiburg defender to foul. This was a right choice. Bochum has a great chance to score. Just as he finished speaking, Feng stood at the penalty spot. He took the ball from the referee's hands and slowly walked to the spot. Then, Feng took a deep breath, raising his head to fix his sharp gaze on the Freiburg goalkeeper, who at that moment displayed a cold, desperate expression. In their first encounter, Freiburg's goalkeeper Schwulo was overwhelmed by Bochum's relentless attacks. Chapter 124. The goalkeeper kicked the ball to the left flank. That was Feng's position. Bochum was on the counterattack. If Feng could control the ball, it would be a great chance to score. As the commentator finished speaking, Feng suddenly burst into action. At that moment, Feng was like a blue flash on the flank, sprinting at full speed. In an instant, Feng successfully caught up with the ball. However, at the same time, 2 Freiburg defenders were already in position. It was another double team, right back Torhan and center back Horn. Besides these 2 defenders, midfielder Hoffler was also rushing towards Feng. Bang! Seeing this, Feng did not hesitate. Instead, he looked up at Trode's position. He opted for a 45-degree cross. Although Feng had enough ability to break through the three-man blockade, even if he succeeded, he might not get a shooting opportunity. Plus, it would waste time on the attack. Since that was the case, it was better to trust his teammate. Trode had been in excellent form this season, scoring 26 goals, making him the second top scorer in the Bundesliga. Chapter 125. While Freiburg players were surrounding the referee, Bochum's midfielder Loxilia chose to quickly take the free kick. The ball flew once again to the left. Feng received the ball in his most familiar position, amidst the cheers of the surrounding fans. Commentator Jean Jun raised his voice, nearly roaring into the microphone. On the flank, after receiving the ball, Feng faced only one defender in front of him, so he opted to cut inside. Lowering his left shoulder, he suddenly poked the ball with his right foot, and in a flash, Feng effortlessly broke through the interference of Freiburg's right back. It was clear that with Feng's current strength and form, it was difficult for just one player to pose a substantial challenge to him. Feng smoothly charged into the arc of the penalty area. Now, Freiburg's goal was within Feng's shooting range. The stands erupted with cheers, as tens of thousands of fans raised their arms and shouted Feng's name, echoing throughout the venue. Inside the VIP box, Lin Qingran, who had been focused, saw Feng break through to the top of the penalty area, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 126. Despite goalkeeper Lute successfully predicting the direction, the ball was unfortunately too fast. Lute was just a step behind. The soccer ball hit the net with a resounding thud. Freiburg, playing away, narrowed the score to 3-2 with a penalty. The gap between the two teams was reduced to just one goal. Oh, this time, it was finally the away fans of Freiburg who erupted in cheers, and hundreds of them filled the air above the Ruhr Stadium with their roars. Not long after, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Thanks to the last-minute penalty, the halftime score was temporarily set at 3-2. Beep. After the start of the second half, the home team Bochum continued to be the attacking side. Freiburg adopted a deep defensive strategy. During halftime, Coach Charles clearly informed his players that to win tonight, their primary task was to defend well. Under solid defense, they would then look for counterattack opportunities. In the 53rd minute, as many Freiburg defenders gathered on the left side, where Feng was, Bochum's midfielder Rossilia chose to pass the ball to Honor Blood on the right. Chapter 127. At this moment, Bochum's leading striker Trode was already in position in the penalty area. He was sprinting with all his might, but at the same time, he was surrounded by defenders. Two Freiburg center backs, Kempf and Horn, were tightly marking him, not giving Trode a chance to compete for a header. On the wing, Feng was also having a tough time. Although he quickly dribbled past two Freiburg defenders, another wave of defenders quickly arrived. Two midfielders rushed towards Feng at lightning speed, completely blocking his shooting route. Feng looked up at the situation in the penalty area, then suddenly took a deep breath, trying to keep himself relaxed. Bang! A cross with the inside of his right foot. In the blink of an eye, Feng's pass zipped past the defenders. The ball then fell into the penalty area. After being surrounded, Feng resolutely chose to make a long pass. This was not actually the best choice, as there were defenders all around Bochum striker Trode. Chapter 128. Bang! In the 89th minute of the match, Freiburg's midfielder Hoffler also attempted a long-range shot, but his intention was too obvious, and the ball was blocked by a defender. The second ball was then controlled by attacking midfielder Eisfeld. Here, quick, pass the ball. In the front field, Feng almost shouted in a roaring voice, desperately urging. Seeing this, Eisfeld hurriedly sent a long pass to Feng. The power and distance of this pass were just right. The ball landed perfectly at Feng's feet. However, just as Feng was preparing to break through, Freiburg's defender Horn launched a direct flying tackle. Both Feng and the ball were sent flying. Beep. The referee decisively blew the whistle for the foul. Free kick. In the last minute of regular time, the home team Bochum was awarded a set-piece opportunity. The distance from the goal was about 28 meters. Feng stood at the penalty spot, and if all went well, he would take the free kick himself. Near the top of the penalty area, just after Feng took the ball from the referee, several tall Freiburg players stood in front of him. Chapter 129. When the final whistle blew, whether it was the Bochum players on the field or those sitting on the bench, they all rushed to Feng. Even the coaching staff members quickly ran to Lin Feng's side, surrounding him and wildly pumping their fists. Meanwhile, in the Ruhr Stadium, fans in the front row jumped over the barriers, sprinting into the field at full speed. At first, the security tried their best to stop the fans who rushed onto the field, but as more and more fans climbed over the barriers and rushed in, the situation was completely out of control. For Bochum fans, this was a moment of happiness, knowing that it had been 10 years since they last won the Bundesliga championship. Ultimately, under the protection of security personnel, the Bochum players could only retreat to the players' tunnel to celebrate. At that moment, in the Ramp pub on Chemnader Street, when fans saw the referee blow the final whistle on the television, they all raised their glasses and drank together. Chapter 130. After the match, both in Germany and other European countries, a lot of coverage was dedicated to this battle. The Bundesliga champion is freshly crowned. Bochum defeats Freiburg 5-3, securing the championship 3 rounds early. Kicker Lin Feng's last-minute decisive strike. Bochum easily double-kills Freiburg at home. The Youth Storm wins the championship. Sportbild unstoppable Bochum. Lin Feng single-handedly helped the team win the Bundesliga championship, which they hadn't won in 10 years. Lin Feng has become the hottest star in international football. Sky Sports. Bochum wins the season's first title. This young team will challenge Bayern, the Southern King of the Bundesliga, at the end of May. Daily Sports. Lin Feng did not stay long in the locker room. After freshening up, he quickly put on his sportswear and left the locker room. He hadn't seen his parents and younger sister Lin Qingran for almost a year, so he missed them very much at that moment. Master. For the summer hotel. After hailing a taxi at the stadium entrance, Lin Feng quickly headed to the hotel where his parents lived. About half an hour later. Chapter 131. Brother. Why aren't you eating? Lin Feng waved his hand and patiently said to his 7-year-old sister in front of him, I'm a professional athlete. I need to watch my diet. I can't eat some greasy foods. Sigh, being a football player is really hard. You can't even enjoy good food. Lin Qingren couldn't help but complain. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng took his family for a casual stroll around the city streets. In fact, this was not a clear plan. At this moment, a large number of Bochum fans are coming out of the bar with glasses in hand. After all, Bochum just defeated Freiburg at home tonight, successfully winning the Bundesliga 2 championship 3 rounds ahead of schedule. This has led many Bochum fans to drink a bit more out of excitement. In the city of Bochum, there are very few Asians. Therefore, not long after, Lin Feng and others were surrounded by a group of fans wearing Bochum jerseys. Lin, wow, it's really Lin. I can't believe I can meet Lin Feng here. Lin, the hero of Bochum. Lin, Bochum fans will always support you. This group of fans sang Lin Feng's song with the smell of alcohol on their breath. While Lin Feng showed an embarrassed expression, it was his first time encountering so many fans singing his name. Chapter 132. Not long after, the staff had set up the award stage. Before announcing the Bundesliga 2 championship medals, the awards for the top scorer and the best player of the season were first presented. Both of these awards were won by Lin Feng. At this moment, in the stands of the Heidenheim Stadium, the home team fans had mostly left, but in the away fan section, Bochum fans were still supporting their team. When Lin Feng raised the Golden Boot and the Best Player Award, the entire stadium echoed with Lin Feng's name. Next came the presentation of the Bundesliga 2 championship. The team captain Fabian received the championship trophy from the presenter, and the fireworks in the stadium were ready to be launched. However, when Fabian took the trophy, he seemed a bit hesitant. He turned to look at his teammate already standing on the podium. Lin, come here. Raise the cup with me. As the team captain, Fabian knew very well that Bochum's championship this season was entirely due to Lin Feng's contributions. Therefore, in Fabian's eyes, Lin Feng was obviously more deserving of lifting the trophy than he was. Lin, come on. Hurry up, this is your honor. Chapter 133. German kicker. The Bundesliga 2 season has come to an end, and Bochum has won the championship. Just after celebrating his 18th birthday, Lin won the Golden Boot and Best Player awards. This season in Bundesliga 2, the young man from Huagwa scored a total of 33 goals and provided 31 assists. It is said that this young player has already caught the attention of several top clubs in the 5 major leagues. After the Bundesliga 2 season ended, Germany's largest sports newspaper, Kicker, dedicated a column to Lin Feng, discussing his future prospects. Most guests firmly believe that Lin Feng is likely to directly enter the Premier League or even La Liga in the new season. His performance this season has clearly shown that he is dominating in Bundesliga 2. Former German star Matthias praised during the interview. Lin's breakthroughs are sharp. It takes at least 3 defenders to stop him. Matthias continued. Most importantly, he can both pass and shoot from the wing. In short, he is an extremely versatile player. It is said that Tottenham and Manchester United both want to acquire the speedy winger. Chapter 134 before the match, at the press conference venue. The entire hall was almost filled with reporters. This is the atmosphere of Germany's top cup competition. Upon seeing this, Mr. Felbeck was indeed taken aback. Mr. Felbeck, tomorrow night, Bochum will face Bayern in the final showdown. Your team has already won the Bundesliga 2 championship this season. Do you think you can win a second trophy tomorrow? A reporter from the Rhein Zeitung was the first to ask Felbeck. This reporter usually covers Bundesliga news, so he's not very familiar with Felbeck. I've said this many times before. Undeniably, Bayern is a great team. They're a top team in Germany and Europe. Bayern has the world's best players in every position, and even their coaching staff is world-class. Additionally, they have top medical and equipment teams, etc. It is an honor for us Bochum to compete against such a European giant, but at the same time, I believe every Bochum player will give their all in the match. Chapter 135 Coach, he's just a Chinese player and only 18 years old. This guy won't put any pressure on our defense. Tomorrow, I will definitely let him feel the top-level Champions League defense. Boateng confidently responded to Guardiola in front of him. If you've seen his previous matches, you would understand that he is definitely not an ordinary player. Guardiola said seriously to Boateng, remember, once the match starts tomorrow, you must firmly hold down the opponent's number 33. Guardiola understands very well that if the defenders approach Bochum with this mindset, their defense line will definitely be shattered by Feng. Therefore, Guardiola must ensure that his defenders are fully alert. However, after Guardiola left, neither Boateng nor Neuer took Guardiola's words to heart. Guardiola is being a bit too nervous. An 18-year-old rookie definitely can't create any waves. Neuer also sneered, yeah, in tomorrow's match, we're sure to keep a clean sheet against the opponent, and there's a good chance we will wipe Bochum out. Chapter 136 After Bayern star striker Lewandowski kicked off, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he slowly moved towards the penalty area. At this moment, the ball came to Thomas Muller's feet. Muller also did not initiate an attack immediately, but passed the ball to center-back Boateng. Subsequently, the ball began to circulate in Bayern's midfield. Ever since Guardiola became Bayern's head coach, he has deeply impressed the team with a possession-based style. Guardiola always emphasizes ball control, attempting to tear apart the opponent's defense through short passes. At this time, Bochum's forwards also began to press up slowly, preparing for a high-pressure chase. But at this moment, Bayern's players took the initiative. It could be felt that Bayern players significantly accelerated the speed and frequency of their passes. Boom, boom, boom. In the midfield, Bayern's players executed multiple one-touch passes in quick succession, and the ball ultimately landed at Thiago's feet. As a former La Masia prodigy, Thiago possesses top-notch technical skills. His technical ability is even comparable to the legendary Xavi and Iniesta duo. Facing the Bochum players closing in, Thiago quickly turned and used his left foot to pull the ball past the defenders. Chapter 137 This was a great opportunity for Bochum to score. When unable to threaten the opponent's goal during open play, set pieces often yield unexpected results. Feng stood in front of the penalty spot, and if nothing went wrong, he would take this set piece himself. In the commentary box at the Berlin Olympic Stadium, the German commentator Jean June spoke with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the Bochum fans section, many fans had already begun to cheer in celebration. Whether in the two Bundesliga or in previous DFB Pokal matches, Feng had scored directly from free kicks before. To the fans, Feng had the ability to score again, even though Bayern's goalkeeper is currently the world's number 1, Neuer. Beep. When the referee blew the whistle for the penalty, everyone's gaze instinctively gathered on Feng. He took a deep breath and began his run-up slowly. Bang! The inside of his right foot struck the bottom of the ball swiftly. In an instant, the football soared over the wall formed by the Bayern players, flying toward the opponent's goal like lightning. Chapter 138 In the 40th minute of the match, suddenly, a turning point appeared. Bochum gained an attacking opportunity. When Bochum goalkeeper Lutz saved Lewandowski's long-range shot with both hands, the ball fell instantly at Hodglin's feet. As this Bochum midfielder gained control of the ball, 3 Bayern forwards rushed towards him at lightning speed. At such a critical moment, Hodglin didn't think too much and instinctively played the ball forward. Bang! The ball landed in Bayern's backfield. Because Bayern's players had pushed up earlier, the entire formation was very advanced, so when the ball landed in Bayern Munich's backfield, there weren't many Bayern players pressing. Feng, relying on his speed advantage, was the first to reach the ball. This was an opportunity for a counterattack. Feng naturally didn't hesitate and immediately took long strides, sprinting toward the top of the penalty area at an astonishing speed. At this moment, the first Bayern player rushing toward Feng was center-back Boateng. The latter had provoked Feng before the match started. Chapter 139. Hey, Boateng, this is the final. Don't be careless. Stay calm. Guardiola shouted from the sidelines, naming Boateng directly. In his view, the reason his team conceded was largely due to Boateng's reckless pressing, which gave Feng the opportunity to break through. After being scolded by the head coach, Boateng was understandably frustrated. He could only helplessly nod at Guardiola, promising not to make mistakes again. After the restart, Bayern's players quickly launched another fierce attack on Bochum's defense. Although they had conceded an equalizer, to be honest, most Bayern players did not lose confidence in the match. On the contrary, they were filled with fighting spirit. After all, in terms of strength, reputation, and market value, Bayern should easily defeat Bochum. They had no reason to give up the match. In the 43rd minute of the match, Bayern's attacking fire ignited again in Bochum's backfield. It was once again Thiago's ball progression. As Bayern's midfield core, whenever the ball reached Thiago's feet, this maze-like Spanish international could always find a passing route. Chapter 140. In the final moments of the first half, Bayern's players seemed eager to continue their attack. They did not appear satisfied with the 2-1 halftime score. The ball came to Robben's feet again. Cutting in. This is Robben's corridor. Everyone knew Robben would attempt a shot from this position, but no one could stop him. As commentator Jean June's voice fell, Robben, who had penetrated into the top of the penalty area, once again feinted past the defender's gap and ultimately tried a shot. The ball quickly traced a descending arc in the air before sharply turning toward the goal's dead corner. On the goal line, Bochum's goalkeeper Lut had done everything he could to make the save. However, his hands did not touch the ball. Fortunately, Robben's shot was slightly off target. The ball, originally headed for the dead corner, narrowly struck the intersection of the goalpost and crossbar. The frame saved Bochum. Jean June exclaimed joyfully. There's an ancient saying in China, surviving a major disaster brings future blessings. Perhaps Bochum is about to get a scoring opportunity. In the stands, Bayern fans were already preparing to celebrate, but with the sound of hitting the post. Chapter 141. As Feng scored this incredible goal, the referee also blew the whistle to end the first half. In the end, Bayern and Bochum, after a grueling 45 minutes, were temporarily tied at 2-2. Although the score was even, Bayern players naturally could not accept this result. As they returned to the player tunnel, nearly all Bayern players showed disappointment on their faces. In contrast, Bochum players appeared relaxed, even greeting the fans in the stands above the player tunnel. In the locker room, Bayern coach Guardiola could be described as furious at this moment. He angrily questioned his players. Are you really the Bundesliga champions? In the first half, you were completely suppressed by Bochum. Each of your salaries could cover half of Bochum's team's wages. But your performance? It's simply worse than a 2. Bundesliga team. I will emphasize again, tonight's match is the DFB Pokal final. There can be no mistakes. If you want to win that damn championship, all of you must perform at your best. Chapter 142. The ball quickly flew into Bayern's penalty area. In front of the goal, Bochum's towering striker Tyrant had already started to jump, and in front of him was the defender Boateng. In the first half, Boateng was primarily responsible for marking Feng, but with poor results, he had even been humiliated by Feng. Therefore, during halftime, Guardiola made adjustments regarding Boateng. He requested Boateng to focus on Tyrant, while another center-back, Kimmich, would take care of Feng. Although Kimmich was not a pure center-back by trade, his speed and reaction were clearly better than Boateng's. From the current results, Guardiola's adjustment was undoubtedly correct. In the penalty area, Boateng relied on his physical advantage and excellent jumping ability to head the ball away just before Tyrant could get to it. The second point was controlled by Bayern's defensive midfielder Vidal. In the stands, tens of thousands of Bayern fans instantly raised their voices in support, especially when they saw Vidal pass the ball to Robben on the wing. The entire stadium was filled with cheers and shouts from Bayern fans. Chapter 143. Bochum's set-piece opportunity. The player standing at the penalty spot is still Bochum's top scorer, Lin. This player won the Golden Boot and Best Player awards in the 2. Bundesliga this season. In all competitions this season, this young man from the East has scored at least 7 goals from set pieces. In the ramp pub, as soon as the German commentator finished speaking on the television, cheers and deafening shouts erupted. After a few rounds of drinks, these fans were already a bit tipsy, especially when they saw Lin Feng standing at the penalty spot again. They all shouted for a goal. Lin, go for another one. Get a hat trick. We believe you can do it. You must score. Lin, we believe in you. Bochum will win. Meanwhile, in the stands of the Berlin Olympic Stadium, over 30,000 Bochum fans were equally tense and excited. Throughout the season, Bochum fans have witnessed Lin Feng's set-piece ability multiple times. Furthermore, in the first half, Lin Feng had also scored from a set-piece against Bayern. Chapter 144. Compared to the already furious Guardiola, on Bochum's bench, Feldbecker was as happy as a child. Bouncing around, Feldbecker is considered an extremely mediocre coach among German coaches. Even his salary is middle of the road in the Bundesliga. But tonight, Feldbecker's team drew against Guardiola's Bayern Munich. Although Bochum has not yet won tonight's match, this is already a great honor for Feldbecker. Lin, thank you. You are the hero of the team. On the sidelines, after regaining his composure, Feldbecker quietly expressed his feelings to Lin Feng, who was clearing his head. Perhaps tonight, Bochum really has a chance to win the DFB Pokal. Feldbecker turned to his assistant coach Humphrey beside him and said. The latter nodded and firmly replied, as long as Lin Feng is here, everything is possible. At this moment, in the corner flag area, Lin Feng was surrounded by his Bochum teammates. He didn't even have time to celebrate. Just as Lin Feng was about to slide on his knees in celebration, he was hugged by Tyrant, and then other players also rushed over to embrace Lin Feng. Chapter 145. In the last few minutes, both teams' players were tense, their hearts in their throats. In the stands, the fans' faces were filled with panic. For most of the time, Bayern's players controlled the tempo. Naturally, they could not accept the current 3-3 score. On the sidelines, Guardiola kept shouting for an attack. Hold on, only a few minutes left. We must not be dragged into extra time. Strive to settle the battle within 90 minutes. Guardiola is an experienced head coach. He knows that once extra time starts, it will greatly boost Bochum players' morale. Moreover, during the 30 minutes of extra time, the weaker side will definitely defend with all their might, making it harder for Bayern players to attack. If it goes to a penalty shootout, the chances of winning will be 50-50. Although Bayern's lineup includes top goalkeeper Neuer, his form tonight has been quite average. In short, Guardiola longs for Bayern to secure victory within the regular 90 minutes. Chapter 146. On the sidelines, Guardiola's face instantly showed disappointment and regret. He shook his head helplessly. This was not the situation he wanted to see. As the designated penalty taker, Robin, after seeing his shot go just over the crossbar, immediately expressed his regret by holding his head. Robin, Bayern's star player, missed the best chance to win the game. At the same time, the fourth official raised the sign for the additional time in the second half. The time displayed was 4 minutes. Upon seeing this, Guardiola exploded with anger. Almost at lightning speed, he rushed to the fourth official, loudly questioning. 4 minutes? Why 4 minutes? Are you kidding? Didn't you see the Bochum players wasting time just now? This should be at least 6 minutes or more. What are you all doing? Perhaps because Robin just missed the chance to win, Guardiola's mindset was nearly on the verge of collapse. He was almost about to unleash a barrage of curses. However, Guardiola's questioning did not change any decisions. Even the fourth official responded expressionlessly to Guardiola. Enough with the nonsense. This is the referee's decision, and everyone must obey. Chapter 147. Bang. Before the ball even landed, Lin Feng quickly raised his right foot and struck the bottom of the ball hard. At that moment, neither Lahm nor Boateng could do anything but watch in awe. As the game entered stoppage time, Bayern's defenders were also at their physical limits. They no longer had the energy to chase after Lin Feng. Therefore, at this moment, when Lin Feng shot, there were no Bayern players interfering around him. Thus, Lin Feng completed a powerful shot. In the blink of an eye, the ball flew like a meteor into the goal. On the goal line, Neuer, seeing Lin Feng shoot, hurriedly made a save attempt, but Lin Feng's shot was simply too fast. Neuer couldn't even see the ball's spinning trajectory. Whoosh! In an instant, the ball flew past Neuer's ear and successfully entered the goal. At that moment, the referee immediately blew the whistle for a valid goal. Beep! At the same time, the referee pointed one hand towards the center circle. The goal is valid. In an instant, the stands of the Berlin Olympic Stadium erupted with cheers from Bochum fans. Chapter 148. In China, within the live broadcast room of Dongxiu Network. As Lin Feng scored the winning goal the next second, the entire screen of the live broadcast room was filled with bullet comments sent by Chinese fans. A last-minute goal. Lin Feng has defeated Bayern. Oh my god, is this real? This plot is so unbelievable that even movies wouldn't dare to portray it. Scoring 4 goals in a match against Bayern. Not even Messi or Ronaldo could necessarily achieve that. Chinese people can also play great football. Lin Feng is the best example. Lin Feng, instant fame, the true king of Asian football. At the match, the cheers of the Bochum fans were deafening, creating an excited atmosphere throughout the Bochum stands. However, a middle-aged man in a suit had a hint of worry on his face. Yes, he is Mauricio Pochettino, the head coach of Tottenham's first team. Pochettino has always wanted to bring Lin Feng into his squad, but due to Lin Feng's outstanding performance tonight, it made Pochettino feel concerned. In his view after this match, Lin Feng, who scored 4 goals, will undoubtedly become a target pursued by many top clubs. Chapter 149. In the vast stands of the Berlin Olympic Stadium. Many Bayern fans were slowly leaving with a sense of despair, but some Bayern fans chose to stay and witness this historic moment with over 30,000 Bochum fans. Inside the stadium, uniformed staff members had started to get busy, trying to set up the award stage as quickly as possible. Soon, after the stage was completed, a row of beautiful hostesses came out holding medals. At this moment, the DJ began to introduce the award presenters, Reinhard Grindel, the president of the German Football Association, and legendary German footballer Jürgen Klinsmann. Quickly, under the guidance of the on-site host, the award ceremony officially began. The first award presented was the German Cup Most Valuable Player Award, commonly referred to as the MVP. The host, while looking at the card in his hand, shouted into the microphone, "The best player of the 2015 to 2016 German Cup is number 33 from Bochum, Lin. Let's congratulate this young talent, who is only 18 years old. He is now the youngest MVP in the history of the German Cup." Chapter 150. Click, click, click. The moment Lin Feng lifted the German Cup trophy, the entire press area erupted with the sound of many camera shutters. These photographers knew very well that this scene would soon become a legendary moment. They needed to capture this beautiful moment. At this time, many Bochum club staff members also came to the award stage to enjoy this exciting moment with the Bochum players. Lin, thank you for helping the team win the double crown. To be honest, deep down, I really don't want you to leave. Bochum's coach, Felix, specifically approached Lin Feng to express his heartfelt feelings. However, I also know that you will eventually leave the team. Bochum is too small of a club to support your great dreams. In short, Lin, I am really happy to have been your coach. I wish you a bright future. After saying this, Lin Feng tightly hugged the Bochum coach. To be honest, in a way, Felix had shown kindness to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng was loaned to Bochum, it was Felix who gave him the opportunity to play, and thus, Lin Feng became an outstanding football player in the two Bundesliga and the entire German football scene. Chapter 151. While the Bochum players were enjoying the joy of winning the championship, major clubs also began to notice Lin Feng. In Spain, at Real Madrid, then head coach Zinedine Zidane, after watching Lin Feng's performance in the German Cup final, immediately called club president Florentino Perez. He clearly expressed that Florentino must sign Lin Feng. The number 33 player from Bochum is undoubtedly a top talent that comes once in decades. He must be signed at all costs. After Zidane communicated his request to Florentino, the latter promptly arranged for club staff to start negotiations with Raiola. In addition, in Turin, Italy, Juventus also began negotiations for Lin Feng, while in France, wealthy Paris Saint-Germain attempted to use their financial power to recruit Lin Feng. Of course, there were also Bundesliga teams. Bayern, Borussia Dortmund, Schalke 04, Wolfsburg, Bayer Leverkusen, and other top Bundesliga clubs all extended olive branches to Lin Feng. However, deep down, Lin Feng did not particularly want to join a Bundesliga team. The reason is simple. Lin Feng did not want to become an enemy of Bochum. Chapter 152. After a brief greeting with Lin Feng, Pochettino got straight to the point. Lin, the purpose of my visit is actually just one thing. I hope you can choose Tottenham. I know that many European giant clubs are currently in contact with you, but please believe me, Tottenham is definitely the most sincere. This season, we finished 3rd in the Premier League, so when the new season starts, Tottenham will qualify for the Champions League. Moreover, There is also an Asian player in the Tottenham squad. You should know him. His name is Son Heung-min. Pochettino spoke at length without interruption, and Lin Feng quietly listened to Pochettino's introduction. If you can join Tottenham, I will guarantee that you will not have less than 20 appearances in the team. And in my heart, you will definitely be a core strength of the team. While saying this, Pochettino took out a pen and a piece of paper from his briefcase and explained to Lin Feng, when the new season starts, your position will still be on the familiar left flank, while Son Heung-min will move to the right flank, and Harry Kane will still be in the center forward position. Chapter 153 on July 25th. With the opening of the summer transfer window, several top clubs began to recruit players in preparation for a big season. At the same time, Lin Feng had also made it clear to the club that he would not stay for the new season. Thus, the Bochum club's management held a grand farewell ceremony for Lin Feng at the first opportunity. After all, Bochum's double crown victory was almost entirely due to Lin Feng's efforts. Every time the team faced a crisis, the player who often stepped up to solve the problem was Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng only played for Bochum for a short season, he had undoubtedly become an everlasting legend in the hearts of Bochum fans. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at Bochum's home ground, the Ruhr Stadium, over 30,000 Bochum fans, almost all wearing Lin Feng's number 33 jersey, flooded into the stadium to bid farewell to Lin Feng. Lin. The moment Lin Feng walked out of the players' tunnel, all the fans shouted Lin Feng's name in unison. The momentum was overwhelming, as if it could reach the sky. Even on the dedicated fan stand, Bochum supporters had specially created a giant tifo. Chapter 154. Click, click, click. After Pochettino finished speaking, the reporters in the audience frantically pressed their shutter buttons. Looking around, the faces of all the reporters showed shock, confusion, and excitement. Just as Pochettino had said, an hour ago, the next event would be the contract signing ceremony. Let's welcome Lin Feng. Pochettino intentionally raised his voice, and immediately the venue erupted with applause and cheers. At that moment, Lin Feng, dressed in sportswear, slowly walked up to Pochettino. Pochettino also stood up from his chair, shook hands with Lin Feng, and embraced him. Lin, please believe me, this is definitely the best choice you could make, Pochettino said with a trembling voice, clearly very excited. Next, under the witness of many reporters, Lin Feng signed his name on the player contract. The contract terms were not much different from the last time, with a duration of 3 years, a weekly salary of 150,000 euros, and various bonuses for goals and victories. The only additional item was a signing fee worth a whopping 10 million euros. Chapter 155. The moment Lin Feng walked out of the player tunnel, a blinding light shone in his eyes, and he immediately heard a deafening cheer erupt from the entire Tottenham Hotspur stadium. To be fair, most Tottenham fans welcomed Lin Feng's arrival. After all, he was the only football genius who had achieved a quadruple in a final against Bayern. Most importantly, Lin Feng was only 18 years old, with an unlimited future. Moreover, the last Asian player to join Tottenham, Son Heung-min, had fully adapted to the Premier League. So a significant portion of Tottenham fans did not harbor any discrimination against Asian players. Facing the enthusiastic Tottenham fans, Lin Feng smiled and waved continuously to the stands. Next, Lin Feng stood in front of the Tottenham sponsor's advertisement board and performed a juggling act. After that, he walked to the vicinity of the center circle and gave a brief speech. I feel very honored to join Tottenham. I've been a fan of Tottenham since I was very young, and today I finally put on this jersey. In a new season, I will do my utmost to help Tottenham win the championship. I aspire to become a legend in the club's history. Chapter 156. For most fans from the pickled cabbage country, when they learned that Lin Feng joined Tottenham and was the highest paid player in the team, their mentality exploded. They began to criticize Lin Feng online. Almost all fans from the pickled cabbage country mocked Lin Feng while praising Son Heung-min. It seemed that in the minds of these fans, Son Heung-min was a top star greater than Messi and Ronaldo. Upon seeing the comments from fans of the pickled cabbage country, fans from Huagua immediately started typing to retaliate. In London, Lin Feng, relying on the connections of his agent Raiola, finally found a suitable small villa located less than a kilometer from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The villa has 3 floors, but comes with a small swimming pool, a basketball court, and 5 garages. The total price is around 2.5 million euros. In the land-scarce city of London, this is definitely considered a highly cost-effective price. Although Lin Feng had just received a signing fee of 10 million euros, which could easily buy a more luxurious villa. Lin Feng's consumption concept was still relatively traditional. He believed in saving whenever possible. In the end, Lin Feng spent €5 million to purchase this 3-story small villa. Chapter 157. On July 22nd, at the Tottenham training ground, around 6 in the evening. With the help of physiotherapist Lyle, Lin Feng's 3-day grueling training finally came to an end. The training program, besides physical training in the gym, mostly included technical training, such as Lin Feng specifically requesting several Tottenham youth players to train with him. He asked them to constantly pressure and disturb him. Clearly, this training method could better enhance Lin Feng's control over the football. Skill, stickiness, proficiency. 1100. Effect. In high-intensity confrontations, your ball control ability has been significantly enhanced, allowing you to easily stick the ball to your feet during matches. Isn't this Marcelo? Upon seeing this skill, Lin Feng immediately thought of Marcelo, the left back for Real Madrid. This Brazilian international always impresses fans with his superb ball control. Even when the ball is moving at high speed, Marcelo always finds a way to skillfully stop the ball within his control range, as if his left foot had a magnetic attraction. Chapter 158. Jesus Pereira seemed to still have some reservations. In his view, giving the highest salary in the team to a new signing who had never proven himself in the Premier League was already disrupting the balance in the locker room. Now, making this player the absolute mainstay of the team, even the core of the offense, would definitely make other players feel disrespected. However, Pochettino had made up his mind, and it seemed that no one could shake his decision. In the following time, Pochettino began to gradually focus on tactical training. Ever since Pochettino took over Tottenham, he had turned the team into one that favored high-pressure attacking and emphasized wing play. The two wide players, in other words, the wingers, not only needed to have certain breakthrough abilities during matches, but also required passing and shooting skills. Especially, they needed to work in close coordination with the center forward, Harry Kane. In addition, Pochettino had another coaching characteristic: his team's favored counterattacks. In the current Tottenham lineup, the midfield positions featured the defensive stalwarts Wanyama and Danish international Eriksen. Wanyama, from Kenya, possessed excellent physical confrontation and interception abilities, making him one of the top defensive midfielders in the Premier League. Therefore, this also enabled Tottenham to disrupt opponents' attacks and possession during midfield defense. Chapter 159. Pochettino's expression was awkward. In fact, these questions were not particularly difficult for him to answer, especially regarding whether Lin Feng would play in tomorrow's match against Inter Milan. Let's wait and see. I believe Lin will have a chance to play in tomorrow's match, Pochettino said, raising his hand to wave at the media from Huagua. Not far behind Pochettino, Lin Feng was also slowly walking down the stairs with his luggage. He took a deep breath of air from his hometown and looked at the familiar surroundings, feeling a bit excited inside. Even though it had only been a few weeks since Lin Feng last returned to Huagua. But last time Lin Feng returned, no media or fans knew about it. And at that time, Lin Feng was not playing for a top club. But now, Lin Feng is visiting China with Tottenham Hotspur. Although Tottenham is not as famous as Manchester United, Liverpool, or Arsenal, it is still one of the big six in the Premier League. A feeling of returning home surged in Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng. Chapter 160. Beep. With the whistle of the referee, the warm-up match between Tottenham Hotspur and Inter Milan officially kicked off. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the fans, Inter Milan's forward, the deeply sentimental Icardi, completed the kickoff. After the match began, neither team wasted time or probed, but immediately engaged in a tussle. After a series of quick passes, the ball landed at the feet of Candreva on the left flank, who then opted for a long cross. Bang! Suddenly, the ball fell to Eder on the right flank. Since Lin Feng did not need to track back in Tottenham's current system, all the defensive pressure on the left side fell on Danny Rose. The latter, seeing Eder stop the ball near the sideline, wasted no time and sprinted towards Eder. However, the Italian international did not give Danny Rose the chance to intercept. After glancing at the situation in the penalty area, he immediately made the cross before Danny Rose arrived. Chapter 161. As Inter Milan center-back Miranda chose to assist Lin Feng. The only center-back left in the penalty area was Rashid. Although Rashid was about 1.9 meters tall, his jumping ability and athletic talent were still somewhat inferior to Harry Kane. Moreover, Lin Feng's timing and placement of the pass were just right. The ball landed almost perfectly in front of Harry Kane. Bang! The star of Tottenham did not waste Lin Feng's pass. rushing into score with a powerful header, successfully breaking through Handanovic's defenses. 1-0. Tottenham Hotspur takes the lead. Yeah, as the ball entered the goal, the enormous Tianhe Sports Center erupted with deafening cheers, with over 80,000 fans excitedly waving their hands to celebrate the goal. Wow, Feng is truly impressive on the wing. Inter's defense can't keep up at all. No wonder he could score 4 goals against Bayern. So strong. Harry Kane's header was also great. Tottenham might really have a chance to win the championship this season. Chapter 162. Mr. Pochettino, you are right. I sincerely apologize for my shallow understanding, said Jesus Pereira. He continued, Lin's ability to break through on the wing is truly astonishing. He is even better than Son. Pochettino remained calm, pointing a finger at Jesus Pereira, explaining, don't forget, this is just Lin's first game for Tottenham. He is still in the adjustment phase. Perhaps. It won't be long before Lin's performance becomes even better. Jesus Pereira nodded vigorously, fully acknowledging everything Pochettino said. Behind the two, Lamela looked confused and dazed. This Argentine winger had been complaining about Feng with other teammates since his arrival. In Lamela's view, an 18-year-old Chinese player did not deserve the highest salary in the team. Moreover, what made Lamela even more dissatisfied was that after Feng joined the team, he directly became the absolute starter on the left wing, forcing Son Heung-min to move to the right flank. Previously, Lamela was the starting right winger for Tottenham. Chapter 163. Just as the commentator He Wei finished speaking, Inter Milan's midfielder Banega quickly approached the corner flag. He observed the situation in the penalty area with sharp eyes and immediately made a cross with his left foot. Bang! The ball drew a beautiful arc in the air, ultimately landing near the back post. The Inter Milan player making the run at that position was center-back Rashid. Facing Danny Rose's defense, he fully utilized his height advantage to forcibly complete a header. However, Tottenham's goalkeeper Loris, standing on the goal line, was very focused. He quickly moved to the left post area and blocked the near corner. He also smartly punched out Rashid's header. In an instant, the ball flew towards the edge of the penalty area. What a fantastic save. Hugo Lloris truly deserves to be the captain of the French national team. His reaction speed is incredible. The ball was controlled by Eriksen at the top of the penalty area. Could this be a counterattack opportunity for Tottenham? Before He Wei could finish speaking, Eriksen passed the ball to Son Heung-min on the right flank. Chapter 164. In the commentary booth below the stands, famous commentator He Wei, seeing Feng receive the ball, hurriedly shouted excitedly, "Good chance. This is a great opportunity for a Tottenham counterattack." Feng received the ball on the wing. In front of him was only one Inter Milan full-back, D'Ambrosio. Can Feng break through this time? At this moment, all the fans in the stadium focused their attention on Feng. Cheers and shouts rose and fell, deafening. On the left flank, after Feng used the inside of his right foot to stop the ball, the next second, the Inter Milan defender charged towards him. Feng faced D'Ambrosio one-on-one. In their previous encounter, Feng had almost completely dominated. This undoubtedly gave Feng great confidence. This time, Feng's breakthrough was even more concise than the last. With the tip of his right foot, Feng suddenly made a move. He still wanted to use his speed advantage to break through D'Ambrosio's defense. Stay close to him. A foul can be committed if necessary. Kandabia. Assist. Chapter 165. In the blink of an eye, Feng had already charged into the vicinity of the penalty area. At this moment, in front of Feng was only Inter Milan's trailing center-back Rashid and Handanovic standing behind Rashid. At this moment, Feng chose to stop and directly took a shot. Bang! The football whizzed past Rakino's head like a flying arrow, and Handanovic, standing on the goal line, reacted with lightning speed. He immediately leaped into the air and made a swift one-handed dive. In that split second, Handanovic's fingertips made slight contact with the ball, and it was this minor touch that caused the ball to crash precisely against the post. It then bounced out of play. What a pity. Feng's shot was nearly perfect, but Inter Milan's goalkeeper Handanovic saved the team at a crucial moment, with a save that can be deemed world-class. He blocked Feng's long-range shot. In the stands, Chinese fans initially let out sighs of regret, but soon, tens of thousands of fans offered Feng the most sincere applause. Chapter 166 for the players of Inter Milan. This was undoubtedly a huge blow. Looking around, their faces showed hints of despair, especially a few defenders, Danilo D'Ambrosio, Handanovic, and center-backs Miranda and Rakino, all let out helpless sighs. Lin Feng, the future star player of Tottenham. To be fair, Inter Milan's defense simply cannot handle Lin Feng. That shot was astonishing. It resembled Zidane's famous long-range strike from years ago. This is what it means to become famous with a single goal. Inter Milan's fans must be in despair. In the stands of Tianhe Sports Center, Chinese fans sincerely sent their blessings and praises to Lin Feng. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Feng's stunning long-range shot just now fulfilled the dreams of many Chinese fans. Even though this was just an ordinary friendly match, being able to witness a genius star from China break through the goal of one of Serie A's three giants, Inter Milan, was evidently a joyful and exciting thing for the fans on site. Soon, every Tottenham teammate rushed to Lin Feng's side, excitedly patting his head and sharing in the joy of the goal. Chapter 167. Inter Milan had an attacking opportunity on the wing, with Perisic receiving the ball. Facing off against Danny Rose, he made a direct, explosive run. The Croatian winger did not choose a delicate way to break through, but fully utilized his physical advantage. As the commentator He Wei's voice fell, the newly introduced winger from Inter Milan easily tore through Tottenham Hotspur's defense. In terms of physical confrontation, Danny Rose was no match for Perisic. After pushing Danny Rose aside with his body, Perisic immediately cut inside. Watch for support. Be careful of Perisic cutting in. On the sidelines, team coach Pochettino, upon seeing this, rushed to the edge of the field to remind the Spurs players to focus on defense. At this moment, the lightning-fast Perisic had already charged into the top of the penalty area. On Tottenham's side, the first player to provide support was Wanyama. As the top defensive midfielder in the Spurs lineup, Wanyama possessed Premier League-level defensive ability and interception skills. Chapter 168. Comeback. Inter Milan took the lead with Icardi's goal, 3-2. Commentator He Wei's expression immediately showed disappointment upon seeing Tottenham concede a goal. He hurriedly spoke into the microphone. "This is terrible." Inter Milan broke through Tottenham's goal with a simple combination play. The entire Tottenham midfield defense completely lost its positioning. Pochettino must find a way to improve, or else Tottenham may encounter trouble in the new season of the Premier League. On the sidelines, a hint of panic flashed across Pochettino's face. But soon the Argentine regained his composure. He also signaled his players on the field with a downward hand gesture, trying to calm them down as much as possible. In a flash, the game reached 65 minutes. At this moment, it was still Inter Milan players controlling the ball. It seemed the boys from the Nerazzurri were not satisfied with the 3-2 scoreline and wanted to continue attacking. In the attacking front, under coach De Boer's instructions, Inter Milan's players continued to apply high pressure. Chapter 169. Just in that split second, Inter Milan's defensive midfielder Kondogbia suddenly charged towards Lin Feng. In previous matches, Lin Feng had repeatedly toyed with Kondogbia using his sharp skills, which led to Kondogbia harboring a grudge against Lin Feng. This time, seeing Lin Feng charge into the top of the penalty area, Kondogbia immediately gathered his strength, trying to show Lin Feng what he was made of. Additionally, two Inter Milan center-backs, Miranda and Ricchino, also saw Lin Feng entering the top of the penalty area and did not dare to be careless, rushing towards Lin Feng. At that moment, it seemed that these three Inter Milan defenders had all made a mental decision. The ball could go past them, but Lin Feng would not be allowed to enter the penalty area. Thus, these three players were prepared to commit a foul. At the top of the penalty area, Lin Feng's expression remained calm. It seemed he had already anticipated such a situation. He quickly looked up at the positions of his teammates. Whether it was Harry Kane or Son Heung-min, they had all charged into the penalty area. Chapter 170. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a strong sense of confidence. He firmly believed that with his current skill level, he had a chance to break through between the two players. The next second, Lin Feng began to accelerate. He first made an explosive move with his right foot. In that instant, Lin Feng was like a white lightning bolt, swiftly extending his long legs and darting past Yuto Nagatomo. But just then, Kondogbia charged at Lin Feng with his shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Feng remained unflustered, gathering his own strength and charging back into Kondogbia. It's worth noting that at that time, Lin Feng's physical strength had reached level 4, the stage of divine strength. Although Kondogbia was also known for his physical prowess, he was still slightly inferior to Lin Feng. Bang! At the moment Lin Feng collided with Kondogbia, nearby players could even clearly hear the sound of bones clashing against each other. Now, Lin Feng was like the Hulk from Marvel, unstoppable. As Feng exerted himself once again, the Inter Milan midfielder suddenly lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 171. The goal is in. Feng scored from the penalty spot, breaking through Handanovic's defense. 4-3. Feng completed the winning goal in the 89th minute of the match. 2 goals and 2 assists. The 18-year-old Feng delivered a satisfying performance in his first game representing Tottenham. Now, all the fans in the stadium were chanting Feng's name in unison. In the commentary box, Wei could no longer control his emotions, shouting Feng's name almost in a roar with his already hoarse voice. After scoring, Feng was also very excited. He even took off his jersey and ran to the corner flag, celebrating with the fans on site. Shortly after Feng's goal, Tottenham's coach Pochettino substituted Lamela for Feng, who had scored 2 goals and provided 2 assists. This was an opportunity for Feng to receive the cheers of the entire stadium, as Feng slowly walked toward the sidelines. The grandstands of Tianhe Sports Center erupted in applause once again. Feng, the pride of China, striving to become the top scorer in the Premier League, conquering England. Chapter 172. What? How can it be so high? Feng hasn't even played a Premier League match yet. Why is it so high? Someone expressed their doubts. This is actually quite normal. After all, Feng was the top scorer in the Bundesliga last season and also the assist king. Is this what they call hype? Feng is only 18 years old, and this is his first Premier League season. In my opinion, scoring 5 goals in the season would be good. I want to know, will anyone really bet on Lin to win the Golden Boot? This is simply charity. Haha, definitely not. If someone were to bet, they would surely choose Harry Kane. Kane and Aguero are both good options. Most people scoffed. In their eyes, it was impossible for the 18-year-old Feng, in his first Premier League season, to win the Golden Boot. Including Feng in this list is like a joke. Almost everyone would choose to support their own Harry Kane, or Manchester City's Aguero, or Everton's Lukaku, etc. Right? Is there really no one willing to take a gamble? Isn't the interesting part of football that you never know what will happen? Just like last season, no one could have guessed that Leicester City would win the Premier League. Chapter 173. The date is August 12th, and there is only one day left before the Premier League kicks off. Without a doubt, both the Tottenham players and fans are eager with anticipation. Tottenham Hotspur's first opponent is Everton, and it's an away game. To be honest, it's not easy to earn 3 points at Goodison Park. Therefore, after training that day, Pochettino held a meeting with his players to boost their morale. Tomorrow we will welcome the first match of the new season. I believe you should be well aware of Everton's strength, and since they are playing at home, they will definitely want to achieve a winning start. Pochettino stood in front of the Tottenham players, passionately shouting, "But I believe that as long as you can showcase what you practiced in training tomorrow night and play according to the established tactics, victory will belong to Tottenham." After the match against Everton, the remaining 2 matches in August will all be at home. They will face Crystal Palace and Liverpool, and all 3 matches are tough battles. The team's goal is to at least secure 7 points. Chapter 174. Beep beep. In the players' tunnel, as the main referee Martin Atkinson continuously blew his whistle, the starting players of Everton and Tottenham Hotspur, holding hands with the young ball boys, stepped onto the field. Oh, Everton, Everton, Everton. Over 40,000 Everton fans chanted their team's name in unison, and the cheers echoed throughout the stadium. For Everton fans, they were also hoping for their team to achieve a resounding victory in tonight's match. Facing the deafening cheers of Everton fans, Feng was undoubtedly excited deep down. He could feel every pore in his body opening up. Adrenaline surged at that moment. The debut in the Premier League was finally arriving, and it was in a professional football stadium with more than 40,000 fans gathered. Feng naturally yearned to help the team secure 3 points with an outstanding performance. After the starting players of both teams shook hands and the captains tossed a coin, referee Atkinson then blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Chapter 175. Lukaku missed a great opportunity to score. On the sidelines, team coach Koeman helplessly grabbed his head, his facial expression filled with despair. Keep going. Just like that. Keep putting pressure on the opponent's goal. Soon, Ronald Koeman regained his composure and continuously applauded Lukaku. Although this attack did not result in a goal, at least it put pressure on Tottenham's goal. The match continued. In a flash, the time had reached the 18th minute, with Everton players tirelessly pressing high in the midfield. Once the ball came to Everton players' feet, in just a few seconds, Everton's midfield General Barry showcased his precise long passing ability once again. with a long pass. The ball went straight to Lv5's feet. This player had high hopes from Barcelona fans before he debuted, even being referred to as the new talent from La Masia. Unfortunately, due to injuries and other reasons, Lv5 failed to prove himself in the first team and was eventually forced to leave Barcelona, beginning a wandering career. Chapter 176. Kane was surrounded by 3 Everton defenders in the penalty area. He couldn't find a shooting opportunity at all. It seems that coach Ronald Koeman has put special emphasis on marking Kane today. Tottenham's attack was hindered. In the studio, guest commentator Zhang Lu continued to analyze. Given this situation, they can only rely on the performance of Tottenham's wingers. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng began his personal performance in Goodison Park, still on the familiar left flank. The moment Eriksen passed the ball to Feng had already thought of a way to break through. It was still a powerful dribble, but this time, the direction of the dribble changed. Feng stopped the football with the inside of his right foot, without any hesitation, and immediately pushed it forward, kicking the ball towards the inside line. This time, Feng intended to cut inside. Bang! With the sound of the ball being touched, Feng used his incredible speed to slip past McCarthy once again. This Everton midfielder has suffered a complete defeat when facing Feng consecutively. Chapter 177. Wow. Scoring in the first match? Is Feng going to dominate the Premier League? He truly is a man who can explode Bayern. Feng has brought his talent to England. That shot was really cool. The Everton goalkeeper could only watch helplessly. Awesome. I thought Feng would struggle to adapt to the Premier League, but it seems I was worried for nothing. In the live broadcast room of Dongxiao.com, Chinese fans began typing on their keyboards to praise Feng's performance after witnessing this goal. Although many fans had already recognized Feng's strength in last season's Bundesliga 2 matches, most Chinese fans still had questions about whether Feng could adapt to the Premier League. Feng's goal undoubtedly dispelled the doubts in the hearts of Chinese fans. On the substitute bench at Goodison Park, Pochettino finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Feng score. Immediately, the Tottenham coach was the first to applaud Feng. Good, keep it up. Feng's goal was certainly something for Pochettino to be happy about, but at the same time, Pochettino understood that relying on a single goal to achieve victory would still be challenging. Chapter 178 on the stands of Goodison Park. Whether it was Everton fans or the traveling Tottenham supporters, they all craned their necks, nervously watching Feng's next performance. Coach Koeman, in order to completely lock down Feng's breakthroughs on the wing, even sent 3 players to mark him simultaneously. Besides McCarthy and Idrissa Gueye, winger Lv5 also joined the defense against Feng. To be honest, upon seeing this, Feng did not choose to break through forcefully. In his view, being marked by 3 Everton players also meant that there would definitely be gaps in the positions of his other teammates. Sure enough, Eriksen was waving at Feng at this moment. The Tottenham attacking core was surrounded by no one, and Feng, without any hesitation, gently pushed the ball with his right foot. Bang! In an instant, the football swiftly appeared at Eriksen's feet. At this time, the entire Everton defense was in chaos. And when the defenders saw Eriksen making a shooting motion from his position, they all panicked and rushed to provide support as quickly as possible. But unexpectedly, Chapter 179 Harry Kane actually missed the penalty. Oh my God, Tottenham missed a great opportunity to extend the lead. This is simply unacceptable. In the Dongxiao.com studio, commentator Zhang Jun exclaimed in disbelief. Kane's penalty hit the goalpost. What a pity. Kane wasted Feng's brilliant breakthrough. Sitting next to Zhang Jun, Zhang Lu immediately spoke up. Missing the penalty could very well become the turning point of this match, although Tottenham is still leading. The Everton players are all geared up to counterattack. In the live broadcast room's comments, Chinese fans immediately began to complain after seeing Kane miss the penalty. It would have been better to let Feng take the penalty. Kane is really useless. My grandma is better than him. Wasting opportunities will lead to punishment. Don't waste chances anymore. Is this the so-called English star? Really weak. Feels like he's on par with lazy. At this moment on the sidelines of the field, the moods of both teams' coaches changed drastically. Chapter 180. Stay focused. We have 45 minutes to change the score. Son, I need both of you to increase your breakthrough attempts in the second half. Be bold. Everton's wing defense has many flaws. They will definitely make mistakes. Come on. Victory will surely belong to Tottenham Hotspur. In the away team's locker room, Coach Pochettino was still full of fighting spirit, passionately encouraging his disciples. During the 15-minute halftime, the editor at Don'tio.com also took the opportunity to release a large number of reports on both teams' performances in the first half. Halftime, Tottenham temporarily equalizes 1-1 against Everton. Lv5 scores his first Premier League goal. Lv5 earns a penalty and scores. He has conquered Tottenham fans in just 45 minutes. Lv5's first half highlights. Dribbling success rate as high as 95%. Kane misses the penalty. Tottenham is equalized by Lukaku's header. In the fan forum, many Chinese fans were discussing the just concluded first half. Almost all Chinese fans praised Lv5's performance. After many years, finally, a Chinese player can be a starter in the Premier League. Lv5 is awesome. Chapter 1, 81 Lv5 faces Lenin. This will be a top-speed showdown in the Premier League. In the studio, Zhang Jun became interested when he saw Lenin marking Lv5. The commentary guest Zhang Lu quickly said, this is going to be interesting. Both Lv5 and Lenin are players known for their speed. On the pitch, amidst the frenzied cheers of Tottenham and Everton fans, Lv5 did not hesitate. He almost used his fastest speed to quickly dribble the ball with his right foot. Following that, Lv5's long legs gathered strength as he quickly pushed off the ground to accelerate. Lenin, of course, did not dare to be careless. Seeing Lv5 accelerate, he immediately exerted all his physical strength and chased after Lv5 at lightning speed. On the home fan stands, more than 40,000 Everton fans raised their arms and shouted, seemingly in a frenzied tone to cheer for Lenin. Grab that guy. Go for it, Lenin. Don't embarrass yourself. You must outrun this Asian. Let him feel how terrifying the speed of the Premier League's best is. Let go of yourself, Lenin. Chapter 182 on the sidelines. At Tottenham's substitute bench. Oh, beautiful. Lin, beautiful. Pochettino stood up as he saw Lv5's shot penetrate Everton's goal, and he immediately applauded warmly for his prized player. Clapping, he said, "Don't stop. Try to score another one." Pochettino understood that a 2-1 lead was still not enough for Tottenham to secure all 3 points. So in the upcoming time, Tottenham needs to continue its aggressive attack. Continuously put pressure on the opponent's goal. In the studio, commentator Zhang Jun from Don'tio Network, upon seeing Lv5 score, almost immediately shouted, "A brace. Lv5 has scored again." This is entirely Lv5's personal ability. His speed is incredible, like a flash of lightning. Even the famous Lenin can't keep up with Lv5's pace. Scoring a brace in his Premier League debut. I believe that after this match, Tottenham fans will be completely impressed by Lv5's personal ability. Commentary guest Zhang Lu also exclaimed in amazement, "Incredible. An 18-year-old Chinese player can achieve a brace in his first Premier League match." Chapter 183. Lv5's opportunity. Kane's header accurately landed in front of Lv5. Can he achieve a hat-trick tonight? In the Don'tio Network studio, commentator Zhang Jun was extremely excited, shouting hoarsely into the microphone. Meanwhile, in the stands of Goodison Park, especially among the Tottenham away fans, all the fans couldn't help but stand up. They anxiously watched Lv5. For these thousands of Tottenham fans, they were hoping Lv5 could score the third goal of the match. On Everton's side, the defenders were also in position. In previous matches, Everton's players had already gained a full understanding of Lv5's personal ability. They knew that this 18-year-old Chinese teenager had astonishing shooting skills. Once Lv5 got the chance to shoot from this position, it would undoubtedly pose a huge threat to Everton's goal. At this moment, within the stadium, when Lv5 stopped the ball with his right foot, the defenders had already arrived. The first Everton player to rush in front of Lv5 was the team's centre-back Holgate. Chapter 184. The goal. Lv5 received a back pass from Kane at the top of the penalty area, and with a series of feints, he shook off the Everton defenders. This powerful shot left the opposing goalkeeper only able to watch helplessly. 3-1. Everton had almost sealed the suspense of the match, and the 18-year-old Lv5 completed a hat-trick in his Premier League debut. This is truly incredible. Lv5 is destined to become a legend for Asian players. In the Don'tio Network studio, Zhang Jun shouted hysterically into the microphone with his unique voice. It was evident that Zhang Jun was completely captivated by Lv5's performance. Even the experienced Zhang Lu, at this moment, remarked with a trembling voice, "Strong. Really too strong. If nothing unexpected happens, Lv5 should be the first Asian player to complete a hat-trick in his Premier League debut, right?" His Premier League debut is truly perfect. Inside the stadium. At that moment, Feng had already been piled on the grass by his teammates, almost unable to breathe. Feng, congratulations. Chapter 185. When Feng returned to the dressing room, the players led by Wanyama had long been waiting eagerly, and these few black players immediately showcased their dancing talents. With the music in the dressing room, they wildly twisted their bodies, dancing joyfully. Lin, 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 Lin. Meanwhile, the less dance-inclined Kane and Sun Heung-min were shouting Feng's name from the side. The atmosphere in the entire dressing room was warm and cheerful. Wanyama actively extended his hands towards Feng, smiling as he said, "Come on, Lin, let's dance together." To be honest, Feng absolutely couldn't accept it. So he quickly waved his hand to refuse, but he couldn't withstand the enthusiastic invitations from Wanyama and other teammates. In fact, Wanyama simply grabbed Feng's right hand and forcibly led him to dance. At this point, Feng could only grit his teeth and join in. But to be fair, Feng's dancing skills were really not commendable, which made everyone laugh uncontrollably. Before long, Pochettino, who had just attended the post-match press conference, also arrived in the dressing room. Everyone immediately changed their focus and began to shout Pochettino's name. Chapter 186. In mid-August, the German transfer market website suddenly updated. This caught the attention of many fans. The top 10 player valuations did not change much compared to the last update, but the valuation of every superstar increased to some extent. This might be related to the current international market inflation. For Tottenham fans, they focused their attention on Feng. This time, Feng's valuation reached 60 million euros, doubling from his previous valuation during the last update. This instantly became a hot topic among English media. Incredible. 18-year-old Feng's valuation has risen to 60 million euros. He has become the highest valued player under 20. No exceptions. Sky Sports, an increase of 30 million euros. 18-year-old Feng officially surpasses his club teammate Sun Heung-min to become Asia's highest valuation. Manchester Evening News, a 6-month increase of over 100. Feng's valuation has doubled. His future is limitless. The Guardian. In various comment sections, English fans expressed their opinions. Chapter 187. Lamela's cut-in shot hit the goalpost. So close. Such a pity. In the Don't Show Network studio, Jean Jun spoke regretfully. Meanwhile, on the field, Lamela was holding his head in despair, his face showing a sense of helplessness. As a substitute winger in the Tottenham lineup, Lamela had always been eager to become a starter, and with Sun Heung-min unable to play due to injury, Lamela got the chance to play. Deep down, this Argentine winger was very eager to perform excellently in this match to secure a starting position. Therefore, after the match began, Lamela's desire to perform was overwhelming. The only unfortunate thing was that Lamela's luck tonight was quite lacking. 5 minutes later, it was Crystal Palace's turn to attack. On the left side, Crystal Palace's winger Zaha received the ball. As the renowned Zaha the King, Zaha possessed sharp breakthrough skills on the wing. And even though he was facing the famous Kyle Walker, Zaha was not intimidated. When Zaha stopped the ball, Kyle Walker immediately rushed over. Zaha quickly took a touch, as if preparing to use his speed advantage to outpace Kyle Walker. Chapter 188. Feng casually patted Lamela on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "It's fine." I didn't take it to heart. At this moment, Ken also ran up to the two of them, hugging Feng and laughing. "Lin, when will you assist me too? I want to score." Feng calmly replied, "Don't worry, you'll definitely score in this match." Although less than 20 minutes had passed in the match, Feng already had a strategy for dealing with Crystal Palace's wing defense. In Feng's eyes, Crystal Palace's fullback Ward couldn't keep up with his pace at all. As long as Feng was given another 1v1 opportunity against Ward, he would definitely find a passing gap and route. On the bench, the expressions of both coaches were completely opposite at this moment. Pochettino showed a slight smile upon seeing his team take the lead, while Alan Pardew was constantly shaking his head on the sidelines, looking as if he had eaten a fly. "How many times have I said it? You must keep an eye on this Asian player. What are you doing? A bunch of idiots. Useless." Alan Pardew's anger was not just because of the goal conceded, but because he saw Feng easily break through the wing defense. Chapter 189. After the score was changed to 0-2, the away Crystal Palace team had no way out. In the following time, head coach Alan Pardew demanded his players to increase their offensive efforts, aiming to equalize the score before the end of the first half. Thus, the Crystal Palace players began to play quite proactively. In order to quickly gain shooting opportunities, the two fullbacks of Crystal Palace also frequently pushed forward to attack. Even in the 33rd minute of the match, coach Alan Pardew made a substitution. Midfielder Punchin was substituted off, and the team's tough midfielder Cabai came on. To be fair, Pardew's adjustment immediately took effect. After Cabai came on, Crystal Palace had an additional passing option in the midfield, and Cabai often made runs into the penalty area to score. This made it so that during this period, the Crystal Palace players completely suppressed Tottenham Hotspur. Bang, bang, bang. In the 40th minute of the match, Crystal Palace's front players, Cabai, Zaha, Townsend, and others made consecutive touches. Ultimately, the ball returned to Zaha's feet. Chapter 193-0. This was the shot that killed the suspense of the match. Kane completed his brace in this match, and Feng, who assisted Kane, achieved a hat-trick of assists. In the domestic sports studio, Jean Jun could hardly contain his excitement, seemingly shouting into the microphone with a trembling voice. In the last match, Feng scored a hat-trick against Everton, and today he has completed a hat-trick of assists. Feng, he is truly versatile. In the stands of White Hart Lane, over 60,000 Spurs fans also couldn't hide their excitement, shouting Feng's name. Kane, who scored, rushed to Feng immediately, hugging him tightly. This was Feng's second assist to Kane in this match, and the English star naturally appreciated Feng's performance. Nice, Lin. If this continues, you might win the Premier League's best assist title this season. In response to Kane's praise, Feng humbly replied, "It's mainly because you headed it well." For the away Crystal Palace, when the score reached 0-3, honestly, most of the Crystal Palace players' mentality had already hit rock bottom. Chapter 191. Charlie introduced himself to Feng. I used to serve as the skills director for Chelsea's U15 and U17 teams, and my entire coaching career has been dedicated to youth training. Recently, I just completed a degree in football at the University of Manchester. When Mr. Raiola invited me, I agreed without any hesitation. I'm very pleased to be your technical coach. It's my honor. Charlie had obviously heard of Feng's name before. After all, Feng had already gained some fame in the English football scene. Feng also extended his right hand and shook hands tightly with Charlie. Looking forward to our cooperation. Charlie's monthly salary was 80,000, and to be honest, if Feng were still playing for Bochum, he wouldn't be able to afford Charlie's salary at all. But now that Feng had become a millionaire, plus his weekly salary of 150,000, he didn't care at all. He just wanted to quickly improve his skill level. After chatting for a while, they began specialized skill training. With Charlie's help, Feng first focused on training and improving his weaker foot. Chapter 192. When the players from both teams arrived at White Hart Lane for the final warm-up training, both head coaches took advantage of this time to accept a brief interview with reporters. In the pre-match interview, Liverpool head coach Klopp was brimming with confidence about this match. When a Sky Sports reporter asked Klopp if his team could take all 3 points away, Klopp responded almost without hesitation. Of course, we came to White Hart Lane to win. Liverpool's form was excellent, and more importantly, the whole team was eager for victory. There is no denying that Tottenham is a tough opponent, and they're playing at home. But I'm still very confident in my team. The blonde female reporter from Sky Sports continued to ask, but on the league table, Tottenham's ranking is higher than Liverpool's. Upon hearing this question, Klopp first smiled slightly, then confidently replied, "As we all know, the Premier League has only gone through 2 rounds, so the current ranking doesn't mean anything. Moreover, I believe that after this match, Liverpool's ranking will surpass Tottenham's." Chapter 193. After the match started, Liverpool did not launch an immediate attack, which made the Spurs players gradually relax their vigilance. Feng slowly made his way to the left wing area, waiting for an opportunity. However, 5 minutes later, Feng did not get the chance he was waiting for. Instead, he faced a Liverpool attack. In midfield, Liverpool's captain Henderson received the ball and suddenly sent a high-quality long pass. In an instant, the ball landed at the feet of Maine on the right side. Oh! At this moment, in the away fan stand, over 20,000 Liverpool fans erupted in cheers upon seeing Maine receive the ball. The Liverpool fans knew very well that when the ball was at Maine's feet, it meant that Liverpool's attack was about to speed up. Sure enough, after receiving the ball, Maine suddenly began to sprint. With a flick of his right foot, he charged forward with all his might. On the Tottenham side, the player responsible for marking Maine was Danny Rose. Although this player has some speed, compared to Maine's explosive power, it was clearly not in the same league. Maine was like a black whirlwind, suddenly flashing past Danny Rose. Chapter 194 Swish. The football arched dramatically in the air with intense spin, heading straight for the far corner of the goal. On the goal line, Liverpool's goalkeeper Carries showed a look of panic upon seeing this. He quickly moved his feet and jumped, but it was all in vain. Feng's shot perfectly bypassed Carries. Bang! The football hit the inside of the goalpost and cruelly rebounded into the net. 1-1. Feng's powerful long-range shot pierced Liverpool's goal. Oh! In an instant, the stands of the enormous White Hart Lane erupted with deafening cheers and shouts. More than 60,000 Tottenham fans jumped from their seats, waving their fists in the air. Meanwhile, Feng, who scored the goal, rushed to the corner flag and performed his signature sliding celebration. On the sidelines, head coach Pochettino also applauded Feng sincerely, unable to help but shout at his assistant coach. What does it mean to be a world-class star? This is it. Feng's shot could easily rival Coutinho's long-range shot just moments ago. Chapter 195. When the football reached Firmino's feet, all the Tottenham defenders immediately felt a surge of tension. Another center-back, Alderweireld, rushed in behind Firmino, trying to assist his partner Vertonghen in defense. However, Firmino had no intention of shooting or breaking through from the start. His true intention was only one: to pass. Bang! Just as Alderweireld rushed in behind Firmino, the Liverpool striker suddenly chose to backheel the ball. At the same time, Main darted into the Tottenham penalty area. Before the Tottenham defenders could react, Main had already received the ball. Bang! Facing Lloris's advance, Main wasted no time, directly shooting towards the Tottenham goal. The next second, the football found the back of the net. Tottenham's goalkeeper had no reaction. The football smashed into the net like a cannonball. 2-1. The away team Liverpool took the lead again. In the studio, Jean-June shouted with his hoarse voice, "Liverpool scores again." Chapter 196. Feng's movements were extremely fluid, easily breaking through Klein in just a few quick steps. At this moment, Klein saw Feng flash past him, and a hint of panic crossed his eyes. He knew that if Feng managed to carry the ball to the edge of the penalty area, the consequences would be unimaginable. The urgent task now was to stop Feng's advance. Therefore, Klein instinctively grabbed Feng's jersey with both hands, trying to foul him to halt his progress. Just at that moment, Feng, clearly feeling Klein's attempt to foul, suddenly stopped his advance and glanced at the situation in the penalty area. The next second, Feng quickly struck the bottom of the ball with the inside of his right foot. Bang! Across. Feng's vision had spotted the advancing Harry Kane. Moreover, at this moment, there was only one Liverpool center-back interfering with Kane, and as long as he could get the ball to Kane's head, Feng believed Kane would definitely score. In an instant, the football, spinning rapidly, headed straight for the penalty area. In the stands of White Hart Lane, more than 60,000 fans focused their attention on the football. Chapter 197. Feng saw Main receive the ball on the wing, and he quickly sprinted at full speed toward Main's half. When Main broke through Danny Rose's defense, Feng arrived just in time. He knew that if Main entered the penalty area, it would pose a huge threat to Tottenham's goal. So without hesitation, Feng charged into Main with his shoulder. Bang! With the momentum and Feng's own strength, he knocked Main down. Of course, Feng also lost his balance, and both he and Main fell heavily onto the grass. The referee, seeing this, did not blow the whistle for a foul, as he considered it a normal physical contact in the Premier League. At this moment, Tottenham's fullback Danny Rose quickly rushed over and cleared the ball with a powerful kick. Oh! In the stands of White Hart Lane, more than 60,000 Tottenham fans cheered upon seeing Feng, an attacking player, so actively defending. Even on the sidelines, Pochettino sincerely applauded Feng. Chapter 198. In the 47th minute of the match, Eriksen suddenly sent a long pass from the midfield. In an instant, the football landed precisely at Feng's feet. This time, Feng faced Klein's defense again. To be fair, in the first half of the match, Feng had almost always won against Klein. This time was no exception. As soon as he received the ball, he startled Klein. "Help! Quickly assist!" On the sidelines, Klopp shouted loudly upon seeing this. He knew that with Klein's current mental state and competitive level, the chances of stopping Feng's breakthrough were almost zero. Therefore, other Liverpool players had to help defend. The moment Klopp's voice fell, the defensive players arrived. The two midfielders, Wijnaldum and Henderson, rushed to Feng's front. This meant that at this moment, Liverpool had 3 players marking Lin Feng. This showed how significant Lin Feng's presence was. In the stands, Tottenham fans felt nervous for Lin Feng upon seeing this. Chapter 199 Swish. Henderson's powerful long-range shot smashed into the net like a cannonball. At this moment, Tottenham's goalkeeper Hugo Lloris showed no reaction. He could only watch as the football flew into his goal. Liverpool, playing away, once again took the lead, 3-2. Wow! In the stands of the away fans, more than 2,000 Liverpool supporters erupted in excited cheers, and soon they all shouted the name of their captain, Henderson, in unison. After scoring, Henderson ran to the corner flag and executed a powerful slide knee celebration. Behind him were the despairing faces of the Tottenham players. To be honest, since the start of the second half, Tottenham's offensive attempts have been few and far between. For the majority of the time, the initiative of the match was firmly in the hands of the Liverpool players. While the Liverpool players celebrated, most of the Tottenham players stood with their hands on their hips, as if at that moment they had lost hope for victory. Although the goal difference between the two teams was only 1, Liverpool's powerful attack had completely shattered the mentality of the current Tottenham players. Chapter 200, Under Pressure. Kane chose to pass. The ball moved to the left flank. Lin Feng received the ball. However, Liverpool's defenders were already in position. Klein and Wijnaldum. The two players didn't even wait for Jan to finish speaking before Lin Feng made his move. He seized the moment and decisively flicked the ball with his right foot. And a miraculous thing happened. The ball effortlessly passed between Wijnaldum's legs. Nutmeg. At that moment, the Liverpool midfielder had almost no time to react. In the next second, Lin Feng zipped past Wijnaldum like a gust of wind. Another Liverpool defender, Klein, saw this and immediately sprinted forward with all his might, attempting to shoulder-check Lin Feng. But at that moment, Klein completely underestimated Lin Feng's explosiveness. With a quick burst, Lin Feng gained a whole body length lead over Klein. The latter couldn't even foul Lin Feng in time. Just like that, Lin Feng charged into the top of Liverpool's penalty area like a shooting star. Chapter 201. In the midfield, Eriksen, as the team's offensive engine, observed the movements of the forwards the moment he received the ball. At this moment, a large number of Liverpool players had focused their attention on Harry Kane and Lin Feng, with at least 2 players interfering around them. Seeing this, Eriksen immediately altered his passing target. Bang! With a long pass, the ball landed perfectly at Son Heung-min's feet. However, just as Son Heung-min stopped the ball, Liverpool's fullback Milner suddenly charged in front of him. Clearly, Milner's only purpose this time was to press. He aimed to use physical confrontation to knock Son Heung-min down and regain possession. But Son Heung-min was quicker, making a swift move. In terms of explosiveness, Son Heung-min was clearly superior to Milner. So when Son Heung-min fully accelerated, Milner couldn't keep up with his pace. With an absolute speed advantage, Son Heung-min got ahead of his opponent, and just as he was about to cross, he keenly noticed that Kane was being closely marked by Liverpool players. Chapter 202 Bang! Ali, without any hesitation, quickly pushed the ball with his right foot, and in an instant, it was at Lin Feng's feet. Although Ali was an extremely confident player, at this moment, he chose to pass the attacking opportunity to Lin Feng. Ali genuinely trusted Lin Feng. In his view, Lin Feng's shooting ability was far superior to his own. On the left flank, Lin Feng finally received the ball, and at the same time, the cheers of tens of thousands of fans in the stands of White Hart Lane erupted. More than 60,000 Tottenham fans even stood up from their seats, craning their necks and focusing their eyes on Lin Feng. On the bench, Pochettino and his coaching staff were also on edge. If Lin Feng could take the shot and score, Tottenham would seal the victory against Liverpool. Undoubtedly, this was the result all Tottenham fans longed to see. On the other side of the Tottenham bench, Liverpool's coach Klopp could no longer control his anxious emotions. He rushed into the technical area, calling out to his defenders in a trembling voice. Klein, stick to that Asian player. Don't give him a chance to break through. Chapter 203, Lin Feng. He used a feint to break through Lovren's defense. He charged into the penalty area. Carey is prepared to rush out. Shot. The ball went in. 4-3. In the last minute of the match, Lin Feng's shot sealed the victory against Liverpool. This was Lin Feng's night. 2 goals and 2 assists. Lin Feng once again saved Tottenham Hotspur with his own effort. In the studio of Dongqiu, calm, Jean Jun shouted hysterically with his unique voice, and sitting next to him, Coach Zhang Lu was also genuinely happy for Lin Feng. 2 goals and 2 assists, and he delivered the decisive blow at the last moment. I think Lin Feng has completely become a hero in the eyes of Tottenham fans. Jean Jun responded, yes, up to this match. Lin Feng has only played 3 matches and has already achieved 5 goals and 5 assists in the Premier League. This is simply unbelievable. Inside White Hart Lane, on the Tottenham bench, after witnessing Lin Feng's decisive goal against Liverpool, Pochettino even imitated Lin Feng and made a slide knee celebration on the sidelines. It is worth noting that Tottenham had not defeated the powerful Liverpool in the league for a long time. Chapter 204. After defeating Liverpool, Tottenham finally welcomed about 10 days of rest, and their next match would be on September 10th, away against Stoke City. In September, Tottenham needed to play 3 Premier League matches and 2 Champions League group stage matches, along with 1 League Cup match. Therefore, next month, Tottenham would face a week with double matches. The moment to test the players' physical stamina had arrived. The next day was a rest day. However, Lin Feng did not sleep in at the villa. Instead, he arrived at Tottenham's training ground early for extra training. As usual, of course, Lin Feng was not training alone. He was accompanied by physiotherapist Lyle and technical coach Charlie. Lyle was responsible for Lin Feng's physical recovery, while Charlie would work on improving Lin Feng's technical skills. In addition, there is Lena. As Lin Feng's nutritionist, when Lin Feng moved to London, Lena naturally had to relocate as well. However, Lena hasn't found a house recently, so she can only temporarily stay in Lin Feng's villa. In fact, this arrangement is more convenient, as Lena's main job as a nutritionist is to prepare healthy meals for Lin Feng. Living in Lin Feng's villa allows her to supervise him anytime and makes cooking easier. Chapter 205. On September 10th, the Premier League reignites. The players of Tottenham Hotspur boarded the bus early and headed to Stoke City. Tonight, Spurs will face Stoke City in the 4th round of the Premier League at the Britannia Stadium. On the bus, Pochettino was holding a notebook, explaining the match precautions to his disciples. Stoke City is currently ranked 10th in the Premier League. They have drawn their first 3 matches and conceded only 1 goal, which shows that this team has excellent defense. But I believe in your strength. As long as you perform at your normal level, Spurs will definitely secure 3 points away. Pochettino's words were filled with confidence. Last season, Tottenham Hotspur won 4-0 away against Stoke City, so psychologically, Spurs are stronger than Stoke City. After pausing for a moment, Pochettino seriously addressed the players on the bus. Next, I will announce the starting lineup. Forward Harry Kane, left winger Lin, right winger Son. There was no doubt. Lin Feng was once again in Spurs' starting lineup. In the current Spurs, Lin Feng has become an absolute mainstay like Harry Kane. Chapter 206. Spurs counterattack opportunity. In the studio of Donchi Sports, Jean Jun raised his commentary voice when he saw Dier controlling the ball. The 2 wingers of Spurs had already charged forward. Left winger Lin Feng and right winger Son Heung-min were sprinting at full speed. Just as Jean Jun finished speaking, Dier launched a long pass to Lin Feng on the left flank. Lin Feng steadied the ball with his left foot and then made a sudden dash. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had already gained half a step on the opposing fullback, and at that moment, the player responsible for marking Lin Feng on the Stoke City side was Pieters. As a Dutch player, Pieters possesses excellent physical confrontation ability and is extremely focused. When he saw Lin Feng sprinting, he almost immediately grabbed Lin Feng's jersey with both hands. Clearly, Pieters was willing to take the risk of a foul to stop Lin Feng's breakthrough. However, Lin Feng did not stop his advance. He instantly exerted himself again, shaking off Pieters' grip. Meanwhile, inside the penalty area, Harry Kane was already signaling for the ball. Chapter 207. Boom. At the edge of the penalty area, Shaqiri used a feint to easily shake off the interference from Spurs midfielder Dier and attempted a long shot. The ball hit the center-back Alderweireld and deflected, quickly changing direction toward the goal. The Spurs goalkeeper was helpless against the deflected shot. 1-0. Stoke City took the lead at home. Suddenly, the entire Britannia Stadium erupted. Although the stadium can only accommodate more than 30,000 fans at this moment, the atmosphere created by the home fans was no less than that of a stadium filled with 80,000 fans. Let these Londoners roll away. Victory belongs to Stoke City. That Chinese player isn't very strong, right? Why isn't he breaking through? Spurs are useless. Both of their wings have been restricted. This is Sky City. No one can easily take points from us. On the bench, the 2 head coaches were in stark contrast at that moment. Stoke City's coach Mark Hughes was wildly cheering, while Spurs coach Pochettino stood in place, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Chapter 208. On the goal line. Stoke City's goalkeeper, Given, upon seeing Lin Feng take a shot, almost immediately leaped to block it. But at the moment Given made the save, the ball had already hit the back corner of the net. Given was just a step slow. At this moment, the only thing the Stoke City goalkeeper could do was silently pick up the ball from the net. When the ball flew into the goal, the entire Britannia Stadium fell into silence. More than 30,000 Stoke City fans were dumbfounded, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened, while thousands of Tottenham Hotspur fans in the away section erupted into deafening cheers. Oh, the shouts and cheers were endless. Looking around, all the Liverpool fans were chanting Lin Feng's name in unison. After scoring against Stoke City, Lin Feng did not celebrate, but immediately ran into the goal to take the ball from goalkeeper Given. Chapter 209. The goal is in. Crouch's appearance helped Stoke City regain the lead. It must be said that Crouch is definitely a lucky star for Stoke City. He scored just 10 minutes after coming on. Moreover, he turned the score around. This is a devastating blow for Tottenham Hotspur, who were playing away. In the studio, Jean Jun's tone was filled with tension. He had always firmly believed that Spurs could win away without a fight. But now, after equalizing, Spurs were quickly broken down by the opponent again. Undoubtedly, this would be a fatal blow to the confidence of Spurs players. Jean Jun began to sweat for the Spurs players. At this moment on the Spurs bench, Pochettino's eyes revealed some despair. Originally, he thought Spurs would gradually take the lead, but now the team was not only behind, but had also fallen further behind. Most importantly, the Spurs players on the field had no idea how to limit Crouch's attack. This was what made Pochettino feel the most despair. Chapter 210. Clearly, Lin Feng wanted to shoot again with his left foot, but the Stoke City players clearly learned from past mistakes, especially goalkeeper Given. When he saw Lin Feng make a shooting motion with his left foot, he quickly adjusted his weight to the near post. However, Given still underestimated Lin Feng's shooting ability. When Lin Feng saw Given's approaching the near post, he immediately took a shot. Bang! In the next second, the soccer ball drew a beautiful arc inside Stoke City's penalty area, and then it surprisingly curved towards the far post. This is Lin Feng's strength. His shot almost turned in midair. In an instant, the ball quickly flew towards the area of the far post. On the goal line, Given saw the ball moving further away from him, and he naturally didn't dare to be careless, quickly moving towards the back post. However, Given's speed was still a step slower than Lin Feng's shot. Bang! No surprises here. Lin Feng's shot steadily curved into the far corner of the goal. 2-2. In the 80th minute of the match, Tottenham equalized the score once again thanks to Lin Feng's shot. Chapter 211, just as Harry Kane scored with a header. In the distant eastern continent, commentator Jean Jun immediately yelled into the microphone, "The ball is in." 3-2. Tottenham overturned the score in the final moments. Harry Kane's header, assisted by Lin Feng. So hard-earned. Stoke City's defense was like a fortress, but in the end, Lin Feng still found an opportunity to pass. After Jean Jun praised Lin Feng's performance, the coach Zhang Lu sitting next to him said, "It seems Lin Feng is going to win the Player of the Match award again. For matches, 7 goals, 6 assists. Such performance is truly explosive." At this moment, inside the Britannia Stadium, Tottenham players surrounded Harry Kane, celebrating joyfully, and on the bench, Tottenham's coach Pochettino also wore a radiant smile. He knew that the suspense of this match had basically disappeared. After the restart, the entire stadium was filled with the deafening cheers of Tottenham fans, while in contrast, the faces of Stoke City fans showed despair and helplessness. Chapter 212. 5 days later. On September 15th, at White Hart Lane, the third round of the League Cup match between Tottenham and Gillingham officially kicked off. In this match, Pochettino made extensive personnel rotations, with Lin Feng, Son Heung-min, and Harry Kane, the attacking trident, not in the starting lineup. Nevertheless, Tottenham achieved a resounding victory against the lower-tier team. After 90 minutes, Tottenham won 4-0, successfully advancing to the next round. It's worth mentioning that Argentine winger Lamela scored a hat-trick in this match, performing exceptionally well. And Lamela's outstanding performance would be a huge challenge for Son Heung-min. The South Korean winger had not shown any brilliance in the new season's Premier League matches, especially compared to the other two players in the Tottenham frontline. Son Heung-min spent most of the time acting as a supporting player. In order to secure his position within the Tottenham team, Son Heung-min had been training with Lin Feng almost every day. For Lin Feng, after playing 4 Premier League matches, he gradually adapted to the pace of the English League. At the same time, Lin Feng also understood his weaknesses, or rather, where he was most lacking. Chapter 2:13 in the evening. After a day of training, Lin Feng lay exhausted on the grass, gasping for breath. Skill: volley shot LV2. Proficiency: 189300. Low-level training is fast. It only took a few days for the proficiency to exceed half. When Lin Feng saw the proficiency of the volley shot had reached 189, he was instantly filled with motivation. Son, let's train for another half an hour. After standing up, Lin Feng shouted to Son Heung-min, who was lying on the grass. Son Heung-min quickly waved his hand and said breathlessly, Lin, spare me. There's a match against Sunderland tomorrow. If we train more, it will kill me. Lin Feng nodded helplessly and reluctantly said, then let us wait until after the match tomorrow to train. Recently, Tottenham had back-to-back matches in a week. Lin, I suggest you take a break. Don't forget that 3 days after the match against Sunderland, we have the Champions League group stage matches coming up. If you continue high-intensity training, you might really get injured. Son Heung-min warned Lin Feng seriously. Lin Feng didn't refute Son Heung-min. He knew that during the season, continuous high-intensity training would greatly increase the risk of injury. Chapter 2:14 Tottenham Hotspur wins 5 consecutive matches. Asian youth provides an assist and scores twice. Pochettino's team firmly sits at the top of the Premier League. Sky Sports' 18-year-old Lin Feng records 8 assists in 5 matches. This genius teenager is conquering the Premier League. The time Son Heung-min scores twice. This South Korean winger finally erupts. Tottenham's attacking trident wreaks havoc. Daily Mail Champions League group stage is about to start. Tottenham Hotspur hosts Monaco. Lin Feng versus Mbappe. Who is the strongest genius football player? London Sports News after this match. In addition to a large number of English media praising Tottenham's performance, some media also focused on the upcoming Champions League group stage. After the match against Sunderland, Pochettino spoke about the Champions League in a press conference, and he was naturally full of confidence. He even clearly stated that his team's goal in the Champions League is to reach the semi-finals. Of course, Pochettino also knew that in order to reach the Champions League semi-finals, the prerequisite is to successfully advance from the group stage. Chapter 2:15 Golden Boy Award. Premier League Best 11. To be honest, when Lin Feng heard the season goals mentioned by Hans, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Clearly, in Lin Feng's view, this was completely opposite to what Raiola had just said. Lin Feng glanced at Raiola and said, "Is this what you call easy?" Raiola showed an awkward smile and then patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Lin, you could be the hottest star in the Premier League right now." Winning the Golden Boy Award and being selected for the Premier League season's Best 11 is simply a piece of cake for you. Hans, sitting opposite Lin Feng, also said, "Yes, Lin, you should have confidence in yourself. Puma chose you as their spokesperson after a comprehensive assessment. We believe it won't be long before you become a top world star. You might even stand shoulder to shoulder with Messi and Ronaldo. I'll work hard." Since Hans said so, Lin Feng could only reluctantly accept this motivating goal. Lin Feng then signed his name on the contract. To be honest, winning the Golden Boy Award and being included in the Premier League single-season Best 11 was also Lin Feng's goal in his heart. Chapter 2:16 Has Mbappe won any honors? He isn't even a starter at Monaco. How can he be so arrogant? Kyle Walker will make this clueless Frenchman feel the intensity of the Premier League. Besides his speed, what else does Mbappe have? Lin Feng dominates Mbappe. That's right, Mbappe isn't even worthy of carrying Lin Feng's shoes. Objectively speaking, Mbappe's performance at 17 shows he has some skill. I've heard that French fans praise Mbappe as the new Henry, but they should be cautious. Domestically, on the forum of Don'tio.com, most Chinese fans support Lin Feng, with only a small number favoring Mbappe. Meanwhile, in Europe, Monaco and Tottenham fans have long engaged in fierce online debates. In the comments sections of major media reports, the shadows of both fan bases arguing can be seen. And as the disputes escalate, intense conflicts have even erupted offline. Around White Hart Lane, when the Monaco away fans met the Tottenham fans head-on, both sides immediately started throwing punches. Fortunately, English security personnel quickly intervened, and before long, the conflict between the two teams was brought to a halt. Chapter 2:17. Before the match, Pochettino had already issued a strict command to his players, urging Tottenham to get off to a good start and aimed to score within the first 15 minutes. From the match content, it was clear that the Tottenham players followed Pochettino's tactics closely. On the wing, with Son Heung-min's dribbling ability, he could have easily broken past Sidibe in a 1v1 confrontation. However, to quickly threaten the opponent's goal, Son chose a more direct approach. He crossed the ball. In an instant, the football zipped past Sidibe and flew into the small box at incredible speed. Undoubtedly, Son's target for the pass was Harry Kane. Unfortunately, Son's cross was so fast, like a bolt of lightning, that while Monaco's players had no time to react, Tottenham star Harry Kane also couldn't get a shot off in time. Just like that, the ball quickly zipped past Kane and headed for the back post. However, the Tottenham attack was not over. On the back post, Feng was already in position. Chapter 2:18. At that moment, Mbappe received the ball on the wing and was quite active, with a quick touch of his right foot. It was clear that Mbappe was trying to use his explosiveness to break through the interference of the Tottenham defender. However, the Tottenham player marking Mbappe was Kyle Walker. As the fastest wing-back in the Premier League, it was evident that Walker was not at all inferior to Mbappe in terms of absolute speed. As Mbappe sprinted with all his might, Walker immediately matched his intensity, closing in on Mbappe. The two players maintained a half-body distance. When Mbappe realized he couldn't shake off Walker, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. "Kylian pass," shouted Monaco's coach Jardim from the sidelines. At that moment, Monaco's forward Falcao had already penetrated the Tottenham penalty area. Additionally, midfielders Moutinho and Fabinho had also arrived. This meant that there were a total of 3 Monaco players making runs in the Tottenham penalty area. If Mbappe could deliver a cross, it would pose a huge threat to Tottenham's goal. Chapter 2:19. What is Ali doing? Does he think he's Cristiano Ronaldo? Why shoot from this position? Damn it. Get off the pitch and let Wanyama come on. I really don't understand what this guy is thinking. Useless Ali. In the stands, the discontent of Tottenham fans erupted at this moment, with almost all of them angrily cursing Ali's attacking choice. On the sidelines, Tottenham coach Pochettino could only shake his head in helplessness upon seeing Ali's performance. It was obvious that this was not the result he hoped to see. Ali's long-range shot essentially handed the ball back to Monaco's players. Bang! Soon, Monaco's goalkeeper Subasic took the goal kick. In an instant, the battle reignited in Tottenham's backfield. Monaco forward Falcao, in a clash with Tottenham defender Ben Davies, effortlessly won the first ball, after attracting the attention of 2 Tottenham defenders, Alderweireld and Vertonghen. Falcao quickly passed the ball to the wing to Mbappe. At this moment, young Kylian Mbappe chose to burst forward. Chapter 2:20. Clearly, Son Heung-min is an attacking player. Asking him to defend against Mbappe is completely unreasonable. With Kylian Mbappe's explosive burst, in the blink of an eye, he zipped past Son like a whirlwind. Following that, this French supercar charged madly toward the Tottenham penalty area. On the sidelines, Pochettino became extremely tense upon seeing Mbappe break through on the wing. It's important to note that in tonight's match, Kylian Mbappe had already exploited his terrifying speed advantage, causing Kyle Walker to commit consecutive fouls and receive a red card. This also instilled a significant sense of caution in Tottenham's entire defense regarding Mbappe. In that moment, Kylian Mbappe forced his way into the penalty area. The first Tottenham player to confront Mbappe was Dier. As a tall player with excellent defensive capabilities, Dier's turning speed was quite slow, clearly given Dier's current abilities. Blocking Mbappe's breakthrough was nearly impossible. Dier's intention was clear. He tried to use his strong physique to obstruct Mbappe's advance as much as possible. Chapter 2:21. Undeniably, both Vertonghen and Alderweireld possess excellent physical qualities, and compared to Falcao, they also have a height advantage. Ultimately, Falcao's header, hindered by the 2 Tottenham defenders, lacked power. The ball was directly caught by goalkeeper Lloris. Bang! The moment Lloris held onto the ball, he suddenly saw Feng in the front line, frantically waving at him. In that instant, Lloris showed no hesitation. After glancing at Feng's position, he immediately opted for a long goal kick. In an instant, the ball quickly crossed the halfway line and landed steadily at Feng's feet. Feng. Lloris's long pass found Feng on the wing with precision. This is Tottenham's chance for a counterattack. In the studio, commentator Jean Jun's voice noticeably rose after seeing this, as he knew it would be a rare opportunity for Tottenham. In a flash, Feng received the ball on his familiar left flank and did not hesitate. He quickly made a move. trying to break through Raj's defense at the first opportunity. At the moment Feng took the shot, Monaco's defensive midfielder Bakayoko also extended his foot to block. The two players kicked almost simultaneously. However, Bakayoko was still unable to stop Feng's shot. Just as Bakayoko lifted his foot, Feng's shot passed perfectly between his legs. Then, the ball flew like an arrow, swiftly heading towards the corner of the goal. As Monaco's goalkeeper Subasic was blocked by Bakayoko's view, he did not see Feng's shot in time. So, when the ball flew in front of Subasic, he had no time to react. Bang! The ball ruthlessly flashed past Subasic and heavily struck into the net. 3-3. Feng's powerful shot successfully broke through Monaco's goal. Tottenham equalized the score. What a goal! Another shot from Feng. 3-3. Both teams are back on the same starting line. This is Feng. When the team is in a critical moment, Feng always has the ability to break through the opponent's goal by himself. Tottenham's counterattack opportunity. Eriksen's long pass accurately found Feng on the wing. Kylian Mbappe rushed to Feng first. The two most eye-catching wingers in the football world faced off at this moment. Just as Jean-June finished speaking, everyone's attention was focused on Feng. To be honest, Feng didn't expect it to be Mbappe marking him, but no matter what, he had to break through. Come on, show me your ability. Mbappe shouted at Feng while sprinting. Feng naturally ignored Kylian Mbappe and instead observed the positioning of the Monaco defenders. Since Monaco's two center-backs, Jemerson and Glick, were still out of position due to the corner kick, only the fullback Raj and the returning Kylian Mbappe were left on the back line. This means that as long as Feng can break through Mbappe's defense quickly, he will face a one-on-one with Raj. This is a great counterattack opportunity for Tottenham. Feng did not hesitate and suddenly made a powerful dribble with his right foot. In that instant, Feng was like a white meteor racing down the sideline. In the live broadcast comments, Chinese fans were deeply impressed by Feng's performance. A hat-trick on his Champions League debut. Feng is really amazing. I feel that Feng has already become the star player of Atletico Madrid. Incredible performance. Is this the football that Chinese people can play? This is how the top football stars perform. It feels like it won't be long before Feng becomes a strong contender for the Ballon d'Or. Yes, this performance can already be compared to the best of the best. Inside White Hart Lane, when the referee blew the whistle to restart the game, the Tottenham players, despite being one man down, were filled with endless fighting spirit, while the Monaco players' morale had clearly dropped to rock bottom. Moreover, due to Monaco's excessive caution towards Tottenham's counterattacks, the players on the field dared not launch a large-scale offense. For most of the time, the Monaco players were controlling the ball in their own half. Head coach Jardim, seeing this, was obviously extremely dissatisfied with the players' performance. He rushed to the sidelines and frantically shouted at his players, "Push up! Everyone push forward and attack!" The referee blew the final whistle of the match. Tottenham achieved their first victory in this season's Champions League. Feng and Kane's goals allowed Tottenham to win even while playing with one less player. This is Tottenham's moment. Let's give a round of applause for the Tottenham boys. In the studio of Dongxio Network, Jean-June felt genuinely happy for the Tottenham players. They played this match incredibly hard, falling behind, receiving a red card, and then equalizing and taking the lead. Through tireless running, the Tottenham players finally secured this hard-fought victory. In the stands of White Hart Lane, over 60,000 Tottenham fans were passionately singing their team song Glory, Glory Tottenham Hotspur. The resounding chorus echoed throughout the stadium. Meanwhile, in the away fan section, over 1,000 Monaco traveling fans stood in place, their expressions filled with sorrow, as this was not the result they had hoped for. It is worth noting that during the match, Monaco had come very close to victory, but unfortunately, with Feng, Harry Kane, and others emerging, the lead that Monaco players had worked hard to build ultimately vanished. This is Feng's first UEFA Champions League single-match trophy, which he will surely treasure. How do you think Tottenham managed to turn the game around while playing with one less player? At this moment, a blonde reporter from Sky Sports began interviewing Feng. It's because of the spirit of not giving up. Monaco is a strong team, but for me, I always believed Tottenham could win, Feng simply replied. At this time, a reporter from Monaco Sports News also posed a question to Feng. Who do you think is the more talented left winger in football right now? You or Mbappe? Undoubtedly, This was a very targeted question and also a highly topical one. After the Monaco reporter asked, all the reporters present held their breath, their eyes fixed on Feng, seemingly eager for his answer. Kylian is an extremely talented player. He has incredible explosiveness and excellent shooting skills. As for who is the most talented left winger in football, I don't know. This was Feng's honest opinion. Both he and Kylian Mbappe were still very young, only 16 or 17 years old. To consider them both as the most talented left wingers in football at this stage is clearly premature. Under the relentless attack of the attacking trio of Feng, Kane, and Son Heung-min, Middlesbrough quickly conceded their second goal. In the 43rd minute of the match, Eriksen's long pass, like a surgical knife, accurately found Harry Kane on the front line. At the top of the penalty arc, Kane received the ball with his back to the goal, and several Middlesbrough defenders quickly closed in. Suddenly, defenders Gibson and Chambers appeared behind Kane. Bang! After attracting the attention of multiple Middlesbrough defenders, Kane swiftly passed the ball to the onrushing Feng. This time, Feng didn't stay on the wing. Upon seeing Kane receive the ball at the top of the penalty area, he quickly moved closer to Kane. Just like that. When Kane laid the ball back to Feng, the entire Middlesbrough defense was still focused on Kane, which instead gave Feng a shooting opportunity. At the top of the penalty area, in that moment, Feng chose to shoot without stopping the ball. Bang! With a dull thud, the ball crashed into the net like a cannonball. Chapter 228. During the training period, after completing his daily training tasks, Feng would also practice with Son Heung-min on the training ground. Both of them understood that the upcoming match against Manchester City would be the most important battle since the start of the season. If Tottenham wanted to win the Premier League title this season, they had to win this match. After entering October, the weather in London was still quite hot, and Feng had already soaked his entire jersey with sweat after not training for long. Take a break. Son Heung-min, who was beside him, was already out of breath. Although Son was known for his stamina in Premier League matches, the extensive physical training conducted by Pochettino during the daytime had pushed Son's fitness to the limit. After some additional training, Son finally couldn't hold on any longer. You take a break first. I'll practice for a while longer. Feng did not stop training. He knew that time was money, and to win against Manchester City, the urgent task was to quickly upgrade his level 3 skill to level 4. Chapter 229. The Premier League had already completed 6 rounds of matches. Have you adapted to the intensity of the Premier League? In a club interview room, Chu Shui officially began her interview with Feng. Well, it's okay. The intensity of the Premier League is indeed much faster than in the Bundesliga too, but it's not a problem for me. Feng answered confidently. Tottenham is one of the Premier League Big Six, but this team has never won the Premier League title. Do you think Tottenham has a chance this season? Chu Shui asked Feng, looking at her notes. Upon hearing the question about winning the title, Feng replied without hesitation, of course. My goal in coming to Tottenham is to win the Premier League title, and in my view, Tottenham has the strength to compete for it. The next match is against Manchester City at home. Do you think Tottenham can defeat Guardiola's team at White Hart Lane? For this question, Feng fell silent. After thinking for a few seconds, he said expressionlessly to Chu Shui, undeniably, Manchester City is currently the strongest team in the Premier League, but football is round, and anything can happen. I will definitely give my all in tomorrow's match. Chapter 230. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the stands at White Hart Lane were already packed with people. Since tonight's match would be a crucial showdown, it naturally attracted a lot of attention from fans. Half an hour before the match, the 60,000 Tottenham fans in the stand began singing their team anthem, Glory, Glory Tottenham Hotspur, in loud voices. Every lyric invigorated the fans in the stadium. Even the fans' ecstatic singing reached the ears of the Tottenham players in the locker room. Did you hear that? The fans are singing our team anthem. I'll say it again, we absolutely cannot lose tonight. Fight for the fans. Fight for the championship. Let's go Tottenham Hotspur. With Pochettino's powerful shout, every Tottenham player was filled with determination as they walked toward the players' tunnel. Soon, under the direction of referee Marina, the starting 11 players from Tottenham and Manchester City, holding hands with young ball boys, slowly stepped onto the pitch. At that moment, the cheers from the Tottenham fans in the stadium were noticeably louder than before. Chapter 231. When Aguero scored, looking around, despair was written all over the faces of the Tottenham fans in the stands. This was not the result they wanted to see. On the other hand, the away fans from Manchester City were excitedly waving their hands, chanting Aguero's name in unison. The greatest scorer in Manchester City's history had once again helped the team take the lead. On the Manchester City bench, Guardiola was not overly excited. As an experienced coach, he knew very well that being ahead now did not mean they could maintain the advantage until the end. The real test for Manchester City was just beginning. Sure enough, after the restart, the Tottenham players did not hesitate, showcasing their talent on the offensive end right away. In the 10th minute of the match, when the ball reached Tottenham's attacking midfielder Eriksen, the two wing players, Feng and Son Heung-min, began to accelerate. Just as the Danish star was about to send a long pass, Manchester City's midfielder Fernandinho suddenly stepped in front of Eriksen. Chapter 232 in the livestream chat. Domestic fans were starting to lose their composure after seeing Tottenham concede 2 quick goals. Tottenham's defense is really terrible. Are they still asleep? It's clear that in terms of strength, Manchester City is superior. Is that Sterling? He's simply Cristiano Ronaldo. Tottenham isn't going to get slaughtered by Manchester City, are they? I can't watch anymore. I'm going to sleep. In the first 20 minutes, Tottenham had almost no chances. Not only were fans from China starting to sweat for Tottenham, but the more than 60,000 Tottenham fans in the stands also saw their team concede another goal, causing their morale to plummet, with some fans even shedding tears of disappointment. It is important to note that coming back from 2 goals down against Manchester City is extremely difficult for any Premier League team. At this moment, the broadcast camera focused on Tottenham's coach Pochettino. The Argentine coach had almost no expression on his face as he stood on the sidelines, seemingly deep in thought. Not far from him, Guardiola was rarely seen pumping his fist in celebration of his team's goal. Chapter 233. After conceding a goal, Feng and the others quickly launch a counterattack. Fernando's long pass accurately found David Silva in the attacking midfielder position, who quickly distributed the ball to the right flank to Jesus Navas. Although Manchester City's style is primarily based on possession, when the team has a counterattack opportunity, the players can also pose a threat to Tottenham's goal at lightning speed. When the ball reached Navas's feet on the right side, Tottenham's defender Danny Rose was already panting and rushing towards him. However, before Rose could interfere, Navas had already sent a cross. It was a low and fast cross, flying at such speed that it gave the opponent no time to react. In an instant, the ball was successfully in front of the goal. Manchester City's star player, Aguero, immediately rushed to the front of the goal upon seeing this. At this critical moment, Tottenham's central defender Alderweireld showed his worth. He got there first and completed a big clearance. Following that, the ball flew into the attacking zone. Chapter 234. Kane heads the ball. It's a goal. Tottenham Hotspur equalized against Manchester City in the final stages of the first half. The connection between Son and Kane helped Spurs achieve the equalizer. In the studio of Donkey Wang, commentator Jean June stood up excitedly from his seat when he saw Kane's header go into the goal. The two teams were back on equal footing. Inside White Hart Lane, tens of thousands of Spurs fans erupted in passionate cheers, and the deafening roar filled the stadium. On the bench, Pochettino, who had been tense for a full 45 minutes, finally showed a rare smile. In contrast, Guardiola frowned. Before Manchester City conceded the goal, he had already planned the tactics for the second half in his mind, but with the change in score, it undoubtedly disrupted Guardiola's deployment. Moreover, this goal conceded had a significant impact on the morale of Manchester City's players on the pitch. Looking around, the expressions on the defenders' faces were filled with helplessness and frustration, contrasting sharply with the jubilant Spurs players celebrating their goal. Chapter 235. In the 68th minute of the match, David Silva received the ball in the attacking zone and originally intended to directly pass the ball to Aguero in the penalty area with a lob. However, this time, there were many defenders piled up in Tottenham's penalty area, and with Aguero not being very tall, it was nearly unrealistic for the Argentine striker to compete for a header against the Tottenham defenders. So, David Silva chose to pass to the side. The ball reached Manchester City's fullback Kolarov, but his pass was intercepted by Kyle Walker. After Walker blocked the ball, it landed right at Eriksen's feet. Feng, seeing this, immediately sprinted down the left flank. He understood that the opportunity for a counterattack for Spurs had arrived. Sure enough, the midfield core Eriksen wasted no time. After receiving the ball, he immediately passed to the side. Instantly, the ball was at Feng's feet. Suddenly, the long silent White Hart Lane erupted with a surge of cheers. Although Lin Feng's performance in the first half had been relatively average for the Spurs fans, as long as Lin Feng received the ball on the left flank, they firmly believed he could create an opportunity. Chapter 236. Just as Lin Feng had crossed the halfway line with the ball, several Manchester City defenders rushed out. Fernandinho Zabaleta, when Fernando was substituted for Gundogan. The task of marking Lin Feng fell onto him. Undeniably, these two players had a good defensive positioning rate. Just as Lin Feng had entered the midfield, Fernandinho and Zabaleta were right in front of him. Lin, here. At this moment, Son Heung-min was sprinting down the right flank while loudly calling out Lin Feng's name. Son was in excellent form tonight. So far, he had already scored 1 goal and provided 2 assists, being directly involved in 3 goals. Lin Feng was naturally aware of this. Bang! With a long pass, Lin Feng accurately delivered the ball to the feet of Son on the flank. Quick! Hurry up and help defend. Don't give Spurs number 7 a chance to break through. Foul! On the sidelines. Guardiola's expression instantly turned tense when he saw Son receiving the ball on the flank. He quickly shouted to his defenders on the pitch. Kolarov and the returning Gundogan knew they couldn't be careless and rushed towards Son with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Chapter 237. Spurs laughed last. In the recently concluded showdown, home team Spurs defeated Manchester City 4-2. Pochettino's team extended their lead to 5 points. Sky Sports, 7 consecutive wins. Since the start of the season, Tottenham Hotspur has maintained a perfect record. Will Spurs, who have not won a title for many years, create history? Manchester Evening News. The winger from Kimchi wreaks havoc. Kane and Lin Feng both scored. The terrifying trident decimated Manchester City's defense. London Sports News post-match remarks. Guardiola claims he wants to sign Lin Feng. This 18-year-old Chinese wonderkid has already scored 9 goals and provided 9 assists in the Premier League. The Times. The next day, originally a day off, but Lin Feng still dragged Son Heung-min to the training ground for extra practice. Although Lin Feng scored in the previous match against Manchester City, he was still not satisfied with his performance. Therefore, Lin Feng hoped to make full use of his free time to quickly improve his skill level through training. Today, Lin Feng's training focus was still on volleys, while Son was responsible for assisting Lin Feng with passes. Chapter 238. Pochettino used the last substitution. Lin Feng finally made his appearance. He replaced Lamela. Indeed, if Spurs wanted to score, they still had to rely on Lin Feng's performance, and it seemed that Pochettino was well aware of this. In the Donkey Wang studio, commentator Jean Jun immediately perked up when he saw Lin Feng come on. The other commentator, Zhang Lu, jokingly remarked, Lin Feng has only about 10 minutes of time left. If Spurs want to win tonight, they need to score at least 2 more goals. Moreover, West Brom is continuously sending in defensive players, and the time for Lin Feng to score has come. In the away fan stand, when over 2,000 Spurs fans saw Lin Feng wearing the number 11 jersey take the field, their eyes immediately brightened. It seemed that at this moment, Spurs fans saw Lin Feng as their last ray of hope. After Lin Feng came on, it wasn't long before the ball found its way to his feet. In addition, several West Brom defenders rushed to Lin Feng at full speed. Defensive midfielder Fletcher, along with fullback Craig Dawson and forward Matt Phillips, were also closing in on Lin Feng. Chapter 239. At that moment, almost all the defenders in the West Brom penalty area were rushing towards Lin Feng. Craig Dawson and Macaulay were the first to turn around and even made blocking motions. However, when the ball landed at Lin Feng's feet, he didn't choose to shoot. Instead, he gently poked the ball with his right foot, and it perfectly fell to his side. In the next second, Lin Feng quickly used his right foot to take a touch. Instantly, he created space. The West Brom defenders had no chance to block him again. At this point, Lin Feng lifted his right foot, straightened his foot's back, and swiftly struck the bottom of the ball. Bang! With a heavy thud, the ball transformed into a cannonball, smashing into the bottom corner of the net. 1-1. Finally, Tottenham Hotspur leveled the score while playing away. In an instant, over 2,000 Spurs away fans in the stands went wild. Originally, Spurs fans thought they would definitely lose this match, but now, Spurs had achieved an equalizer. Chapter 240. The goal is in. A last-minute goal. In the final minute of stoppage time, Lin Feng successfully pierced through Ben Foster's fingers with a curled shot. 2-1. Tottenham Hotspur took the lead while playing away. An unbelievable turnaround. 18-year-old Lin Feng scored 2 goals in 5 minutes. He single-handedly saved Tottenham Hotspur once again. In the studio of Dongxiao Network, Commentator Jean Jun stood up excitedly after seeing Lin Feng score the winner. Beside him, Jean Lu sighed deeply, saying, "Hee, with Lin Feng's performance, his market value might rise again." Inside the Hawthorns, tens of thousands of West Brom fans showed despair in their eyes, as most fans held their heads in their hands, clearly unable to accept the score. In the away fan section, 2,000 Spurs fans chanted Lin Feng's name in unison. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a god in the hearts of Spurs fans. On the pitch, when Lin Feng's curled shot successfully pierced the net, all of his Spurs teammates exerted their last bit of energy and rushed towards Lin Feng. Chapter 241. The season is long. I believe he can stay up. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Philip immediately shook his head, seeming not optimistic about Bochum's future. "Lin, many key players in Bochum are injured. It's really difficult to stay up," Philip bluntly stated. "To be honest, sometimes I even want to leave the team. There is no way out in Bochum. According to statistics, our investment is the lowest in the Bundesliga. Moreover, the club hasn't paid salaries for a month. Under such circumstances, how can we stay up?" After hearing Philip's words, Lin Feng fell into deep silence. He never expected that Bochum would become so difficult after his departure. "It's just a lack of money, right? I can invest." At this moment, Elise, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. With a serious expression, she said to Philip and Lin Feng, "My fitness equipment can become a sponsor for Bochum, but you need to sign the latest contract with me." Lin Feng didn't think and immediately asked Elise, "How much can you invest in Bochum?" Chapter 242. Bang. Faced with this great opportunity, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't miss it. When the ball flew in front of him, Lin Feng had already lifted his right foot and powerfully completed a shot. In an instant, the ball flashed past the gap between Leverkusen's two center-backs, Jonathan Tah and Toprak. Fortunately, Leverkusen's goalkeeper Leno was relatively focused when he saw Lin Feng's shooting motion. He jumped into the air and managed to save the ball with difficulty. A spectacular save. Leno flew to block Lin Feng's long-range shot. The match had just begun, and both teams' forwards were already in form. It seems that, barring any surprises, tonight will be a goal fest. In the studio, just after Jean Jun finished speaking, Spurs launched their second wave of attack. Leno's save ball was controlled by midfielder Wanyama, who quickly passed it to his midfield partner Ali. In fact, before this match started, Ali was not on Pochettino's starting list, but due to center-back Alderweireld's sudden injury, there was no choice but to move Deer, originally playing as a defensive midfielder. Back to center-back. Chapter 243. Undeniably, Kalinoglu's passing skills are quite sharp, especially with this through ball, which can almost be compared to Eriksen's. In the blink of an eye, the ball quickly appeared at the feet of Little P. Hernandez. Just as he was about to shoot, Spurs center-back Deer made a contribution. He blocked the ball with his right leg. Bang! In an instant, the ball fell into the midfield. Spurs defensive midfielder Wanyama and Leverkusen's midfielder Aranguiz jumped simultaneously, and ultimately, Wanyama, with a stronger physique, won the ball. To quickly threaten the opponent's goal, Wanyama directly passed the ball to Harry Kane. At this moment, Kane had already retreated to the halfway line. As the most versatile striker in the top 5 leagues, Kane can not only score in the box, but also play the role of a passer. When the ball reached Kane's feet, Lin Feng immediately sprinted at full speed toward the opponent's half. Meanwhile, several Leverkusen defenders rushed towards Kane's side. Center-backs Jonathan Tah and Toprak appeared in front of Kane, giving the English star no chance. Chapter 244. Red card. The referee showed a red card to Ali. This means that for the next nearly 70 minutes, Spurs will have to play with one less player while playing away. In the Don't Show Network studio, even seasoned commentator Jean Jun's voice trembled upon seeing the referee show the red card. On the bullet screen, Chinese fans have already started cursing Ali. Isn't it funny? Why commit a foul? From a slow-motion replay, Ali indeed made a tackle with his studs. There is no problem with this call. Ridiculous. Isn't it better to win lying down? Why insist on getting a red card? Ali's performance is simply that of a war criminal. Hurry up and transfer. Lin Feng is really unlucky to have such a teammate. In the stands of Bayer Arena, tens of thousands of Bayer Leverkusen fans were waving their fists. They erupted into hysterical cheers. Oh! Undoubtedly, this is the result that the home fans most wanted to see. On the field, Ali was dumbfounded upon seeing this. He even had to check the color of the card several times before believing it was a red card. Chapter 245. Tottenham has been playing too poorly lately. Completely suppressed by Bayer Leverkusen. If this continues, Tottenham will inevitably concede a goal. In the box seats of Bayer Arena, as a friend of Lv5. Philip couldn't help but start worrying about Lv5 after seeing this. This kind of match can truly prove Lin's strength. Iris, on the other hand, was relatively calm. At this moment, Bayer Leverkusen's attack came again. Still in the front field, the attacking core Calhanoglu received a pass from the defensive midfielder and faced with two Tottenham defenders' encirclement. This Leverkusen number 10 surprisingly executed a Marseille turn. In the blink of an eye, Calhanoglu shook off Wanyama and Eriksen's interference. Then, Calhanoglu passed the ball to Hernandez, who was lurking on the right flank. It was almost a repeat of the last attack. However, Tottenham's defenders seemed to have learned from previous mistakes. Just as Hernandez was about to cross, defender Trippier threw himself into the path. Ultimately, the ball hit Trippier's back and went out for a goal kick. Chapter 246, Push Up, Attack, Shoot at every opportunity. On the sidelines, Bayer Leverkusen's coach Schmidt clearly couldn't sit still. After seeing Lv5 score, he immediately issued tactical instructions to his players on the field. Schmidt understood that if the team couldn't equalize before halftime, it would definitely affect the team's morale. After the restart, just as the Bayer Leverkusen players were preparing to launch a major offensive at home, all Tottenham players retreated to defend their half. Pochettino's tactic was clear: maintain the 2-1 lead until halftime. In the final minutes, Bayer Leverkusen began a fierce attack. In the 45th minute, Calhanoglu received the ball on the wing, and just as he was about to accelerate, several defensive players immediately closed in. Among them were Trippier, Wanyama, and Son Heung-min. Three Tottenham players surrounded this Leverkusen attacking core. Calhanoglu couldn't even break through, let alone find space to pass. Soon, with these Tottenham players' pressure, Calhanoglu lost possession of the ball. Chapter 247. On the field, when the Tottenham players saw Lv5 score the third goal of the match, almost in that instant, they all rushed to the corner flag to celebrate with Lv5. A perfect goal. Lin, well done. Let's secure the victory tonight. Tottenham is the champion. We are unstoppable. Harry Kane, Son Heung-min, and other players excitedly praised Lv5's performance. And on the bench, Coach Pochettino finally showed an excited smile. Perhaps at that moment, Pochettino also saw hope for victory. Shortly after the restart, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. 3-1. The away team Tottenham Hotspur, relying on Lv5's hat trick, successfully took control of the game despite playing with one less player. After the halftime break, Dongxiao.com immediately released multiple reports about Lv5. A super long-range lob from 40 meters. Lv5 broke through Leno's goal with an incredible shot. 18-year-old Chinese rising star scores a first-half hat trick. Lv5's three long-range shots left Leverkusen's goalkeeper in despair. Chapter 248. In the small penalty area, Harry Kane has already leaped into the air. Lv5's long pass was perfectly placed. The ball almost landed perfectly on Kane's head. At this moment, Bayer Leverkusen's defenders instantly felt their hearts in their throats. The two center-backs, Jonathan Tah and Toprak, rushed to Kane's sides, and all three players simultaneously jumped. Although Leverkusen's defenders tried hard to interfere with Kane, in terms of physical confrontation, the British superstar Harry Kane clearly had the advantage. In the small penalty area, Kane overpowered two center-backs and still managed to win the first header. Bang! The ball heavily struck the back of the net. On the goal line, goalkeeper Leno was still quite focused. He bent his knees slightly, always ready to jump, but at the moment Kane completed his header, the ball still crashed into the net. Despite Leno's quickest attempts to save it, he still couldn't touch the ball. The ball headed straight for the corner of the goal. Chapter 249. The goal is in. Lv5 scored his fourth goal of the match. 4 goals and 1 assist. 18-year-old Lv5 was directly involved in 5 goals. If I remember correctly, Lv5 should be the first Asian player to score 4 goals in a Champions League match. An impeccable performance. Not only Lv5, but also Harry Kane, Son Heung-min, and other players performed exceptionally well today. Tottenham led Bayer Leverkusen 5-2, despite playing with one less player. In the studio, even though Jean Jun's voice had long been hoarse, he still shouted Lv5's name into the microphone. Undoubtedly, this match will become a milestone for Lv5. After the restart, the Bayer Leverkusen players, playing at home, almost completely lost their fighting spirit. Although there were still about 15 minutes left in the match and Leverkusen had a numerical advantage, they understood that the suspense of the game had completely disappeared. Beep, beep, beep. When the stoppage time ended, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The away team, Tottenham Hotspur, successfully completed a major comeback despite playing with one less player. Chapter 250, October 22nd, at 7:30 p.m. In the guest changing room at the Vitality Stadium, Pochettino announced the starting lineup against Bournemouth. And this time Feng and Harry Kane were not included in the starting list. The main reason for Pochettino's decision was to conserve energy. After all, just 3 days after this match, Tottenham would face Liverpool away. In Pochettino's mind, the League Cup match against Liverpool was the biggest test. Moreover, Bournemouth was currently ranked 13th in the Premier League, which naturally made them much weaker compared to Tottenham. Pochettino believed that even without Feng and Harry Kane, Tottenham could still secure a victory. However, what Pochettino did not expect after the match started was that Bournemouth dared to engage in an attacking contest with Tottenham. In fact, taking advantage of their home ground, Bournemouth took the lead first. In the 32nd minute, Bournemouth's midfielder Gosling intercepted the ball and suddenly sent a through ball. In the front field, Wilshere skillfully broke through Moussa Dembele's defense, and then his diagonal pass found Jordan Ibe in the penalty area. Chapter 251. Continue to press forward and attack. Quick, we still have a chance to win. When Harry Kane equalized, Pochettino on the sidelines was the most excited one, raising his arms and calling for his players to continue attacking. At this moment, there were only 5 minutes left in regular time, and with added time, there might be around 8 minutes left. For Tottenham, 8 minutes was enough to score another goal. On Bournemouth's bench, Eddie Howe was executing a completely opposite tactic from Pochettino, continuously signaling with both hands to urge every Bournemouth player to stay calm. After the restart, the ball came to the feet of Bournemouth players and under Eddie Howe's request. They did not launch an attack towards Tottenham's goal, but instead played meaningless passes in the backfield, with only one goal in mind, to waste as much time as possible. Clearly, for Bournemouth, who were focused on relegation, securing a draw at home against the Premier League leaders was already satisfactory. However, such a result was absolutely unacceptable for Tottenham's players. Chapter 252. After the match against Bournemouth, Pochettino's coaching staff focused all their energy on the upcoming League Cup match against Liverpool. In fact, Tottenham had previously faced Liverpool in the Premier League. In that match, Tottenham played at home. At that time, the score was 4-3 in favor of Tottenham. Feng was phenomenal in that game, scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists. Almost all 4 of Tottenham's goals were related to Feng. Although Tottenham had defeated Liverpool earlier this season, Pochettino was still cautious about this match, because Pochettino knew very well that Liverpool at home and Liverpool away were 2 completely different teams. Liverpool had the most intimidating home ground in the Premier League, Anfield. As long as Liverpool played at Anfield, the home fans would fight alongside the players, supporting the team from the first minute to the last, and they would cheer continuously. Therefore, when Liverpool returned to their home ground, they would gain the support of their fans, which significantly increased Liverpool's home win rate. Chapter 253. With Main's goal at that moment, the entire Anfield Stadium erupted with excitement. Tens of thousands of Liverpool fans waved their fists in celebration. Main's name echoed throughout Anfield. Meanwhile, in the away fan section, over 2,000 Tottenham fans showed expressions of despair on their faces, as no one could have imagined that their team would concede a goal so early. A tremendous pressure weighed invisibly on the Tottenham players. On the bench, compared to the wildly celebrating Klopp, Pochettino's face was filled with calmness. In fact, the Tottenham coach was starting to feel a bit anxious. Conceding a goal so early, especially at Liverpool's home ground, and most importantly, Liverpool's players were now fully energized. If Tottenham wanted a counterattack in a short time, they would face a huge challenge. As expected, after the restart, the away team, Tottenham, immediately launched an attack. However, after taking the lead, all Liverpool players retreated to defend their half, clearly indicating that Klopp was still wary of Tottenham's offense. They set up a solid defense. Soon, the ball successfully reached Feng's feet, but just as Feng was about to show his skills, several defenders rushed out in front of him. Chapter 254. Penalty. In the 18th minute of the match, Tottenham Hotspur had a penalty opportunity. The player standing at the penalty spot was Harry Kane. Both Jean-Jun and Jean-Lu focused their attention on Harry Kane. As the referee blew the whistle for the penalty, the entire Anfield Stadium instantly fell silent. Both Tottenham and Liverpool fans craned their necks to watch Harry Kane. Bang! The star of Tottenham did not waste any time and immediately raised his right foot to shoot. A second later, The ball grazed the left post and flew out of bounds. He missed the penalty. Kane's shot was too focused on the angle. The ball grazed the post and went out of bounds. Tottenham wasted a great goal-scoring opportunity. It was such a pity. Jean June couldn't help but say, if Kane had let Feng take this penalty, perhaps Tottenham would have scored. In the stands, Liverpool fans again raised their arms and frantically shouted the name of goalkeeper Minale. Chapter 255. From beginning to end, Feng's goal has always been victory. Therefore, when Feng broke through Liverpool's goal, he did not celebrate, but instead focused on scoring again. Soon, both teams restarted the game. Klopp, of course, did not want to lose at home, so as soon as the Liverpool players kicked off, Klopp immediately issued the order to attack. In the 30th minute of the match, Liverpool's attack came again. On the right flank, Maine received another long pass from Henderson. Facing Ben Davies' defense, he chose to explode again. The sudden acceleration after stopping the ball was truly Maine's signature move. His outstanding physical qualities allowed Maine to easily execute sudden stops and bursts of speed. The defender Ben Davies, responsible for marking Maine, clearly could not keep up with his pace. In less than 3 seconds, Maine effortlessly completed his breakthrough without any pressure. After speeding past Ben Davies, Maine decisively opted to cut inside. With a flick of his left foot like a black whirlwind, he charged towards the edge of the penalty area. The entire Anfield Stadium erupted in a deafening cheer at that moment. Chapter 256. Liverpool's aggressive push forward was something that Pochettino had anticipated long ago. However, despite this, Coach Pochettino did not instruct his players to adopt a bus-parking defense. The attacking trio of Spurs, Feng, Kane, and Son Heung-min, did not retreat to defend in their half, but instead waited in the front line for counterattack opportunities. Pochettino's tactics were very clear: to stab back. Once Liverpool's attack failed to threaten Spurs' goal, Spurs would counterattack at the quickest speed. In a sense, this seemingly ordinary EFL Cup quarterfinal would be a goal fest. In the 35th minute of the match, Liverpool's attack finally arrived. Henderson's long pass found Coutinho on the left flank. This Brazilian attacker possesses exceptional long-range shooting ability, and as he stopped the ball, he instantly caught the attention of several Spurs players, including Kyle Walker and Dembele. Coutinho knew very well that it was impossible to break through these two players relying on speed. After all, Kyle Walker is the fastest winger in the Premier League, and the other defender, Moussa Dembele, is no slouch either. Chapter 257. Another goal from Feng. He has already scored twice in this match. Liverpool paid the price for their reckless attack. Spurs pulled it back from 2-3. Now the balance of victory has tilted again. In the studio, both Jean June and Zhang Lu genuinely felt happy for Feng's goal, while in the stands of Anfield, over 2,000 Spurs fans even drowned out the home support for Liverpool. This is quite rare at Liverpool's home ground. After scoring, Feng performed his signature sliding knee celebration, while Liverpool's coach Klopp on the sidelines showed a look of confusion and helplessness. It should be noted that Klopp had started preparing for this match a week in advance, but based on the current results, Klopp's team had no particularly good solutions against Feng. After the restart, Liverpool players could only continue their attack, but whether it was Maine, Firmino, or Coutinho, all were affected by the team's conceded goal. Moreover, as the first half was nearing its end, the entire Liverpool squad's mentality was visibly anxious. Chapter 258. Spurs goalkeeper Lloris was very focused. The moment Henderson made the header, Lloris immediately made a save. In an instant, Henderson's header was decisively punched out by Lloris. This time, Liverpool's corner kick attack failed again. The broadcast camera quickly found Klopp on the sidelines. The Liverpool coach first sighed and then threw his hands up towards Henderson. It seemed that Klopp was not particularly satisfied with the Liverpool captain's header performance. But soon, a hint of panic appeared on Klopp's face. He hurriedly shouted at the players in the backfield, "Foul! Quickly foul! Don't let their number 11 charge up. Tactical foul." Klopp was so nervous, mainly because the ball had come to Feng's feet. After Lloris punched the ball out, it was Son Heung-min who seized the first touch at the edge of the penalty area. However, as several Liverpool players rushed to surround Son Heung-min, the Spurs winger hurriedly passed the ball to Feng. Chapter 259. On October 27th, Feng's two shooting attributes were both upgraded. The outside foot shot reached level 2, and the volley shot reached level 3. Skill: outside foot curve Lv2, proficiency 3,300, effect: After extensive training, you have gradually mastered the technique of outside foot curling shots. But you still need some time to reach proficiency. Skill, volley Lv3. Proficiency, 41,000. Effect, you have mastered the technique of volleying. Both the accuracy and success rate of your shots have significantly improved, making this skill your secret weapon. Not bad. Seeing that these two shooting skills had improved, Lin Feng felt quite pleased. Of course, in the following time, Lin Feng did not stop training these two shooting skills. In Lin Feng's view, both the outside foot curve and the volley must be upgraded to at least level 4 to fully unleash their power in Premier League matches. Additionally, Lin Feng checked a few other attributes. Skill, tenacity Lv3, chapter 260. Welcome to the focus battle of the 10th round of the Premier League, where Tottenham Hotspur host the defending champions Leicester City. Spurs still deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation at home. Goalkeeper Loris. Defensive line, Kyle Walker, Deer, Vertonghen, Danny Rose. Two defensive midfielders, Wanyama, Dembele. Front line, Son Heung-min, Eriksen, Lin Feng. Lone striker, Harry Kane. Pochettino's formation has achieved 9 consecutive wins in the Premier League, currently sitting at the top of the table. Meanwhile, Leicester City's formation tonight remains 4-4-2 with goalkeeper Kasper Schmeichel. The 4 defenders, Fuchs, Huth, Morgan Simpson. For midfielders, Ahmed Musa, Drinkwater, Andy King, Mahrez. 2 forwards, Vardy, Okazaki. In the studio, after commentator Jean Jun announced the starting lineups for both teams, the starting players stepped onto the pitch under the guidance of their coaching staff. In an instant, the entire White Hart Lane stadium erupted in deafening cheers. Chapter 261. Neither Danny Simpson nor Andy King expected Lin Feng's explosive power to be so swift. These two players thought Lin Feng would burst down the right flank. But unexpectedly, Lin Feng suddenly came to a halt and quickly used his right foot to flick the ball inward to complete the breakthrough. The entire action took less than 3 seconds. Leicester City's pressure was instantly broken by Lin Feng. He charged into the top of the penalty area. After witnessing Lin Feng's series of brilliant performances, Jean Jun immediately raised his commentary voice several times. He seemed to have a premonition that Lin Feng would score next. Unfortunately, just as Lin Feng was about to attempt a shot with the outside of his foot, Leicester City's midfielder Ahmed Musa came in with a sliding tackle from the side. He knocked both the player and the ball down. Beep! The referee blew the whistle for the foul immediately and unhesitatingly showed Ahmed Musa a yellow card. A yellow card? This was clearly a red card offense. Damn! After seeing this, Pochettino was instantly furious and rushed to the sidelines to shout at the assistant referee. The opponent's 2 feet tackled Lin's calf. That's a dangerous play. Why only a yellow card? Chapter 262. The moment Lin Feng's right foot heavily struck the ball, it transformed into a cannonball. Whoosh! The football, spinning and whistling, flew rapidly over the heads of Leicester City defenders. Neither Andy King nor Drinkwater could stop the ball from being shot. Even Kasper Schmeichel, who was standing on the goal line, was helpless. A second later, the football accurately flew into the bottom corner of the net. 2-1. Lin Feng's astonishing volley successfully helped Tottenham take the lead in the score. Oh! In an instant, the cheers of the fans echoed throughout the stands. Tottenham had completed the comeback. This was exactly the situation every fan coming to White Hart Lane wanted to see. A perfect volley. Lin Feng's shot completely announced the collapse of Leicester City's defense. This was definitely the most spectacular goal Lin Feng had scored this season. In the studio, Jean Jun shouted excitedly. The 18-year-old Lin Feng has broken through the goal of the defending champions of the Premier League tonight. Chapter 263. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng lightly pushed the ball with the outside of his right foot, and it instantly passed through Gankezen's legs. Nutmeg. Lin Feng effortlessly broke through Gankezen's defense with a simple and clever move. Jean Jun got goosebumps after seeing Lin Feng's breakthrough. In the stands of White Hart Lane, the emotions of over 60,000 Tottenham fans were instantly ignited by Lin Feng's performance. Oh! Waves of ecstatic cheers echoed above the stadium. Even the team's coach, Pochettino, on the sidelines, shouted Lin Feng's name along with the fans. On the field, just as Lin Feng broke through Gankezen's defense with a nutmeg, another defender, Drinkwater, rushed towards Lin Feng. Drinkwater clearly understood his defensive abilities and knew that the only way to stop Lin Feng was to foul him. Therefore, He directly lunged at Feng with a sliding tackle. Just as his legs were about to touch the ball, Feng's right foot made a light flick. Chapter 264. 15 minutes later, the second half of the match officially began. During the halftime break, Ranieri had been emphasizing the need to attack. After observing the first 45 minutes, Ranieri was very sure that Leicester City could only try their best to launch an offensive if they wanted to score at White Hart Lane. Sure enough, less than 3 minutes into the second half, the away team Leicester City players had already pushed forward in numbers. On the wing, Mahrez received a pass from his teammate again. So far, Mahrez was undoubtedly the best performing player in Leicester City's lineup, with about 80% of Leicester City's attacks coming from the right. Pochettino was naturally aware of this and had made specific defensive arrangements against Mahrez's breakthrough during halftime. This time, when Mahrez received the ball on the wing, several Tottenham defenders were already in position. Among them were Danny Rose, Wanyama, and even Feng, who actively dropped back. Faced with the interception and interference from these three Tottenham players, Mahrez lost his breakthrough magic. He originally hoped to find space to break through by stopping and changing direction, but due to the overwhelming number of defenders, he had no room to showcase his talent. Chapter 265. In an instant, the ball landed at Vardy's feet. Leicester City's counterattack had arrived. Just a second ago, the Tottenham fans were cheering, but now they had fallen into silence. In the stands of White Hart Lane, nearly everyone was nervously watching Vardy. On the sidelines, as the coach of Tottenham Hotspur, Pochettino was shouting, "Help defense! Quickly get up there! Foul! Don't let Vardy break through!" To be honest, at this moment, Pochettino was undoubtedly anxious because there were only two fullbacks in Tottenham's defense, Danny Rose and Kyle Walker. The other players had not yet returned to position. And on Leicester City's side, besides Vardy, there was also Mahrez. This meant that this counterattack had formed a 2v2 situation. For Tottenham Hotspur players, the best way to defend was to foul, and it had to be done immediately. Walker showed no hesitation. He took a quick step, rushing in front of Vardy, and even reached out to firmly grab Vardy's jersey. Chapter 266. 4-3. A goal fest. The home team, Tottenham Hotspur, regained the lead. The scorer was still number 11, Feng. He saved the team again. Feng completed a hat trick. In the studio, commentator Jean Jun stood up from his seat after witnessing Feng's goal, almost frantically roaring with his hoarse voice. And inside White Hart Lane, the familiar cheers of Tottenham fans echoed throughout the stadium. Tens of thousands of die-hard Tottenham fans raised their hands and cheered at the same time. Oh! In the box seats, a group of disabled children also imitated the fans' actions, waving their hands to celebrate the birth of this goal. In that moment, the faces of these children finally showed bright smiles. And after scoring, Feng sprinted at full speed to the corner flag. In the next moment, Feng performed his signature celebration with a three-stripe slide knee. In an instant, all the Tottenham players rushed towards Feng, all excitedly celebrating with him. Chapter 267. Beep. 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 After the first half injury time ended, the referee blew the final whistle for the match. The score was fixed at 5-3. Feng scored 4 goals in the match, helping Tottenham defend their home honor, and afterwards, he was awarded the best player of the match again. Additionally, since Feng scored 4 goals during the game, he was also allowed to take the match ball home. At the post-match press conference, both Tottenham's head coach Pochettino and Leicester City's coach Ranieri praised Feng's performance that night. Lin is the biggest contributor to Tottenham's victory tonight. I really can't imagine how an 18-year-old boy could achieve 4 goals in a Premier League match. Pochettino proudly spoke to the reporters below. With 16 goals in 10 matches, I believe Feng has already become the best winger in the Premier League. No other player can compare to him. Signing Feng in the summer transfer window was undoubtedly the best decision the club has ever made. After Pochettino finished speaking, a reporter from Sky Sports continued to ask him, "Mr. Pochettino, do you think Feng has a chance to win the Ballon d'Or in the future?" Chapter 268. After Wenger finished his speech, Arsenal player representative Sanchez also expressed his views on this derby battle. The Arsenal players are ready for battle. We will defend our home honor and also give Tottenham their first defeat of the season. Sanchez's statement was quite similar to that of Coach Wenger, filled with confidence. However, at the same time, the pre-match remarks from Wenger and Sanchez immediately provoked dissatisfaction among Tottenham fans and even led to fierce online arguments between Arsenal and Tottenham fans. Before the match even started, the fans from both sides were already in a heated dispute. Moreover, the tense atmosphere online extended into reality. The next day, November 5th, On the match day of Arsenal versus Tottenham, hundreds of Tottenham and Arsenal fans engaged in physical fights around the Emirates Stadium, with even reports of bloodshed. To quell the anger between the fans, England even deployed the Royal Cavalry. With the arrival of a large number of security personnel, they managed to separate the Tottenham and Arsenal fans. But regardless, the anger in the hearts of both sets of fans had been thoroughly ignited. Chapter 269, as Arsenal's left-back Bellerin was about to rush towards Feng, he first made a passing motion. Seeing this, Bellerin instinctively raised his right foot to block. At that moment, Feng lightly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball successfully passed through Bellerin's legs. Nutmeg. A stylish breakthrough. Feng effortlessly got past Bellerin. Commentator Zhang Jun shouted loudly, instantly energizing the Chinese fans watching the live broadcast. On the stands of the Emirates Stadium, Arsenal fans gasped in astonishment after seeing this, despite the fact that many Arsenal fans were already somewhat familiar with Feng before the match. However, seeing how easily Feng got past Bellerin still shocked them. On the sidelines, Wenger quickly shouted the names of the defensive players, urging his players to immediately lock down Feng's breakthrough. Just as Feng was about to cut inside, Arsenal's two defensive midfielders, Coquelin and Xhaka, also successfully arrived in front of him. Bang! Coquelin was the first to shoulder charge Feng. Chapter 270 Key Defense. Feng knocked over Walcott. Clattenburg did not call a foul. The game continued. Long pass. Feng's long ball accurately found Son Heung-min on the wing. This was a great opportunity for Tottenham's counterattack. As commentator Zhang Jun's words fell, the entire Emirates Stadium gradually fell silent. Obviously, most Arsenal fans felt a twinge of fear when they saw Son Heung-min advancing with the ball. The first Arsenal player to rush in front of Son Heung-min was Monreal. When Son Heung-min saw that there was only this one player, he quickly performed a bicycle kick move and then decisively made a quick step. In the blink of an eye, Son Heung-min slipped past the Arsenal defender. Clearly, Son Heung-min had a certain advantage in a 1v1 breakthrough. Just as Son Heung-min entered the top left side of the penalty area, Arsenal's second wave of defenders was also in position. Defensive midfielder Xhaka and center-back Mustafi rushed to Son Heung-min's front. But at the same time, Son Heung-min also completed his shooting motion. Boom! A right-footed curled shot. In an instant, the ball quickly sailed over the heads of the Arsenal defenders and then sped towards the far corner of the goal. Chapter 271 Tottenham's Attacking Opportunity. Feng was making great strides with the ball in the center. Xhaka lunged in from the side. A flick to evade. Feng easily flicked the ball with his right foot, successfully avoiding Xhaka's lunge. Beautiful. With Zhang Jun's cheers, Feng had already charged into the attacking third. Xhaka's lunge had no impact on Feng's ball control. In fact, it gave Feng even more confidence. Feng took another step, accelerated again, directly charging towards Arsenal's penalty area. To be honest, when Arsenal players saw this, they instantly became extremely tense. Although Feng hadn't scored in this match yet, it was undeniable that every time he received the ball, he could tear apart Arsenal's defense. Foul! Don't just stand there. Hurry up. On the goal line, Arsenal's goalkeeper saw Feng had already charged to the top of the penalty area, and his emotions exploded, constantly urging his teammates in front of him. Finally, defensive midfielder Coquelin and center-back Mustafi both rushed towards Feng. Bang! Feng still did not confront these two players head-on, but instead immediately delivered an overhead pass. And the ball landed at Son Heung-min's feet. Chapter 272 on the right wing. The ball reached Lamela's feet. At that moment, all the Arsenal players instantly became alert. Left-back Monreal dared not be careless. As Lamela was about to make a breakthrough, this Arsenal left-back rushed towards Lamela immediately. Perhaps it was because he had just come on, but Lamela's entire body was still quite stiff, and he wasn't even ready to enter the game. At the moment he was dribbling the ball, Monreal suddenly made a quick dash and charged right in front of Lamela again. The next second, this newly substituted Spurs winger was knocked to the ground by the Arsenal fullback. Beep! The referee immediately blew the whistle for a foul. Spurs were awarded a free kick. However, despite this, Pochettino was still not satisfied with the performance of his players on the field, especially Lamela, who had just come on. In Pochettino's view, Lamela had more than enough ability to use his explosiveness to shake off the Arsenal defenders. Unfortunately, Lamela did not deliver. In the studio, commentator Zhang Lu also criticized Lamela. There's a reason why Lamela has consistently been a substitute for Spurs this season. Chapter 273, trailing at halftime. Son Heung-min injured. Spurs temporarily trail Arsenal 1-2 away. Chilean star Sanchez scores a last-minute winner in the first half. Arsenal leads. A mediocre first half. Lin Feng seems restricted by Wenger's tactics. Lost both the lady and the soldiers. With Son Heung-min injured, Arsenal scores a last-minute goal in the first half. During the halftime break, Donchio Network released a considerable amount of coverage on the North London derby. To be honest, after watching the first 45 minutes of this match, Chinese football fans were gradually losing hope for the game. What was this play? It felt like the Spurs players were playing in a daze. There was nothing to be done. Playing twice a week was too taxing on their stamina. Whatever, as long as Lin Feng didn't get injured, that was all that mattered. That's right. It was just an ordinary Premier League match. It must be said that playing at Arsenal's home ground is really tough. Spurs' defense is truly weak. It feels like if Spurs want to compete for titles on two fronts, they must bring in excellent defenders in the winter transfer window. Meanwhile, in the away team's changing room at the Emirates Stadium, Spurs head coach Pochettino wore a face full of disappointment and helplessness. To be honest, this Spurs manager was equally dissatisfied with his players' performance in the first half. Chapter 274. In an instant, the ball zipped past Bellerin. This Arsenal fullback did not touch the ball and did not create any interference for Lin Feng, who was advancing with the ball. Just like that, Lin Feng easily dribbled into the top of the penalty area. Now, Arsenal's goal was within Lin Feng's shooting range. On the goal line, goalkeeper Cech immediately prepared to make a save upon seeing this. This Arsenal goalkeeper's gaze was firmly fixed on the ball at Lin Feng's feet. Block it. Don't hesitate. Everyone rush in. On the sidelines, Wenger was completely flustered. He helplessly shouted the names of his defenders. At this moment, center-backs Mustafi and Koscielny also rushed out of the penalty area. Unfortunately, these two defenders were a step too slow. Lin Feng had already lifted his right foot and completed the shooting motion. Bang! With a crisp sound of the ball being struck. The ball passed right through the gap between the two Arsenal center-backs. Moreover, the ball was spinning at a high speed. Neither Mustafi nor Koscielny had the time to react at that moment. Chapter 275, Shoot. Lamela's long-range shot hit the post. What a pity. He almost helped Spurs take the lead. In the studio, Jean Jun let out a helpless sigh, and it was clear that this commentator's face was also filled with regret. The second ball, Lin Feng controlled it. At this moment, guest commentator Zhang Lu suddenly spoke up loudly. Within the stadium, the Arsenal defenders tightened their nerves upon seeing this, not daring to be careless. Especially full-back Bellerin, who quickly dashed towards Lin Feng. At the left side of the top of the penalty area, after winning the ball, Lin Feng did not immediately shoot, but instead observed his teammates' movements. At this time, Harry Kane in the penalty area had already begun to make a run. Without hesitation, Lin Feng gently flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot. The next second, the ball sailed into the penalty area. Moreover, Lin Feng's cross was of perfect quality, successfully bypassing Mustafi at the near post and heading straight for Harry Kane's head. Bang! Near the penalty spot, this English superstar soared into the air, successfully winning the first header. Then, he quickly generated power from his waist and abdomen, forcefully completing a powerful header on goal. Chapter 276. After the restart, the Arsenal players, playing at home, had no choice but to push forward. On the sidelines, Coach Wenger's gestures were clear. He demanded that Arsenal players launch an all-out attack. In the 75th minute, Arsenal's offensive came. Midfield core Ramsey made a strong advance down the middle, successfully attracting the attention of two Spurs midfielders, Dier and Wanyama, who rushed toward him. However, at that moment, Ramsey chose to make a long pass. The timing of the pass was impeccable, sending the ball directly to the flanks to Walcott. Arsenal's attack still aimed to open up the game from the wings. However, this time, all of Spurs players had returned to defend. Danny Rose and Lin Feng quickly rushed in front of Walcott. The Arsenal winger, faced with a double team, was self-aware and did not attempt to force his way through. Instead, he immediately passed to Sanchez on the flank. As Arsenal's attacking star, when the Chilean received the ball, the stands at the Emirates erupted in deafening cheers. Chapter 277, Bang. In an instant, Sanchez did not choose to shoot, but opted to pass instead. With a gentle flick of his right foot, the ball appeared at Giroud's feet. At that moment, there were no Spurs defenders around Giroud. Faced with this excellent shooting opportunity, Giroud naturally did not waste it. With a powerful shot, the ball soared into the air. He missed. Giroud wasted Sanchez's brilliant assist. His shot flew into the stands. This was Arsenal's best chance to kill the game. The score remained 3-3. In the studio, Jean Jun's mood was a roller coaster. When he saw Giroud take the shot, he thought Arsenal would complete a last-minute victory, but unexpectedly, Giroud's shot was so outrageous. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Arsenal fans in the stands at the Emirates Stadium experienced heaven and hell in that moment. Just a second ago, they were cheering joyfully, but now they were silent. The usually composed Coach Wenger covered his head with both hands, his eyes filled with shock. Bang! At that moment, Tottenham's goalkeeper Loris wasted no time and quickly took the goal kick. Chapter 278. Beep. 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 As the 4 minutes of stoppage time ended, referee Clattenburg blew the final whistle. This North London derby was fixed at a score of 4-3. The away team, Tottenham Hotspur, narrowly defeated Arsenal with Kane's last-minute goal. After this match, Tottenham extended their winning streak in the Premier League to 11 consecutive wins, firmly holding the top position. After the match, major sports media in England focused on this North London derby battle. A stunning 11-game winning streak. Tottenham Hotspur wins the derby at the Emirates Stadium. Pochettino's team leads second-placed Manchester City by 6 points. Is the Premier League about to see a grand conclusion? Sky Sports. Unstoppable Spurs. The 18-year-old Feng once again wreaks havoc, scoring 2 goals and providing 1 assist, helping Spurs escape from the away match unscathed. The Times post-match comments. Wenger completely convinced. Claims Feng is the most outstanding 18-year-old genius star he has ever seen. London Sports News. The young forward from Huagua has already scored 18 goals and provided 11 assists in the Premier League. He is creating miracles. Manchester Evening News. Chapter 279, with referee Dean's whistle. This London derby officially began. Tottenham faced 2 consecutive London derbies, the previous one being against Arsenal in the North London derby, and this time against West Ham United in the East London derby. After the match began, West Ham United, playing away, was the first to attack. In the first minute and 30 seconds, West Ham's attack threatened Spurs' goal. This time, left winger Payet received the ball on the wing and, facing Kyle Walker's defense, successfully faked him out with a series of sudden stops and changes of direction. Then, Payet seized the opportunity and quickly delivered a cross. On the West Ham front line was Andy Carroll. As a well-known tall striker in the Premier League, Andy Carroll stands at 192 meters tall. After jumping in the air, he chose to head the ball towards the goal despite the interference from several defenders. Unfortunately, under the pressure from Deer and Vertonghen, Carroll's header went over the crossbar. Although they didn't score, West Ham's attack still sent a warning to Spurs' defense. Chapter 280 on the sidelines. Pochettino sighed helplessly. He knew how much Kane's exit would impact Spurs' attack. But at this point, Pochettino had no other options. The only thing he could do was to make a substitution. Vincent Janssen came on to replace the injured Harry Kane. This was Vincent Janssen's first appearance of the season. Could this Dutch forward shoulder the attacking responsibilities for Spurs? Let us wait and see. In the studio, Jean Jun's tone seemed to lack confidence. Meanwhile, numerous Spurs fans in the stands began to feel anxious. It's over. Vincent is on the field. We might lose this match. Vincent is the worst striker I've ever seen. Sigh. Spurs are really unlucky. Both Son Heung-min and Kane are injured. Looks like we can only pin our hopes on Feng. The match continued. Although Harry Kane left the field due to injury, it did not affect Spurs' attacking momentum. In the following moments, Spurs, taking advantage of their home ground, continued to attack West Ham's goal. Chapter 281. At this critical moment, Feng's pass was nearly perfect, slipping past the gaps between Antonio and Lanzini. Then, the ball accurately flew into the penalty area. At this moment, Spurs forward Vincent Janssen was in position. He shot before West Ham's center-back Ogbonna could react. Facing this near one-on-one opportunity, Janssen's shot went directly into the stands, posing no threat to the opposing goalkeeper Randolph. In the stands, Spurs fans' eyes were filled with despair. When Feng passed the ball into the penalty area, nearly all Spurs fans were ready to celebrate a goal. But unexpectedly, Janssen's shot shattered those hopes. In less than 10 minutes on the field, Vincent Janssen had wasted 2 clear goal-scoring opportunities. If those 2 chances had been taken by Kane, Spurs might have already taken the lead. After witnessing Janssen's series of spectacular performances, Jean Jun's mindset began to crumble a bit. At that moment, the broadcast camera quickly focused on Harry Kane sitting on the bench. Chapter 2, 82 seconds later. The ball landed perfectly at Lin Feng's feet. The counterattack opportunity for Spurs finally arrived, with West Ham pushing forward aggressively. The number of defenders in the back line had significantly decreased, as Lin Feng dribbled the ball forward with long strides. Only West Ham's fullback Antonio rushed to confront him. Antonio's defensive strategy remained the same as before, directly engaging in physical confrontation. However, this time Lin Feng did not let him succeed. With a swift touch of the outside of his right foot, he cut inside and then sprinted forward with all his might. In an instant, Lin Feng made a powerful cut into the penalty area. "Help! Get in there! Don't let this Asian winger have the space to shoot." On the sidelines, the West Ham coach was visibly panicking, frantically shouting the names of his defenders in a hoarse voice. Chapter 283. Due to Lin Feng's incredible speed, West Ham's defensive midfielder didn't have time to foul him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng dribbled the ball into the West Ham United half. The pressure of defense unconsciously fell upon the players of West Ham United. Defensive midfielder Kui was the first to rush towards Lin Feng, followed by fullback Antonio and centerback Winston Reid, who were also closing in on him. Bilic tried to use the numerical advantage to block Lin Feng's progress. Moreover, the West Ham United coach had issued a strict order to his players, demanding that the defenders must foul Lin Feng. Bilic would rather give Tottenham a set-piece opportunity than allow Lin Feng to have a shooting chance. Lin Feng was naturally aware of this. He needed to find a way to shake off the approaching West Ham United players. However, with his current dribbling ability, it was quite difficult to break through 3 West Ham defenders in a short time, and these 3 defenders could foul him at any moment. This meant that Lin Feng not only had to bypass the interference from his opponents, but also had to find a way to avoid being fouled, which was a daunting challenge. Chapter 284. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Feng immediately passed the ball to the center. He didn't even observe his teammates' positioning before making the pass. This wasn't Lin Feng intentionally wasting an opportunity. It was that at that moment, he felt a sudden dizziness in his head. To prevent his opponents from regaining possession, he instinctively kicked the ball towards the center. Unfortunately, Tottenham forward Vincent Janssen failed to intercept the ball, and it was cleared by the opposing center back. After seeing this, Lin Feng immediately collapsed on the grass. Now, in addition to his headache, he began to experience tinnitus, and his vision started to blur. What was happening? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, a skill box popped up in front of him. Skill, decision-making Lv4. Proficiency, 13,000. Effect, after a long period of competition and practice, your experience has significantly improved, and you are always able to make the correct choice regardless of the form of the game you face. After the vision upgraded to Lv4, it had a new name, decision-making. Lin Feng never expected that decision-making Lv4 would upgrade during the match, which caught him off guard. He felt as if new knowledge had been infused into his mind, and even his previous football philosophy had been completely shattered and then reorganized. Chapter 285. After the restart, the morale of the away team, West Ham United, instantly dropped to rock bottom. In the last 15 minutes, the Hammers did not launch any attacks towards Tottenham's goal, almost surrendering in advance. Ultimately, Tottenham secured a 3-1 victory over West Ham United thanks to Lin Feng's brace and a goal from Vincent Janssen. After this match, Tottenham's winning streak reached 12 games, dominating the Premier League. Additionally, Lin Feng's goal tally in this season's Premier League also reached 20, firmly holding the top position in the scoring chart. After the match, in the player tunnel, Lin Feng once again became the focal point for reporters. "Lin, you scored 20 goals in just 12 matches, becoming the fastest player to reach 20 goals in Premier League history. How do you feel about that?" A reporter from Sky Sports asked first. Lin Feng replied expressionlessly, "I've said it many times, compared to scoring goals, I crave the team to win matches more. If we can't win the Premier League, then even if I score 100 goals, it won't mean anything." Chapter 286. The latest contract with Elise has been finalized. With a duration of 3 years, an endorsement fee of €3 million, and you will also receive a 25% stake in Bochum. What? After Raiola finished this statement, Lin Feng hurriedly asked, "Why do I have a 25% stake in Bochum?" Elise's fitness equipment company invested €30 million in Bochum, acquiring 50% of the shares. And since your fitness equipment company has 5 shares, you also received 25 of Bochum's shares. Raiola continued. Additionally, Huawei Mobile hopes you will become their global ambassador. With an endorsement fee of about €10 million, although the contract details have not been finalized completely. Understood. After finishing the call with Lin Feng quickly called Elise to express his gratitude. Lin Feng knew very well that Elise's investment of 30 million euros in Bochum was entirely to help him. Beep beep beep. Big star, I didn't expect you to call me. Elise sounded a bit excited on the other end of the line. Chapter 287 Bang. As Lin Feng struck the bottom of the ball with his left foot, tens of thousands of Monaco fans in the stands of the Louis II Stadium involuntarily showed a look of panic on their faces. In an instant, the ball soared like a sword, whizzing past the heads of the two center backs at lightning speed. On the goal line, Monaco goalkeeper Subasic had already exerted all his effort to make a save, but unfortunately, Lin Feng's shot was almost as fast as lightning, and the angle was extremely tricky. Subasic couldn't even touch the ball. The only thing he could do was watch the ball fly into his goal. At this critical moment, the goal of the Louis II Stadium came to the rescue. Duong. The ball hit the intersection of the post and crossbar solidly. Ultimately, the ball bounced out of bounds. A near miss shot. It can only be said that Lin Feng's left-footed shot had a slight gap compared to his right foot. Moreover, in the previous matches, Lin Feng had not often attempted shots from this position, so he wasn't particularly accustomed to it. The Louis II goal saved the team. It was a real pity that Lin Feng's left-footed shot hit the post, but it showed that Lin Feng had excellent shooting ability whether on the left or right side. Chapter 288 Pass. After attracting 4 Monaco defenders, Lin Feng did not choose to shoot, but lightly flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot, completing a backward triangle pass. In an instant, the ball appeared at the top of the penalty area. At that moment, Tottenham's attacking midfielder Eriksen rushed in. Moreover, there were no Monaco players around Eriksen to interfere with him, and facing this excellent shooting opportunity, the Danish star naturally did not waste it. Bang! He shot with fury. The ball skimmed along the ground and rapidly curved towards the bottom right corner of the goal. Although Subasic had already dove to make the fastest save possible, he couldn't touch the ball, which went straight into the corner. 2-1. Tottenham Hotspur, playing away, successfully turned the game around. After seeing his team fall behind, Jardim did not hesitate for a moment and made immediate substitutions. Mbappe came on. Monaco was the first to make personnel adjustments. Forward Germain went off, and the young Kylian Mbappe entered the field. This French wing genius once again had the opportunity to compete alongside Lin Feng. Chapter 289. Tottenham advances early in the Champions League group stage. 18-year-old Lin Feng becomes the key player again. Sky Sports' Lin Feng scores 8 goals and provides 5 assists in the Champions League group stage. Tottenham successfully enters the knockout stage. London Sports news the 13th round of the Premier League reignites the flames. The mountain battle is about to begin. Manchester Evening News. After returning from Monaco to London, Pochettino began to focus all his attention on the upcoming battle against Chelsea. Currently, Chelsea is second in the league, and the gap between Tottenham and Chelsea is only 6 points. For the title-contending Blues, winning this London derby against Tottenham is naturally desirable. November 26th, the day before the London derby, in the press conference hall of Stamford Bridge, Conte attended with midfielder Fabregas. Chelsea was ready to secure a resounding victory at Stamford Bridge, as Tottenham is the best-performing team in the Premier League this season, especially their opponent's number 11, Lin Feng. If I remember correctly, this young player from Huagua has already scored 20 goals in the Premier League, along with 12 assists. Chapter 290. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time Tottenham has used this formation this season. It seems Pochettino really intends to prepare for a defensive battle, as he said before the match. Just after commentator Jean June finished speaking, Jean-Louis expressed a different view. Tottenham should not give up the match. Pochettino's pre-match speech might be a smokescreen. And on the bench, players like Son Heung-min and Harry Kane are already in place. This indicates that these two players are fit enough to play in this match. Just then, inside Stamford Bridge, referee Michael Oliver blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Beep. Accompanied by the deafening cheers of the home fans, Chelsea, playing at home, immediately launched an attack. After forward Diego Costa kicked off, the ball reached Canny's feet, and then Canny's long pass found Moses on the wing. Facing the defensive challenge from Danny Rose, this Chelsea winger immediately passed the ball to Pedro on the front line. In the right side of the penalty area, Pedro used his speed advantage to force his way into the box. Chapter 291. Oliver awarded Tottenham a penalty. The slow-motion replay clearly showed that Chelsea's center-back David Luiz indeed fouled Vincent Janssen. This was the correct decision. Will Lin Feng take this penalty? In the studio, Jean Jun's tone was filled with anticipation, while over 40,000 Chelsea fans in the stands were cursing Oliver. In an instant, boos erupted throughout Stamford Bridge. It was clear that Chelsea fans were not satisfied with this decision, and Coach Conte even rushed to the sidelines, loudly pointing at Oliver in mockery. But none of this could change Oliver's decision. At the penalty spot, Lin Feng quietly took the ball from the referee, and, unless something unexpected happened, he would take this penalty himself. Just as Lin Feng placed the ball on the spot, Chelsea goalkeeper Courtois stepped in front of him, deliberately kicking the ball aside with his foot. He then sneered at Lin Feng. "Hey, Asian, just wait and see. I'll save your shot." Chapter 292. However, at the very moment the ball was about to cross the goal line, Chelsea's goalkeeper Courtois stepped up. In a crucial moment, he made a double-handed side dive, successfully keeping the ball out. Suddenly, the long silent Stamford Bridge erupted with deafening cheers from tens of thousands of Chelsea diehard fans. The fans chanted Courtois' name in unison. As the world's top goalkeeper, Courtois showcased his skills during this save. This world-class save also successfully boosted the morale of Chelsea's players. Soon, fueled by the enthusiastic cheers of the home fans, Chelsea's attack began. Midfielder Fabregas controlled the ball and quickly sent a long pass. As a world-class midfielder, Cesk's long passes and vision are incredibly strong. Although the nominal star in Chelsea's lineup is Hazard, in reality, Fabregas is the engine of the team's attack. Bang! A long pass soared into the front line. A few seconds later, Cesk's long pass successfully found Hazard on the left wing. Chapter 293. Bang! Just as Moses stretched out his foot to tackle, Lin Feng used his right foot to complete the touch first. Just like that, Lin Feng easily broke through Moses' interference. In the next second, Lin Feng continued to advance with the ball. At this moment, the Chelsea fans who had been cheering just a second ago fell silent. Looking around, the home fans' faces revealed some concern. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was sprinting like a meteor into the opponent's half, nearing the top of the penalty arc. Seeing this, all Chelsea defenders were fully alert. On the sidelines, Coach Conte was shouting the names of his defenders, urging them to quickly block Lin Feng. Chelsea had just equalized thanks to Conte, and Conte did not want to fall behind again. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Conte stepped up once more. The Chelsea defensive midfielder sprinted towards Lin Feng with the speed of a 100-meter dash. As the top defensive midfielder in the Premier League, Conte's interception ability is naturally top-notch. Suddenly, Conte, like a black lightning bolt, rushed in front of Lin Feng. Chapter 294. Chelsea equalizes. In the last minute of the first half, Chelsea, playing at home, completed their redemption. Diego Costa received a pass from Hazard and scored with a powerful header, successfully helping Chelsea equalize just before halftime. Tottenham's defense ultimately failed at a crucial moment. The commentator Jean Jun's words were filled with helplessness. In the stands of Stamford Bridge, over 40,000 Chelsea fans erupted into deafening cheers. After scoring, Diego Costa rushed to the corner flag, celebrating with the fans by pumping his fists. There is no doubt that Diego Costa's goal saved Chelsea to some extent. At this moment, the assistant referee had already raised the board indicating stoppage time for the first half. For minutes of stoppage time, after the restart, the Chelsea players did not stop their offensive momentum. Instead, they continued to launch fierce attacks. It can be said that Diego Costa's goal successfully ignited the morale of the Chelsea players. On the sidelines, Coach Conte was constantly shouting for an offensive push. Chapter 295. The ball is coming. Although Son Heung-min and Harry Kane had been absent for a long time due to injuries, the moment they stepped onto the pitch, that familiar feeling returned. As Son Heung-min prepared to cross from the wing, the Spurs striker quickly dashed toward the near post. The cooperation between these two players was truly complementary. However, Kane's close-range header was punched out by Chelsea's goalkeeper Courtois. Bang! At that moment, the Belgian keeper saved Chelsea once again. The over 40,000 Chelsea fans at Stamford Bridge were indeed taken aback, and even Coach Conte nearly held his head in despair. A world-class save. Courtois punched out Kane's sure goal. Now, the score between the two teams remained 2-2. Although Spurs' attack did not breach Courtois' goal, it was undeniable that the appearances of Son Heung-min and Harry Kane had put Spurs' attack back on track. The moment of truth for Chelsea's defense had arrived. On the screen, tens of thousands of Chinese fans were also seeing the dawn of victory. Chapter 296. This is not our problem. This Asian player shot too quickly. That's right. Stay calm. The game is not over yet. We still have a chance to turn it around. Gary Cahill showed his veteran presence by walking up to Courtois, patting his shoulder to soothe the Chelsea goalkeeper's emotions. On the sidelines, Coach Connie stood there, expressionless. In fact, after Son and Kane came on, Connie realized it would be very difficult for Chelsea to secure a win against Spurs that night. Now, Chelsea was once again in a trailing position, and all Connie could do was go all out. Push up. Everyone push up. Full attack. Find an opportunity to shoot immediately. Don't fear the opponent's counterattack. After the restart, Connie kept shouting his players' names from the sidelines, continuously urging Chelsea on the pitch to attack with all their might. In Connie's view, there was no difference between a score of 2-3 and 2-4. Moreover, on the current Premier League table, second-place Chelsea was already 6 points behind Tottenham Hotspur. And if they lost this match, the gap would widen to 9 points. Chapter 297, Beep. Referee Oliver immediately blew the whistle for a foul after seeing Azpilicueta foul Lindfoam. In the attacking half, Tottenham Hotspur was awarded a set-piece opportunity. Meanwhile, the fouling Azpilicueta received a yellow card. Despite this, Chelsea coach Connie still applauded his players. Using fouls to block Feng's dribbling breakthrough as much as possible was exactly the defensive strategy Connie wanted to employ. After more than 70 minutes of play, Conte gradually understood that it was nearly impossible to stop Feng's breakthroughs with ordinary defensive methods. Therefore, the most effective tactic was to commit fouls. Even if there was a risk of getting booked, it was still the most effective strategy. As Spurs' attacking engine, Danish star Eriksen slowly took the ball from the referee and placed it firmly at the penalty spot. Then, Eriksen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the positions of his teammates in the box. Harry Kane, Son Heung-min, Wanyama, Vertonghen, and others were all in place. The entire Chelsea penalty area was in chaos, with both Spurs and Chelsea players fiercely vying for position, trying to get the first touch. Chapter 298, Bang. The French midfielder struck the ball fiercely. Unfortunately, there were simply too many Spurs defenders in the box, and Canny's long-range shot was ultimately blocked out by Vertonghen for a corner. Chelsea was awarded a corner kick. Time was running out for Chelsea to equalize. So Coach Connie placed great importance on this corner. He kept shouting for the tall defenders in the back line to join the corner attack. As an experienced coach, Connie knew very well that under Spurs' full defensive pressure, it would be extremely difficult for Chelsea players to tear through the opponent's defense with positional play. To score, they naturally had to rely heavily on set-piece attacks. In the corner area, Fabregas personally took the corner kick. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and then a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Bang! With his right foot, he crossed the ball. The football flew quickly over the Spurs penalty area, and then it rapidly landed in the area of the back post. At this moment, the Spurs penalty area was already in chaos. Chapter 299. This made the entire Spurs team express their dissatisfaction, especially Harry Kane, who quickly got up from the ground and rushed to referee Oliver, shouting loudly, Why? Should that be a foul? Why isn't a foul called? Although Harry Kane was very emotional, unfortunately, it was of no use. Referee Oliver chose to ignore him, making a gesture for the game to continue. This inadvertently gave Chelsea players an opportunity to counterattack. Chelsea captain John Terry cleared the ball, and instantly, it flew toward the front. The ball reached the right side, where newly substituted Brazilian winger Willian received it. As a speedy winger, Willian took the ball and was like a black lightning bolt. He raced down the right flank, unstoppable in his advance. On the Tottenham side, the defender responsible for matching up against Willian is Danny Rose. Although this fullback does have a certain speed advantage, Danny Rose has already played for over 80 minutes, and his stamina has reached its critical point. Chapter 300. Besides John Terry, another defender who just came on, Ivanovic, is also charging towards Feng. In a moment, Feng will face the interference of these two defenders in quick succession. To be honest, this is quite a bit of pressure for Feng. The match is now in its final moments, and Feng's stamina is almost at its limit. Moreover, if he fails to break through, it is very likely to give Chelsea a counterattack opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Feng ultimately chooses to pass. Since his vision upgraded to level 4, every time Feng makes a pass, shot, or other technical move, the optimal attacking options are presented before him. At this moment, Lin Feng's best choice is to pass. Inside the penalty area, Tottenham's tall striker Harry Kane has long been waiting eagerly. As long as Lin Feng can deliver the ball to Kane's head as quickly as possible, the chance of scoring is as high as 80%. However, if Lin Feng chooses to continue his breakthrough, the success rate is only 40%. A 40% success rate is already a pretty low percentage. Chapter 301. Just as Wanyama gained control of the ball, a small player in a Chelsea jersey suddenly dashed in front of him. This player's name is Canny. As the top defensive midfielder in the Premier League, it must be said that Canny has an absolute advantage in 1v1 defense. Just as Wanyama was about to pass, Canny successfully anticipated Wanyama's kick timing, decisively blocked the ball with his right leg, and then quickly completed the tackle. Just like that, the ball was back under Canny's control. At Stamford Bridge, tens of thousands of Chelsea fans erupted into deafening cheers after witnessing Canny's performance. On the sidelines, Chelsea's head coach Connie was also the first to give his players a warm round of applause. Bang! Then, without hesitation, Canny immediately passed the ball to Willian on the right flank. This Brazilian winger just came on in the final stages of the second half, so he has no physical issues. On the right side, Willian received the ball and immediately made a dribble. Chapter 302. Obviously, for most Chelsea fans, they are actually not satisfied with tonight's match. But at this point, Chelsea fans can only accept it. Meanwhile, in the away fan section, thousands of fans wearing Tottenham jerseys are enjoying the joy of victory. The Tottenham fans first sang the team song and then collectively shouted Lin Feng's name. In tonight's London derby, Lin Feng once again received the Man of the Match award for goals and 1 assist. It can be said that without Lin Feng's strong performance, Tottenham might have been defeated at Stamford Bridge. Inside the stadium, Tottenham players gathered together, embracing and celebrating. This London derby was as fierce as the score suggested, with players from both sides fighting until the last moment of the match. For Lin Feng, he did not participate in his teammate celebrations for a simple reason. His stamina had reached its limit. Every time Lin Feng received the ball tonight, he faced interference from multiple defenders. Each breakthrough was a fierce confrontation, consuming a lot of Lin Feng's energy. Chapter 303. Currently, Swansea is temporarily ranked 10th in the Premier League, having not won in their last 5 matches. Clearly, given Swansea's current form, the chances of winning at Tottenham's home ground are very slim. Nevertheless, Bob Bradley, the then Swansea head coach, was full of confidence before the match. At the press conference, when asked by reporters if Swansea could score at White Hart Lane, the team's head coach immediately began to speak passionately to the reporters. Undeniably, the opponent is a strong team that has achieved 13 consecutive wins in the Premier League, a feat only matched by Arsenal in Premier League history. However, my team will not surrender in tomorrow's match. Swansea is prepared to go head-to-head with the opponent. Perhaps it will be difficult for Swansea to earn 3 points at White Hart Lane, but I am personally confident about securing a draw. The Swansea head coach was getting more and more excited as he continued to passionately address the reporters. In short, Swansea will give their all in this match, and Tottenham's winning streak will be ended. Chapter 304. Bang! Moussa Dembele did not hesitate or think twice. When he saw 3 attacking teammates charging into the opponent's half, he immediately sent a long pass. In the blink of an eye, the ball quickly landed at Lin Feng's feet. In an instant, all Tottenham fans in the stands of White Hart Lane erupted into deafening cheers. For every Tottenham fan, they hoped Lin Feng could deliver a fatal blow to Swansea's defense. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Swansea head coach Bob Bradley was frantically shouting the names of his defenders. Having seen Lin Feng's highlights from the previous match against Chelsea, Bob Bradley is well aware of Lin Feng's sharp individual abilities. Soon, several Swansea defenders rushed in front of Lin Feng, including fullback Norton and defensive midfielder Fulton. Lin Feng swiftly advanced down the left flank with the ball. When Norton rushed in front of Lin Feng, he did not immediately choose to break through, but instead deliberately slowed down his dribbling pace. Chapter 305. Shortly after the restart, Tottenham's offensive surge arrived. The attacking core Eriksen's long pass quickly found Son Heung-min in the front line. Clearly, Tottenham's attack still primarily focuses on wing play. However, after learning from previous experiences, the Swansea players' subsequent defense was quite solid. This time, in addition to fullback Neil Taylor defending Son Heung-min, defensive midfielder Leroy Fer was also in position, double teaming. Additionally, Bob Bradley ordered the attacking players to retreat to defend in their half, making the entire Swansea formation lean more towards a 4-5-1. Up front, there was only the speedster Barrow. Two other forwards, Montoro and Sigurdsson, turned into defensive players. This time, when Son Heung-min received the ball on the wing, not only did Swansea's holding midfielder and fullback interfere with him simultaneously, but winger Montoro also sprinted towards him. In other words, at this moment, Son Heung-min was being pursued by at least 3 Swansea players. Clearly, given Son Heung-min's current individual ability, it was nearly impossible for him to break through the opponent's encirclement in a short time, and there was even a risk of losing the ball. Chapter 3:06. After the second half began, the Tottenham players were clearly more serious than in the first half. In the 47th minute, just 2 minutes into the second half, Tottenham's 2 midfielders, Wanyama and Moussa Dembele, worked together to intercept the ball from the opposing holding midfielder. With quick precision, the ball eventually reached Eriksen's feet. To be honest, Eriksen's performance in the first half was relatively average. He did not showcase his usual strength for most of the time. But this time, when the ball came to Eriksen's feet, the Danish star immediately displayed his excellent passing skills. Bang! With a high-quality lob, the ball almost perfectly landed at Lin Feng's feet in an instant. Oh! Another wave of familiar cheers erupted as tens of thousands of Tottenham fans shouted Lin Feng's name in unison. As the best-performing player in Tottenham's lineup this season, Lin Feng naturally would not disappoint the fans on site. He accurately stopped the ball with his right foot. Although Swansea's fullback Norton and midfielder Jack Cork were already in position, Lin Feng quickly took a touch with his right foot. Chapter 3:07. A counterattack belonging to Tottenham Hotspur arrived. On the wing, when Son Heung-min stopped the ball, the Swansea defenders immediately closed in. The first Swansea player to reach Son Heung-min was his national team teammate, Ki Sung-yuan. However, as a holding midfielder, Ki's speed was clearly inferior to Son's. With a sudden burst of pace, Son Heung-min easily broke through. After that, he continued to accelerate. At this point, Swansea's fullback was already in position, but Son Heung-min had fully charged forward. Faced with Neil Taylor's block, Son executed a series of step-overs in a very short time. Then, with a sudden acceleration, he decisively cut inside. Undeniably, Son Heung-min's successful breakthrough attracted a lot of defensive players' attention, and in an instant, holding midfielder Fulton, Jack Cork, and others rushed towards him. Bang! Son Heung-min did not choose to shoot directly, but passed the ball to the better positioned Lin Feng. On the left wing, only Norton remained as a defender in front of Lin Feng. When Lin Feng received Son Heung-min's pass, the entire White Hart Lane erupted with deafening cheers. Chapter 3:08. After this match, Lin Feng's total goals in the Premier League had reached a terrifying 26, along with 13 assists. Whether in the goalscorer list or the assist list, Lin Feng's name was in first place. Moreover, most importantly, Lin Feng achieved such outstanding results in just 14 matches. Lin Feng's name had gradually spread from the British Isles to all of Europe and even the world. Shortly after the match ended, Lin Feng received a call from his agent, Raiola. "Lin, I have some good news for you," Raiola said excitedly on the other end of the line. "Based on my connections in Italy, it can be confirmed that you will receive the Golden Boy Award in mid-December." Oh! Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng did not show excessive excitement. On the contrary, he remained quite calm. "Hey, Lin, this is the Golden Boy Award. Do you know which stars in history have won the Golden Boy Award?" Raiola continued to shout excitedly. Wayne Rooney, Lionel Messi, Cesc Fabregas, Sergio Aguero, Paul Pogba. They all became top stars in world football. Chapter 3:09. The next day, match day. Around Old Trafford, a large number of fans wearing Manchester United jerseys had gathered. This season, under Mourinho's leadership, Manchester United's performance has not been impressive, achieving only 8 wins, 3 draws, and 3 losses in the first 14 rounds. Currently sitting in 6th place in the Premier League. Nevertheless, Manchester United's market remained vibrant, especially today's match against Tottenham. United fans had not lost patience with Mourinho. Almost all Red Devil supporters believed that this legendary Premier League coach could lead Manchester United to a resounding victory tonight. As fans entered the stadium, many even publicly shouted Mourinho's name to express their support for the coach. Meanwhile, on the Tottenham bus, Pochettino, with a serious expression, announced the starting lineup for the match to the Tottenham players. Then coldly said to all the players, "I believe you have heard Mourinho's comments at the press conference. The Portuguese believes his team can defeat us at the Theatre of Dreams. This is undoubtedly the funniest joke I have ever heard. Chapter 3:10 Although Kane's shot did not break through Manchester United's goal, it instead silenced the United fans in the stands. On the sidelines, Mourinho's expression was grim. The Manchester United coach was not satisfied with his players' defense just now. Be serious. Focus. Don't let Kane get a chance to shoot, Mourinho shouted hoarsely, his expression serious as he urged his players. At this moment, Manchester United's attacking fire had also reached Tottenham's half. Carrick's long pass shot across the half like a meteor, and then the ball appeared at Martial's feet. This French winger was once called the next Thierry Henry by fans when he debuted. However, based on Martial's development this season, there was still a significant gap between him and Henry. On the left wing, as soon as Martial stopped the ball, Tottenham's fullback Kyle Walker charged towards the Frenchman. Inside the penalty area, Manchester United star Ibrahimovic was already in position, using his strong body to constantly challenge Tottenham's centre-back Vertonghen. Chapter 3:11 After Son Heung-min found a gap. The next second, he immediately lifted his foot to shoot. The ball flashed past several Manchester United defenders and headed straight for the upper right corner of the goal. On the edge of the goal line, Manchester United goalkeeper De Gea has already made a save attempt, but unfortunately, this Spanish shot stopper did not touch the ball. Whoosh! The ball flew steadily into the net. Tottenham Hotspur, playing away, broke the deadlock first, making the score 0-1. The goal was scored by another Asian winger, Son Heung-min. Spurs lead by 1 goal. This goal is also Son's 9th in the Premier League this season. The assist came from Feng, who is also from Asia. On the pitch, amidst the boos from Manchester United fans, Son Heung-min pointed both hands at Feng, and the two embraced each other in celebration. Lin, thanks for the assist. I will work hard to provide you with an assist in this match, Son Heung-min excitedly said to Feng, noting that nearly 2/3 of his goals this season have come with assists from Feng. Chapter 3:12 Martial's cross. This time, the French winger chose not to go for a personal run, but opted to cross. Inside the box, Manchester United's tall striker, Ibrahimovic, used his body to shield off a Spurs defender and executed a bicycle kick. The ball went in. Ibrahimovic truly deserves the title of the king of bicycle kicks in football. With a stunning overhead kick, he successfully breached the Spurs goal. In the Dongshow Network studio, commentator Jean Jun was momentarily stunned after witnessing Ibrahimovic's shot. Meanwhile, co-commentator Jean Lu immediately praised. Ibrahimovic's physical qualities are truly explosive, and his sense of the goal is fantastic. Being able to execute a bicycle kick from that position is not something just any player can do. Spurs are in danger. In the Dongshow Network live chat, Chinese fans were deeply captivated by Ibrahimovic's goal. It turns out Ibrahimovic is the best bicycle kick king on the planet. Brothers, don't panic. Feng hasn't unleashed his power yet. That's right, soon Feng will retaliate against Ibrahimovic with a dazzling solo run. Chapter 3:13 Vertonghen's header clearance. The ball landed on the left side of the penalty area. Feng received the ball. Spurs' counterattack is on. Feng had just clashed with Ibrahimovic. Can he respond with a goal? Let's wait and see. As commentator Jean Jun's voice trailed off, over 2,000 Spurs fans in the away stands erupted into deafening cheers. Oh! The Spurs fans who traveled to Old Trafford are mostly diehard supporters, so they have a clear understanding of Feng's abilities. When they saw Feng start a sprint with the ball, their spirits lifted. This is the familiar feeling of attack. Quick, rush forward. Don't hesitate. Accelerate. Standing on the sidelines, Spurs manager Pochettino immediately sensed the opportunity to score, constantly shouting for a counterattack. Not far from Pochettino, Manchester United manager Mourinho was equally tense, hoarsely calling out the names of his defenders. Chapter 3:14 After scoring, Feng performed his signature celebration again. He dashed into the corner flag area and executed a spectacular slide kneel celebration. This is Feng. He always manages to step up at the crucial moment. Beautiful. Your dribbling ability is getting stronger. Son Heung-min, embracing Feng, excitedly praised his performance. Kane rushed over to Feng and gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, thousands of fans in the away stand, wearing Spurs jerseys, erupted into deafening cheers and shouts. Feng has once again become the key player for the team. On the pitch, the expressions of Manchester United players were filled with frustration, especially the entire defensive line. De Gea, Rojo, Valencia, and others stood in place with desperate looks, as if they hadn't yet recovered from the previous play. From the perspective of these 3 Manchester United defenders, they felt they had done their utmost in defense. Yet they were still powerless against Lin Feng's breakthrough. Beep. At this moment, the referee blew the whistle to restart the game. Chapter 3:15. A world-class save. On the goal line, Spurs goalkeeper Hugo Lloris punched the ball away. This is Lloris. At this moment, he successfully showcased his strength as Spurs captain. As commentator Jean June said, when Ibrahimovic completed his header attempt, Lloris suddenly jumped up. Then, he made a save on the goal line with lightning speed. At the moment the ball was about to cross the goal line, Lloris punched it out. It can be said that in this instant, Hugo Lloris completely saved Tottenham Hotspur. In the stands, tens of thousands of Manchester United fans, upon witnessing this, held their heads in despair. When Ibrahimovic made his header attempt, almost all Manchester United players believed he would score, but the result was harsh as Lloris successfully saved Ibrahimovic's seemingly certain goal. In the blink of an eye, the ball punched away by Lloris was successfully controlled by Spurs midfielder Wanyama. Boom! In the front line, Spurs attacking trio, Lin Feng, Harry Kane, and Son Heung-min, almost launched a simultaneous attack. Chapter 3:16. A free kick opportunity. Lin Feng and Eriksen both stood at the free kick spot. Who will take this free kick? In the Don'tio Network studio, both commentator Jean June and Zhang Lu were quite nervous. The score between the two teams is currently 2-2. With less than 10 minutes left in the first half, if Tottenham Hotspur can score at this moment, there is no doubt that the balance of victory will tilt entirely in their favor. In the live chat, many Chinese fans were also very anxious, eagerly hoping that Lin Feng could step up again at this crucial moment. I remember Lin Feng doesn't really have free kick shooting ability. Will he really take this one? Just believe in Lin Feng, and that's it. Come on, you must score. Let Lin Feng take it. I believe in you. Go Spurs. We must win this damn game. At this moment, inside Old Trafford Stadium, the more than 70,000 Manchester United fans present were equally tense and excited. All eyes fixed firmly on the penalty spot. Chapter 3:17. Ibrahimovic, facing the combined interference of Moussa Dembele and Victor Wanyama, ultimately stopped his forward movement. Bang! Although Ibrahimovic halted his attacking pace, it did not mean a complete stop to Manchester United's offense. At that moment, Ibrahimovic lightly flicked the ball with his right foot. The football drew a beautiful arc in the air before quickly landing at Mkhitaryan's feet. As a forward who brings his own system, Ibrahimovic is quite versatile. He can score goals in the box and also play a role in organizing the attack. This time, Ibrahimovic showcased his excellent overall vision. When he saw Mkhitaryan had run into space, Ibrahimovic did not hesitate and decisively sent a powerful lob pass. In an instant, the football landed at Mkhitaryan's feet. At that moment, there were no Tottenham players nearby to interfere. Oh! The stands at Old Trafford erupted with cheers as over 70,000 Manchester United fans witnessed this moment. Everyone shouted for a shot on goal. Bang! Mkhitaryan did not hesitate. After glancing at Tottenham goalkeeper Hugo Lloris's position, he immediately swung his right foot to take a shot. Chapter 3:18. Bang! Marshall did not hesitate. After observing Ibrahimovic's movement, he immediately delivered a high-quality long pass. In an instant, the football zipped over Kyle Walker's head, heading straight for Tottenham's penalty area. At this moment, tens of thousands of Manchester United fans in the stands raised their hands high and celebrated wildly upon seeing this. It seemed that every Manchester United fan firmly believed Ibrahimovic would score in the box. And indeed, Ibrahimovic did just that. However, in the small box, the Manchester United center forward, under the interference of Vertonghen and Alderweireld, could not fully exert power on his header. Thus, Ibrahimovic's soft header was ultimately caught securely by goalkeeper Hugo Lloris. Bang! The next second, Lloris quickly booted the football forward. In the second half, the pace of the game noticeably quickened. Clearly, both Tottenham and Manchester United wanted to deliver a fatal blow through fluid attacks. Chapter 3:19. At this moment, Harry Kane, Son Heung-min, and even Eriksen all surged into the penalty area. Obviously, at this moment, the best choice for Lin Feng was to pass. Sure enough, the next second, Lin Feng immediately raised his right foot. It seemed he was about to cross. The Manchester United defenders, seeing this, did not think at all and almost immediately made a move to interfere. But at the moment Lin Feng's right foot touched the football, he quickly took a touch. In a flash, Lin Feng fully utilized his speed advantage. With a quick burst, he darted past the defending players. Subsequently, Feng completed the breakthrough. The three Manchester United defenders could not keep up with Feng's pace. Next, Feng flicked the ball with his right foot and rapidly charged towards the inside. At this moment, three Tottenham players had also rushed into Manchester United's penalty area, making the United defenders hesitant to charge forward, which instead gave Feng a chance to shoot. Bang! At the top of the penalty arc, Feng finally stopped his forward movement. Then, he swiftly struck the bottom of the football with his right foot. Chapter 320, Beep. When the referee blew the whistle for the penalty, the stands at Old Trafford fell into silence, as time slowly ticked away and the time left for both teams was running out. With less than 30 minutes remaining, whichever team could score first would seize the initiative in tonight's match. Standing at the penalty spot was Eriksen. The Danish star had performed quite well tonight, often using sharp passes to tear apart Manchester United's defense. Eriksen took a deep breath, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. To be honest, before taking the penalty, Eriksen had intended to directly pass the ball to Feng, who was lurking at the top of the penalty arc. But now, there were only defenders surrounding Feng. Thus, Eriksen could only pass the ball into Manchester United's goal. Bang! A curl pass with the right foot. The football traced a wonderful arc inside Manchester United's penalty area before quickly dropping into the area by the near post. At this moment, the Tottenham player making the run was none other than the English star Harry Kane. Chapter 321. Inside the penalty area, when Martial's cross sailed towards Ibrahimovic. The Swedish superstar did not jump, but first used his strong body to lean against the Tottenham defender. It seemed Ibrahimovic wanted to attempt an overhead kick. Sure enough, when the football landed in front of Ibrahimovic, he lifted his right foot again, tilting his entire body weight backward. Bang! Ibrahimovic succeeded. He completed a powerful overhead kick despite the interference of two Tottenham players. However, the shot lacked power, and the goalkeeper safely caught the ball. The possession returned to the feet of the Tottenham players. At this moment, Mourinho was getting a bit restless. After the second half began, Manchester United obviously had many shooting opportunities, but the players on the field frequently wasted chances, unable to convert opportunities into goals. Mourinho knew very well that if a team continued to waste attacking opportunities during a match, they would inevitably be punished. Play well. Your only task after entering the game is to shoot. Chapter 322. The goal is in. Another long-range shot from Feng, a shot that pierced through the clouds. Meeting thousands of troops, Feng's strike left the defenders with no time to react. Even De Gea could only watch helplessly. The score changed to 4-5. As if the balance of victory was slowly tipping towards Tottenham. Manchester United had few opportunities left. Inside Old Trafford, after Feng scored this goal, he was naturally very excited. In such a tense match, being able to break through the opponent's defense with a powerful shot undoubtedly made Feng the true hero in the hearts of all Tottenham fans once again. At that moment, Feng's name echoed throughout the entire stadium. Tottenham fans embraced each other, fully enjoying the birth of this goal, while Manchester United fans fell into deep silence. It seemed as if everyone was engulfed in despair. Feng's goal undoubtedly dealt a devastating blow to the Red Devils fans present. On the field, Manchester United stars like Ibrahimovic and Rooney were also quite agitated. And, of course, the most difficult to accept the score was Manchester United's coach, Mourinho. Chapter 323, of course, wasn't that Pochettino didn't want to make substitutions, but there was no one available on the bench. He could only pin all his hopes on the 11 players on the field. After the restart, the atmosphere at Old Trafford had reached its peak. Almost all Manchester United players stood up from their seats. Every time Manchester United launched an attack, it would elicit cheers from the fans. It can be said that Fellaini's header just now had completely ignited the emotions of the fans on site. Bang! In the 83rd minute, a passing error occurred among Tottenham players, and Kyle Walker's long pass was intercepted by Pogba. Another counterattack from Manchester United. As the world's #1 midfielder in football today, Pogba delivered a penetrating pass. At the top left of the penalty area, Wayne Rooney received the ball. In fact, after Rooney came on, aside from a long-range shot inside the penalty area, he hadn't had many standout performances during most of the time. And now, Pogba's pass successfully found Rooney. As the biggest star in the Manchester United lineup, and a player who was once on par with Ronaldo and Messi in his youth, Wayne Rooney suddenly made a powerful dribble after receiving the ball. Chapter 324 in the front line. Harry Kane almost achieved a complete victory in his confrontation with Manchester United centre-back Rojo. He successfully controlled the first touch. Then, Kane quickly passed the ball to Feng on the wing. At that moment, the Tottenham away fans in the stands erupted with long-awaited cheers. In the last 10 minutes of the match, it could be said that Manchester United had completely taken control of the initiative. This forced Feng to also participate in the defensive efforts. Now, as Tottenham Hotspur's attacking weapon, he finally received the ball in his most familiar position. In the stands, Tottenham fans were cheering and wildly waving flags for Feng, while Manchester United fans revealed despair in their eyes. Undeniably, Manchester United fans harbored a sense of dread towards this young man from the East. On the sidelines, Mourinho rushed to the edge of the field as soon as he saw Feng receive the ball, shouting in an agitated manner, "Quickly assist in defense." No. Chapter 325 Feng completed a remarkable feat tonight with 5 goals. He silenced the entire Old Trafford Stadium with 5 stunning goals. Although Feng received a yellow card after the celebration, it is undeniable that this 18-year-old boy once again became the savior in the hearts of every Tottenham fan. Shortly after, the referee blew the final whistle. 5-6. This was the final score of the match. Every Tottenham player rushed towards Feng after the whistle, celebrating victory with the team's biggest contributor. Even many Tottenham players like Son Heung-min and Harry Kane imitated the way the fans were calling Feng's name. At this moment, whether it was Tottenham fans or players, they all wore radiant smiles. This was Tottenham's moment. In contrast, the expressions on Manchester United players' faces were more of silence and helplessness. They did not thank the fans in the stands at Old Trafford, but hurried back to the players' tunnel after the match ended. Chapter 326 First of all, congratulations on leading Tottenham to victory in this crucial match. You scored 5 goals in the 90 minutes of the game. How'd you do it? Also, do you think Tottenham has already secured the Premier League title? A reporter from the London Sports News was the first to ask Feng. As soon as Feng opened his mouth, the entire press conference fell silent, with all the reporters and media attentively listening to Feng's response. Everyone knew that after this battle, this 18-year-old boy with black hair and yellow skin from China had become the top star in the Premier League. His every word and action would attract a lot of attention. To the first question, the main reason I was able to score 5 goals today is due to the support from my teammates. I have said many times that football is always a team sport, and scoring goals naturally relies on the help of teammates. Whether it's Son, Kane, or Eriksen, they all had a huge impact during the goals. As for the second question, I do not wish to answer. It is only December, and whether we can win the Premier League title will only be clear in April. Chapter 327 Hull City's performance this season has not been good. They have only achieved 2 victories in the previous 15 Premier League matches, and both were at home. Tonight, Hull City was to face Tottenham away. Given Hull City's strength, they were highly likely to lose. In fact, during the pre-match press conference, then Hull City coach Phelan did not have any hopes for tonight's match. We all know Tottenham Hotspur's strength. They have achieved 15 consecutive victories in the Premier League. Undoubtedly, Tottenham is currently the hottest team in the Premier League. And in this team, there is also a genius star like Feng. Hull City's players will try their best to put pressure on Tottenham, but from my perspective, the chances of the team achieving victory are almost zero. In Phelan's mind, Hull City at that time had no way to compete with Tottenham. In fact, even the possibility of a draw was non-existent. It could be said that before the match, this Hull City coach had lowered his stance significantly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the stands of White Hart Lane, more than 60,000 Tottenham fans had long been eagerly awaiting. And every Tottenham fan was looking forward to enjoying a resounding victory tonight. Chapter 328 Heddlestone, Livermore, and El Mohammadi, 3 players from Hull City, instantly surrounded Feng. Upon seeing this, Feng was not flustered at all. He quickly used his right foot to make a swift move, attempting to break through Hull City's layers of defense with explosive power. However, the Hull City defenders did not give Feng a chance. Just as Feng was about to sprint, midfielder Livermore directly executed a flying tackle from behind, knocking Feng over. Beep, beep, beep. The referee, Andre Marina, immediately blew the whistle and decisively showed Livermore a yellow card. Although Tottenham was awarded a set-piece opportunity, facing the dense Hull City defense, this set-piece did not create much threat to the opponent's goal. Time was gradually passing by. Soon it reached the 20th minute. In the stands of White Hart Lane, the cheers and chants of Tottenham fans had noticeably weakened compared to the beginning. Most fans even showed signs of tension on their faces. On the sidelines, Pochettino's voice had become somewhat hoarse, and it was evident that a look of panic was visible on his face. Chapter 329. Maguire's header immediately silenced the entire White Hart Lane stadium. Looking around, almost every Tottenham fan's face displayed shock and confusion. Clearly, before the match began, none of the Tottenham fans could have imagined that the team would fall behind by 0-1. On the sidelines, Pochettino also looked a bit dazed. He stood still, seemingly unable to believe the current score. Meanwhile, not far away, Hull City's coach, Ferland, appeared quite calm and did not celebrate excessively. It was evident that, in Ferland's view, despite the team temporarily taking the lead, maintaining a one-goal advantage until the end of the match would be very difficult. In fact, this goal might even provoke Tottenham. In the following time, Hull City's defense would definitely face even more severe pressure. Beep. When the referee blew the whistle to restart the game, Tottenham's players wasted no time and immediately launched an attack towards Hull City's half. However, with only 2 minutes left in the first half, it was clear that trying to equalize in this short time was not an easy task for Tottenham. Chapter 330. Seeing this, Feng continued to drive the ball forward with his right foot. At this moment, Feng had already entered Hull City's penalty area with the ball, so Maguire did not dare to recklessly stretch out his leg to intercept or commit a foul. This almost completely limited Maguire's ability to defend. Just as Maguire was about to collide with Feng immediately lifted his right foot, feigning a shot. The Hull City center back, seeing the situation, did not think twice and immediately raised his foot to block. But at that moment, Feng quickly pulled the ball back with his right foot. The ball came into the control range of Feng's left foot. After being faked out by Feng, Maguire had already lost his balance. He could no longer keep up with Feng's pace. At this point, Feng suddenly looked up at the position of the Hull City goalkeeper, and the next second, he lifted his left foot to shoot. Maguire, upon seeing this, did not react. He did not make a defensive play or attempt to block. Instead, he focused all his attention on Feng's right foot. In Maguire's view, since Feng was a right-footed player, he would most likely shoot with his right foot. Chapter 331. The suspense of this match could basically be declared over. Although every Hull City player on the field worked hard, not all efforts could bridge the technical gap. Especially after the score was changed to 3-1. The balance of victory had completely tilted towards Tottenham. After the restart, the away team Hull City began to actively attack Tottenham's goal. To be honest, this was not a good choice. When Hull City invested a large number of players in the attack, it also meant that their defensive numbers would drastically decrease. Thus, Tottenham would fully exploit their sharp counterattacks in this match. Sure enough, in the 75th minute, Tottenham's counterattack arrived. Defensive midfielder Wanyama, relying on his strong physical presence, effortlessly stole the ball from Hull City's number 10 player, Snodgrass. In an instant, the ball was back at Eriksen's feet. The counterattack belonging to Tottenham Hotspur had begun. The Danish star delivered a penetrating diagonal pass, and in the blink of an eye, the ball was at Son Heung-min's feet. Chapter 332. 5 minutes before the Golden Boy Award ceremony began, China's largest football website, Dongxiao.com, also began live broadcasting. Although it was 3 in the morning for Chinese fans, nearly 2 million were still watching online. This might be Feng's influence. In the comments, Chinese fans were also quite excited and anxious. The host said, "Enough chit-chat. Let's get started. I feel like the Golden Boy Award will definitely go to Feng. There's no suspense at all. That's right. Feng's achievements this year are incredible. DFB Pokal champion, too. Bundesliga champion, and he scored 33 goals in the Premier League. The only one who can rival Feng should be Renato Sanchez. To those upstairs, Renato Sanchez isn't even worthy to carry Feng's shoes. He isn't even a starter at Bayern this season." At this moment, in Monaco, at the Star Hall, the host first invited the award presenter for the Golden Boy Award, Ronaldinho. Dressed in a white suit, Ronaldinho slowly walked onto the award stage from backstage, and the audience erupted with applause. Although Ronaldinho had long since distanced himself from European football, the achievements he garnered on the football field would never be forgotten. Chapter 333. Breaking. Tottenham held to a draw at home by Burnley. Unbeaten streak ends. Sky Sports. The biggest upset of this Premier League round. Burnley drew 2-2 against league leaders Tottenham at White Hart Lane. Manchester Evening News. Tottenham's rotation faced a draw against a relegation team. Pochettino claimed after the match that the team's attack was a mess. London Sports News. Burnley earned a point at White Hart Lane. Feng did not make the matchday squad. Tottenham recorded their first draw of the season. The Times. After the match, the entire British media extensively reported on Tottenham Hotspur being held to a draw by relegation-threatened Burnley. To be honest, before the match started, although Pochettino had clearly stated that he would rotate the squad, 99 of the fans believed that Spurs would easily secure a victory at home against Burnley. After all, Burnley was deeply entrenched in the relegation zone of the Premier League, while Spurs firmly held the top spot. Even with Pochettino's rotation, the strength of the two teams was simply incomparable. But in reality, Spurs did not achieve victory. Chapter 334. Here are the starting lineups for both teams. First, for the home team Southampton, Coach Pierre continued with a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper was Fraser Forster. The four defenders, Cedric Soares, Jose Font, Van Dijk, Bertrand. The three midfielders, Ward-Prowse, Romeu, Stephen Davis. The attacking trio, Fred, J. Rodriguez, Buffel. On the bench were players like Shane Long, Tadic, and Yoshida. For the away team Spurs, Pochettino also deployed a 4-2-3-1 formation. The goalkeeper was still captain Hugo Lloris. The defense line, Danny Rose, Vertonghen, Dier, Kyle Walker. Double pivot, Wanyama, Dembele. In the front, Feng, Eriksson, Ali. Forward, Harry Kane. It's worth mentioning that Pochettino did not start Son Heung-min in this match, but chose to start Ali instead, which might be a tactical choice. On the pitch, both teams shook hands in greeting, and after arranging their formations, the match officially began. Chapter 335. This is the terrifying attacking ability of Spurs. They easily breached the opponent's goal. At this moment in St. Mary's Stadium, over 30,000 Southampton fans showed expressions of despair. Before the match, most Southampton fans believed that Tottenham was in a low period, so if the Southampton players performed well, they could completely hold Spurs to a draw or even take the lead. But unfortunately, within just a few minutes of the start, Spurs' terrifying attacking power left Southampton's defenders with no chance to defend. It was as if the balance of victory had completely tilted towards the visiting Spurs. On the bench, Pochettino wore a relaxed and content expression, feeling genuinely proud of the 11 Spurs players on the field. Pochettino firmly believed that winning this match was just a matter of time. After the restart, the Southampton fans in the stands immediately gave a warm round of applause to the players on the field. A few minutes later, Southampton players indeed created some threatening combinations in the front. Chapter 336. Tonight, Feng fully showcased his unparalleled breakthrough talent. I believe that, by the end of the match, Feng's goals will certainly not stop at just two. Zhang Lu, a commentator from Donchio.com, also offered heartfelt praise after witnessing Feng's performance. On the bullet screen, Chinese fans who stayed up to watch the match suddenly became spirited. The true football genius, Feng. To be fair, Southampton center-backs are actually quite strong. I didn't expect Feng to break through so easily. He was completely unstoppable. Spurs with Feng and without Feng are completely different teams. That's right. If Feng had played in the last match, Spurs would have definitely crushed Burnley. I feel that Feng's strength has now surpassed that of Messi and Ronaldo. The era of the two legends is coming to an end. Now it is Feng's era. Keep attacking. Don't stop. On the bench at St. Mary's Stadium, Pochettino stood at the sidelines, once again giving his beloved player warm applause and cheers. Just as the fans said, as long as Feng is in Spurs' starting lineup, this London team is unstoppable. Chapter 337. Shortly after the second half began, Spurs' offensive threat reached the opponent's half. Although Southampton was determined to defend, they were unable to effectively limit Spurs' attack, especially on the left flank. So far, Feng had already scored 2 goals and provided 2 assists in this match, single-handedly creating 4 goals in the first half. Therefore, when the ball came back into Feng's control, all Southampton players instinctively rushed towards him. Cedric Soares was the first to step up against Feng, and players like defensive midfielder Ward-Prowse and the newly substituted Hojbjerg also approached Feng. Nowadays, every time Feng receives the ball, Southampton will send at least 3 players to interfere with him. Unfortunately, this time they still failed. Facing Cedric Soares' advance, Feng made a quick move to evade him, instantly breaking through, and then like a white lightning, he easily slipped past Ward-Prowse and Hojbjerg's defense. He passed 3 players in one go. Chapter 338. Spurs win 5-0 away against Southampton. The invincible Spurs make a strong return. Sky Sports. After 18 rounds, Spurs have 17 wins and 1 draw, remaining unbeaten. Pochettino's team leads the Premier League standings. The Times. 18-year-old Feng breaks the long-standing Premier League single-season goal record. Alan Shearer's 34 goals are now history. Manchester Evening News. Who can stop Spurs? Who can stop the 18-year-old Eastern youth? 35 goals and 17 assists in a perfect performance conquering the Premier League. The Guardian. After the match, news of Feng breaking Alan Shearer's goal record received extensive media coverage. In fact, almost all fans following the Premier League were not particularly concerned about this matter. Because before the end of the 14th round, almost all Premier League fans believed that Feng would break the record, and the only suspense was when it would happen. Most importantly, 35 goals is not the final result. After all, the Premier League season is not even halfway over. In the comment sections of major reports, Premier League fans also sincerely praised Feng's performance, with some even calling him the best in the Premier League. Chapter 339, January 4th, Match Day. The London Derby is about to kick off. At the White Hart Lane Stadium, a large number of Tottenham fans are slowly making their way to the entrance in groups, while singing the club anthem Glory, Glory Tottenham Hotspur, which roughly means glory belongs to Tottenham Hotspur. This season, Tottenham has achieved outstanding results across all competitions, and they defeated Chelsea in their first match, giving all Spurs fans confidence for tonight's game. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Spurs coach Pochettino is giving his final instructions to his players. Chelsea is currently second in the Premier League and in great form. You must have heard Connie's pre-match speech about Chelsea seeking revenge tonight. So, everyone, listen up, stay sharp, and establish an early lead. Let's demoralize these Chelsea players. We must defend the honor of our home ground. Let's go. In the Dongxiang Sports Network studio, Chapter 340, under the frantic cheers of the fans, Feng quickly swung his right leg. At the moment he was challenged by Canny, Feng used the outside of his foot to flick the ball with lightning speed. He succeeded. Feng evaded Canny's challenge, but at the same time, he lost attacking space. Another tall Chelsea defensive midfielder, Matic, was already in position. At the top of the penalty area, Feng collided solidly with Matic, and both lost their balance. Immediately, the quick-footed Canny cleared the ball with a strong kick. Bang! Chelsea's impenetrable defense successfully neutralized Feng's attack. Even more, Chelsea gained a counterattack opportunity. Canny's long pass flew towards the front. On the left side, Chelsea star player Hazard got to the ball just before the Tottenham defenders. At this moment, over 50,000 Spurs fans in the stands instantly showed a look of panic. As Tottenham's city rivals, they clearly recognized the strength of Chelsea's core players. Moreover, during their first league encounter, Hazard scored and performed well. Chapter 341, bang. In an instant, Eriksen unleashed a powerful shot. The ball shot towards Chelsea's goal like an arrow, spinning rapidly. However, as the current world's best goalkeeper, Courtois is known for being unafraid of long shots. His nearly 2-meter height covers almost the entire goal. Courtois leapt into the air and made a diving save. Ultimately, Eriksen's long-range shot was saved by Courtois, who deflected it out for a corner. A world-class save. As long as Courtois is within the goal area, he exudes an unstoppable aura. Eriksen's shot was already exceptional, but unfortunately, it was still saved by Courtois. In the studio, both Jean-Jun and Jean-Luc couldn't help but feel regret for Eriksen. Meanwhile, inside the White Hart Lane Stadium, tens of thousands of fans in Tottenham jerseys also sighed and expressed their disappointment upon witnessing this. It's worth noting that at the moment Eriksen took the shot, nearly all Spurs fans firmly believed that Tottenham would equalize. Chapter 342. Despair loomed over the entire White Hart Lane Stadium. Even the sky was overcast, and light rain began to fall. This Tottenham team feels so unfamiliar. Are we really going to be defeated by Chelsea? Our defense is as weak as a road at 4 in the morning. Why did Pochettino deploy 3 center-backs? Feng, hurry up and step up. We need you. In the home stands, Spurs fans have begun to express their dissatisfaction with Pochettino and the players on the field. After all, Tottenham and Chelsea are city rivals, bitter enemies. Spurs fans can accept a draw against Burnley, but they absolutely cannot allow Tottenham to be defeated at home by Chelsea. On the Tottenham bench, Pochettino also showed rare impatience. He underestimated Chelsea's counterattack ability and even more so Courtois' individual strength. Trailing by 2 goals at home, especially against Chelsea, Pochettino realized the severity of the situation. Stay calm. Don't panic. We still have time. Try to pass the ball to Feng. Pochettino tried to stabilize the player's mindset while frequently calling out Feng's name. Chapter 343. Halftime, Spurs trailed Chelsea by 2 goals at home. Pochettino's team has lost its magic. In the first half, Spurs were completely defeated by Chelsea. The Blues are about to claim victory in the London Derby. Premier League leaders are being trounced by Chelsea. Feng and Kane lost their way in the first half. Possession rate only at 40%. Spurs played the worst 45 minutes of the season. Spurs conceded 2 goals in the first half. This season, Tottenham faces its biggest challenge. The Golden Boy is utterly lost. 18-year-old Feng was ineffective in the first half. After halftime, a large number of English media outlets quickly reported on the recently concluded first half between Spurs and Chelsea. Clearly, it is not common for Tottenham to be trailing by 2 goals at halftime. Soon, a multitude of Premier League fans expressed their opinions in the comment section. No team can remain unbeaten in the Premier League. Tottenham is destined to lose today. I really don't understand why Pochettino casually changed the formation. It's almost like handing victory to Chelsea. The worst first half. Tottenham is definitely going to lose tonight. Chapter 344. Feng faced a double team from Terry and Canny. 1v2. He forced an inward cut and shot. The ball was punched away by Courtois. Another world-class save. Kane rushed in. He slotted the ball into the net. Spurs pulled one back. The score is now 1-2. The two teams are only 1 goal apart. In the Dongxiang Sports Network studio in Huagua, when Zhang Jun saw Kane score, his mood instantly became very excited. Guest commentator Zhang Lu immediately remarked, "Hee, these Spurs players are still more suited to the 4-2-3-1 system. This is the real Tottenham." On the sidelines, Pochettino's face was still filled with seriousness, and he knew very well that this goal was not enough to help Tottenham secure a victory against Chelsea. In the upcoming matches, Chelsea players on the field would definitely focus on defending against Feng and Kane, making it far from easy for Tottenham to break through Chelsea's defense again. Indeed, after the restart, Chelsea players clearly intensified their restrictions on Feng. In fact, to better limit Feng's breakthroughs on the wing, head coach Connie made substitutions. Chapter 345. Diego Costa's lob goal. Chelsea once again broke through Tottenham's defense. Tonight, Tottenham Hotspur's defense was completely overwhelmed by Chelsea's attacking trio. Hazard, Pedro, and Diego Costa all scored. The score was rewritten to 1-3. Tonight's London Derby was undoubtedly the toughest match Tottenham faced this season. Perhaps Tottenham's unbeaten record would be ended. In the studio, Jean Jun's tone was filled with helplessness, although there were still about 30 minutes left in the match. Based on the performances of the two teams tonight, Jean Jun had already lost hope for Tottenham, who were playing at home. In the away fan section, over 1,000 diehard Chelsea fans became the happiest group in the entire White Hart Lane Stadium. They stood on their seats, continuously cheering and celebrating. As if at that moment, for these Chelsea fans, they had already achieved victory. Beat Tottenham. Chelsea is the king of London. Chapter 346. Bang. In a flash, the football turned towards Chelsea's goal at lightning speed. At this moment, all the defensive pressure naturally fell on goalkeeper Courtois. In this match, it was undeniable that this Belgian goalkeeper had become a nightmare for all Tottenham forwards, whether it was Feng, Kane, or Son Heung-min's shots. They were all ruthlessly saved by Courtois. It is no exaggeration to say that if Chelsea's goalkeeper were not Courtois, perhaps Tottenham would have already equalized or even taken the lead. On the goal line, as Courtois saw Feng take the shot, he did not hesitate for a moment, but quickly pushed off the ground with both legs and suddenly leaped into the air. Then, he stretched his hands as far as possible in midair with all his might. However, this time Feng's shot was almost in a theoretical dead angle. The football was heading straight for the top right corner of the goal, and although Courtois' gloves nearly touched the football, he still could not stop its trajectory. Whoosh! In an instant, the football heavily struck into the goal defended by Courtois. Chapter 347. In fact, when Feng brushed past him, the experienced Azpilicueta instinctively pulled on Feng's shirt. He knew very well that if Feng managed to cut in so easily, Chelsea's defense would definitely face an epic impact. But before Azpilicueta could exert his strength, Feng instantly broke free from the opponent's grasp, and the next moment, Feng was like a runaway horse, galloping freely in Chelsea's backfield. Help defend. Hurry up. Connie was completely flustered. He knew just how terrifying this 18-year-old Asian winger's strength was. During the first league encounter between Chelsea and Tottenham, Feng had penetrated Chelsea's goal 4 times. So, when Feng easily broke past Azpilicueta, Connie immediately recalled Feng's previous goals against Chelsea, and this Italian coach rushed to the sidelines, shouting at his defenders. Unfortunately, at that moment, Feng had already raised his foot to shoot. From about 35 meters away from the goal, Feng quickly lifted his right leg. Chapter 348. Since Tottenham changed their formation to 4-2-3-1 in the second half, Chelsea's defense had been riddled with holes, unable to effectively contain Tottenham's offensive momentum. Connie naturally realized this. In his view, the possibility of Chelsea holding onto a 3-3 scoreline in the final 15 minutes was almost zero. Now, for Chelsea, the best way was to attack, to use offense to suppress the opponent's attack. From a strategic standpoint, Connie's thought process was undoubtedly sound. In the 77th minute, just after coming on, Fabregas received a pass from a teammate in the backfield, and without much thought, quickly sent out a long-range switch. Seconds later, the football arrived at Willian's feet. On the right flank, since this Brazilian winger had just come on, he was naturally quite fresh in terms of stamina. Although Danny Rose had rushed to Willian's front as quickly as possible, in terms of absolute speed, Willian easily completed the breakthrough. A powerful surge. In just 2 seconds, Willian effortlessly broke through Danny Rose's defense. Chapter 349 bang. After Courtois took the goal kick, the football quickly flew towards Tottenham's backfield. For Chelsea, playing away, they also longed to achieve victory tonight. In the final moments, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Diego Costa used a strong body to first lean against Tottenham's centre-back Vertonghen, then quickly passed the ball to Hazard on the left flank. As soon as this Belgian star received the ball, the entire White Hart Lane stadium erupted with deafening boos. To be fair, after witnessing Hazard's performance tonight, Tottenham fans had a clear understanding of his individual ability. They were afraid that this Chelsea number 10 would break down Tottenham's defense in the final moments. Therefore, the fans spontaneously used boos to try to disrupt Hazard's mindset as much as possible, but all of this was in vain. In a 1v1 against Kyle Walker's defense, Hazard once again achieved a perfect victory, suddenly accelerating after a quick stop and turn. Although at that moment, 2 Chelsea players had already closed in within the Tottenham penalty area, Hazard did not choose to pass, but instead decided to carry the ball forward. Chapter 350. Although David Luiz jumped with all his might, Feng's cross perfectly went over David Luiz's head. The football almost crashed into Harry Kane's path. This was a perfectly executed cross. For Kane, all he needed to do now was to make a header to score. Bang! With a gentle flick, the football hit the net. Due to Harry Kane's header being too close to the goal, even Courtois could only watch in despair. In the final minute of regular time, Harry Kane scored the equalizer. 4-4. Spurs and Chelsea were once again tied. The Spurs fans in the stands at White Hart Lane couldn't contain their excitement, and the cheers at that moment were almost deafening. Although at that time Spurs had only equalized, the players celebrated as if they had won and claimed 3 points. Harry Kane even rushed to the corner flag, sliding on his knees in celebration for the second time. Players on and off the pitch quickly ran to embrace Kane in celebration. But Feng walked slowly back toward his half with his hands on his hips. Chapter 351. On the right flank. After receiving the ball, Son Heung-min was about to make a powerful run when Chelsea defender Marcos Alonso was already in position. In a very short time, Son made consecutive bicycle kick movements, quickly faking with his left and right legs in front of the ball. Seeing this, Marcos Alonso dared not rashly extend his leg and could only retreat while defending. Boom! At that moment, Son suddenly burst forward. Accompanied by the deafening cheers of Spurs fans, Son succeeded. His right foot quickly took the ball forward, and during this breakthrough, Son fully utilized his explosiveness. In an instant, Son completed the breakthrough. However, just as Son was preparing to carry the ball into the penalty area, Chelsea's supporting defender was already in place. The experienced Terry used his body to directly challenge Son, crashing his shoulder heavily into him, causing Son to lose his balance and fall to the ground, while the ball was cleared out by Terry over the goal line. A corner kick. The game reached the last minute of stoppage time. Chapter 352. From the first minute of the match, Feng had been sprinting at high intensity, and even in the final moments, he frequently returned to defend. After tonight's London Derby, Feng felt for the first time that his stamina at level 3 was insufficient. If he wanted to become stronger, his stamina had to be upgraded to level 4. The match ended. The score of this London Derby was 5-4, and Spurs successfully completed a double victory over their city rivals in this season's Premier League. Feng scored a total of 6 goals and 3 assists in these 2 matches, contributing to 9 goals. The 18-year-old Feng had already become a Chelsea killer. His goal-scoring efficiency was truly terrifying. In the studio, commentator Jean Jun was still unable to calm his emotions. Guest commentator Zhang Lu took a deep breath and sighed. After this match, Spurs have basically secured the top spot in the Premier League, and it may be very difficult for Chelsea to challenge for the title this season. Just as Zhang Lu said, before this match, Spurs were at the top of the Premier League with 55 points from 18 wins and 1 draw, while Chelsea had 14 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses, temporarily sitting in second place with 44 points. Chapter 353. In this FA Cup match against Aston Villa, Son Heung-min finally exploded. He scored goals in the 48th minute, 65th minute, and 76th minute, helping Spurs defeat Aston Villa at home with a hat-trick, successfully advancing to the next round of the FA Cup. During this time, Son had basically lost Pochettino's trust, but in this match, the former Asian king finally showcased his value. After witnessing Son's brilliant performance, Pochettino placed him back in the starting lineup. During this time, Feng had some rest. However, Feng did not remain idle. He spent almost every day on the training ground. In addition, Feng also asked Raiola to find a renovation company in London to transform the backyard of his villa into a 5-side football pitch. This way, he could train with the ball when he returned home. Furthermore, to quickly upgrade his stamina, Feng specifically asked Iris to purchase a large amount of fitness equipment, and now he has converted one of the bedrooms into a gym. Chapter 354. In the afternoon, at 3 o'clock, the pre-match press conference was held. A crowd of reporters had been eagerly anticipating this event, and the turnout was larger than for previous league matches. Before long, under the guidance of the press officer, Manchester City head coach Guardiola and player representative De Bruyne arrived at the venue. Guardiola, let us talk about the preparations. Manchester City has been the best performing team in the Premier League lately. Do you have confidence in handing Spurs their first defeat of the season? A local Manchester reporter was the first to ask Guardiola. Upon hearing the question, Guardiola shrugged his shoulders and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. That's very difficult. We all know how outstanding Spurs have been this season. Without a doubt, in my opinion, Tottenham Hotspur is currently the biggest team in all of Europe. No exceptions. It's very difficult to defeat such an opponent. Guardiola was quite humble in his responses to the reporters. However, it was clear that this was not the answer the reporters wanted to hear. They hoped for a fiery exchange between the two coaches, even insults, to generate more media buzz. Chapter 355, boom. When Aguero kicked off, Manchester City midfielder Yaya Toure received Aguero's pass, adjusted slightly, and suddenly sent a long-range cross. Moments later, the ball landed at the feet of Sane on the flank. The German winger immediately showcased his speed advantage after receiving the ball. In a 1v1 situation against Kyle Walker, Sane quickly moved his legs, making consecutive bicycle kick motions. When Walker attempted to intervene, in an instant, Sane swiftly cut inside. The entire movement was very fluid. Just like that, Sane successfully broke past Walker. However, Sane did not cross immediately, just as he was contemplating whether to continue his breakthrough or to pass. The noticeably faster Walker crashed into Sane from the side. In terms of physical confrontation, the young Sane was naturally no match for Walker. Just like that, the ball returned to the control of the Spurs players. Boom! In the front line, Tottenham's attacking trio, Feng, Kyle Walker, and Son Heung-min, sprinted almost simultaneously. Upon seeing this, Kyle Walker quickly passed the ball forward. Chapter 356. Harry Kane, Son Heung-min, Eriksen, and other players were making runs into the box. However, Feng did not choose to cross, but swiftly nudged the ball with his right foot, forcing an inside cut. At that moment, in Manchester City's penalty area, there were defenders like Otamendi, Kolarov, and Yaya Toure, who had excellent aerial abilities. If he chose to cross, it was highly likely that Manchester City's defenders would clear the ball. Therefore, Feng did not see this as the best option. In an instant, Feng carried the ball into the top of the penalty area. Due to Guardiola deploying a highly offensive formation for this match, the only player with defensive capabilities in the midfield was Yaya Touré, while the other 4 players were primarily focused on attack. Now, Yaya Touré had retreated into the penalty area, leaving Feng facing off against De Bruyne and David Silva. Clearly, for Feng, getting past these 2 defenders was almost effortless. With a quick touch and a swift move, Feng did not perform any overly flashy moves. But in the blink of an eye, he effortlessly broke through the gaps between the 2 Manchester City players, resulting in deafening cheers from many Tottenham fans in the away stand. Chapter 357. 2 goals down. Manchester City was really sharp tonight. Almost every attack posed a threat to Tottenham's goal. Pochettino needed to make adjustments. Recently, the performance of Tottenham's defenders had been far from commendable. After seeing Tottenham concede another goal, the tension and anxiety on Jean Jun's face were palpable. Jean Lu, the commentator, also began to worry for Tottenham. Manchester City was consistently controlling the pace of the game, and Tottenham couldn't find any counterattack opportunities. It seemed that Guardiola's pre-match statements were just a smokescreen. Guardiola still wanted to win this match at home. At this moment, Manchester City fans in the Etihad Stadium were completely ecstatic. Almost every Blue Moon fan was cheering enthusiastically, enjoying the joy of scoring, and they could hardly believe that Manchester City was leading Tottenham, and by 2 goals at that. Most Manchester City fans had little hope for this match after hearing Guardiola's pre-match comments. And now, Manchester City had completely suppressed Tottenham in the away stand. Over 2,000 Tottenham supporters fell into silence, as Manchester City's early 2 strikes had completely bewildered both the Tottenham players on the pitch and the fans in the stands. Chapter 358. Inside the penalty area, Manchester City's 2 central defenders, Otamendi and Kolarov, also rushed to Kane's side. When Son Heung-min's pass flew into the penalty area, the 3 players almost jumped simultaneously. The outcome was predictable. Harry Kane, caught between 2 top central defenders, couldn't get a touch on the ball. The ball was cleared first by central defender Otamendi. However, Otamendi's clearance did not go far, and the ball remained in the penalty area, where Eriksen seized the second ball. The latter series of feigned shots to create angles were again blocked by Manchester City's defenders, and the score remained unchanged. The ball was eventually cleared out of play by defensive midfielder Yaya Touré. Although Manchester City's lineup was primarily offensive with few defenders, based on the current match, Tottenham still could not break through Manchester City's defense. In fact, the number of shooting opportunities was very limited. 5 minutes later, in the 30th minute of the match, the silent Feng finally began his performance. After receiving a pass from full-back Danny Rose, he did not wait in place, but chose to join the attack. Chapter 359. In fact, Guardiola had made thorough preparations to win this match. He spent a full 3 days just watching match footage. In Guardiola's view, Tottenham was a team focused on counterattacks and overly reliant on Feng. However, this did not mean that Tottenham had no weaknesses. Issues like defense, lack of rotation, and physical stamina were all problems exposed by Tottenham this season. Thus, Guardiola deployed a highly offensive formation specifically for this match. Apart from Yaya Touré, who had some defensive capabilities, the rest of the midfield players were primarily offensive. Guardiola's goal was very clear: to completely suppress Tottenham with offense. But this also meant that Tottenham would have space for shooting opportunities. After the score changed to 2-1, Guardiola did not change the formation and continued to face Tottenham with a 4-1-4-1 setup. If it doesn't succeed, then perish. Guardiola continued to demand his players engage in an attacking duel with Tottenham. Soon, time reached the final stages of the first half. In the 42nd minute, Manchester City players were controlling the pace of the game. When the ball came to Yaya Touré's feet, this tall and strong Manchester City midfielder also displayed sharp footwork. Chapter 360. Manchester City leads Tottenham 3-1 at home. Guardiola is about to hand Tottenham their first defeat of the season. Manchester Evening News. Tottenham completely crushed. Manchester City's attacking lineup frequently threatens Lloris's goal. Aguero scores twice in the first half. London Sports News. Complete domination. At halftime, Manchester City leads Tottenham by 2 goals. Feng's spectacular world-class strike can't save the day. Sky Sports. Defensive line frequently makes mistakes. Can Pochettino's team leave the Etihad Stadium unscathed? The Guardian. During the 15-minute halftime break, many English media outlets took this time to extensively report on the first half of the match. However, based on Tottenham's performance in the first half, most media did not hold high hopes for Pochettino's team. Some Tottenham fans even expressed their emotions continuously in online forums. Is this still the Tottenham I know? The first half was simply a pile of crap. There's nothing to be done. Pochettino has no one to rely on. It's all Levy's fault for not buying players. Tottenham's unbeaten streak might end today. Losing one game in the Premier League is fine, but the key is the Champions League. Chapter 361. When these two Manchester City defenders rushed towards Feng, he quickly changed his attacking choice. In an instant, Feng transformed his shot into a dribble. With a touch of his right foot, the football successfully reached the control range of the left foot after bypassing Yaya Touré and Kolarov. Bang! A direct shot with the weaker foot. Feng's entire movement was exceptionally smooth, and the Manchester City defenders in the penalty area were completely unable to keep up with his pace. The football whizzed past the heads of the two Manchester City defenders like lightning. In the next second, the ball flew steadily into the dead corner of the goal. Manchester City goalkeeper Bravo had no chance to make a save. A shot in the penalty area, combined with Feng's weaker foot, left Bravo with no reaction, only able to watch as the football flew into the net. Just like that, Feng once again relied on his personal ability to help Tottenham pull one back. 3-2. Tottenham was just one goal away from equalizing. After scoring, Feng's expression remained serious. He did not celebrate at all, even sprinting towards the opponent's goal at full speed to quickly retrieve the ball. In Chapter 362, on the goal line, Lloris had already rushed out at full speed, trying to block Agüero's shot, but the Argentine striker gave the Frenchman no chance. With a gentle flick, the football perfectly went over Hugo Lloris's head and landed steadily in the net. Manchester City scored again. This is the strength of the Blue Moon. Perhaps Manchester City's defense is not of top Premier League standard, but their attack is certainly sharp. In this attack, Manchester City's forwards tore apart Tottenham's defense with ease. Agüero's goal was quite effortless, without any pressure. The score was rewritten to 4-2. The home team, Manchester City, once again firmly controlled the rhythm of the game. On the sidelines, Guardiola finally showed a hint of a relaxed smile after seeing his players score. Meanwhile, not far from Tottenham, Coach Pochettino shook his head helplessly. He did not expect his defense to be torn apart so easily by Manchester City's attacking players, and even had no chance to resist. At that moment, a strong sense of powerlessness surged in Pochettino's heart. In Chapter 363, boom, Son Heung-min's cross went straight to the near post, and at that moment, the entire Etihad Stadium fell silent, with all the fans' eyes fixed on the penalty area. At the front post, Tottenham's tall striker Harry Kane soared into the air and managed to head the ball before Kolarov. However, Kane had lost the angle to shoot, and all he could do was to backheel it. Instantly, the football flew towards the area of the far post. At that moment, a white figure suddenly rushed out. Manchester City's fullback Zabaleta and centre-back Otamendi, upon seeing this, did not think much and quickly made blocking moves. However, these two players were still a step too slow. Feng had already made a diving header. When Harry Kane contested the header at the near post, almost all of Manchester City's defenders focused their attention on Kane, inadvertently neglecting Feng's presence. This was a normal phenomenon. After all, Feng's goals were mostly scored with his feet. But this time, Feng completed a header before the Manchester City players could react. In Chapter 364, a penalty kick, Otamendi's flying tackle directly brought Feng down. The foul occurred inside the penalty area. Referee Andre Marina awarded a penalty kick. This was the correct decision. Tottenham had a great opportunity to equalize. Jean Jun's voice almost echoed throughout the broadcast hall as he continued with high spirits. This might be Tottenham's last chance in this match, and if all goes well, Feng will take the penalty himself. If this ball goes in, Feng will achieve a hat-trick at the Etihad Stadium. Inside the stadium, after referee Andre Marina awarded the penalty, Otamendi rushed to the referee immediately. Clearly, this Manchester City centre-back was dissatisfied with the referee's decision. A penalty? No. That was not a penalty. I clearly touched the ball, and besides, I tackled inside the penalty area. This guy completely faked it. You should show him a yellow card. Andre Marina showed no emotional fluctuation on his face. Stop saying useless things. You indeed tackled his foot. and this is an unquestionable decision. Please leave. In Chapter 365, the player making the run at the back post for Tottenham was none other than the recently substituted Gundogan. Bang! He successfully headed the ball before Danny Rose could interfere. However, Tottenham's goalkeeper Hugo Lloris also successfully blocked the near post, using lightning speed to punch the football away. Lloris stepped up. At the moment Tottenham needed it most, the team captain Hugo Lloris made a crucial save to stop Manchester City's potential winning goal. Now, the score between the two teams remained 4-4. However, before Jean-June could finish speaking, Manchester City's second wave of attack came. After Lloris punched away Gundogan's header, the second ball was still controlled by Manchester City's players. Veteran Yaya Touré managed to grab the football before Wanyama. Still, it was another attacking opportunity for Manchester City. At this moment, Manchester City had already begun to surround Tottenham. On the wing, David Silva received the ball. At this point, fullbacks Zabaleta and Kolarov also rushed forward. Clearly, the home team Manchester City was ready to go all out. In Chapter 366, Feng broke through Otamendi. Pass. The football arrived at Son Heung-min's feet. Right-footed curler. The ball went in. Son Heung-min's shot drew a graceful arc in the air. The football flew straight towards a goal. Tottenham completed a last-minute winner. 4-5. The away team, Tottenham, took the lead again. With Tottenham's dramatic win over Manchester City, the entire Don'tio Network studio erupted in cheers, and at the same time, the live broadcast screen was flooded with bullet comments from Chinese football fans. On the field, after the celebration ended, Feng made a substitution gesture towards Tottenham's bench. The injury to his right foot made it impossible for him to continue. Upon seeing this, Pochettino immediately replaced the injured Feng with Trippier. What now? After Feng returned to the bench, Pochettino immediately inquired about his condition. Feng shook his head and pointed to his right foot, indicating that the situation might not be optimistic. At that moment, the team doctor quickly arrived with a medical kit and began a detailed diagnosis. The preliminary assessment suggested a toe fracture, which might require about 2 weeks to heal. Chapter 367. 2 days later, Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Lin Qingran arrived in London. During this time, Lena and Lyle, the siblings, have been taking care of Feng in the villa. Both are professional sports rehabilitation experts, so under their careful care, Feng's right foot injury was recovering relatively quickly. However, they could only help. They couldn't accompany Feng every day, so some tasks still needed to be handled by Lin's father and mother. For example, the diet during the recovery period must be regular, although certain nutritional supplements are needed. Excessive intake could increase body fat percentage, which is detrimental for athletes. Lena specifically prepared a detailed meal plan for Lin's mother, while the grocery shopping was entrusted to Lin Qingran. Despite being only 8 years old, her English was sufficient for daily communication, so there were not too many issues. As for Lin's father, he assisted Feng with general exercises. Although Feng couldn't move his right foot, he still engaged in some strength training. In summary, with the family's help, Feng was able to stand and walk again in just under 2 weeks. Chapter 368. During the period when Tottenham faced consecutive losses, Feng was both concerned about the team's performance and fully dedicated to his rehabilitation. Perhaps due to his youth or the scientific training he had undergone, which kept his body full of vitality, Feng's recovery speed was miraculous. 2 days before the match against Liverpool, Feng could already train with the ball and had fully recovered in just over 2 weeks. Pochettino was overjoyed to receive this news. He knew that Tottenham could not afford to lose any more matches. If they suffered a heavy defeat at Anfield, it would undoubtedly lead to despair among all Tottenham players and could trigger a series of negative reactions. A string of consecutive losses in the Premier League was also highly likely. Tottenham desperately needed a victory to boost morale, especially against a strong opponent like Liverpool. In any case, Feng appeared on the official roster for the Tottenham versus Liverpool match. When Tottenham fans saw Feng's name on the list, they were instantly thrilled. Undoubtedly, during Feng's absence, almost all Tottenham fans felt like they were living in despair. Chapter 369. After Tottenham conceded a goal, the broadcast camera quickly focused on Feng on the bench. However, Feng's face did not show much emotional change at that moment. In contrast, Pochettino, standing on the sidelines, wore a face full of helplessness and weariness. Pochettino understood that once Liverpool scored first, Tottenham would have no way back. To secure 3 points at Anfield, they would have to launch an attack. But if Tottenham pressed forward aggressively, it would also give Liverpool the chance to counterattack. It was well known that since Klopp took over at Liverpool, he had integrated his counterattack tactical philosophy into the team. Now, Liverpool's counterattacking ability could be considered the strongest in Europe. In the 15th minute, shortly after the restart, Tottenham launched an attack. However, due to Pochettino's caution about the opponent's counterattack, Tottenham did not send too many players forward. This time, Eriksen carried the ball from the backfield into the front, but soon encountered a blockade from Liverpool's midfield. Henderson and Lalana were the first to engage in physical confrontation. With a series of dribbles and ball pulls, Coutinho dazzled everyone with his rhythm changes, effortlessly getting past Kyle Walker. Then, the Brazilian took 2 steps toward Tottenham's penalty area and suddenly lifted his right foot to shoot. In a flash, the football flew like a bullet, speeding over the heads of several defenders and accurately into the top left corner of the goal. This was theoretically a dead angle. Although Tottenham's goalkeeper Hugo Lloris tried his best to save at that moment, his hands were still 10 centimeters away from the ball, so the Tottenham captain could only watch as the football flew into the net. 3-0. Coutinho successfully pierced through Lloris's defense with his signature long-range shot. The home team, Liverpool, led Tottenham by 3 goals. The attacking force from Liverpool completely shattered Tottenham's defense. This day was undoubtedly dark for every Tottenham fan. After Jean-June finished speaking, he shook his head and sighed helplessly. As a football commentator with rich experience, Jean-June knew very well that the suspense of this match had completely disappeared. Chapter 371. My God, Feng really came on. That's great. Tottenham is saved. Come on, let's aim for a hat trick in the first half. Tottenham must win. Be careful not to get injured. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Just seeing Feng is satisfying. Let's crush Liverpool. When Feng came on, the barrage in the live broadcast room on Dongchio calm significantly increased. Meanwhile, in the guest stands, the Tottenham away fans erupted into deafening applause and cheers upon seeing Feng. On Liverpool's bench, the team's head coach Klopp showed a hint of panic. He did not expect Pochettino would actually let Feng play. Klopp knew very well how outstanding Feng's individual abilities were. In the first league encounter between the two teams, Feng had achieved 2 goals and 2 assists at White Hart Lane, contributing to 4 goals and helping Tottenham defeat Liverpool 4-2. So when Feng came on, both Klopp and the Liverpool players on the field felt the tension and pressure. Soon, after the second half began, Tottenham's attack arrived. Chapter 372. In a short time, Feng easily completed a breakthrough with a series of dribbles. The familiar Feng seemed to have returned. However, Liverpool's formation had already retreated, with many players back in their half to defend, which meant Feng could not find any gaps in this attack. Just as Feng had just gotten past Klein's defense, only 2 seconds later, Lalana and Henderson, Liverpool's 2 midfielders, had already arrived on the scene. Bang! Under the double pressure of these 2 top defensive midfielders in the Premier League, Feng did not hesitate much and quickly passed the ball with his right foot. In the blink of an eye, the football reached Son Heung-min on the right flank. This was a great opportunity for Son to break through. Just moments ago, Feng's cut-in had drawn the attention of the entire Liverpool midfield defense to his side, leaving only Milner to interfere with Son at this moment. This season, Liverpool has struggled to find a suitable left-back, so Klopp had Milner play in that position. Although the veteran has excellent defensive awareness and physical attributes, Milner's speed is relatively slow. Chapter 373. With Maine's hysterical scream, the referee Anthony Taylor immediately blew the whistle for a foul. Liverpool, playing at home, was awarded a free kick. Additionally, the fouling player, Davies, received a yellow card from Anthony Taylor. On the sidelines, Pochettino decisively made a substitution. In tonight's match, it's no exaggeration to say that Maine almost overwhelmed Davies with his explosiveness, and now Davies was carrying a yellow card. This was definitely a huge defensive concern. Therefore, Pochettino simply replaced Davies with Danny Rose. Nevertheless, Liverpool still had a free kick opportunity close to the penalty area, as Liverpool's number 10, Coutinho, stepped up to take it. Inside the Tottenham penalty area, numerous Liverpool attacking players had surged in, and almost all Liverpool fans in the stands at Anfield were frantically shouting for a goal. The fans knew this would be a great opportunity for Liverpool to score. Beep. Chapter 374. After the restart, the Liverpool fans in the home stands were still passionately shouting for an attack. even on the loyal fan stand at Anfield. They continued to sing the team anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone." Although Tottenham had scored 2 goals in the match, for most Liverpool fans, they remained confident in their team. They believed Klopp and the Liverpool players on the pitch could defend their home honor. With the shouts of the fans echoing in the stadium, Liverpool's attack began. On the flank, the newly substituted Alexander-Arnold advanced with the ball. Although Arnold was only 18 at the time, he showed no signs of stage fright. Facing Danny Rose's defense, Arnold quickly performed a wall pass with Maine beside him, and after a quick exchange, they successfully bypassed the newly entered Rose. Following that, Alexander-Arnold continued to charge into Tottenham's half with big strides. In the stands of Anfield, when over 70,000 Liverpool fans saw their young prince's performance, it instantly ignited an excited atmosphere. Chapter 375. Now, the entire Liverpool defense was fully alert, with no hesitation or thought. The 2 center-backs, Matip and Lucas, rushed towards Lv5 almost immediately. On the sidelines, Coach Klopp was continuously shouting defensive instructions, although his voice had become somewhat hoarse and trembling. The German was still screaming hysterically. He knew that if Lv5 got into the Liverpool penalty area, it would likely result in a goal for the opposing team. Therefore, this defensive effort had to succeed for the Liverpool players. One could say that Klopp underestimated Lv5's individual abilities. As the current top scorer of the Premier League in a single season and the attacking core of Tottenham Hotspur, Lv5's shooting skills had reached an extraordinary level. From about 30 meters away from the goal, Lv5 suddenly slowed his dribbling pace, and the next second, he quickly lifted his right foot to shoot. Bang! Lv5 chose to shoot directly. He did not give the Liverpool center-backs a chance to react, and, in an instant, the ball flew like an arrow over the heads of Matip and Lucas. Chapter 376. Oh! The moment Lv5 received the ball, almost the entire away stand was filled with ecstatic Tottenham fans. Over 1,000 Spurs fans were hoarsely shouting Lv5's name. For Tottenham fans, they were more eager than ever for Lv5 to score. However, Liverpool, being a Premier League giant and one of the Big Six, had players who reacted very quickly on the pitch, especially when Lv5 began to accelerate. A large number of Liverpool players rushed to confront him. Emre Can, Henderson, Wijnaldum. These 3 Liverpool midfielders formed the first line of defense. Additionally, Arnold was also actively tracking back, meaning that at this moment, there were at least 4 Liverpool players surrounding Lv5 to interfere with him. Bang! Decisive pass. Lv5 did not attempt to break through. On one hand, there was a risk of injury, and on the other, the Liverpool defenders were all top stars with plenty of match experience. To stop Tottenham's counterattack, Liverpool players were likely to resort to tactical fouling. Chapter 377. Running start, leg lift shot. In an instant, this Liverpool number 10 star quickly raised his right foot to complete the shot. The ball arched beautifully in the air with a dropping leaf curve, just managing to clear the Tottenham wall, and in the blink of an eye, it turned swiftly towards the Tottenham goal. The moment of truth for Hugo Lloris arrived. On the goal line, the dual captain of both the French national team and Tottenham stretched his body as much as possible to make a save. But Lloris's hands still couldn't touch the ball. He could only watch helplessly as Coutinho's shot slipped past his fingertips. Clearly, at that moment, the Tottenham goalkeeper was in despair. But the next second, the ball hit the crossbar. Bang! The crisp sound of hitting the post echoed throughout Anfield. For Tottenham fans, this sound was truly heavenly music, while for the home fans, it was a countdown to death. Lloris immediately hugged the rebounding ball. At this point, Tottenham's attacking trident was ready to strike. Chapter 378. The match is over. Tottenham Hotspur achieved victory in the match. The returning Lv5 became the biggest contributor to Spurs' win tonight. The young boy helped Tottenham end their winless streak in all competitions with an impressive performance of 3 goals and 1 assist. After tonight's match, we have reason to believe that the all-powerful and invincible Tottenham has returned. After the match, in the studio of Don'tio Network, Jean Jun was extremely excited, praising Lv5 with every word. Meanwhile, on the screen in the live broadcast room, Chinese fans were once again deeply impressed by Lv5's performance. Is this the strength of the world's #1 football star? It's incredible. Tottenham, with Lv5 and without Lv5, are completely 2 different teams. Fortunately, Lv5 came on, otherwise Tottenham would undoubtedly have lost tonight. The next match is against Juventus. Come on, Tottenham. From now on, let's sprint towards a double crown. What about Liverpool's trident? It pales in comparison to Lv5. At this moment, in Anfield, when the referee blew the final whistle, all Tottenham players rushed to Lv5. Chapter 379 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A large number of Tottenham fans had gathered around White Hart Lane. And despite the team suffering 3 goals in the first leg against Juventus, every Tottenham fan firmly believed that the team could achieve a comeback tonight. They were looking forward to witnessing a miracle at home. Due to the overwhelming number of fans wanting to cheer on site, ticket prices skyrocketed, with regular tickets reaching £500, nearly 5 times that of an ordinary match. Lin's mother, father, and Lin Xingran also arrived early at the box to wait for this showdown to begin. Before the match, Pochettino appeared very confident in an interview with reporters, even stating clearly that his team would eliminate Juventus tonight. The reason for Pochettino's confidence mainly stemmed from Lv5. After 3 days of training, Feng's condition had improved significantly, basically reaching pre-injury levels. In Pochettino's view, as long as Feng performed at his normal level in tonight's match, Tottenham would definitely have a chance to create a miracle. Chapter 380 pass. Under the siege of several Juventus defenders, Feng passed the ball to Eriksen again. There were no Juventus players interfering around the Danish star. This is definitely a great opportunity to shoot. At this moment, in the Don'tio Network studio, perhaps because they saw a shooting opportunity, Zhang Jun's voice was quite loud. The guest commentator, Zhang Lu, sitting next to him, also excitedly exclaimed, "Hee, this player Feng definitely plays with his brain. Doesn't Juventus like to double-team Feng?" Then he passes the ball. At this moment, in the stands of White Hart Lane, all Tottenham fans couldn't help but hold their breath. If Eriksen's shot could penetrate Buffon's 10-finger defense, then Tottenham would see the possibility of comeback. Bang! He shot. Eriksen did not hesitate. The long-range shot was very smooth, and in an instant, the ball flew quickly towards the goal under the watchful eyes of all Tottenham fans present. On the goal line, as one of the world's top goalkeepers, Buffon quickly reacted. Chapter 381 inside Tottenham's penalty area. Most players' attention was on Higuain, and almost everyone overlooked the advancing Mandzukic. Just then, Dybala's pass found Mandzukic. On the left side of the penalty area, the Croatian striker did not stop the ball, but directly attempted a half volley. At the moment Mandzukic shot, there was no defensive player interfering around him. Bang! This powerful volley shot flew past Lloris's armpit and slammed into the goal. Because Mandzukic's shot was too powerful, Lloris had no time to react at all. At this moment, Lloris could only watch the ball fly into the net. 0-1. The away team, Juventus, scored. After scoring, Mandzukic immediately ran to the goal line to celebrate with a sliding knee. Meanwhile, in the away fan stand, Juventus fans were cheering enthusiastically. In their view, the suspense of this match was basically over. Mandzukic's volley breached Tottenham's goal. The score was now 0-1. And with an aggregate score of 4-0, Juventus had basically secured victory. Chapter 382, a 4-goal gap is indeed a long road ahead. Now Tottenham not only has to compete on the field against Juventus players, but also has to race against time. Hopefully, tonight, these Tottenham lads can create a miracle. Just after Zhang Jun finished speaking, the Tottenham players rushed back to their half, clearly aware that 1 goal was far from enough for Tottenham to achieve a comeback tonight. They must quickly score a second and third goal. After the restart, Juventus's players, experienced as they are, did not immediately launch an attack, but began to pass the ball leisurely in the backfield. Juventus fans also knew that as long as they maintained the 1-1 score until the end of the match, they would naturally eliminate Tottenham. Push forward. Everyone push forward. Win the ball. Body check. No dawdling. On the sidelines, the recent goal did not particularly excite Pochettino. His eyes were still filled with tension as he continuously directed Tottenham players' movements. Chapter 383. The moment Feng saw Alves stretching out his foot, he immediately guessed Juventus's intention. Therefore, Feng quickly tapped the ball away from Alves' feet with his toe and then sprinted away. Alves had underestimated Feng's explosiveness. With Feng's second acceleration, Alves' stomp missed. At the same time, Feng easily broke through Alves' defense. Oh! Another wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted. In the stands behind the goal, nearly all Tottenham fans stood up in excitement, eagerly anticipating Feng to score. However, Juventus is, after all, the team with the tightest defense in Europe, and although Feng got past Alves, that did not mean he would have a chance to shoot. Just 2 seconds later, Juventus defensive midfielder Khedira successfully arrived in front of Feng, followed by another midfielder, Janik, who was also in position. At the same time, center-back Chiellini must have also pushed up near the penalty area line, which means that at this moment, there were at least 3 Juventus players in front of Lv5, creating interference. Chapter 384, Pass. Under the layered encirclement of the 3 Juventus defenders, Lv5 still completed the pass. The entire backline had been torn apart by Lv5. The ball entered the penalty area. In the studio, commentator Jean Jun was somewhat excited after witnessing Lv5's performance. He knew that Juventus defense had been breached by Lv5's pass. In the blink of an eye, inside the penalty area, Harry Kane used his body to gain position against Chiellini. The quality of Lv5's pass was perfect, landing precisely on Kane's head. The Tottenham Hotspur striker quickly turned and shot. A clean and decisive strike. This time, neither Chiellini nor Bonucci had time to react. In the stands of White Hart Lane, tens of thousands of Spurs fans erupted into deafening cheers. Clearly, this was a great opportunity for a shot. Bang! In an instant, under the pressure of the 2 defenders, Harry Kane quickly turned and shot. However, Kane's shot did not threaten Juventus goal. Chapter 385, Bang! The ball punched away by Loris flew to Son Heung-min's feet. The next second, Tottenham's counterattack immediately began. On the sidelines, Pochettino saw Son Heung-min receive the ball and immediately shouted the names of the attacking players in a hoarse voice, urging them to sprint. In midfield, Harry Kane had already started running. He used all his strength, taking long strides as he sprinted toward the front, almost at 100-meter sprint speed. Additionally, Lv5 was also sprinting hard down the left flank. Bang! At this moment, Son Heung-min found himself surrounded by several Juventus defenders. As an experienced team, Juventus players on the field knew very well that if Son Heung-min managed to make a pass, Tottenham's attack would surely threaten their goal. Therefore, the urgent priority was to commit a foul. In an instant, Janik, Khedira, and even Dybala rushed in front of Son Heung-min. Bang! The 3 Juventus players' pressure effectively blocked Son Heung-min's passing and breakthrough routes. There was no choice. Son had to pass back. This back pass completely disrupted Tottenham's attacking rhythm. Chapter 386, Beep. At this moment, the referee decisively blew the whistle for a foul and immediately showed a yellow card to Bonucci. However, the most important thing was that the referee pointed to the penalty spot. Penalty kick. In the final moments of the first half, the home team Tottenham Hotspur was awarded a penalty kick. If this penalty is scored, the aggregate score between Tottenham and Juventus will come down to just 1 goal. Jean Jun swallowed hard and said excitedly, "Could it be that Tottenham will really complete the comeback tonight?" Inside White Hart Lane, when the Spurs fans saw the referee's arm pointing to the penalty spot, they immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. Now, everyone focused their attention on Lv5. "Go, brother! You must score!" In the VIP box, Lin Qingran nervously watched Lv5. Standing beside her were Lin's father and mother, their expressions almost identical to Lin Qingran's. They were eagerly waiting for Lv5 to score this penalty. At the penalty spot, Lv5 unhesitatingly took the ball from the referee's hands and carefully placed it on the penalty spot. Chapter 387. Obviously, Allegri's words during halftime had some effect. After the second half began, Juventus noticeably deployed more troops on the offensive front. Midfielder Janik's through ball successfully found Cuadrado on the wing. Once Cuadrado received the ball on his familiar right flank, he made consecutive bicycle kicks toward Danny Rose. Since this Tottenham fullback had received a yellow card in the first half, Rose was understandably cautious in his defense. This, in turn, gave Cuadrado an opportunity. After a series of bicycle kicks, Cuadrado decisively took a touch. In terms of explosive power, Cuadrado was clearly a step quicker. Suddenly, Cuadrado shook off Danny Rose's defense and directly attempted an inward cut. It must be said that Cuadrado's sharp breakthrough immediately raised the alertness of the entire Tottenham backline. Center-backs Dier and defensive midfielder Sissoko were both drawn to Cuadrado. With these 2 Tottenham players pressing, Cuadrado found a passing route. Chapter 388, Bang! A left-footed curler. Son Heung-min did not waste this excellent opportunity. After finding some space, he immediately took a shot. In the blink of an eye, the ball perfectly curved over the defenders' heads and then plummeted at high speed. In the stands of White Hart Lane, all the Spurs fans immediately stood up, anxiously watching the ball, with many already raising their hands in celebration of a goal. From their perspective, Juventus goalkeeper Buffon had no chance of saving the ball. Indeed, Buffon's hands were unlikely to reach the ball, but the goalpost at White Hart Lane became Juventus' 12th player. Duong. The ball hit the post solidly and then bounced out of play. The post. The post blocked Son Heung-min's curler. What a pity. If the ball had drifted 10 centimeters to the right, it would have gone into the goal. But in football, there are no ifs. The aggregate score remained 3-4. Regret and unwillingness hung over White Hart Lane, as tens of thousands of Spurs fans let out a collective sigh. Chapter 389 bang. In an instant, the ball flew like a shooting star, swiftly bypassing the Juventus players who were providing support. Kyle Walker's passing intent was very clear this time, aiming for Tottenham's tall striker Harry Kane. However, Kane failed again in his confrontation with Chiellini. The experienced Italian center-back accurately predicted the landing point and completed a header clearance ahead of Kane. Tottenham's attack once again ended in failure. In the studio of Dongshow Network, commentator Jean Jun sighed and couldn't help but lament. What a pity. Kane is completely at a disadvantage against Chiellini. Chiellini truly deserves to be one of the world's top defenders. He has almost completely locked Kane down in tonight's match. Just as he finished speaking, Jean Jun suddenly heard a burst of cheers from his headphones. Oh! At White Hart Lane, especially in the home stands, Tottenham fans stood up, nervously stretching their necks and staring at the top of the penalty area. At this position, Tottenham star player Feng successfully won the first touch. Chapter 390. After Harry Kane wasted this golden opportunity, the live broadcast screen of Dongshow Network instantly exploded. Domestic fans began to criticize Kane. Is this the level of the English superstar? Not even as good as Feng's one leg. Damn, how could he miss such a chance? I just want to say, Feng has done his best. No way, man, you can't score this? Even at the military base, you could score. Soft-footed in big matches. In the stands of White Hart Lane, over 40,000 Tottenham fans sighed and expressed their helplessness at this moment. Every fan's face was filled with despair. In the private box, Lin Qingran also shook her head helplessly, her expression full of disappointment. However, she quickly adjusted her mood and cheered for the Tottenham players with her already hoarse yet youthful voice. On the Tottenham bench, Pochettino also applauded the team for this attack. Quickly glancing at his watch, realizing there were at least 5 minutes left in the match, Tottenham still had a chance to win. Quickly get back on defense. Focus on the game. Chapter 391. The last 5 minutes. Only the final stoppage time of 5 minutes remained for Tottenham. Hopefully, a miracle will happen tonight. On the field, after Tottenham switched to a 4-4-2 formation, Feng moved from his previous left-winger position to the front line. Pochettino made this adjustment mainly to fully utilize Feng's shooting ability in the game. By getting Feng closer to the goal, it also meant he would have more opportunities to shoot. In the 91st minute, as Juventus set up a solid defense, Tottenham's chances of breaking through from the flanks or penetrating through the middle for a goal opportunity became almost impossible. Therefore, Tottenham players opted for a cross from the wing. This time, just substituted Lamela received the ball on the left flank, facing only Lichtsteiner and Asamoah. Both players had just come on, so they had no issues with stamina. Given Lamela's strength, it was almost impossible to break through these two Juventus defenders in such a short time. Chapter 392. In the dying moments of the match, Feng once again became the hero for Tottenham Hotspur. His shot pierced through Buffon's fingertips. The score was now 5-1. The aggregate score reached 5-4. At this moment, whether it was Jean Jun, Zhang Lu, or the fans in the live broadcast room, everyone's emotions were instantly ignited. And at the match venue, in the stands of White Hart Lane, all Tottenham fans were excitedly waving their fists and screaming Feng's name. Now, Tottenham fans could finally celebrate to their heart's content. When Juventus first scored in this match, almost all Tottenham fans had fallen into despair. Very few fans believed the team could complete a comeback. And now, Tottenham did it. Or rather, Feng did it. He scored an incredible 4 goals in this match. With 4 brilliant goals, he orchestrated Tottenham's comeback. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly after Feng scored this decisive goal, the referee blew his whistle 3 times, signaling the end of the match. Chapter 393. 3 days later, still at White Hart Lane, the second leg of the EFL Cup quarterfinals between Tottenham and Southampton officially kicked off. Considering that Tottenham players had just finished a grueling match against Juventus, head coach Pochettino decisively made some personnel rotations for this match. The just-recovered Feng did not appear in the starting lineup. After all, Feng had already played in intense matches against Liverpool and Juventus within a week. both of which took a huge toll on the player's stamina. Forcing Feng to play tonight would definitely wear him out. Additionally, not only did Feng get a rest, but Son Heung-min was also on the bench ready to come on. Pochettino seemed to want to strike back later. At 7:30 p.m., amidst the cheers and support of over 40,000 Tottenham fans, the match officially began. Southampton's coach Pierre is a very pragmatic coach. He knew that Tottenham would launch a massive attack tonight to advance to the semi-finals. Therefore, Pierre deployed a 4-5-1 defensive formation. From the first minute of the match, Southampton's players set up a solid defense, trying to hold Tottenham to a draw away from home. Chapter 394, Beep. As referee McDean blew the whistle for halftime, the Tottenham players walked quickly towards the player tunnel with their heads down. Every Tottenham player knew very well that they had not performed well in the first half. It could even be described as a complete mess. When the starting players returned to the locker room, sure enough, head coach Pochettino immediately exploded in anger at everyone. A bunch of fools. You didn't put any pressure on the opponent. Watching your attack is truly painful. Lin, son, you two will come on in the second half. In fact, Pochettino had never expected this group of Tottenham starters to score. If Tottenham wanted to eliminate Southampton tonight, they would still rely on Feng's performance. However, what made Pochettino angry was that the team not only failed to score, but also conceded a goal. Originally, according to Pochettino's plan, he intended to bring Feng on in the last 25 minutes, but now he had to play this ace card early. 15 minutes later, the second half began. Sure enough, Feng came on, and Son Heung-min also entered the field. Pochettino gradually fielded the strongest lineup. Chapter 395. However, for Tottenham, to eliminate Southampton and reach the semi-finals of the EFL Cup, they still needed to score a goal. At this moment, on the Southampton bench, head coach Pierre's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Undoubtedly, this was not the result he wanted. To stop Tottenham's offensive, the Southampton coach had set up a defensive formation. But it seemed that even with all the players on the field trying their best to defend, they struggled to halt the opponent's attack. After the restart, accompanied by the frenzied cheers from the stands of White Hart Lane, the Tottenham players quickly regained possession. At the 70-minute mark, it was another attacking opportunity for Tottenham. Midfielder Eriksen intercepted the ball and immediately passed it to the informed Son Heung-min. Perhaps due to his recent goal, Son Heung-min was quite confident after receiving the ball. This time, Southampton sent two players to mark Son Heung-min to prevent his breakthrough, alongside fullback Portland and midfielder Stephen Davis. Chapter 396. Despair seemed to envelop every Southampton player at this moment, especially after Feng effortlessly got past Jose, Font, and Yoshida's challenge. Now, all Southampton fans could do was place their hopes on Captain Van Dijk. As the backbone of the team's defense, Van Dijk had no way out. He could only give his all in the challenge. But the result was brutal. Even if Van Dijk could defeat Harry Kane and Son Heung-min in a 1v1 confrontation. In Feng's eyes at that moment, Van Dijk was just an ordinary player. In the penalty area, when Van Dijk charged towards Feng, he quickly took a touch with his right foot. In Van Dijk's eyes, it seemed Feng wanted to use his explosiveness to break through. So the Dutch center-back decisively went for a physical challenge, quickly colliding his shoulder with Feng. However, just at the moment Van Dijk made his move, Feng suddenly shifted the ball to his left foot. Then, with a quick touch, the rapid feint caused Van Dijk's challenge to miss completely. Chapter 397. 1-0. The home team Tottenham Hotspur scored the first goal. For Stoke City, they clearly had no way out and could only go all out to attack in the remaining time. Before the match started, Stoke City's head coach made it clear during the press conference that his team would earn points at White Hart Lane. Mark Hughes firmly believed that his team could compete with Tottenham. 5 minutes later, Stoke City's attack came again, still relying on long passes. Mark Hughes' strategy was quite simple and direct, to fully utilize striker Crouch's heading ability. Fullback Bardsley launched a direct cross into the penalty area at a 45-degree angle. Inside the small box, Crouch was already prepared for a header. On Tottenham's side, center-backs Alderweireld and Vertonghen almost simultaneously jumped to defend. Under the efforts of these two center-backs, Crouch's header lacked power and was easily collected by Loris. Stoke City's aerial assault once again ended in failure. Chapter 398. In the penalty area, Stoke City's tall striker Crouch successfully received a pass from Joe Allen, then used his strong body to hold off Deer before completing a low shot. Bang! The ball brushed past Loris's hands and flew steadily into the goal. 2-1. Just before the end of the first half, the away team Stoke City managed to pull one back. This undoubtedly reignited hope for the match. After the second half began, coach Mark Hughes made substitutions, with a clear goal of earning points against Tottenham. Stoke City made a substitution, bringing on Affalay for Ramadan. Shortly after the second half started, the Stoke City players launched an attack. In midfield, Charlie Adams' pass found the newly substituted Affalay. This player from the Netherlands has rich experience. He first debuted at the Dutch giants Ajax, then joined the Spanish giants Barcelona, but struggled to secure a starting position at peak Barcelona, leading to a loan to Schalke 04 before joining Stoke City. Chapter 399. As March approached. Even though the team continued to face a grueling schedule with matches twice a week, Feng still made time for training every day. Feng was always aware that those who help themselves are helped by heaven. To become a world-class star and help Tottenham win a long-awaited Champions League and Premier League titles, he needed to become stronger. After daily training sessions, Feng still dedicated 2 hours to practicing heading and dribbling skills. Additionally, he would help Lin Qingran practice English after training. After all, Lin Qingran had taken a month off from school to follow their parents to London, so her studies were bound to fall behind. Therefore, Feng had to act as his sister's tutor. "Brother, when will you find me a beautiful sister-in-law?" Lin Qingran's sudden question caught Feng off guard. "I'm only 18. Not in a hurry." After saying this, Feng couldn't help but flick Lin Qingran's forehead with his thumb and smiled. "You're so young. Do you even know what love is?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingran bit her lip with her big front teeth and said, "Of course I know. I feel that Sister Reina is interested in you. Oh, and Sister Chu Shui too." Chapter 400. In the center, Everton's attacking player Tom Davies, after receiving the ball, successfully attracted the attention of several Tottenham defenders. Clearly, with Tom Davies' current strength, breaking through the encirclement of Tottenham players seemed nearly impossible. The only option was to pass the ball. Bang! With a quick flick of his right foot, the ball was precisely delivered into the penalty area, and at that moment, all eyes in the stands of White Hart Lane were on Lukaku. At that time, Lukaku had not yet been playfully nicknamed Lu Yuanwei by the fans. In fact, he was one of the top strikers in the entire Premier League. Inside the box, Lukaku expertly used his body to hold off Tottenham's centre-back Vertonghen. It's worth mentioning that both Lukaku and Vertonghen hail from Belgium and are even teammates in the national team, so they are quite familiar with each other. However, in this confrontation, Lukaku completely overpowered Vertonghen. As soon as Lukaku received the ball, he quickly used his body to shield Vertonghen. This left the latter with no choice but to rely entirely on his teammates for support, avoiding any reckless fouls. Chapter 401. After quickly rewriting the scoreline within a short period, the pressure immediately shifted to the Everton players who were playing away. On the bench, head coach Ronald Koeman's face flashed with a hint of helplessness. He had overestimated his team's defensive capabilities. At this point, the Everton players had no way out. To win tonight and earn points against Spurs, they had to go all out on the attack. After the kickoff, the Everton players strictly executed the coach's tactics. With top strikers like Lukaku in their lineup, Everton's attacking strategy was quite clear: to constantly cross the ball from the flanks. In the 30th minute, midfielder Barry passed the ball to the wing, where Coleman adjusted slightly before opting for a 45-degree cross. It proved to be quite effective. Coleman's cross was of excellent quality, successfully bypassing Vertonghen at the near post and heading straight for the small box. At this moment, there were two Tottenham defenders, Deer and Alderweireld, trying to interfere with Lukaku's attack. Chapter 402. Whoosh. In an instant, Barkley's thunderous shot from outside the box crashed into the back of the net. Everton equalized once again. After Barkley's explosive goal, the Tottenham fans in attendance fell silent, their faces showing shock, confusion, and disbelief. It seemed that whenever Spurs took the lead, Everton had the ability to level things up, especially with Coman's 45-degree cross. As long as the ball could be crossed from the flanks, Everton players could create goal-scoring opportunities. What were Tottenham's defenders doing? Damn it. How do we concede again? This is infuriating. We're conceding as many as we score. How can we win like this? It seems this 3 center-back formation doesn't suit Tottenham at all. Why did Pochettino change the formation? I don't understand. In the comments, many Chinese fans also started to criticize, blaming Pochettino for the conceded goals. At this moment, Pochettino's face was filled with anger. He didn't think it was an issue with the formation, but rather a problem with the players' focus. Chapter 403. perhaps considering the congested schedule recently and the relatively weaker opponent in the FA Cup. Coach Pochettino did not include Feng and Harry Kane in the 18-man squad for the next match. Feng and Kane finally got some rest. Of course, both Feng and Kane are very strict with themselves, and even without a match, they would still train extra every day. On March 8th, in the FA Cup quarterfinals against Millwall, Feng and Kane did not go to White Hart Lane to watch, but instead met at the training ground for extra practice. Feng is now focusing more on heading and dribbling in his training. Especially with Kane's help, Feng's heading ability has skyrocketed, and his form improves day by day. At White Hart Lane, although Kane and Feng did not appear in the starting lineup, the team still exhibited high-intensity attacking power. Particularly, Son Heung-min. In the previous match against Everton, the Asian King did not get any playing time, which left him a bit dissatisfied deep down. Chapter 404. After finishing the Premier League match against Southampton, Tottenham needed to focus all their attention on the EFL Cup semi-finals. On March 16th, the EFL Cup semi-finals officially kicked off, with Tottenham facing their old rivals, Manchester United. After this semi-final, the world of football would enter about 10 days of international match days, and on the last day of March, Tottenham would challenge Bayern Munich away. Therefore, in this EFL Cup semi-final against Manchester United, Pochettino did not need to rotate players. He could field his strongest lineup to face the Red Devils. Currently, Manchester United's head coach is the special one Mourinho. In their league encounter, Tottenham had narrowly defeated Manchester United 6-5 at Old Trafford. Feng was named the best player after scoring 5 goals in that match. Now, as the two teams met again, there was no doubt that Manchester United would be seeking revenge. Moreover, playing at home added to the challenge for Tottenham. Ahead of the match, the ever-controversial Mourinho stirred up some animosity at the press conference. Chapter 405. No one expected that Manchester United would break through Tottenham's goal with their first attack. Pochettino was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure, knowing that with the current form of his players, a comeback was entirely possible. After all, tonight, Pochettino had fielded his strongest lineup against Manchester United. Feng, Harry Kane, and Son Heung-min were all on the pitch. After the restart, Tottenham's players were unfazed, spending most of the time passing the ball around the back. They did not launch an attack immediately. In contrast, Manchester United, led by veteran Rooney, pressed forward aggressively, seemingly trying to capitalize on their lead and quickly extend it to 2 goals or more. In the 5th minute, under the relentless running of Manchester United's front players, an opportunity finally emerged. Rashford and Pogba successfully intercepted the ball from Danny Rose through a coordinated press. Suddenly, the Red Devils' counterattack was back on. After making the interception, Pogba remained remarkably calm and didn't rush to pass. Chapter 406. Before the match began, Feng saw Mourinho's comments online, which made him seethe with anger, as he longed to use his performance to slap Mourinho in the face. After the restart, with Tottenham equalizing, the Manchester United players' mentality clearly became more anxious. Soon, midfield core Pogba began to assert himself. In the 21st minute of the match, Pogba received the ball in the middle, but chose to dribble forward instead of passing. He had the capability to do so. As the attacking core for the Red Devils this season, Pogba had already achieved a record of 8 goals and 8 assists across all competitions, performing quite well. However, Tottenham's midfield players closely marked Pogba. In an instant, Tottenham's double pivot, Moussa Dembele and Wanyama, rushed towards Pogba. Unfazed, Pogba quickly used his right foot to control the ball, then leaned into the 2 approaching defenders before rapidly completing a turn. Clearly, the French star attempted to break through with a Marseille turn. Pogba indeed succeeded, as neither Dembele nor Wanyama managed to disrupt him. Chapter 407. Rooney was stunned. When the ball passed through his legs, the Manchester United core had no reaction. In an instant, Feng completed the breakthrough. However, at the same time, Pogba and Carrick, both pure defensive midfielders, quickly closed in on Feng. Moreover, judging by the posture of these 2 defenders, it was highly likely they would attempt to foul Feng to stop his advance. At such a critical moment, Feng naturally wouldn't give these 2 players a chance. Bang! The pass. The ball swiftly went through the gap between the 2 Manchester United defensive midfielders and quickly landed at Son Heung-min's feet. At this moment, Manchester United's full-back Darmian also rushed towards Son Heung-min. Bang! With a left foot feint to dribble, Son Heung-min chose to pass instead. With the outside of his foot, the ball reappeared at Feng's feet. At this point, Lin Feng had already used his explosive power to successfully shake off the interference from these two Manchester United midfielders. However, another wave of defenders had already arrived. The two Manchester United centre-backs, Phil Jones and Rojo, also rushed towards Lin Feng. Chapter 408. Like a fast horse galloping. Lin Feng charged towards Manchester United's penalty area with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. His dribbling speed was so fast that Pogba couldn't keep up with Lin Feng's pace. Now, Manchester United's backline only had two centre-backs, Phil Jones and Rojo. As soon as Jean June finished speaking, these two Manchester United centre-backs rushed towards Lin Feng. And their intent was clear. They were trying to foul Lin Feng to block him as much as possible. Lin Feng was well aware of this. Currently, although Lin Feng's fancy dribbling skill had been upgraded to level 2, the likelihood of breaking through the interference of these two defenders in a short time was slim. Moreover, any physical contact with these two Manchester United defenders would undoubtedly lead to a foul from either Phil Jones or Rojo. Thus, at this moment, Lin Feng could only choose to pass or take a world-class shot. Lin Feng didn't think for too long at this moment. Son Heung-min was already sprinting down the right side. Moreover, Manchester United's fullback Darmian had already been left behind by Son Heung-min. Chapter 409. The ball went in. It was proven that Manchester United's aerial bombardment tactic was quite unresolvable. Tottenham's defenders had been doing their utmost to defend, but unfortunately, no one could stop Fellaini's bullet header. This Belgian midfielder had already scored 5 headers this season. He was truly an aerial threat. Pochettino and his coaching staff needed to come up with a solution. After seeing Manchester United quickly score with a header at the start of the second half, to be honest, Jean June was a bit flustered. He initially thought this match would be one-sided, but with the introduction of Ibrahimovic and Fellaini, it seemed Manchester United had caught a glimpse of victory. The stands at Old Trafford erupted in ecstatic cheers that echoed throughout Manchester's sky. Fellaini's header undoubtedly gave Manchester United fans hope for victory. Thus, after the restart and amidst the thunderous cheers of over 70,000 Manchester United fans, the Red Devils' attack was back on. In the 53rd minute, Fellaini and Carrick used their excellent physical attributes to successfully block Eriksen's breakthrough. Chapter 410. Stupid. A bunch of stupid guys. On Manchester United's bench, there was no doubt that Mourinho's mentality had completely collapsed. He never expected that the team's defense would be utterly shattered in such a short time. At that moment in the stands of Old Trafford, quite a number of Manchester United fans began to leave. When the score reached 2-4 and the opponent was the well-performing Tottenham Hotspur in the Premier League this season, it was clear that the departing Manchester United fans had lost their confidence. High ball cross. Try to deliver the ball into the penalty area. Cross. Hurry up with that damn cross. After the restart, Mourinho was almost gesticulating as he roared at the Manchester United players on the field. In Mourinho's view, with nearly 20 minutes left in the match, if Manchester United could score quickly, they would have a chance to equalize or even win the match. Soon, Manchester United's attack came. To improve the quality of passing, Pogba directly moved to the wing. Chapter 411. In the 82nd minute, shortly after the restart, Tottenham's attack threatened Manchester United's goal. As the absolute core of the current Tottenham team, Lin Feng is starting to show his power. On the left flank, after receiving a pass from a teammate, he was immediately confronted by two defenders in a very short time, Valencia and Fellaini. However, Lin Feng did not pass, but instead chose the simplest and most direct way to break through. After all, neither Valencia nor Fellaini are particularly fast. Valencia was considered a speedy winger in his youth, but now he has long since transformed from a sports car into an old-fashioned vehicle, unable to keep up with Lin Feng's pace. In just 3 seconds, Lin Feng forced his way through the double team of his opponents. Despite the boos echoing from the stands at Old Trafford, it did not affect Lin Feng's progress. After using his core speed to break through, Lin Feng immediately chose to cut inside, and he did so along the baseline. Now, the pressure has invisibly shifted to the Manchester United players. Chapter 412. Bang, bang, bang. During the 10 days of the international break, Lin Feng spent almost every day on the training ground, from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening. High-intensity training for 12 hours. Even after ball training, Lin Feng would return to the gym for strength and recovery training. For Lin Feng, his urgent task now is to race against time. The season has reached its final sprint stage, and after this 10-day international break, there won't be such a long rest period until May. Lin Feng needs to make full use of this time to try to upgrade his volley skill to level 4. Although Lin Feng has already scored several goals with volleys in current matches, the efficiency and success rate are still not particularly high. This is also the downside of level 3. To become a true volley expert, Lin Feng must practice extensively to reach level 4. Only by achieving level 4 can Lin Feng's volleying ability enter the ranks of the top players in football. During this time, Lin Feng's personal coach Charlie has been a great help, in addition to demonstrating personally. He also used a high-definition camera to capture Lin Feng's leg movements and timing during training, then helped Lin Feng make corrections. Chapter 4:13. In the evening, after extra training, Lin Feng took his sister Lin Qingran to eat KFC, as she had been acting as Lin Feng's ball boy during this time. Lin Feng's ability to level up 2 skills to level 4 in 10 days is also thanks to Lin Qingran. However, Lin Feng's fame in London is simply terrifying. Even though he was fully armed with a cap and sunglasses that almost completely covered his face, some Tottenham fans still recognized him. There was nothing he could do. Lin Feng had to eat KFC while signing autographs and taking photos with enthusiastic Tottenham fans. Lin, you are Tottenham's pride. Help Tottenham win the Premier League championship. We will always support you. Defeat Bayern in the Champions League. Lead Tottenham back to the top. Instantly, the fast food restaurant was surrounded by a large number of Tottenham fans who were eager to witness Lin Feng's style. To prevent traffic chaos and not affect the restaurant's business, Lin Feng could only pack the KFC and, with the help of the staff, sneak out with Lin Qingran through the back door. Chapter 4:14. Local time. 8 o'clock in the evening. At the Allianz Arena in Munich, more than 70,000 Bayern fans had long been looking forward to this showdown. The match had not yet started, but red smoke bombs had already been ignited. In an instant, against the backdrop of red fireworks, the Allianz Arena resembled a red ocean. In the Dongxiu Network studio, the country's top commentary duo, Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu, were also incredibly excited about tonight's match. The first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals is about to kick off at the Allianz Arena. Dear viewers, are you ready? In May of last year, Lin Feng, who was still playing for Bochum, encountered Bayern in the DFB Pokal final when Bayern's head coach was still Guardiola. I believe fans still have a deep impression of that match. Lin Feng scored 4 goals in the game, single-handedly countering the star-studded Bayern Munich, ultimately winning the championship with a score of 4-3. Now, Lin Feng is facing Bayern Munich again, but things have changed. Chapter 4:15, bang. Robin rushed into the right side of the penalty area and, without any adjustment, immediately took a shot with his left foot. The surrounding Tottenham defenders were unable to stop Robin's shot. In an instant, the football arced through the air and, after spinning violently, headed straight for the upper left corner. This was almost a theoretical dead angle. On the goal line, Tottenham's goalkeeper Lloris sprinted with all his might to try to save Robin's shot, but the ball brushed past Lloris's gloves and quickly fell into the net. Lloris's body smashed heavily against the post. Bang! The entire goal shook violently, and Lloris lay on the ground with a pained expression, looking quite uncomfortable. Referee Rizzoli signaled that the goal was valid and quickly called for the medical staff to check on Lloris's injury. A double loss. Bayern scored a goal, while Tottenham's goalkeeper Lloris was injured. In the face of absolute strength, Tottenham is clearly not a match for Bayern Munich, especially on the defensive end under Pochettino. Tottenham is not known for its defense, and they have shown vulnerabilities even against relegation teams in the Premier League. Chapter 4:16. On the field, Bayern players rushed to celebrate in front of Robin, and almost every Bayern player had a bright smile on their face. When the score reached 2-0, Bayern players believed they had already killed the suspense of the match. Therefore, their happiness during the celebration was visibly apparent. Meanwhile, not far from the Bayern players, the faces of Tottenham's starting players showed confusion and helplessness. In the 15 minutes since the start, every Tottenham player had been giving their all. But due to the huge gap in strength and a lack of understanding of German teams, Tottenham's defense was riddled with holes. Can they still create miracles? They are completely unable to compete. Hurry up and pull the starters off. To be honest, being able to win the Premier League title this season is already very satisfying. Bayern is still strong. No wonder they're the Bundesliga champions. I really don't know how Lin Feng led Bochum to victory last season, as long as they don't lose too badly. In the away fan stand, the mindset of the Tottenham traveling fans is almost on the verge of collapse. Robin's goal has already made the Spurs fans think about giving up on this match. Chapter 4:17. Bayern's counterattack has arrived. On the left flank, the young Douglas Costa showcased his speed advantage as soon as he received the ball. Although Kyle Walker is also fast, Douglas Costa is clearly stronger than Walker in terms of changing pace. After a sudden stop, he exploded forward again. Plus, Douglas Costa's relatively shorter stature makes him very agile when matched up against Kyle Walker. Just like that, with Douglas Costa's sudden acceleration, he successfully broke past Walker. Inside the penalty area, Bayern's main striker Robert Lewandowski is already in position. As one of the top strikers in Europe, as long as Douglas Costa can deliver the ball in front of the goal quickly, Lewandowski's strength allows him to seize the first opportunity. However, Douglas Costa chose not to pass, but to continue his breakthrough. The Brazilian winger charged into the Tottenham penalty area alone. Cutting in, shooting, Douglas Costa hoped to penetrate Tottenham's goal like Robin did. But unfortunately, Chapter 4:18. In the away fan stand, the cheers of the Spurs traveling fans have reached a level that almost surpasses that of Bayern's fans. The excitement of the Spurs fans is matched by the tension of the Bayern fans, especially when Feng used a feint to instantly get past Alaba and Javi Martinez. The entire Bayern defense was exposed to Feng. At this moment, Feng was like a white lightning on the field, tearing through the opponent's defense. In an instant, Feng rushed into the penalty area. Now, the only Bayern defender left in front of Feng is Boateng. Feng deliberately slowed down his dribbling pace, even showing a flaw in his dribbling to intentionally lure Boateng into making a tackle. Sure enough, at that moment, the Bayern center back suddenly lunged forward. Seeing this, Feng didn't hesitate. His right foot quickly completed the poke. Clean and neat. In an instant, the ball swiftly passed through Boateng's legs. Nutmeg. With a collective gasp from the crowd, Feng has already reached Bayern goalkeeper Neuer. Chapter 4:19. Running up. Shooting. A left-footed strike. The ball is in. 2-2. Feng scored the penalty. Tottenham equalized the score. With both Kane and Son Heung-min unable to play, Feng once again shouldered the attacking responsibility for Tottenham tonight. Scoring twice in the first half, he single-handedly helped Tottenham level the score. In the Don't Show Network studio, commentator Jean Jun looked quite excited. Even his voice trembled slightly. Just 3 minutes ago, Jean Jun and all the domestic fans shared the same sentiment, believing that Tottenham was likely to lose tonight. But now, Feng's left-footed penalty goal undoubtedly showed Jean Jun a glimmer of hope for victory. On the Tottenham bench, Pochettino excitedly waved his fists, looking quite thrilled. Meanwhile, in the away fan stand, thousands of Spurs traveling fans were chanting Feng's name in unison. On the Bayern side, Ancelotti had his hands in his pockets, looking quite stiff. This was not the situation he had hoped to see. Focus. Keep an eye on the opponent's number 11. Chapter 4:20. Well played. Kane, son. You two get ready to come on in the second half. Bayern is not that scary. They can't limit Lin's performance on the defensive end at all. After returning to the dressing room, Pochettino appeared quite relaxed. Despite Tottenham still trailing by a goal, Pochettino was not the least bit nervous. Everything seemed to be under his control. Pochettino firmly believed that once Kane and Son Heung-min came on, the team's attacking performance would definitely improve. At the same time, Bayern would also be wary of Tottenham's attacks and would have to defend comprehensively. Our goal is simple: to win at the Allianz Arena. In the second half, full-on attack. Let these Germans see Tottenham's sharp offensive. Come on, boys. For Pochettino, he was eager to advance further in the Champions League, as long as they could eliminate Bayern Munich. Tottenham would reach the Champions League semi-finals. This would also create Tottenham's best performance in the Champions League in many years. After the second half began, the assistant referee raised the substitution board. In the studio, Jean Jun's voice visibly excited after seeing Tottenham substitute in 2 attacking players. Chapter 4:21. Thiago won the second ball. At this moment, both Bayern's wingers sprinted towards Tottenham's backfield at full speed. Pass. Thiago's long pass accurately found Robin on the left flank. In the Don't Show Network studio, commentator Jean Jun's voice was noticeably tense and trembling. He could sense that Bayern's counterattack might directly threaten Tottenham's goal. After all, tonight, Bayern's right winger Robin has already scored twice and is in hot form. Moreover, due to the earlier aggressive attack by Tottenham players, there were very few defenders left in the backfield, and even left-back Danny Rose was still in the front line. This left the task of defending Robin solely to the holding midfielder Wanyama. Robin advanced rapidly down the right flank. This top-tier wingback was dribbling while observing his teammates' movements. In the middle, Lewandowski had already charged into the penalty area, and on the left flank, Douglas Costa had also created space. At this moment, Robin had two passing options, but he chose not to pass and instead cut in. Chapter 422. However, this time Feng did not receive the ball on the left flank, but appeared on the right flank. This change caught Bayern's defenders a bit off guard. In the match, it is not uncommon for the left winger and right winger to switch positions, but now, both Son Heung-min and Feng are operating on the right flank. This means that at that moment, Tottenham's left side is unguarded. Both wingers are active on the right side. Before Bayern's defenders can react, Feng suddenly cuts inside. With absolute explosive power, Feng shakes off Bayern's fullback Alaba in one step. At the same time, Bayern's supporting defenders are already in position. Both double pivots, Thiago and Alonso, rush towards Feng. To be honest, Bayern players do not have particularly effective methods to limit Feng. They can only try to block his advance with numerical superiority. This time, Feng remains quite calm, especially when he sees the two Bayern midfielders charging towards him. He does not force his way through as he did before. Instead, in the shortest time, he uses his right foot to tap the ball back, and it reappears at Son Heung-min's feet. Chapter 423. As Feng's shot successfully pierced through Neuer's fingers, the score reached 4-3. And Feng's powerful shot also allowed the Tottenham players to see the dawn of victory. Thus, after the restart, every Tottenham player is filled with fighting spirit. In contrast, Bayern players, due to pressure and nervousness, begin to make frequent unnecessary mistakes. On the bench, Ancelotti, as one of the top coaches in football, naturally notices this. Therefore, Ancelotti immediately implements emergency tactics, making various substitutions in quick succession. Bayern substitutes. This time, Ancelotti makes 3 substitutions. Defensive powerhouse Vidal comes on for Thiago. Additionally, Douglas Costa is substituted for defender Rafinha. Muller is replaced by Kimmich. From these 3 substitutions made by Ancelotti, it appears that Bayern, playing at home, is preparing to adopt a defensive stance. With the introduction of these 3 defensive players, Bayern's formation shifts towards a 451. In the final 10 minutes, Bayern sets up a tight defense. Chapter 424. At this moment, in the Allianz Arena in Munich, Bayern fans are sinking into despair. Looking around, the faces of Bayern fans are unconsciously showing signs of collapse. On the bench, Ancelotti, as Bayern's head coach, is not in the mood to chew gum, but is nervously shouting the names of his players on the field. At the same time, Ancelotti keeps looking down at his watch. There are only 2 minutes left in the match. It will be quite difficult for Bayern to break through Tottenham's goal in this limited time. Push up. Everyone, push up. No matter what, Ancelotti must take a risk. If Bayern wants to eliminate Tottenham Hotspur and advance to the semi-finals of the Champions League, they must win this match tonight. Bayern needs to race against time. Beep. At this moment, referee Rizzoli immediately blows the whistle for the restart. Lewandowski quickly takes the free kick, and midfielder Vidal swiftly passes the ball to Robin on the right flank. Now, Bayern can only rely on a moment of brilliance from their stars. On Tottenham's side, Pochettino has instructed all players to fall back, including Feng, Kane, and Son Heung-min, who have all retreated to midfield. Chapter 425. Beep. 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 As Feng scores, referee Rizzoli blows the final whistle of the match. This first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals ends with a score of 4-5. The away team, Tottenham Hotspur, relying on Feng's 4 goals and Kane's header, has narrowly secured a victory at the Allianz Arena. Now, Tottenham has firmly grasped the initiative to advance. As long as they can draw against Bayern in the second leg at home, they will be able to reach the semi-finals. After the match, Tottenham players can't help but rush towards Feng. This is a moment worth celebrating. "Lin, we have taken a big step towards our goal. Thank you," Harry Kane exclaimed as he hugged Feng excitedly. Feng immediately broke free from Kane's embrace and calmly said, "This is just the first leg, equivalent to halftime in a football match. The second half, which is the second leg, is the most important." Feng is always so calm. He is not overwhelmed by victory. He knows very well that Bayern will not easily give up their chance to advance. A week later, the match at White Hart Lane will be the real test. Chapter 426. After finishing the first leg of the Champions League quarter-final against Bayern, the exhausted Tottenham face the 29th round of the Premier League. They are away to Crystal Palace. In this match, Pochettino made a lot of personnel rotations. Key players like Feng, Eriksen, and Vertonghen are watching from the sidelines, while Son Heung-min and Harry Kane, who only played half the match against Bayern, continue to start. For Pochettino, he still wants to secure 3 points in this match. However, at Selhurst Park, the home team, Crystal Palace, set up a tight defense from the first minute. As the current head coach of Crystal Palace, Allardyce knows very well that trying to play an open game against Tottenham is almost futile. Crystal Palace can only rely on defense to earn points against Tottenham by suppressing their attacking momentum and minimizing their shooting opportunities. After all, compared to Tottenham, Crystal Palace is just a relegation team, and for them, securing a point is completely acceptable. Thus, under Crystal Palace's bus defense, Tottenham's attacking players find no shooting space in the first half of the match. Chapter 427, as April begins, Tottenham is about to face Bayern in the second leg. On April 1st, April Fool's Day, the day before the match against Bayern, Ancelotti's remarks at the pre-match press conference caused a stir in the English media. Bayern is prepared to eliminate Tottenham. To win tomorrow's match, we made extensive rotations in the Bundesliga over the weekend. I believe Bayern will conquer White Hart Lane. Ancelotti generally does not like to boast, but now, this Italian has broken from his usual behavior and started the psychological battle. A local English journalist asked, "Do you mean Bayern can win by 2 goals at White Hart Lane against Tottenham?" Ancelotti replied with a smile, "Do you think Tottenham's defense is solid? They're not a team known for their defense. Their strength lies in their attack. In tomorrow's match against Tottenham, we will dismantle the opponent's defense with our offense while also suppressing their counterattacks with our attack." Less than an hour after the press conference, nearly all English media reported on Ancelotti's bold claims. Chapter 428. After Tottenham conceded a goal, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Now, Tottenham had to go on the offensive. If they continued to play defensively, given Bayern's terrifying attacking momentum, scoring a second goal seemed just a matter of time. Therefore, for Tottenham, they could only push forward. On the sidelines, Coach Pochettino was also desperately shouting the names of his attacking players, urging them to attack immediately. In an instant, players from both teams engaged in fierce battles in midfield. Both Tottenham and Bayern were eager to control the midfield and find opportunities for attack. With Vidal playing as the defensive midfielder for Bayern, the impact of Bayern's players in midfield was noticeably less than that of Tottenham. Tottenham's duo of midfielders, Ali and Sissoko, were no match for the Chilean international in physical duels. In a flash, Vidal intercepted the ball from Ali and quickly passed it to Robin on the wing. The entire White Hart Lane Stadium fell into a state of panic again. The expressions on the faces of tens of thousands of Tottenham fans were heavy. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Robin's sharp breakthrough on the wing. Chapter 429. In midfield, Feng was sprinting with all his might. However, the Bayern players around him were also charging towards him. Defensive midfielder Vidal, center back Boateng, and even fullback Lahm were all closing in. Feng had fallen into Bayern's encirclement. In order to win tonight's match, Ancelotti had specifically devised a targeted defensive strategy against Feng. He even watched all of Feng's match footage this season to understand his technical characteristics as much as possible. Ancelotti understood that as long as his players could limit Feng's performance in tonight's match, Bayern would surely defeat Tottenham. Now, the pressure was on Feng. The possibility of breaking through the blockade of these 3 Bayern players in a short time was extremely low, although Feng's dribbling had reached level 4. The 3 players he faced today were also top stars in football. At the moment Feng hesitated, Vidal suddenly charged in from the side, showcasing his defensive capabilities. Chapter 430. The ball is in. Feng's ground shot pierced through Neuer's fingers. The score of the match changed to 1-2. The aggregate score reached 6-6. Tottenham took the lead again with an away goal. At the moment Tottenham needed a goal the most, 18-year-old Feng once again took on the responsibility of scoring. With a solo breakthrough and shot, Feng toyed with the entire Bayern defense with his magical footwork. In the studio, commentator Jean Jun had evidently been holding back for quite a while. When Feng scored, he almost erupted in a hysterical roar. Even the usually calm guest commentator Zhang Lu was influenced by Jean Jun's emotions and couldn't help but praise Feng a few more times. This is Feng's strength. As long as he is given the opportunity, he can find a chance to shoot. Fortunately for Tottenham, they had scored 5 away goals in the previous match. As long as they maintained the current score, they could also eliminate Bayern. However, in the time that followed, Bayern would undoubtedly launch a massive offensive. Just as Jean Jun had said, when referee Rizzoli blew the whistle to restart the match, Bayern, under Ancelotti's command, began their assault on Tottenham's goal once again. Chapter 431. Tottenham bravely equalizes Bayern in the first half. Feng tears through the Bundesliga champions' defense. Tottenham takes the initiative. Sky Sports. An extraordinary first half. Tottenham leads 7-6 on aggregate at home. Star player Feng scores twice. Manchester Evening News. A close contest. Bayern Munich is held to a draw by Tottenham. Ancelotti's team is on the verge of failure in London. London Sports News. Winger Showdown. Robin versus Feng. A battle between the veteran and the youth. Both top wingers have scored. The Times. In the midfield, many British media outlets have extensively reported on Tottenham's performance in the first half. Although there's only a one-goal difference between the two teams, it seems that most English media are filled with hope for Tottenham. Meanwhile, on the distant eastern continent, in the studio of Dongxiu Network, Chinese commentator Zhang Jun was also captivated by Feng. The first half of the match had ended, and Tottenham temporarily drew 2-2 with Bayern thanks to 18-year-old Feng's 2 goals. However, Tottenham still led on aggregate. Chapter 432, bang. A left-footed curling cross. When Robin saw that all his shooting lanes were blocked by Tottenham's defenders, he did not force a shot, but chose a more reasonable approach. In an instant, the ball quickly sailed over the heads of multiple defenders and fell rapidly into the area by the back post. At this moment, the player receiving the ball was Douglas Costa. To be honest, compared to Robin's sharp performance on the wing, this Bayern left winger's performance was significantly inferior. However, this time, Douglas Costa had a breakthrough opportunity. In the back post area, Douglas Costa steadied the ball before lifting his right foot to shoot. But Tottenham's fullback Kyle Walker reacted swiftly and went down a block. However, as soon as Walker completed the block, he began to regret it. Because Douglas Costa did not choose to shoot, but feigned a shot and then cut inside. This feint successfully tricked Walker. Bang! Then, Douglas Costa almost immediately swept the ball across the goal, clearly intending to pass it to Lewandowski in the penalty area. Chapter 433. Kane's header almost sealed the fate of the match. On the bench, Bayern's coach Ancelotti kept pacing back and forth, looking quite nervous. He quickly glanced at the substitutes bench and then waved his hand towards Kingsley Coman, Kimmich, and others, signaling them to warm up. Now, Bayern must go all out. They have no way back. Before the restart, Ancelotti made 2 substitutions. Kimmich replaced the exhausted Thiago, while Kingsley Coman came on for the underperforming Douglas Costa. It seems Ancelotti is going all in. With the fresh legs of Kimmich and Coman on the field, Bayern playing away needs to score 2 more goals tonight to eliminate Tottenham and ensure they don't concede any. The moment of truth for Bayern's resilience has arrived. Just as the thought crossed his mind, referee Rizzoli blew the whistle to restart the game. Now, Bayern players must race against time. So right after the kickoff, they wasted no time chatting with Tottenham players and quickly sent the ball into the penalty area. Chapter 434. On the goal line, Neuer didn't hesitate. The moment he saw Feng get past Boateng, he immediately rushed out. But it was already too late. Feng had already taken a shot. Bang! With a powerful strike from his right foot, the ball flew like a cannonball and smashed into the back of the net. The score changed from 3-2 to 4-2. Meanwhile, the score stood at 9-6. Clearly, Feng's goal shattered the dreams of Bayern players on the field. The suspense was over. Feng's solo effort killed the suspense of the match. For Bayern to eliminate Tottenham, they now needed to score at least 4 goals. And they had less than 10 minutes left. Bayern had lost all hope. In the studio, Zhang Jun was extremely excited and happy. As a Chinese commentator, Zhang Jun was naturally a die-hard fan of Feng. So when he saw Feng single-handedly help Tottenham defeat Bayern tonight, he felt genuinely proud. In the comments section, Chinese fans watching the live broadcast were equally thrilled for Feng. Chapter 435. Back in China, the mainstream sports media Douchio.com also released a large number of news articles about Feng all at once. Making history, Feng leads Tottenham Hotspur to a historic entry into the Champions League semi-finals. They will face the cosmic team Barcelona in the semi-finals. Feng was involved in 4 goals in the second leg, successfully defended the honor of White Hart Lane. Bayern's Champions League journey ends early. Tottenham eliminated Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich with Feng's 3 goals and 1 assist. Pochettino's team becomes the only representative from the Premier League. Who else? Feng has scored 18 goals in the Champions League this season. The 18-year-old Feng has become Tottenham's key player. The comments section naturally attracted a large number of domestic fans' attention. No way, is Tottenham really going for the double crown? I hope Feng can explode against Barcelona, led by Messi, in the semi-finals. Lin Feng has brought us so many surprises. I hope he can win the Ballon d'Or this year. Don't worry, as long as Lin Feng leads Tottenham to the double crown, no one can take the Ballon d'Or from him. If Tottenham reaches the Champions League final, I must go to the final match. Chapter 436. Lin Feng stood up again. He wasn't injured. The foul by the Burnley player on Lin Feng was truly frightening. Fortunately, Lin Feng was fine. In the Docio, con studio, Jean Jun relaxed his expression immediately when he saw Lin Feng stand up. However, the match had just begun, and based on Burnley's defensive intensity in the opening period, Lin Feng would surely encounter more malicious fouls from opponents in the upcoming game. On the field, Lin Feng was also well aware of this. So, he began to actively reduce his dribbling, mostly opting to pass when the ball came to his feet. In the 8th minute of the match, on the wing, when the Tottenham midfielder passed the ball to Lin Feng before the Burnley defenders could get into position, Lin Feng instantly completed a cross with the inside of his right foot. Bang! In an instant, the ball whizzed past the heads of defenders Hendrick and Barton with a fierce spin. A few seconds later, Lin Feng's curved cross perfectly landed on Harry Kane's head. Although Burnley's two center-backs, Michael Keane and Benjamin Mee, rushed towards Kane. Chapter 437. It's worth mentioning that Newcastle United is currently competing in the Championship. Due to their poor performance last season, Newcastle finished third from the bottom in the Premier League and unfortunately got relegated to the Championship. However, Newcastle did not sink into despair, especially since their key players did not leave, and even their coach remains the renowned Rafa Benitez, who took over mid-season last year. Because they retained most of their main players, Newcastle quickly showcased their dominance in this season's championship. They have been leading the championship table by a wide margin, and given Newcastle's strength, it's almost a one-sided match against championship teams. This has enabled Newcastle to quickly rise to the top of the championship standings. Therefore, this season's League Cup final is essentially a showdown between the Premier League leader and the championship leader. Even though the opponent is a championship team, Pochettino cannot afford to be complacent. In fact, in the mind of this Argentine coach, Newcastle's strength is comparable to that of a Premier League team, especially considering Newcastle's significant lead in the championship. Chapter 438. Now, let's introduce the starting lineups of both teams. On Tottenham's side, Coach Pochettino did not rotate players, but sent out his strongest lineup for this match. The goalkeeper is Loris. The defense consists of Kyle Walker, Alderweireld, Vertonghen, and Danny Rose. This four-player defensive lineup is almost Tottenham's most commonly used combination this season. In midfield, the double pivot is comprised of Wanyama and Deer. The attacking midfielder is Eriksen. On the left wing is Lin Feng. The striker is Kane. And on the right wing is Son Heung-min. On Newcastle's side, Coach Benitez deployed a 4-4-1-1 formation. The goalkeeper is Elliott. The defensive line consists of Anita, Lascelles, Clark, and Damet. Midfield, Rich, Shelvey, Hayden Natsu. Single attacking midfielder, Ios Perez. Single striker, Mitrovic. Inside the players' tunnel, the players from Newcastle and Tottenham are all ready. The English League Cup final is about to start. Lin, it's an honor to meet you in the final. May I ask if we can swap jerseys after the match? Newcastle's forward Mitrovic approached Lin Feng to ask. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He quickly raised his right foot. To be honest, Lin Feng has a remarkably high goal-scoring rate from this position. Almost every 2 shots, he takes results in a goal. So when Newcastle's defenders saw Lin Feng preparing to shoot from this position, their faces instantly filled with tension. In the stands of Wembley Stadium, both Tottenham and Newcastle fans are nervously watching Lin Feng. Whoosh! Instantly, the football shot like a white lightning, ruthlessly passing over the heads of several Newcastle defenders, and then headed straight for the corner of the net. As Newcastle's goalkeeper, Elliott didn't react at all. He was dumbfounded, completely unable to respond. Just like that, the football headed straight for the goal corner. The ball went in. Lin Feng stepped up once again when the team needed a goal. This is Lin Feng's strength. As long as Lin Feng wants to shoot, no one can stop his advance. At this moment, in the distant Huagua, in the Donkey Wang studio, Chapter 440 in the stands. Especially in the stands behind Newcastle's goal, Tottenham fans have already raised their hands, eagerly anticipating this goal. 1 second later, the football perfectly pierced through the fingers of Newcastle's goalkeeper and quickly fell into the corner of the net. This time, although Newcastle's goalkeeper made a save attempt, it was still futile. Just like that, the football flew perfectly into the net. For Elliott, he could only silently pick up the football from a goal. He had already given his all for this save, but due to the incredible speed of Feng's shot, Elliott simply had no time to react. The ball went in. Feng scored again. Now, Tottenham has extended the lead to 2-1. As the current leader of the Premier League, once the Tottenham players focused, Newcastle's defense couldn't withstand the opponent's assault at all. This is the strength of Tottenham. This goal basically signals the end of the suspense in this match. Jean Jun's tone was quite excited. In his view, the suspense of this match had basically disappeared. Chapter 441, obviously, when the score reached 3-1, the suspense of this match was essentially gone. Given Newcastle's current strength, the possibility of scoring 2 goals in the remaining time, while there's a chance, is quite slim. On the sidelines, Newcastle's head coach Benitez has also begun to give up. He stood silently on the sidelines, and after the match resumed, Benitez still did not issue any new instructions to the Newcastle players on the field. At the same time, Benitez did not make any substitutions, because he knows very well that it is only a matter of time before Newcastle loses. No matter how Newcastle attacks, they cannot defeat Tottenham. And indeed, this turned out to be the case. In the following time, the match almost turned into garbage time. Although the Newcastle players on the field did not want to give up so quickly, they were still struggling hard. For example, Ios Perez, who performed well tonight, was still quite active in the match. In the 70th minute of the match, this player received the ball in the middle and even used a stylish feint to split the ball, successfully breaking through Dier's defense with a speed advantage. Chapter 442 Feng didn't answer many questions because the award stage had already been set up. At Wembley Stadium, as the DJ's shout echoed, each Tottenham player slowly stepped onto the podium and received their medals from the award presenters. When the DJ called out Feng's name, the fans in the entire Wembley Stadium erupted into cheers. The shouts even reached the sky. Oh, whether the Tottenham fans at the scene or those in front of the TV, they all knew that the reason Tottenham could win the championship again after 11 years was almost entirely due to Feng's contributions. The last player to step onto the stage to receive the award was Tottenham's captain Hugo Lloris. After receiving the trophy from the award presenter, he did not choose to lift it himself, but pointed to Feng. He signaled for Feng to lift the trophy with him. Feng initially wanted to refuse, but every Tottenham teammate encouraged him, continuously shouting Feng's name. There was no choice. Feng had to accept. Amidst the deafening cheers of the Tottenham fans, Feng and the team's captain lifted the English League Cup trophy together. Chapter 443 in this match, Everton adopted a lumberjack tactic. Basically, every time an Everton player clashed with a Tottenham player, the one falling down was definitely a Tottenham player. Fortunately, tonight Pochettino did not start Feng. Otherwise, Feng could have been injured. In the Donkey Wang studio, commentator Jean Jun also began to criticize Everton's foul tactics. In the live chat, Chinese fans collectively condemned Everton, suggesting that Everton's players should stop playing football and switch to wrestling instead. Are they playing football or just kicking people? I really feel sorry for the Tottenham players on the field. Everton is really dirty. They should be relegated. In fact, the outcome of this match is no longer important. As long as the Tottenham players can survive, that is fine. On the field, the match time reached the 30th minute. Under the crazy siege from the Everton players, Tottenham couldn't find any opportunities in the attack. Moreover, the Everton players on the field intentionally disrupted the game, making it difficult for Tottenham to find their rhythm. On the sidelines, Pochettino's eyes were filled with tension and anger. Chapter 444, during halftime in the locker room, Pochettino was relatively satisfied with his players' performance in the first half. Although the team had not taken the lead and had only equalized, it was still acceptable for him. After all, throughout the first half, Everton's defensive fouls were quite aggressive, leaving Tottenham with little room to breathe. The tactics of the second half remained the same. Avoid excessive individual breakthroughs and focus on passing. As long as we score one more goal, it will be difficult for the opponent to equalize. And most importantly, we must not get injured. After 15 minutes, the second half officially kicked off. Based on Pochettino's speculation, Everton would focus on defense in the second half, trying to maintain the 1-1 score for a penalty shootout. However, when the second half began, Pochettino was taken aback. Everton did not choose to sit back defensively, but instead launched a fierce attack towards Tottenham's goal. Moreover, Everton's attack was quite simple and direct, mainly relying on long passes to find center forward Lukaku. Although it appeared simple, it was quite threatening. Chapter 445. Lin Feng quickly flicked the ball with his right foot several times, suddenly executing a stylish nutmeg to effortlessly break through the interference of an Everton defender. Immediately after, Lin Feng opted for an inward cut. Oh, in the stands of Goodison Park, every Tottenham fan was extremely excited, and, at that moment, they all stood up from their seats. They watched Lin Feng on the field intently, eagerly anticipating his goal. Currently, Tottenham was temporarily trailing Everton 1-2 away from home. If Tottenham wanted to win tonight, they needed at least 2 more goals. However, there were less than 10 minutes left for Tottenham. Therefore, they had to score quickly. On the field, Lin Feng, having broken through the encirclement of 2 Everton players, quickly completed his inward cut, then sped towards the opponent's penalty area like a white meteor. At this moment, Ronald Koeman, the head coach of Everton, also realized the immense pressure and immediately issued defensive orders to his players without hesitation. Chapter 446. After the restart, Tottenham's front players immediately applied high pressure, and not long after, Everton's midfield made a passing error. Veteran Barry's pass was intercepted by Eriksen and ultimately seized by Tottenham's right-winger Son Heung-min. In a flash, Tottenham's counterattack was on the way again. On the sidelines, Tottenham's head coach Pochettino had a face full of excitement and enthusiasm as he glanced at his watch while shouting encouragement for the attack. Meanwhile, Everton's defenders quickly positioned themselves. As the team captain, Coleman sprinted towards Son Heung-min with incredible speed. On the right flank, Son Heung-min chose to ignore Coleman's defense, quickly performing a couple of bicycle kicks before hurriedly making a powerful dash. Clearly, Son Heung-min was confident in his speed advantage, believing that once he fully committed, Coleman would not be able to keep up. But unfortunately, Son Heung-min failed. As Everton's captain, Coleman had rich defensive experience, and before this match, he had watched a lot of game footage of Son Heung-min. Chapter 447. In the midfield, Lin Feng had just received a pass from Eriksen when several defenders were already in position, including Barry, Barkley, and Schneiderlin. In fact, after this period of play, Everton's players knew that as long as they could limit Lin Feng's performance, Tottenham would not be able to score. Therefore, at that moment, almost all of Everton's midfield players instinctively rushed towards Lin Feng. But unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. The next second, Lin Feng flicked the ball with his left foot, successfully nutmegging Barry, then showcased his explosive power. With a powerful dash, Lin Feng zipped past several defenders like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he charged into the top of the penalty area. The pressure was once again on the Everton defenders. On the bench, head coach Ronald Koeman was shouting the names of his defenders hoarsely, urging them to provide immediate support for Lin Feng. At this moment, the Everton defenders in the penalty area also realized the seriousness of the situation. In an instant, center-backs Mori and Ashley Davies, as well as the 2 full-backs Baines and Coleman, rushed towards Lin Feng at top speed. Chapter 448. Tottenham, relying on Lin Feng's stunning performance, successfully defeated Everton and advanced to the FA Cup final. Sky Sports. Pochettino's team is about to face their second final of the season, the FA Cup final against Arsenal. London Sports News. Lin Feng came on in the last 10 minutes, scoring 1 goal and providing 1 assist to save Tottenham. Tottenham is about to face a crucial Champions League match. The Times. Can Tottenham, dominant in the Premier League, escape unscathed at Camp Nou? Lin Feng versus Messi, who was the top player at that time. Manchester Evening News. After the match between Tottenham and Everton ended, reporters across England were reporting on Tottenham's news. However, for the Tottenham players, they had no time to watch. Shortly after the match against Everton, the entire team took the last flight to Spain. Now, the Tottenham players needed to focus all their attention on the upcoming match against Barcelona. Pochettino had expressed multiple times that winning the Champions League was his true goal. Therefore, the upcoming away match against Barcelona would be the most important match Tottenham had faced since the start of the season. Chapter 449. Welcome to all friends from the Football Network to watch the UEFA Champions League semi-final battle of the 2016-2017 season. Barcelona is hosting the Premier League team Tottenham Hotspur. This match is being commentated by me, Jean Jun, and Zhang Lu. Let's introduce the starting lineups of both teams. At home, Barcelona's coach Valverde has deployed a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper is Ter Stegen with 4 defenders, Roberto, Pique, Umtiti, and Alba. 3 midfielders, Rakitic, Busquets, and Iniesta. 3 forwards, Messi, Suarez, Neymar. This is basically the strongest lineup of Barcelona at the moment. On the Tottenham side, Coach Pochettino has also fielded his strongest lineup to face off. The goalkeeper is Loris. The defense line, Kyle Walker, Alderweireld, Vertonghen, Danny Rose. Double defensive midfielders, Dier, Wanyama. A single attacking midfielder, Eriksen. 3 forwards, Son Heung-min, Harry Kane, Lin Feng. After Jean Jun introduced the starting lineups of both teams, the referee quickly led the starting players of both teams onto the field. Chapter 450 as Messi's left-footed shot pierced through Tottenham's goal. The cheers and shouts of fans in the entire camp Nou reached their peak. All the Barcelona players rushed to Messi and celebrated together with raised fists. Meanwhile, in Tottenham's defense, several defenders wore expressions of despair. Undeniably, during the defensive process just now, Tottenham players had given their all, but under Messi's magical breakthrough, they could only serve as background. On the bench, a hint of helplessness flashed across Pochettino's face, but it quickly disappeared. There was no other reason. For Pochettino had long anticipated that his team would concede a goal. After all, the opponent tonight was the terrifyingly strong Barcelona. Moreover, as an Argentine, Pochettino was well aware of Messi's individual capabilities. In his view, no team in the current football world had the confidence to restrict Messi's scoring. Therefore, when Pochettino saw his team concede a goal, a look of helplessness inevitably crossed his face. Chapter 451 Neymar. The Brazilian genius winger received the ball. The player responsible for marking Neymar is Kyle Walker. In the studio, commentator Jean Jun's voice already showed a hint of trembling, as he knew very well how outstanding Neymar's individual breakthrough ability was. Although Kyle Walker is also referred to by many fans as the best fullback in the Premier League, it is by no means easy for him to defeat Neymar in a 1v1 defensive situation. Sure enough, after Neymar received a pass from Iniesta, he showed no hesitation and immediately displayed his breakthrough talent. With his right foot, he executed dazzling feints on Kyle Walker, sometimes stopping suddenly and sometimes pretending to pass, leaving Walker unable to keep up, defend, quickly provide support. On the sidelines, Pochettino naturally realized the seriousness of the situation. He did not hesitate and urgently shouted for other Tottenham players. Pochettino knew that relying solely on Walker to stop Neymar's breakthrough was impossible. More players needed to get involved. Chapter 452 Lin Feng received the ball in midfield. The player responsible for marking Lin Feng is Rakitic. No pass. Lin Feng chose to break through. As Jean Jun finished speaking, Lin Feng executed a nutmeg, effortlessly getting past Rakitic, leaving the Barcelona midfielder with no time to react. In just a few moves, Lin Feng broke through the first layer of Barcelona's defense, then sprinted at full speed, directly charging towards Barcelona's penalty area with the ball. On the sidelines, Valverde, who had been silent, immediately furrowed his brows upon seeing this. Before the match between Barcelona and Tottenham, the Barcelona coach had watched a large number of Lin Feng's match videos, and he had a good understanding of Lin Feng's individual abilities. This made him anxious and impatient as he watched Lin Feng carrying the ball toward the top of the penalty area. Meanwhile, as a Barcelona midfielder, Busquets also rushed to Lin Feng's side. In the current world of football, Busquets is undoubtedly the only player capable of playing as a sole defensive midfielder. So when Lin Feng carried the ball to the top of the penalty area, Busquets immediately positioned himself. Chapter 453 Although Barcelona, playing at home, still led by 1 goal. To be honest, Valverde found it unacceptable. Even though he had anticipated that tonight's clash might turn into a goal fest, Valverde thought Lin Feng's goal was too easy. Focus. You can foul if necessary. The opponent is the Premier League leader. Take it seriously. After conceding a goal, Valverde specifically rushed to the sidelines and yelled hysterically at the Barcelona players on the field. In Valverde's view, the Barcelona players had not yet entered the state of the match. They hadn't even realized the importance of this game. Beep. Soon, the referee blew the whistle to restart the game, and on the away fan stand at Camp Nou, over 2,000 Tottenham traveling fans erupted in cheers. They immediately burst into waves of applause, even overshadowing the home fans' cheers. On the field, every Tottenham player showed a very active side, basically contesting every ball. Chapter 454 Meanwhile, more defensive players began to rush towards Messi. Among them were center-back Alderweireld, full-back Kyle Walker, and even forward Eriksen. The 3 Tottenham defenders almost simultaneously rushed towards Messi. Bang! Messi chose not to continue his breakthrough, but quickly passed the ball with his left foot after finding a gap in the defense. Suddenly, the ball almost perfectly landed at Neymar's feet. Undeniably, since Neymar joined Barcelona, the coordination between Messi and Neymar has been quite tacit. In the left side of the penalty area, when Neymar received the ball, he found himself with no one in front of him. Originally, the player responsible for marking Neymar was Kyle Walker, but at this moment, this England's top fullback had rushed in front of Messi. Thus, Neymar found himself in a gap. Bang! After receiving the ball, this Brazilian genius took a quick glance at the opponent's goalkeeper's positioning and immediately lifted his right foot to curl the shot. The next second, the ball grazed the fingertips of Tottenham's goalkeeper Loris and accurately landed inside the goal. Chapter 455 Yellow Card. The referee actually only showed a yellow card to Umtiti. This is definitely a foul that could prematurely end Lin Feng's career. At the very least, it should have been a red card. After the match, the referee's decision will surely spark heated discussions among fans. In the studio of Dongxiu Network, Zhang Jun expressed his dissatisfaction with the referee's decision, saying, "Fortunately, Lin Feng was not seriously injured. After receiving simple treatment from the team doctor, he got back on his feet. If all goes well, Lin Feng should be able to continue playing on the field." Commentary guest Zhang Lu then remarked, "It's a good thing Lin Feng is not injured. If he had really been injured by Umtiti's tackle, then all of Tottenham's title-contending matches this season could face unexpected challenges. Right now, the player Tottenham cannot afford to lose is Lin Feng." On the bench, Pochettino breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Feng was uninjured. As Tottenham's head coach, he knows that if Lin Feng were to get injured in tonight's match, the team would suffer a severe blow. Chapter 456. On the field, Lin Feng's gaze still showed a hint of determination. He has not given up. After all, the match has just entered stoppage time of the first half. For Lin Feng and Tottenham, they still have 45 minutes to change the current situation. Beep! As the referee blew the whistle for the penalty kick. Now both Barcelona and Tottenham fans focus their attention on Messi. Bang! As Messi took the shot with his left foot, the Barcelona fans in the stands raised their arms and cheered. Clearly, the Barcelona fans present believed that Messi would surely score this penalty, but the outcome surprised everyone. Duan. Messi's penalty was too focused on the angle, and the ball accurately hit the post. It then instantly bounced out. The post at Camp Nou saved Tottenham Hotspur. If Messi had scored this penalty, the suspense of the match would have been completely killed, but now, Tottenham's players saw a glimmer of hope. Chapter 457. Lin Feng knew very well that if Tottenham wanted to defeat Barcelona at Camp Nou, he, as the team's star player, needed to step up immediately. Therefore, when he received the ball on the wing, he sprinted forward without any hesitation. At this moment, Lin Feng was like a white lightning on the field, racing forward. To be honest, once Lin Feng fully accelerated, not many players could keep up with his pace. In the stands of Camp Nou, the pressure of the match began to weigh on the Barcelona fans. Many fans showed signs of panic and apprehension upon seeing this. On the bench, Valverde immediately stood up, loudly calling out the names of his defensive players. The Barcelona head coach was well aware of Lin Feng's individual capabilities. After all, before the match started, Valverde had watched all of Lin Feng's game footage from this season. "Foul! Don't let him have a chance to shoot," Valverde shouted hoarsely into the microphone, while at the same time, Barcelona's defenders rushed towards Lin Feng. Chapter 458. After the second half began, the visiting Tottenham Hotspur showed a completely different fighting spirit compared to the first half. Now, it was Barcelona's turn to feel nervous. As Zhang Jun said, at this moment on the Barcelona bench, the team's head coach Valverde's eyes were filled with tension and anxiety. As an experienced head coach, Valverde could sense that after the second half started, Barcelona's players were not focused on the game. This was, of course, an unacceptable situation. Thus, in the following time, Valverde began to lose his temper. He yelled hysterically at the starting players on the field. "Focus. Keep your attention on the game. Don't give the opponent any chance to break through. In tonight's match, we must defend the honor of Camp Nou. We need to win by at least 3 goals." In the stands of Camp Nou, many Barcelona fans began to murmur. Could they really be equalized by Tottenham? Barcelona's defense is still too weak. To be honest, the breakthrough ability of this 18-year-old Chinese winger is truly strong. Chapter 459. At this moment in the stands at Camp Nou, nearly 80,000 Barcelona fans were loudly criticizing Kyle Walker. Some emotionally charged Barcelona fans even jumped down from the stands, attempting to confront Kyle Walker physically. Fortunately, the security at Camp Nou was quite effective, quickly controlling these agitated fans. Although Kyle Walker received a yellow card, being able to stop Neymar's breakthrough was not a loss. However, Barcelona gained a set-piece opportunity in the attacking third. This must be taken seriously by the Tottenham players. In the studio, Jean-June silently prayed for Tottenham. Beep! As the referee's whistle sounded, Messi and Neymar, two of the top offensive players in football, stood on either side of the penalty spot. After a brief exchange with their mouths covered, Messi nodded at Neymar. In the next second, Messi took the penalty with his left foot. Duong. The ball arced beautifully through the air, hitting the intersection of the goalpost and crossbar perfectly. Chapter 460. Despite every Tottenham player showing great fighting spirit and determination during this period, to be honest, Barcelona's defense did not show any vulnerabilities. Jean-June's tone was quite frustrated. Deep down, he had already lost hope for this match. However, in the away fan section, there were still about 2,000 loyal Tottenham fans cheering passionately. They had not given up. In the 77th minute, Valverde made the first substitution. Iniesta was replaced by Paulinho. Iniesta off, Paulinho on? It seems Valverde intend to focus on defense. It is worth mentioning that Brazil's defensive midfielder Paulinho once played for the Guangzhou Evergrande team in the Chinese Super League. Barcelona paid a whopping €40 million to acquire Paulinho. After Paulinho took the field, the captain's armband was passed to Messi. In the following moments, Messi began to step up his game frequently. Paulinho, having just come on, naturally had plenty of energy. Thus, during the match, Paulinho performed exceptionally well, showing no hesitation as he executed a sliding tackle to dispossess Wanyama. Chapter 461 in the commentary studio of Dongxiu Network. Commentator Jean-June's voice almost revealed despair. Although Jean-June did not want Tottenham to lose at this moment, he knew very well that the balance of victory had completely tipped in favor of the home team. Barcelona. After all, with Messi's free-kick goal, the team score had risen to 4-2. Although a two-goal gap is not large in football, the most critical point was that time was running out for Tottenham. In the stands, over 80,000 Barcelona fans dressed in red and blue were going absolutely wild. They continuously raised their arms and cheered, celebrating to their heart's content. In contrast, Tottenham fans fell into silence. Similarly, on the pitch, the faces of most Tottenham players showed no signs of hope. In their view, tonight's match had basically been decided. A miracle was unlikely to happen. Beep. After the Barcelona players finished celebrating, the referee blew the whistle to restart the game. With less than 10 minutes left in the match, Barcelona completely dominated the game. Chapter 462. Just then, the football sailed over the heads of several Barcelona players and fell directly into the area near the back post. This was Feng's opportunity. At this moment, thousands of Tottenham fans in the stands could be heard cheering, fully aware that this would be their last chance. Oh! In the area near the back post, Feng did not stop the ball. Instead, he opted for a volley. The entire motion was quite smooth, and most importantly, at that moment, there were no defenders interfering in front of him. Bang! He struck the ball with his right foot. Then, the football, like a cannonball, slammed into the goal, heading straight for the dead corner. Meanwhile, in the stands, both Barcelona and Tottenham fans fell into silence. But a few seconds later, the Tottenham fans erupted in cheers. Feng's volley was utterly unstoppable. The football pierced through Barcelona's defenses like a scalpel, hitting the heart of the team. The score became 4-3. The gap between the two teams was once again reduced to one goal. In front of the goal, Harry Kane exerted all his strength to win a header from Peak, but unfortunately, Kane's header was too straight. It posed no threat to Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen. On the goal line, the German goalkeeper reacted with lightning speed to clear the football. A world-class save. A crucial save. At that moment, Barcelona's goalkeeper, Ter Stegen, made a save that rescued his team. Kane's header failed to penetrate Ter Stegen's grasp, and the score remained 4-3. In the studio, Jean-June's roar filled the air. In fact, deep down, Jean-June felt quite helpless and frustrated. He had thought that Harry Kane's header could deliver a fatal blow to Barcelona's goal. But in the end, Kane failed. He did not create an opportunity. At this moment, in the stands, Barcelona fans collectively shouted Ter Stegen's name. Meanwhile, the cheers of over 80,000 fans rose and fell. Chapter 464. Beep. At this moment, the referee had already blown the whistle for the penalty kick. Behind the penalty spot stood two players, Eriksson and Lin Feng. Eriksson took a deep breath and suddenly accelerated. Bang! Pass! Eriksson did not choose to shoot directly. Instead, he passed the ball to Lin Feng beside him. At that moment, Lin Feng also chose not to shoot, but to dribble into Barcelona's penalty area. Huh, what kind of tactic is this? In the studio, Jean-Jun was a bit confused. He had no idea why Eriksson passed the ball to Lin Feng and could not understand why Lin Feng did not shoot. Just then, on Barcelona's bench, the team's coach Valverde also started to panic. Although he was not entirely clear about Tottenham's attacking intentions, he knew that when the football reached Lin Feng's feet, it was undoubtedly bad news for Barcelona's defense. At that moment, Valverde frantically shouted defensive instructions. In the blink of an eye, Paulinho, Daniel Suarez, Andre Gomez, and others rushed towards Lin Feng. Chapter 465 at that instant. The football flew into the goal like a shooting star across the night sky, and in an instant, it was in the net. On the goal line, Barcelona's goalkeeper Ter Stegen had no reaction at all. He could only watch helplessly as the football flew into the goal. What a pity. In the studio, commentator Jean-Jun, upon seeing Lin Feng score this penalty, immediately shouted hysterically, "Great goal." Lin Feng withstood immense pressure. He successfully converted the penalty. The score became 4-4. In the final moments of the match, Lin Feng single-handedly helped his team equalize. Lin Feng, the 18-year-old rising star from China, saved the team once again tonight. Undoubtedly, Jean-Jun was very excited and thrilled. In fact, before the match started, he had never thought the team could equalize. And now, the Tottenham players had done it. After scoring this equalizing penalty, Lin Feng's mood was naturally quite excited and thrilled. He almost immediately rushed to the sidelines to complete his sliding knee celebration. Chapter 466, after the reporter finished this question, everyone in the audience fell silent. Looking around, the reporters were all focused on Valverde. The Barcelona head coach, after a moment of thought, slowly spoke. "I can only tell you that substituting Messi and Neymar was mainly due to tactical reasons. At that moment, the team needed to defend, and in my opinion, neither Neymar nor Messi contributed to the team's defense." After Valverde finished speaking, undoubtedly, that night, all Barcelona fans began bombarding Valverde's social media. In fact, tens of thousands of Barcelona fans were calling for Valverde to be sacked. In addition, in Spain, major media outlets immediately began extensive coverage of this match. AS, Barcelona, playing at home, faced a strong pressing from Tottenham, and the 18-year-old Chinese boy equalized with a penalty. Sport, Valverde's team suffered an epic equalizer. Messi and Neymar were substituted without injury. Chapter 467. In the final minutes of the match, Tottenham's attacks mainly revolved around Lin Feng, with almost all ball possession going to the left side where Lin Feng was. Unfortunately, Watford's defenders had anticipated this. During this time, Watford's defenders concentrated all their defensive efforts on Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng received the ball, it was certain that within 3 seconds, a defender would interfere with him. In summary, during the final moments of the match, Tottenham's players failed to create a miracle. The score was set at 0-1. Tottenham lost at home to the mid-table Premier League team Watford. After the match, Pochettino became the target of criticism, with many English media outlets fiercely criticizing his tactics in this match. At the post-match press conference, reporters frequently questioned Pochettino. "Coach, what do you think was the reason for losing this match? As the head coach of the team, do you take responsibility for the loss?" A reporter from Sky Sports coldly asked Pochettino. Chapter 468. The FA Cup final was still held at Wembley Stadium, and it was a single elimination match. Therefore, during this time, both Arsenal and Tottenham Hotspur players were actively training. Their only goal was to win the championship. At the pre-match press conference, both head coaches began their tactical battles. Currently, Arsenal's head coach is still the veteran Wenger. However, in recent years, Arsenal's performance has been fluctuating, and under Wenger's management, they have not won a championship in a long time. The Arsenal players were ready, and perhaps some were not yet at their best condition. But Wenger believed that victory would surely belong to Arsenal tomorrow night. Wenger was still very confident. He knew that the team had made it to the final, so there was no need to be low-key. After all, both teams in the final had a 50% chance of winning. Coach Wenger, how will you limit Lin Feng's performance in the match? We all know that this young man from the East has been dominating the Premier League this season. Chapter 469. Although Lin Feng was not on the field, there were still quite a few cameramen pointing their lenses directly at him. This is Lin Feng's terrifying influence. At this moment, many Chinese fans on the bullet screen of the sports website, upon seeing Lin Feng sitting on the bench, began to express their worries about the match. Ugh, I hope to see Lin Feng come on in the second half. Tottenham really can't do it without Lin Feng. There's basically no hope for the first half. Tottenham will definitely be blown away by Arsenal. If Tottenham loses to Arsenal tonight, I will definitely curse Pochettino to death. Don't worry. As long as Lin Feng doesn't come on, Tottenham will undoubtedly lose. I also think so. Lin Feng is now Tottenham's star player. After the match began, Arsenal's attack immediately launched a fierce offensive towards the opponent's goal. In the midfield, Arsenal's midfielder Coquelin sent a through ball. Although Wanyama and Deer, the two Tottenham midfielders, rushed towards Coquelin, they were still a bit too slow. In an instant, the ball arrived at Sanchez's feet. Chapter 470 on the Tottenham bench. Pochettino was extremely excited after seeing Son Heung-min's wonderful shot. Although this shot did not directly threaten Arsenal's goal, it was undeniable that Tottenham had already posed a significant threat to the opponent's goal through this attack. This was naturally the result that Tottenham's head coach Pochettino most desired to see. Keep going. Keep putting pressure on the opponent's goal. Victory is destined to belong to Tottenham. Quickly equalize the score. In the corner of the bench, Lin Feng was seriously observing Arsenal's defensive formation. Lin Feng knew very well that for the team to win, they still had to rely on his performance. Therefore, Lin Feng was not idle, but was seriously studying the opponent's defensive setup. On the field, Tottenham's second wave of attacks had already arrived. It was still Eriksen carrying the ball forward, when Lin Feng was not on the starting list. The team's main attack was naturally initiated by Eriksen. He moved the ball extremely quickly, like a flash of lightning. In addition to having an exquisite long shot, he also had excellent passing ability. This time, under the siege of two Arsenal players, he could only quickly complete a long pass. Chapter 471. After this Tottenham attack failed again, the broadcast camera once again focused on Lin Feng, clearly capturing the despair on his face. He was not particularly satisfied with his teammates' performance during this time. In Lin Feng's view, Tottenham's players were a bit too anxious, as the score was only 2 goals behind. As long as they followed the pre-match tactical deployment and performed at their normal level, Tottenham could definitely score. Pochettino, as Tottenham's head coach, also had a look of helplessness on his face. This was not the outcome he hoped to see. Before the match, Pochettino's tactical plan was for his players to focus on defense in the first half, aiming to maintain a score of 0-0 until halftime. However, judging by the current state of play, the Spurs players are performing terribly, especially the defenders, who seem to be in a daze. Gradually, the first half is entering its final 5 minutes. On the field, the score is still 2-0, with Arsenal temporarily leading by 2 goals. Time is running out for Spurs. Chapter 472. On the bench, head coach Pochettino felt a sense of despair upon seeing this. He knows that if Sanchez manages to cut inside, it will be a fatal blow to the Spurs goal. Foul! Quickly foul. Don't let him break through. Pochettino is almost screaming hysterically, but the Spurs defenders can't stop Sanchez's advance. This Arsenal attacking star continuously cut inside from the wing and then, at the edge of the penalty area, took a curled shot. Bang! At the moment Sanchez shot, 2 Spurs defenders were already in position. However, both Vertonghen and Wimmer were a step too slow. They failed to block Sanchez in time. The ball traced a perfect arc in the air, heading straight for the bottom corner of the goal. This is Sanchez's strength. On the goal line, Spurs goalkeeper Hugo Lloris rushed to make a save as quickly as possible, but it was still barely too late. The ball slammed into the back of the net. 3-0. Chapter 473. Inside the penalty area, Harry Kane had already gained an advantageous position. He stepped forward first and used his body to hold off Arsenal's centre-back Mustafi. This time, Eriksen's long pass landed perfectly on Kane's head. In the small penalty area, the Spurs star leaped into the air, giving it his all. He successfully out-jumped Arsenal's centre-back Mustafi to head the ball towards goal. Bang! One has to say that the power and angle of Kane's header were perfect. Even after completing the header, Kane immediately made a celebratory gesture. It seemed to him that this header would surely break through Arsenal's goal. However, the result was disappointing. Just as the ball was about to cross the goal line, Arsenal's goalkeeper, Czech, stepped up. With a remarkable save, he punched the ball out of the goal. Czech. This Czech goalkeeper is still going strong. Czech's punch was a spectacular save, and he made a world-class stop. Chapter 474. When Harry Kane scored. The broadcast camera immediately focused on Arsenal's coach Wenger. At that moment, Wenger's face was filled with helplessness and anger. Undoubtedly, this was not the scene Wenger wanted to see. He slowly walked to the sidelines and directly yelled at the players, particularly at Arsenal's defenders. Can't you defend or foul? What are you doing on the field? I've said it countless times. You must mark their number 11. What are you doing? Are you daydreaming? It should be noted that Wenger usually comes across as gentle. But tonight he was quite angry. Despite Arsenal being the leading side, Wenger was well aware of Feng's individual abilities. If Feng found his attacking rhythm, the entire team's defense would undoubtedly face collapse. Therefore, in Wenger's view, for Arsenal to secure a victory tonight, the first priority is to improve their defense, especially against Feng. Only then could Arsenal have a chance to win the match. Chapter 475. Mark that Asian. Don't let him get a shooting opportunity. Quickly, as soon as Wenger's words fell, almost the entire Arsenal backline rushed towards Feng. This included center-backs Mustafi, Koscielny, and Monreal. These three defenders came at Feng like a wall. However, Feng was not affected at all. From the beginning, his true intention was not to break through or shoot. His goal was to attract the attention of the defenders. Bang! Just when the three defenders closed in on Feng, he suddenly used his right foot to gently nudge the ball. Bang! Just 2 seconds later, the ball arrived at Son Heung-min's feet. Since Feng came on as a substitute, he had already assisted Kane in scoring. And now he was shifting his assist target to Son Heung-min. At this moment, on the right side of the penalty area, when the ball slowly reached Son Heung-min's feet, there were no defenders interfering with him. Clearly, this was a perfect shooting opportunity. Chapter 476. Under Feng's leadership, several Spurs forwards also began to apply high-pressure pressing. And upon seeing this, the expressions on the faces of Arsenal's defenders clearly showed panic. Bang! The newly entered Ramsey wasted no time and quickly kicked the ball forward. However, to be fair, this clearance was a bit hasty. Moreover, there was no center forward in Arsenal's front line at this moment. So unsurprisingly, the ball was successfully controlled by Spurs defenders, and a few seconds later, the ball reached Ali's feet. However, when Ali received the ball, most of the defenders were busy pressing from Arsenal's attacking players, including Sanchez, Walcott, and others. Meanwhile, most of the genuine defenders focused their attention on Feng. Seeing this, Ali chose not to pass, but to carry the ball forward. He calmly used his right foot to control the ball and smoothly executed a turn. Just like that. With a simple move, Ali quickly broke past the two defenders and continued to advance with long strides. Chapter 477. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Feng's cross accurately flew into the penalty area. At the same time, tens of thousands of Tottenham fans in the stands at Wembley Stadium had their hearts in their throats, nervously watching the situation unfolding in the box. Inside the penalty area, almost all of Arsenal's defenders were focused on Harry Kane. They believed Feng's cross would certainly find the tall striker, Harry Kane. Therefore, center-backs Gabriel and Mustafi rushed to Kane's sides. In fact, to prevent Kane from winning the first touch, these two defenders frequently interfered with him. However, Feng's cross did not find Kane, and in the blink of an eye, the ball flashed over Kane's head. In a swift motion, the ball landed on the head of center-back Vertonghen. Bang! At the position near the back post, Vertonghen leaped into the air, instantly using his waist and abdomen to generate power, and then the ball smashed into the net like a cannonball. At this moment, Arsenal's goalkeeper Cech made a diving save. But due to the power of Vertonghen's header and the close distance, it was too late. Chapter 478. When the Arsenal fans in the stands saw Sanchez receiving the ball in this position, they were all extremely excited. They screamed Sanchez's name, hoping he could help the team break through Tottenham's goal. In fact, Sanchez did exactly that. Bang! After glancing at the goal, without any hesitation, he lifted his foot and shot. At the same time, Tottenham's defenders, seeing this, dared not be careless. The two center-backs, Vertonghen and Wimmer, rushed in front of Sanchez. Unfortunately, the defensive speed of these two players was noticeably slower. Furthermore, Sanchez's shot was a low drive. The ball zipped past the two Tottenham defenders like a bullet. Then the ball flew directly into the goal. On the goal line, Laura saw Sanchez lifting his foot to shoot and quickly dove for a save. But Sanchez's shot was too fast, and before Loris could stretch out his hand, the ball accurately landed in the net. 4-3. The score was rewritten once again. Chapter 479. At this moment, In the Dongxiu Network studio, Zhang Jun's expression was quite excited when he saw Lin Feng standing at the penalty spot. He said with a trembling voice, "If nothing goes wrong, this will be Tottenham's best chance to score in this match. I hope Lin Feng can help Tottenham equalize against Arsenal. I believe Lin Feng has that ability." However, as soon as Zhang Jun finished speaking, another commentator, Zhang Lu, said, "However, Lin Feng is not a set-piece specialist. If he shoots directly, it might be somewhat difficult. But if he passes, there are many defenders in Arsenal's penalty area, making it equally hard to threaten the opponent's goal. To be honest, this set piece isn't easy to take." On Tottenham's bench, Pochettino's eyes were filled with tension. He knew very well Lin Feng's set-piece skills. Trying to bend the ball around Arsenal's wall to score was very difficult. Even passing would be hard to break through Arsenal's defensive line. But now, Pochettino could only silently pray that Lin Feng could perform a miracle. Chapter 480. Not long after the game resumed, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the second half. 4-4. Thanks to Harry Kane's last strike, Tottenham successfully equalized the score. Now, the players from Tottenham and Arsenal would face 30 minutes of extra time. If there was still no winner after extra time, there would be a brutal penalty shootout. Undoubtedly, for Arsenal, who were currently a player down, they hoped to drag the game into a penalty shootout. Once extra time began, as expected, Arsenal's players slowed down the pace of the game, seemingly intentionally delaying the tempo. On the sidelines, Pochettino saw this and quickly urged his players, "Press. Quickly win the ball. Let's solve the problem in extra time. Don't let the opponent easily control the ball." In a flash, players like Lin Feng and Harry Kane actively applied high pressing in the front. Each pressing attempt was fierce, giving Arsenal's defenders no suitable passing routes. After tireless running from Tottenham's front players, they finally succeeded. Chapter 481. On Arsenal's bench, Coach Wenger's hands were still trembling. To be honest, when Lin Feng scored that goal, Wenger was completely devastated. "Coach, what should we do?" Arsenal's assistant coach looked at Wenger with a puzzled expression. After a moment, Wenger shook his head and slowly said to the assistant coach, "We can concede the match early. Arsenal has no chance of winning." This was Wenger's honest thought. In his view, his team was a player down and trailing by a goal. Under this double blow, the morale of Arsenal's players had completely hit rock bottom. Although there was still more than 10 minutes left for Arsenal, if they launched a strong attack, their defense would undoubtedly be full of holes, and given Tottenham's counterattacking ability, they were likely to find an opportunity to counter. Therefore, Wenger simply chose to concede the match. Beep, beep, beep. After 30 minutes of extra time, referee Anthony Taylor finally blew the whistle to end the match, 5-4. Tottenham once again achieved a hard-fought victory at Wembley Stadium. Chapter 482. When Lin Feng was interviewed by reporters, Tottenham's coach Pochettino was also present at the press conference to answer questions from the media. "Mr. Pochettino, the team has already won the double crown. Do you think Tottenham has a chance to challenge for the quadruple title with their current abilities?" A London sports reporter was the first to ask Pochettino. Perhaps due to the team's FA Cup victory, Pochettino was in a good mood during the interview, even appearing quite confident. "Of course, Tottenham has the ability to win the quadruple title. I believe Tottenham can do it." After Tottenham won the League Cup and the FA Cup consecutively, Pochettino gradually became more confident. It's worth noting that during the mid-season, Pochettino remained quite low-key when facing reporters. "Coach, what do you think is the main reason for Tottenham's double crown?" A Sky Sports reporter asked Pochettino. Without a doubt, it was Lin Feng. Pochettino expressed his thoughts candidly, excitedly speaking to the reporters. "The reason Tottenham can win the double crown this season, and possibly even a quadruple, is entirely due to Lin Feng's contributions." Chapter 483. Upon hearing this from Chu Shui, Lin Feng helplessly raised his hands. "If that's the case, then go ahead and ask your question. However, you don't have much time, only 10 minutes as I have to practice shooting afterward." After Lin Feng finished speaking, Chu Shui sincerely gave him a thumbs up. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Feng, you are really working hard. I heard that Coach Pochettino specifically gave you a day off today, but I didn't expect you to still want to practice extra. Don't forget, we are in the final sprint of the season, so make sure to balance work and rest. Be careful not to get injured." Facing Chu Shui's concern, Lin Feng simply replied, "Is this your first question?" Undoubtedly, upon hearing Lin Feng's response, she instantly showed an expression of exasperation. "All right, from now on, I will officially ask you questions. The first question, do you have someone you like?" Chu Shui's question immediately made Lin Feng break into a cold sweat. clearly. He hadn't anticipated that she would ask him such a question, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Chapter 484. Since Lin Feng joined Tottenham, these frontline players have been deeply influenced by him and have started to practice extra every day. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, after the training ground lights were turned off, Lin Feng, Son Heung-min, Harry Kane, and Eriksen slowly left. On the way back to the locker room, Harry Kane remarked to the others, "To be honest, before the season started, I never dreamed that we would have a chance to challenge for a quadruple. This is truly unbelievable." Harry Kane's tone was filled with excitement, even a bit impatient. At this moment, Eriksen also sighed. "To be honest, the reason we have achieved such good results this season is largely thanks to Lin. Right, son? If it weren't for Lin turning the tide in some key matches, Tottenham wouldn't have achieved this." "Exactly, Lin Feng. During this time, you must rest well and definitely avoid injury. Let's strive to create history for Tottenham together. Who knows? Maybe decades later, the club will even build statues for us." Son Heung-min became more and more excited as he spoke. Chapter 485. After Son Heung-min left the game, Pochettino's team still played quite anxiously. Especially during this period, Bournemouth completely adopted a defensive strategy. All 11 players pushed back to defend their half. Although Pochettino substituted Harry Kane for the injured Son Heung-min, the star's presence couldn't change Tottenham's lackluster attack. At halftime, Tottenham was trailing Bournemouth 0-1 at home. This was almost explosive news, quickly spreading throughout the English media. In the 15 minutes of the break, major English media outlets collectively reported on Bournemouth leading Tottenham. Premier League leader Tottenham trails Bournemouth 0-1 at home. Injured star on the sidelines. Pochettino's team is facing 2 consecutive defeats. Poor form. Tottenham players are in disarray at home. With Lin Feng unable to play, the team's attack has been stalled. Son Heung-min exited in the first half due to injury. Pochettino's rotation puts Tottenham in crisis. Second-placed Manchester City sees hope. Tottenham is about to face 2 consecutive defeats. The suspense of the Premier League title is rekindled. Chapter 486. In response to reporters' questions, Pochettino did not shy away from responsibility, replying seriously, "The main reason for Tottenham's loss in this match is due to my rotation." Pochettino said expressionlessly to the many reporters below, "As the head coach of Tottenham, I certainly do not wish for the team to lose. But why did you rotate Lin Feng in this match?" A reporter from London Sports continued to question. This decision was based on Lin Feng's physical condition. Everyone knows that Lin is currently the most indispensable player for Tottenham, so as the head coach, I need to ensure Lin Feng's health. Although the team has experienced 2 consecutive losses in the Premier League, we also won the FA Cup, and we have reached the semi-finals of the Champions League. Even if we lost 2 consecutive matches in the Premier League, Tottenham is still at the top of the league. So, this is not the end of the world. Pochettino was still somewhat stubborn in the post-match interview. In his view, there was no turning back now. All he could do was accept the outcome. Chapter 487. When Lin Feng received the ball, he showed no hesitation and displayed his terrifying dribbling ability. In a flash, Lin Feng skillfully dribbled past several Leicester City defenders. In an instant, Lin Feng found himself at the top of Leicester City's penalty area. At this moment, Leicester City's fans inside the King Power Stadium were undoubtedly quite nervous. Bang! A shot. Lin Feng, seeing an opening, immediately took a shot. In an instant, the ball zipped past the heads of Leicester City's players, heading straight for the goal. Fortunately, Leicester City's goalkeeper Kasper Schmeichel was very focused. From beginning to end, his attention was on Lin Feng. He understood that this attack from Tottenham was certainly going to be finished off by Lin Feng, so his gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng. When Schmeichel saw Lin Feng lift his foot to shoot, he immediately leaped to make a save. Suddenly, Schmeichel used his hands to successfully deflect the ball. Just like that, the Leicester City goalkeeper successfully blocked Lin Feng's shot. Chapter 488. Inside the King Power Stadium. The clash between Leicester City and Tottenham had reached the closing stages of the first half. The score was still 0-2, with Tottenham playing away, temporarily leading the opponent thanks to Lin Feng's 1 goal and 1 assist. For most players, they believe that tonight's match has lost its suspense, and it's just a matter of time before Tottenham secures victory. However, when the match reached the 45th minute, the last minute of regular time in the first half, the situation suddenly changed. Dark clouds gathered over the King Power Stadium, and suddenly, a torrential rain poured down. At this moment, Tottenham was passing the ball in their own half. On the sidelines, Leicester City's head coach was constantly urging the forwards to apply high pressure. Soon, the forward from Japan, Shinji Okazaki, suddenly accelerated. During the season Leicester City won the Premier League, Okazaki was known for his tireless running in the forward position, continuously pressing despite being a striker, showcasing incredible stamina. At this moment, Okazaki once again demonstrated his relentless running ability, quickly closing in on Moussa Dembele. Chapter 489. Eriksen's injury substitution undoubtedly made the Tottenham players feel a sense of crisis. On the sidelines, Pochettino was frantically shouting at the players on the field, "Be careful. Protect yourselves. You mustn't get injured. Control the pace of the game. Try to avoid physical contact with the opponent." Pochettino's tone was filled with concern, to be honest. He didn't care much about the outcome of the match tonight. He just hoped his players wouldn't get injured. After all, Tottenham really couldn't afford more injuries right now. At this moment, on the field, the ball came to Feng's feet. Despite Pochettino's earlier orders to reduce attacking efforts and avoid physical confrontations with Leicester players, Feng completely disregarded Pochettino's words. In midfield, after receiving a pass from Dele Alli, he showed no hesitation and directly charged forward with the ball. Clearly, Leicester City's foul on Eriksen had successfully angered Feng, so in the following moments, he intended to make Leicester pay for it with his actions. Chapter 490. Bang! Tottenham's defender Ben Davies had no way to defend during this process. He couldn't keep up with Riyad Mahrez's speed and pace. In an instant, Mahrez slipped past Davies and quickly made a move. At this moment, defenders Eric Dier and Jan Vertonghen rushed out of the penalty area. Clearly, Mahrez had no way out. In the blink of an eye, Mahrez quickly glanced at the position of the Tottenham goal and shot. Bang! Suddenly, the ball arced through the air and perfectly hit the post. A near miss. Tottenham escaped a disaster. In the studio, commentator Jean June breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Oh! At this moment, on the stands of King Power Stadium, Leicester City fans erupted in cheers. Although the team didn't break through Tottenham's goal, it was undeniable that this attack still posed a threat to Hugo Lloris. This was the scene that Leicester fans hoped to see. However, Chapter 491. Upon hearing Feng's words, Eriksen felt a bit moved. At this moment, head coach Pochettino also spoke up. "Lin is right. We absolutely cannot play defensively. Although Barcelona is strong, after all, it's Tottenham's home ground. I believe the team can achieve victory." Although Pochettino said this, deep down, he was still quite worried about the upcoming Champions League semi-final. After all, Tottenham's strength is still significantly lower than that of Barcelona. The next day, at Tottenham's training ground, Pochettino and the coaching staff began to focus all their thoughts on preparing for the match against Barcelona. Barcelona is currently the strongest attacking team in Europe, and it is practically impossible to stop the attacks from Neymar, Messi, and Suarez. Therefore, defense would not work. To achieve victory, they could only go on the offensive. Before training began, Pochettino held a small meeting with the Tottenham players, needing to unify their mindset. Although Son and Eriksen would not be able to play against Barcelona, he still believed that Tottenham had enough capability to defeat their opponents. Chapter 492. A few days later, inside White Hart Lane, the second leg of the Champions League semi-final, Tottenham versus Barcelona officially kicked off. On the stands, before the match even began, tens of thousands of Tottenham fans erupted in deafening cheers. Oh! At this moment, in the Dongshow Network live broadcast room, Jean June was also filled with excitement as he began his commentary work. Dear viewers of Dongshow Network, welcome to the focus battle of the second leg of the Champions League semi-final. Tottenham at home versus Barcelona. The two teams drew 4-4 in the first leg at Camp Nou. Now let's announce the starting lineups for both sides. Barcelona, playing away, sent out what could be considered their strongest lineup. The goalkeeper is Marc-Andre ter Stegen. Defenders, Sergi Roberto, Gerard Pique, Samuel Umtiti, David Alaba. Three midfielders, Ivan Rakitic, Sergio Busquets, Andres Iniesta. Three forwards, Lionel Messi, Luis Suarez, Neymar. On Tottenham's side, due to the serious injuries of Son Heung-min and Eriksen, both players were not included in the matchday squad. Chapter 493. Pochettino was also very clear in his heart that although his team had scored, it did not mean Tottenham could achieve the final victory in the match. In the next 15 minutes, barring any accidents, Barcelona, playing away, would definitely go all out in their attacks. Whether Tottenham could withstand Barcelona's fierce assaults was crucial for them. Sure enough, after the restart, Barcelona's attack did indeed come. In the central midfield, Barcelona's star player Messi received the ball. At this moment, all the defensive players immediately tensed up. On Tottenham's side, the two defensive midfielders Dier and Wanyama rushed to Messi's front, but both players were relatively slow. In the face of a physically strong forward, these two Tottenham midfielders still had some fighting power, but when facing Messi's breakthrough, they had no method whatsoever. Bang bang. In a short span of time, Messi quickly broke through with a deft move, and then Messi unleashed his full power and accelerated once more. Suddenly, he had driven the ball into the penalty area. Chapter 494 Bang. Suddenly, Busquets noticed Messi's run, prompting the Barcelona midfielder to speed up immediately. In an instant, the ball swiftly passed through several Tottenham defenders and landed firmly at Messi's feet. Oh! At this moment, thousands of Barcelona fans in the away section of the White Hart Lane Stadium erupted with excitement upon witnessing this. These fans shouted Messi's name at the top of their lungs. Despite Messi missing a penalty during the match, it's fair to say that the Barcelona fans still held immense confidence in him. All Barcelona fans knew that for their team to score, they had to fully leverage Messi's abilities. At the top right corner of the penalty area, as Leo Messi received the ball and prepared to break through, he was immediately surrounded by three defenders, including Wanyama, Dier, and Danny Rose. The first player to confront Messi was Danny Rose, who had previously received a yellow card for pulling Messi down in the penalty area to prevent a shot. Chapter 495. When Messi left the field due to injury, tens of thousands of Tottenham fans in the stands erupted in deafening cheers. Oh! The hysterical shouts echoed throughout the stadium. Clearly, at this moment, the Tottenham fans were filled with confidence about their team defeating Barcelona. After the restart, as expected, the home team Tottenham began a frenzied attack. In midfield, Tottenham's midfielder Dier quickly passed the ball to Feng in the center. At this point, Barcelona's defense seemed somewhat distracted, as most players appeared to be still mourning Messi's injury. Therefore, when the ball arrived at Feng's feet, the Barcelona defenders did not immediately disrupt him. Bang! In the next moment, Feng deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, taking advantage of the sudden change in rhythm to easily bypass Roberto. Although Rakitic and Busquets quickly closed in on Feng, he remained unflustered because at the top of the penalty area, Tottenham's tall striker Harry Kane had also dropped back to midfield. Chapter 496 Bang! Inside the small penalty area, Feng rushed in, beating Peak to the ball and executing a stunning volley. Then, the ball smashed into the net. Barcelona goalkeeper Ter Stegen could only watch helplessly as the ball went in. Instantly, the score was 3-1. Feng's spectacular volley essentially signaled the end of any suspense in the match. In the time that followed, the mentality of the Barcelona players completely collapsed. Despite coach Valverde's frantic calls for attacking play from the sidelines, the Barcelona players found no opportunities against Tottenham's resolute defense. After 90 minutes, Barcelona lost 1-3 away to Tottenham. The home team, Tottenham Hotspur, eliminated Barcelona with an aggregate score of 7-5, successfully advancing to the Champions League final. Breaking. Tottenham defends home honor. Feng scores twice to help the team eliminate Barcelona. Sky Sports. Messi severely injured. Barcelona completely lost in England. Tottenham makes historic entry into the Champions League final. London Sports News.